Chapter 261 Technological Explosion. The so-called breaking the situation naturally does not mean a breakthrough at the level of force. It does not mean doing something violent and trying to convince those who oppose it. This is useless. The opponents can only express their dissatisfaction. Continuing to target Xingyuan Group overtly or covertly will ruin the reputation of Xingyuan Group, create a general trend against Xingyuan Group, and make more people stand on the opposite side of Xingyuan Group. After all, Xingyuan Group monopolizes 95% of the energy supply, and even directly monopolizes the sun. This behavior itself will bring huge dissatisfaction and make people feel unfair. Even if the power price of Xingyuan Group is reduced, even if 1 penny is almost free, it still cannot satisfy most people. They can always find some thorns, find some loopholes, or make up some conspiracy theories, so that more people look at the stars with distorted eyes. Source group. What's more, jealousy is one of the original sins of human beings. There are only a handful of people who don't have jealousy. As long as they put some effort into this emotion and take some actions, Xingyuan Group will be passive. So there are only two better ways. The first is to continue to make the pie bigger, create more opportunities and benefits, lead more people to become rich, and increase the core base of support for Xingyuan Group. It is best to increase the number of people from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Level can bring benefits and influence to hundreds of millions of families. This can ensure that no matter what the direction of public opinion is, the proportion of people supporting Xingyuan Group will always be above 30%, which is still relatively united. So regardless of the opposition, no matter how big it is, it can remain invincible and will not fall into passivity. The second is to divert attention and put the focus of more people's attention and discussion on the changes that will be brought about by the star core crystal. After all, this material is really amazing and may be more powerful than powerful materials. The application is even more extensive, but the reserve of this material is small and can only be used by a small number of people, directly changing the fate of a small number of people. And its military role seems to be greater. It may lead to the outbreak of war, cause the intensification of internal conflicts among human beings, etc. Not necessarily a good thing. Even so, but Li Xingyang has always been very calm and rational, and has not thought about giving priority to strengthening military capabilities, because there is no need at all, and it will cause unnecessary conflicts. On Nanibing's side, he basically cracked the mystery of the star core crystal. After knowing how to use this material, Li Xingyang immediately prioritized using this magical material in the field of improving scientific and technological progress, giving priority to improving human technology. Level. Improve industrial productivity. Give priority to making the pie bigger, and bring more benefits to mankind. For example, superpowers can be used to improve the performance and reliability of chips, because people with superpowers can adjust their mental power to perform some extremely subtle operations, allowing them to do some things to objects at the molecular and atomic levels. Therefore, some defective chips that were scrapped during the production process can be transformed into high-quality chips that can be used after internal adjustments. Not only can the chip yield rate be greatly improved, but also the efficiency of chip manufacturing can be improved. It even helps to develop some special chips, and even further shrinks the chip manufacturing process, improves performance, reduces power consumption, and raises the performance of the chip to a new limit to facilitate the creation of supercomputers with stronger computing power and higher performance. The performance of supercomputers has been greatly improved, which requires the efficiency of scientific research projects to be accelerated, especially in biomedicine. More complex internal conditions of the human body can be simulated, so that more effective drugs can be developed and more diseases can be eliminated. Diseases have increased human lifespan to the point where genetic shackles are broken. For example, in the field of new material research and development, with the help of the magical capabilities brought by star core crystals and operations at the atomic arrangement level, we can produce carbon fiber materials with better performance, create batteries with higher energy density, and even many high-tech materials can be synthesized easily according to human thinking and will, eliminating countless intermediate steps. Sometimes, you can get the desired items and materials in one step, just like human bodies with creative abilities. Print and get a variety of magical items and materials. Also in the field of biological research, you can also directly change the DNA structure of plant cells and then conduct cultivation and observation. You can very directly observe the impact of genetic changes on plant traits, and you can quickly screen out the desired plant varieties. The breeding speed can be increased several times, so it can also play a huge role in the field of biological resources research. As for the field of cutting-edge science and technology, we can also cooperate with scientific researchers to develop ion engines with more powerful thrust, discover the mysteries of microscopic particles, and facilitate deciphering the core principles of the universe, even in terms of time and space, as well as quantum technology, make a huge contribution. As long as the star core crystal can be used well, a group of superpowers with outstanding abilities can be cultivated, and they can assist in the synthesis of new materials, help develop new technologies and equipment, and even assist scientists in the field of basic physics research. They bring breakthroughs to see if it is possible to break many technological bottlenecks and bring about some new changes, so that humans can not only live in the solar system, but also see the hope of conquering the stars and seas further away. So the next few years, Xingyuan Group first announced to the outside world the major breakthrough it had made in the star core crystal material, announcing the coming of an era of human strength, announcing that it would cultivate tens of thousands of elite talents, and then devote itself to the cause of making the human cake bigger. It is not used to destroy, conquer, or engage in some conspiracy. There is no need for this. The solar system is too small, and the resources are only so little. Even for more than 10 billion human beings, it is enough for tens of billions of years. But this universe is too big. The living space, resources, and development opportunities outside are not only more, but also bigger. Human beings should not only think about internal friction, but must look outside and aim at the bigger cake outside. It is precisely because of such a high awareness and pattern. In just 3 to 5 years, humankind has made great breakthroughs in the development of science and technology in various fields. It has entered a golden development period of the explosion of science and technology. It has brought huge breakthroughs in many fields of science and technology and successfully achieved the goal of doing things. Big cake goal. With the help of superpowers, there are at least 10 major technological achievements worth taking a closer look at. First, chip technology has reached a new limit in terms of manufacturing process, architecture, etc. The performance of the chip has increased tenfold. Reliability and energy consumption have also been significantly improved, and an extremely intelligent human brain has even been developed. The AI architecture gives the robot intelligence beyond LV-16. That is, the ability to think logically and judge, which is similar to that of a 16-year-old boy. But it can do a lot of things and obtain more jobs, leaving less than 1% of top talents. Can they continue to exert their value, so that the remaining 99% of humans can only become pure consumers? Fortunately, the large-scale use of robots has also improved production efficiency in many fields and created more wealth. Therefore, let the welfare system be maintained normally. The second is biomedical technology, which can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds, breaking many genetic shackles and successfully increasing the average lifespan of humans to over 300 years old. It can also restore the body of the elderly to youthful vitality and strengthen the working ability of the labor force, which has greatly alleviated the serious problem of aging, and also eliminated more than 99% of various diseases and difficult diseases that harm human health, and has the ability to defeat all kinds of diseases. The third is the agricultural field. Hundreds of new varieties have been cultivated. They not only have high yields and high photosynthetic efficiency, but also have high-quality agricultural products, good taste, and good-looking appearance. They have almost only advantages and no disadvantages. They can be described as perfect agricultural products, which have further improved self-sufficiency in food, has reduced costs, and enriched people's dining tables, making the obesity problem more serious. Fourth, in terms of power technology, we assisted scientific researchers to develop a more advanced super-ion engine with a thrust-to-weight ratio of over 1,000. The plasma flow ejected from the tail exceeds 0.5 times the speed of light, so it has quite exaggerated specific impulse data, making interstellar spacecraft, cruise ships, and other devices, even if they leave the solar system and head for other stars. The working fluid in the spacecraft is completely sufficient, so there is no need to worry about what will happen. Fifth, technologies such as the synthesis of new materials have resulted in a superconducting material with better performance and higher superconducting temperature, which has replaced the superconducting material that had been used for a period of time. Even the manufactured superconducting capacitors, the energy density has been increased by 30%, and when applied to battery technology, the energy density of the battery can be increased to 2000 Wh/kg, bringing a new energy revolution and significantly improving the battery life of flying cars. The power has also been improved, and there are no longer any shortcomings. Sixth, The technology and efficiency of resource extraction have also been greatly improved, especially inside the harsh environment of Jupiter. Originally, it was difficult to impossible to enter the interior of Jupiter. But now, the surface has strong materials as a supporting skeleton, arranging multiple superpowers to provide energy for mining equipment, slowly reaching the core area of Jupiter, mining the extremely valuable star core crystal material, and increasing reserves for cultivating more superpowers. This goal was successfully achieved, and a good way to mine more star core crystals was mastered. 7th, many breakthroughs have been made in many basic scientific research fields. There are more than a dozen scientific award-level results, especially in quantum technology. A practical supercomputer with powerful performance has been created, which can efficiently handle many problems. When used in conjunction with traditional supercomputers, the effect of 1 plus 1 is much greater than 2. 8th, in the field of time and space research, it was discovered that as long as extremely powerful energy is supplied, coupled with larger star core crystal materials, slight space-time disturbances can be produced, causing a small-scale impact on space. We have seen the creation of superlight speeds. The hope of the curvature engine is to bring human civilization into the era of superlight speed. But the energy consumed is too terrible. It is currently difficult to put it into practical use, and only some experimental phenomena can be observed. 9 helped to create stronger and denser materials, and then created the so-called water droplet weapon. The effect is as exaggerated as described in a science fiction novel. The surface is extremely hard. Even if it enters the interior and structure of the sun, will not be damaged, let alone gain an advantage in the impact. In short, it is an insurmountable and invincible existence, which is a trump card in Li Xingyang's hand. 10 is to help create the creator. A 3D printer with the strongest performance, the most complete functions, the highest efficiency, the lowest failure rate, and almost all-purpose capabilities. This 3D printer is extremely versatile and powerful, and can not only process many raw materials, separated and processed into different elements or compounds, and can also be directly printed and processed to produce objects with a minimum size and accuracy of about 10 nanometers. Even 10 nanometer chips that are not particularly advanced can be directly printed and manufactured, and a yield rate of more than 90% is guaranteed. And vehicles such as cars and small aircraft can also be produced directly, not to mention tens of millions of common industrial parts. In short, this creator is like a complete industrial system. Although it weighs more than 100,000 tons and has a very complex structure, it requires supercomputer control. A single unit, the cost exceeds 100 billion. But as long as you have this 3D printer, it is equivalent to having a complete industrial system. There is no need to build factories of one kind or another, and there is no need to build a complete upstream and downstream industrial chain from scratch. You don't need anything at all. Just pour raw materials such as sand into the raw material entrance, and you can quickly get high-value chips. The printing efficiency is quite good, and it can meet the needs of various industrial products for millions of people. It is simply a plug-in, like existence. Above, in just 3 to 5 years, Xingyuan Group has brought tremendous changes to human society with the help of Star Core Crystal. It also proves that Li Xingyang is not arrogant, but is very calm-minded. He does not think about improving the power of his fists and seeking to defeat potential opponents. Instead, he uses a farming mentality to let the productivity of human civilization. During this period, it has increased several times, bringing more resources and wealth. It has also made the overall scientific and technological level improve by leaps and bounds for more than 10 years, bringing more benefits and conveniences to human civilization. Not only have millions of new high-paying jobs been created, it has almost completely eliminated poverty, lifted countless people out of poverty, and changed the fate of those at the bottom of society. The most important thing is that the rapid progress of science and technology and the improvement of medical technology have allowed many humans to see that the time to officially step into the sea of stars and go to other stars is about to be mature. Even with the power system of the most advanced spacecraft at present, the fastest it can only fly at about 0.7 times the speed of light. It will take at least 20 or 30 years to reach some nearby stars. But this is equivalent to 1/10 of the length of a human life at most. Now, looking for opportunities in the surrounding stars has changed. It is very feasible, and many forces are already ready to make a move and have strong impulses. Chapter 262 Prelude to Interstellar Immigration. The time has come. The time for interstellar migration between stars has actually been ripe for a long time. More than 10 years ago, Xingyuan Group had already produced the Super Ring Accelerator, which can provide huge energy to drive large interstellar spaceships, accelerating to 0.5 times the speed of light, and then can rely on it without continuing to illuminate it. It usually takes no more than 100 years for its own power system to reach a star that is more than 10 to dozens of light years away. Coupled with advanced life-extending medical technology, human lifespan can be extended to more than 300 years. Quantum communication technology can also ensure stable communication over long distances. There is also hibernation cabin technology that allows astronauts and spacecraft crew members to enter a low-consumption hibernation state without causing too much loss. Moreover, at a speed of 0.5 times the speed of light, time will have a slowing down effect. If the speed is faster, time will go slower. The crew may actually only use more than 30 years to complete the journey, which takes 50. A journey that takes years to complete is the so-called time dilation effect. To sum up, as early as 10 years ago, immigrating to nearby stars for development has been considered a very potential outlet. After all, there are hundreds of stars around the sun, which are also suitable for human development. Even if there are no living planets, without the evolution of intelligent civilization, we can only see lifeless and barren planets. But it still means unimaginable huge benefits. First of all, the energy of an entire star is an unimaginable super benefit. You can learn from the development path of Xingyuan Group, monopolize stars, and obtain a massive amount of energy that is impossible to use up. You can do whatever you want without worrying about insufficient energy. Then there is the development of various planetary resources, and the collection of various beneficial elements, whether they are heavy elements or light elements. As long as they are useful resources, they can be collected and utilized. The last step is to build a space city, transform the planet in the livable zone, release the population bomb, and establish a brand new civilization. You can develop however you want, and do whatever you want. Anyway, this is your territory. How you arrange and plan it is completely up to you. Even if it is to establish an authoritative feudal monarchy, there is no problem. Anyway, it will not be subject to the supervision and control of a third party. It can be done whatever you want. At most, it will bear some pressure from public opinion. However, there is such a big and good opportunity, but no company or institution has invested resources to try it. If there is such a good opportunity, they will not seize it. They would rather stay in the solar system and continue to involute than open up the pattern and look far ahead. Some always criticize the Xingyuan Group, but do not intend to become the second Xingyuan Group. The fundamental reason is that in the current solar system, the human population is too small. The resources are too abundant. The quality of life is getting higher and higher, and technology is becoming more and more developed. It is another golden development period of the exponential curve, which lasts for 10 years. There are also many opportunities to make a fortune, compared with spending more than 10 years or decades running slowly on the road, enduring endless loneliness, taking a lot of risks, and developing in other stars. This is not a very cost-effective investment. It is better to wait for the technological level to improve further. Wait until medical technology becomes more advanced. If the interstellar spacecraft can run faster, it can save more time. Only then is the time ripe to set sail and go to the surrounding stars to develop and look for opportunities. That is to say, the real time has come, and cross-stellar immigration has finally become a cost-effective thing worth taking the risk. After all, the level of science and technology in all aspects has indeed improved a lot. Advances in the medical field are advancing by leaps and bounds, and there is little hope of breaking through natural limitations and achieving immortality. Not to mention, in the field of power systems, an ion engine with a larger thrust-to-thrust weight ratio has been successfully developed, which can drive the spacecraft to a faster speed, consume the least amount of working fluid, and have a longer endurance. Moreover, after more than 10 or 20 years, some companies have already achieved breakthroughs in Xingyuan Group's core secret technologies, such as superconducting material technology, reflective material technology, etc., and solve the problem of stuck necks under the restrictions of Xingyuan Group. Even if it is to build a similar space energy facility, it can be easily accomplished. It can copy the successful path of Xingyuan Group and achieve a monopoly on space energy. As for the benefits, needless to say, they cannot be measured in terms of money. They are equivalent to wealth that will not be exhausted for billions of years. No matter which force goes to a new star, it means infinite wealth and massive resources. Think about it. It doesn't matter how you become a master. You will only live a more enjoyable life than Xingyuan Group. So when the opportunity matures in this regard, The forces or companies that are eager to copy the success of Xingyuan Group. Some have invested their old capital, and some have cooperated. They are all gearing up, eager to try, and plan to have a good fight, especially within the 30 light years around the solar system. The hundreds of star systems containing heavy elements have been divided up by various forces, and then resources and manpower were organized to create giant immigration spaceships one after another, bringing all of them with them, with a population bomb of hundreds of millions of people. As soon as it reaches its destination, it will start to create a large number of people, establish a complete industrial system, or use the most advanced 3D printer, and build a solar system with distinct branches, just like the spread of seeds, spreading the fire of human civilization to more and more places. This is also a great good thing for human civilization. It adds a lot of insurance, even if we encounter challenges from other interstellar civilizations in the future. We don't have to worry about falling into the crisis of civilization extinction. Of course, for Xingyuan Group, this is a great thing. After all, those interest groups with resources and capabilities have gone to places more than 10 or dozens of light years away to make new cakes and seek greater interests in the solar system. They continue to target the Star Source Group. The power will be reduced a lot, and they will no longer deliberately target the Xingyuan Group, which is equivalent to a much reduced number of opponents. It's just that the Xingyuan Group itself doesn't think about just guarding its own 1/3 of an acre and living an honest life. The Xingyuan Group will also invest resources and manpower to build large-scale immigration spaceships and travel dozens of light years away, the development of stars hundreds of light years away, and also developed a device that can sensitively sense the material of star core crystal, thereby directly finding more sites suitable for human development, even if it takes a lot of time on the way. A long time. February 9, 2048. Spaceport. Horizon Port. Inside Berth 1. The immigrant spaceship Infinity, which is 10 kilometers long, more than 1 kilometer wide and high, very large in size, and weighs more than 100 billion tons, is about to leave and set sail, becoming the first ship of human civilization to embark on a long voyage. Interstellar immigration spacecraft. It carries 1 million pioneering volunteers and passengers, as well as the genetic material that can create hundreds of millions of people, i.e., the population bomb, as well as the most advanced technological backup and industrial equipment of human civilization, all placed in this spacecraft. There are even 20 superpowers personnel inside to help maintain order on the spacecraft and avoid unexpected situations. All in all preparations can only be described as extremely complete and very thorough. Xia Hui, male, 28 years old, is an ordinary crew member on the Infinite Pioneer and one of the immigrant pioneers. He left his family and gave up some good development opportunities. In the virtual game, he approached women he liked. My friend said goodbye, and without any hesitation, he embarked on this long journey with great determination. He became an inconspicuous little character recorded in the history of human civilization, but he could still be considered a participant in major historical events. Why can't he think about leaving the solar system, breaking away from the big family of human civilization, running to a place more than 10 light years away, and opening up a new living space? The current human civilization is in a golden period of development, with abundant resources, numerous opportunities, and benefits. It is perfect, has abundant entertainment activities, and every day is extremely exciting. Not many people would not want to go to other completely deserted stars to develop. Xia Hui, is there something wrong with his head? Did he suddenly have a short circuit? You must know that the destination of the Infinity Pioneer is the BU-124 star 14 light years away. Even if it flies at an average speed of 0.7 times the speed of light, it will take 20 years to reach the destination, and the interior of the spacecraft will take about 18 years. That is, nearly 20 years have been spent on a long journey. Although there are millions of companions and colleagues, they have lived in a relatively closed and small space for a long time, and there are not many rich entertainment activities. Even if they download a large number of it, would take 100 years for an ordinary person to finish watching games, movies, novels and musical works. But without the addition of new works, they can only use the inventory. Over time, they will become out of touch with human civilization, will obviously fall behind and become a small minority, a group like hillbillies. After all, human civilization is developing at a rapid pace, and it has not yet reached a bottleneck. It is impossible to imagine what it will be like in 20 years, and what kind of god-level technology will be invented. Of course, Xia Hui was very aware of these shortcomings, But he still took the initiative to apply and became one of the pioneering volunteers. The most fundamental reason is still trapped by love. He was originally a professional virtual game player, with a strength close to that of a hardcore player, and a pretty good sense of operation. He was doing pretty well, such as guiding newbies, helping with leveling, grabbing first kills and buying equipment, etc. He earned $100 a year. There is no problem in reaching 10,000. And he still has a certain reputation. He can occasionally rank among the top 100 players on the server and the top 20 in terms of operational skills. It can be said that he has quite good potential in gaming. But he shouldn't have been attracted to a wealthy girl from a wealthy family and actually fell in love with him. The other person admired him very much, initiated the pursuit, and was willing to be with him. A master of the game. Xiaohui, once they are about to fall, almost confirm their relationship and become a couple in the game. Only, he comes from an ordinary family and is just an ordinary poor boy. That wealthy lady is, in reality, the doting daughter of a certain billionaire. She is beautiful and has the look of a goddess. How could she possibly allow her daughter to be with an ordinary person from the common people? Even a boyfriend in a virtual game? The relationship between the two encountered great resistance. Xiaohui also wanted to overcome many obstacles. As long as there is love, there is no miracle that cannot be created. But soon, he was on the assassination list with a bounty, and was assassinated by a large number of masters. He was exploded more than a dozen times. He lost most of his good equipment, and his level dropped by more than 10 levels. He couldn't return to his original state within 2 or 3 months. Grade. There are also several young men beside Miss Qianjin. They are not only very graceful, but also very powerful. They spend a lot of money at every turn. They have many ways to please girls, and even the surefire tricks of scumbags. Although Miss Qianjin remains unmoved, it is better to put your concerned eyes on Xiaohui. Fight for him. Make a big fuss with his family, and even propose to elope with Xiaohui, so that the two of them can live a happy life. But, after a long struggle, Xiaohui still chose to leave silently, no longer disturb him, quit the game completely, announced his permanent retirement, and would never play any virtual online games again. He wanted to return to reality, which caused heated discussions on the internet and made countless players feel indignant and regretful. Learn there are also many people who quit the game like him. Just like a player commented, "I once thought that the virtual world would not be as cruel, realistic, and unfair as the real world. Now I find that I was wrong. In the game, there is money. People still do whatever they want. They still have family views. And a poor boy is still a poor boy. Don't even think about changing your destiny, let alone being with a rich lady. The virtual world is not a fairy tale, and you need to be well matched here. Since the rules here are basically the same as in reality, I think it's better to return to reality." Just such a comment attracted millions of likes, caused the server to lose more than 100,000 players, and triggered widespread reflection. Xiaohui, who has returned to reality, actually has no clear direction of development and doesn't know what to do. In addition, he has tens of millions in savings and several thousand yuan in monthly welfare subsidies. Even if you don't do it, you can still live a very moist life. It's just that this kind of life of lying down is too boring, and I can't stand it even if I lie down for 2 or 3 days in a row. His parents asked him to go on a blind date to find someone to marry. Once, they brought 3 fair-skinned and beautiful women in front of him and asked him to choose. If he likes the one, he will accept it. If he likes them all, he will accept them all. Anyway, these 3, all the beauties are from foreign countries. As long as they are pregnant with the child, they can get a green card from China relatively quickly. In order to stay, they are willing to contribute to the birth rate. As for marriage certificates, they are basically not needed now. The proportion of traditional families is no longer large, and it will only become more atomized in the future. Faced with the temptation of beautiful women, Xiaohui was almost moved, but he still only accepted one. After letting her have an offspring, Xiaohui applied to become a pioneer volunteer and specially participated in training for more than half a year. He wanted to go to other places. Stellar development expands greater living space for human civilization, because this is a more meaningful thing in his eyes. He also wants to prove his worth. Chapter 263: A Long Journey. 12 o'clock noon. After everything is ready, the Infinity Pioneer is ready to set sail. Start the engine and accelerate. The engine has been turned on. The metal wave-absorbing ball at the tail can accept energy irradiation. Please supply high-energy shortwave. High-energy shortwave irradiation has been started, with a power of 5 million kilowatts or 8 million kilowatts, and is being rapidly increased. The speed reached 3,500 meters/second, 5,000 meters/second, and 8,000 meters/second. It has left the area near the airport and entered the interstellar navigation line. Continuing to accelerate, the high-energy shortwave irradiation will last for 960 hours until the speed reaches about 0.7 times the speed of light. The ion engine has entered full load operation. The current acceleration is 0.78 g and the thrust exceeds 80 billion tons. Under the action of acceleration, the gravity inside the spacecraft is close to the surface of the blue star. We will go through a more convenient acceleration stage until the light beam energy supply stops. The intelligent control system on the spacecraft gave a lot of voice prompts, officially announcing that the Infinity Pioneer had embarked on a road of interstellar development that could only move forward, and it was almost impossible to turn back. This attracted the attention of people all over the world and was discussed heatedly on social platforms. The millions of male and female crew members, including Xiao Hui, also looked at the endless stars outside through screens or transparent portholes, feeling more nervous and responsible. The living area on the 6th floor of the spacecraft. It is unlikely that we will come back in the future. We will leave our families, friends, and all ties to explore a new home and open up a new living space for mankind. The responsibility is heavy and glorious. We will all become heroes in the history books. But I still have a little regret. I feel that leaving like this is a bit hasty. There are still some people and things that make me suddenly feel that they should be cherished instead of escaping from reality and running to a place where even light has to travel for more than 10 years. After all, it is so far away. It's so far away that it's impossible to make a phone call, and it would take more than 10 years to receive a message. This kind of communication is meaningless and will only bring regrets. I have a similar feeling, but there is no turning back. Since I have chosen this path, I can only go straight forward. Although my home planet has brought me a lot of good memories, it is my life, it is an important part of my experience. But now I can only give it all up, let it go, and run towards a new life. Actually, there is no need to be too pessimistic. The technology of human civilization is still developing. An immigrant spaceship like ours can run as fast as 0.8 times the speed of light. Almost all the top technologies of human civilization have been used on it. Wait and see. In the next 20 to 30 years, it is not impossible to break through the technology of superlight speed. It is said that as long as powerful energy is provided, time and space can be changed, and there is a high probability of creating a curvature engine. In terms of energy, today's human civilization is basically there is no shortage. Just let Xingyuan Group slightly increase its space energy facilities. I'm quite optimistic about the future. There is definitely hope for a breakthrough in faster-than-light technology. If it's as fast as 10 years, if it's as slow as 30 to 50 years, maybe by the time we reach the destination star, a super light-speed spacecraft will be built. Let's catch up. It is possible before us. In addition, Xingyuan Group has also proposed a plan for a cross-star energy trunk road, establishing a cross-star super trunk road with a power of more than 100 billion kW. And then even if it does not break through the super trunk road, with light-speed technology, small fast spacecraft can also use the main energy channels to run at extremely fast speeds and achieve close communication between stars. Yes, the energy main road has been established. It is also possible to build a single or two-way quantum communication system to achieve zero-delay communication and dialogue. And it is not impossible to carry out trade and goods exchanges. After all, we are also part of the Blue Star civilization. No matter whether we are glorious or miserable outside, human civilization cannot ignore us and allow us to develop alone. In fact, the highest decision-making is still made by the big guys at the headquarters of human civilization. We only need to just follow the plan. As long as the development of science and technology does not stagnate, the distance in the future may not be a distance to us. It is also possible to return to the solar system. After all, we still have at least 100 or 200 years of life. Many unimaginable things may become possible. Realistically, it is entirely possible to return to the home planet. Here are these words from colleagues. Xiao, we couldn't help but nodded. His mood became a lot more optimistic, and he did not continue to fall into a more negative and pessimistic state. What is more in my heart is the great expectation for my new home, because there is a whole star waiting for him. Although there are no traces of civilization in this star system, and no life has evolved, not even some low in life. It seems extremely barren. Everything may have to be built from scratch, just like a blank sheet of paper. But on the other hand, this also means that the potential for development is huge. After careful study, astronomers have found that the size, mass, and brightness of the target star are slightly higher than that of the Sun. There are still 5 to 6 billion years of remaining combustible life, which exceeds the remaining life of the Sun. Very rich in heavy elements. A rocky planet in the habitable zone of life has a diameter 1.5 times that of a blue star, a weight 4 times that of a blue star, and extremely rich water resources. As long as resources and time are invested in transformation, it can become a precious planet. Of living planets, accommodates more than 20 to 30 billion people, and is extremely rich in resources. In addition, there are also many other planets and gaseous planets. As long as vigorous development and management are carried out, it will definitely become a more prosperous and lively planet than the solar system in the future, and wealthy places to become new centers of economic growth. Expect. Anyway, the more you know about your destination, the more you will look forward to and yearn for it, eager to arrive as soon as possible. But in the next period of time, the Infinity Pioneer entered a fixed navigation orbit and ran billions of kilometers. Its speed no longer increased rapidly, but became relatively stable. Looking at the Sun behind the channel, it gradually became smaller. But after half a month, it seemed that the Sun was no longer particularly small. Including Xiao Hui, all the crew members had a feeling that time passed a little slowly and was a little uncomfortable. And this is just the beginning. There are still more than 10 or 20 years left in the long interstellar journey. This period of time is equivalent to a generation. The question of how to spend it is placed in front of all the crew members. Among the 1 million crew members, 3 different choices were made. About 1/3 of the crew members chose to sleep, enter the deep sleep cabin, and then inject some medicine to protect the body, and then enter deep sleep. They can generally sleep for about 3 months, and then need to wake up once and move for 2 or 3 days. 3 days to reduce muscle atrophy, and then continue to sleep in the sleep cabin. This repeats, and slowly 20 years are spent in sleep, and the physical loss is very small. So some crew members choose to sleep through it. A long journey. Another third of the crew chose to enter the virtual game cabin to spend time in a virtual netizen with a high degree of intelligence and freedom. This game has a high degree of simulation. The game map covers an area of about 10 billion square kilometers, and is home to about 100 billion indigenous NPCs. These NPCs are not rigid game characters, but are all flesh and blood, with origins and their own lives, which are similar to those in reality. There is not much difference between living people. Players enter this game and devote most of their time every day to fighting in the game world. They can build their own forces, cooperate with other players in teams, and the Lone Ranger goes on adventures to various places and enjoys different beautiful scenery. In short, there are thousands of choices, and players can experience a very exciting and vivid second life. It's just that Xiao Hui didn't choose to play games, although he was moved, until the world in the game would definitely be much more exciting, lively and interesting than the real world, and he could gain countless happiness. But a full 20 years were spent in a virtual game. He feels that it is not very necessary, and it will seriously affect his real life, and even establish an inseparable bond with the NPC. There will definitely be situations where he cannot distinguish between reality and the game. But the reality is, after all, above and beyond the game. No matter how fun the game is, you cannot invest too much energy into it. He still wanted to stay awake for a long time and adapt to daily life in the spacecraft. So the next time, Xiao Hui started working and living in the spacecraft as a normal crew member on duty. Every day is quite busy and needs to deal with a lot of things. But it is also very fulfilling, and everything feels very meaningful. Actually, the technological level of the Infinity is very high, and all the top technologies of human civilization are integrated into this immigrant spacecraft. Equipped with hundreds of millions of intelligent robots, it can automatically complete more than 99% of the spacecraft maintenance work and provide the most basic services, allowing most of the crew to operate normally and safely without having to do anything. Some crew members only need to just do a good job of supervision and inspection. Entertainment activities are very rich. There are various recreational facilities, including simulated seas and beaches, ski resorts, ice rinks, fishing lakes, large zoos, forests and orchards, and large expanses of green grasslands simulating many kinds of nature. Environment. There are all kinds of products. the most advanced industrial 3D printers, not to mention common industrial products. Even advanced 10-nanometer chips can be directly printed for mass production without any technical shortcomings or bottlenecks. As long as such an immigrant spacecraft can reach the interior of a star system that is rich in heavy elements, it can be self-sufficient and establish a brand new civilization. If its own technical strength is not enough, every 10 years or so, human civilization will also an encrypted package of technical information will be sent to share the most advanced technology, thereby achieving leapfrog development without investing too much cost and resources in technology research and development. Of course, even if you reach the interior of a star system without many heavy elements, you could only use the hydrogen, helium and other resources in the gaseous planet. This is not a big problem, because the giant fusion reactor in the Infinity Pioneer passes through each. The fusion reaction that is going on every moment can also synthesize various heavy elements, but the yield is low and the efficiency is slow, making it difficult to meet the demand. But no matter where you go, surviving is not a big problem. After all, the surface of the Infinity is covered with a thin layer of strong material, which is enough to withstand most destructive impacts in the universe. Millions of degrees it is difficult to damage even under high temperatures, and it will not suffer much damage if it hits a meteorite flying at high speed. And in the process of working, Xiaohui also met many colleagues and partners, including men and women. They all chose to embark on an adventurous journey for various reasons, leaving their hometown where they had lived for decades. Some of them were just like Xiaohui. The helplessness and struggle appeared on the same ship as if they were escaping. Since at the beginning of the planning, the gender of the immigrants had to be in a 1-to-1 ratio, so there were almost the same number of male and female crew members. It was just in the process of choosing how to spend 20 years that they chose to enter the deep sleep cabin and enter. The most of the crew members living in Second Life in the game world are men. Among the 300,000 remaining crew members who are willing to stay awake, the male-to-female ratio is about 1-to-2. Therefore, at work, Xiaohui comes into contact with many more female colleagues than male colleagues. The age of female colleagues is generally between 25 and 50 years old. However, due to proper maintenance and long-term use of anti-aging drugs, they all look like they are in their 20s. They have generally undergone microplastic surgery, and their appearance is generally not bad, who exercise regularly, and all have very good figures. Most of them have no experience of giving birth, and many of them even have no experience of dating. But after more contact, Xiaohui discovered that most of these female colleagues were actually older leftover women who had relatively high vision. The reason why they came to the spaceship was mainly because of the nagging family members and the surrounding people, and they couldn't stand that kind of environment. I would rather run far away than leave that depressing environment. Xiaohui didn't know how to evaluate this, and couldn't say anything. She could only express respect. After all, this was their own choice, and they had the right to choose what kind of life they would live. It's just that we have been working together for a long time, and we communicate more. Xiaohui didn't know what advantages he had that attracted others. Among the female colleagues who worked with him, there were a few who looked at him with a kind of fiery look, and often looked at him with blank eyes. He would occasionally blush once or twice, and the bolder ones would move closer to him and have some physical contact with him. On this day, it was routine work. A female colleague named Lu Xiaojuan walked next to him and asked, as if pointing out, "Brother Xia, I heard that it is more popular recently in our spaceship to partner couples. As long as they look at each other, they will be together. They will live together and live together. If they don't get along well and have conflicts, they will separate. If they get along well, they will become a long-term couple. I heard that there are some couples who have such deep feelings that they even create villains. Brother Xia, I don't know what you think about this matter. Do you have any ideas about finding someone to partner with you?" Chapter 264 Crisis. I listened to what my female colleague Lu Xiaojuan said. Of course, we also heard some meaning in her words. The so-called living together is actually because this female colleague has some thoughts about herself and wants to try to partner up with him and live a life where two people can show affection every day. And this female colleague has good looks, good figure and skin, and there is always a seductive feeling in her eyes. Xiaohui admitted that at certain moments, she had a momentary heartbeat, maybe more than once, and was affected by it. Due to the attraction of this female colleague, I would occasionally dream about her in my dreams at night, and even have some fantasies that are not suitable for children. If he were to live together with her, Xiaohui would definitely be happy from a physiological point of view and would like to nod his head immediately. After all, He will be able to sleep with a sweet and soft beauty in his arms right away. That man can withstand it. He probably agreed immediately and breathlessly. But, faced with this proposal from a female colleague, after thinking rationally, Xiaohui shook his head and said, I think if two people are very compatible with each other in terms of personality, it would be good to live together. However, I am quite withdrawn. I like to live alone and don't like to be surrounded by others. Excuse me. So I'd better forget it and won't get involved in this kind of thing. Brother Xia, the journey of our spaceship will last 20 years. Our most precious youth will be spent on this ship. When we reach the destination, we will be middle-aged regardless of physical or mental levels. I have lost all my desire to find some passion. Brother Xia, you have to seize this opportunity. If it doesn't work out, it's okay to work together occasionally. Don't you have any needs? Female colleague Lu Xiaojuan suddenly took his hand and looked at him expectantly, revealing some kind of longing. Let's forget it. We are colleagues, and we usually don't meet each other when we look up. This is a bit inappropriate. Xiaohui quickly broke away from the other party's pull. Is there anything inappropriate? If we can't be a long-term partner, it doesn't matter if we give it a try in the short term. Can we try it for 2 or 3 days and get used to it? Besides, you are the one who takes the big advantage. What's the point of being coy? Female colleague Lu Xiaojuan simply showed her cards, and she wanted to forcefully join him. She looked at him with a warning look and said, Brother Xia, I have already taken the initiative to do this. Now you should know what to do. Right. In fact, there are quite a few boys who like me. But I just gave you face. If you still want to refuse, it will be difficult for our relationship to continue to get along. Here, I think Zhang Zhenghao is quite good. He is more handsome than me, and he knows how to make girls happy. He is at least 10 times better than me. I don't have any advantages. If you go to Zhang Zhenghao, he will definitely do it. To give you face. Xiaohui said in a begging tone. That guy Zhang Zhenghao is a scumbag who always gives up. His reputation among us girls has long been ruined. As long as a few scumbags are willing to play with him. I think that guy is quite dirty. I don't like it. Or you. It's relatively good. You are certified and responsible. Very self-disciplined. You also use your free time to study. You don't go around to flirt with women. You have many advantages. The most important thing is that you work seriously. Sometimes you look quite handsome. Several female colleagues are attracted to you. I'm attracted, so I plan to get there first. So don't think about it anymore. I'll pack up a few clothes and move to your place later. Don't say no to me anymore. I've already lowered my face to discuss it with you. If you still don't know how to show appreciation, I will get angry and the consequences will be serious. Lu Xiaojuan issued a very stern warning. Xiaohui didn't know what to say. Tough. He just felt that this female colleague was too tough. And she gave him face and asked him not to be disrespectful. As if this spaceship belonged to her family. Although I was very resistant in my heart. But for some reason, Xiaohui chose to remain silent and did not continue to express resistance. After get-off work hours, I just watched Lu Xiaojuan pack up a few sets of clothes, move directly into his independent single room of about 100 square meters, and enter his originally peaceful and monotonous life relatively forcefully. Living together, Xiaohui admitted that this kind of cohabitation life was quite good in the first few days. There was no so-called feeling of being at a disadvantage. But it was just not as monotonous as before. But as time went by, Xiaohui gradually became a little bit overwhelmed, and gradually developed rejection and resistance. On the one hand, Lu Xiaojuan's needs are relatively large, and she often asks to play poker several times a week. Xiaohui's physical fitness is not bad, and he can still persist with grit. But in daily life, Lu Xiaojuan's demands are getting more and more demanding. The more and more you get, the harder it becomes to satisfy. For example, Xiaohui is often asked to prepare some surprises for her. It is best to have a little romantic element to satisfy some of her spiritual needs. He also often takes her to various places to play and engage in various activities to show affection, just to get the envy and praise of other female colleagues. He also asks Xiaohui to go to the gym and teach him how to take care of himself, so as to cultivate him into a super handsome guy with good looks and temperament. Over time, Xiaohui felt as if he had lost his independent personality and had become some kind of pet being cultivated and nurtured by Lu Xiaojuan. Although Xiaohui felt that he had improved a lot during the training process, he was getting more and more frustrated inside. The more you resist and are unwilling to continue to cooperate, You still prefer the free and unconstrained life. So after 3 months of working together, Xiaohui took the initiative to break up, and was unwilling to continue working together. He said that he preferred to live a simpler life, and it would be better for everyone to return to being ordinary colleagues in the future. Faced with Xiaohui's request to break up, Lu Xiaojuan became very angry, pointing at him and scolding him. You heartless thing! I am so good to you! My whole heart is on you! You actually want to break up with me! You are a bastard and a scumbag! I haven't done anything to feel sorry for you, but you repay me like this! Are you considered a human being? Do you still want to be shameless? I can't wait to beat you up! I'm not a human being. I'm a bastard. If you're really angry, just beat me up. But we have to break up. It's really hard to live in such a partnership. Xiaohui said firmly that no matter what kind of accusation he suffered, he must terminate this relationship and return to his previous single state. However, what happened next was far beyond his expectation. He failed to break up. He couldn't get rid of the woman and fell into huge trouble. Accusation. The first is accusation. The colleagues around him, whether they were male or female colleagues, actually all sided with Lu Xiaojuan, made various accusations against Xiaohui, and even locked him in a small room and took turns doing ideological work for him. It was really not possible. They threatened him with violence, threatened him with various words, called him a scumbag, a bastard, etc., as if he had done a huge bad thing and it would not be unjust to kill him. Even some of the leaders on the spaceship advised Xiaohui to give up the idea of living a single life. It is not easy to find a woman who cares about him. What he has to do is to cherish it, and not ask for a breakup at every turn. This is very bad. But Xiaohui's attitude is very firm. He is not willing to compromise. And he wants to return to a peaceful single life. Life or death. Then he suffered from isolation. Very serious isolation. No one wanted to talk to him. He couldn't find a partner who was willing to cooperate with him at work. He had to do it alone. He could only sit at the table in the corner by himself when eating. He was completely lost. Xiaohui felt a chill down his back as he was unable to socialize in person. He had never expected that Lu Xiaojuan's energy would be so great that so many people would stand on her side and use various methods to force him to compromise. After being isolated like this for a long time, Xiaohui couldn't stand it anymore. He went to Lu Xiaojuan many times in private and expressed an attitude of submission and begging for mercy. He apologized and admitted his mistakes in various ways, and had to say, Xiaojuan, just let me go! Give me a break. I admit that I'm not a good man. I'm just a piece of shit. But I just want to go back to the original situation. Can't you spare my life and give me a break? I didn't do anything harmful to God. Let alone there is no cheating or betrayal. I just want to make my own choices. Can't you let me go? What on earth do you want me to do so that you don't target me like this? I gave you the opportunity and face. But you didn't cherish it at all. You just wanted to get rid of me completely. You are a heinous person and deserve to die. My value is being belittled and insulted by you. How can I spare you? You? Stop dreaming. Still think about how to please me and be an obedient licking dog. Otherwise your situation will only get worse. Don't think about being let go. This is impossible. Lu Xiaojuan had a very tough attitude and completely ignored his plea for mercy. Xiaohui felt discouraged and helpless, and had no choice but to take the last resort. Escape. That's escape. Apply to leave the 6th floor area. Hope to be transferred to work in other areas. Change positions. And find ways to stay away from this place. As long as you leave this woman Lu Xiaojuan, no matter how deep her background is, she will not be able to apply to herself. Naturally, she will be able to return to your old life. However, his transfer application was not approved. Instead, it was stuck for a long time. It was not approved and was not rejected. Anyway, it was being processed. He didn't know whether it would be approved. Calling to urge him was useless. I reported my situation directly in the hope of getting help. But there was no response, or some perfunctory answers. Over time, Xiaohui gradually felt desperate and found that he could not get any help. He even had to make concessions and compromises, and was forced to do some things to please Lu Xiaojuan, so that his situation could barely improve. Privately, Xiaohui also did some research and tried to find out the reasons. He wanted to know why Lu Xiaojuan, a female colleague with an ordinary background, had such powerful energy and oppressed herself into this state. She was like a monkey. There is no escaping the feeling of woozishan. Slowly, through various investigations, he gradually learned the whole story and discovered some amazing secrets. That is the current Infinite Pioneer, which may be in the hands of some special groups of people, rather than being controlled by the owners and shareholders of the spacecraft. Most of them are in a dormant state, just to save their own lifespan and pursue life after arriving at the new star. As for the millions of crew members on the ship, most of the male crew members are either in a state of deep sleep, or they have gone to a virtual game to work hard for their second life, living an extremely exciting game life in another world, without caring about the outside world. They just want to play a good game, wait until they are tired of the game, pass the level, conquer the huge game world, and then return to reality and strive for a real career in reality. Before that, they just want to enter the game vigorously. World. Among the remaining crew members on duty, only 30% are male and 70% are female. This is actually a rather scary proportion. Although men are stronger than women in terms of physical fitness, there is not much difference between the two in terms of intelligence. Even girls have an advantage and are more united. So the potential crisis within the Infinite Pioneer emerged. Xiaohui discovered that his situation was not an isolated case, but a relatively common situation. Crew members like him would either take the initiative to be a licking dog, or choose to escape and sleep in a deep sleep cabin, or enter the game world. Otherwise, you will definitely encounter some embarrassment and difficulties. And more seriously, you will be deeply oppressed. The consequences of not cooperating will be that your life will be wiped out, and you will become a scumbag who will be despised and excluded. What to do? How to deal with such a situation? Xiaohui knew that his personal power was very limited, so he could only choose to stand still. However, in private, he contacted everywhere, found many similar people, and established a secret organization. However, some traitors also appeared. In order to improve himself, Xiaohui, the situation of actively betraying the organization have caused a lot of losses. They have all been thrown into prison and will lose their freedom for a long time. If Xiaohui's identity is also exposed, he will probably be severely punished. He doesn't know how long he will be imprisoned. Fortunately, he was quite cautious, pretended to accept his fate, and became a more obedient licking dog. In just 5 years, he allowed Li Xiujuan to give birth to 3 children, established a very happy family, and also allowed Xiaohui to have sex many times. Falling into struggle, he suddenly felt that this kind of life seemed pretty good, and there were many little happinesses. Being alone was comfortable, but the reproduction, rise and fall of the family seemed to be very important as well. It was only when the Infinity Pioneer sailed to its 15th year that it was only a quarter of the way to its destination. Xiaohui's underground resistance organization finally succeeded, awakening the bosses and shareholders in the dormant warehouse in advance, allowing them to take back the highest authority of the spacecraft, ending this special farce that had lasted for about 10 years, and return normal order, in which Xiaohui made considerable contributions and became a very key figure, even recorded in later history books. But no matter how great his credit is, Xiaohui hides his merit and fame and always maintains a low profile and ordinary. Only when Li Xiujuan curses angrily will he lower his head and trace an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 265, Building a New Home. 5 years later, after half a year of continuous deceleration, more than 30 billion tons of working fluid were consumed. The speed of the Infinity Pioneer slowed down from 0.8 times the speed of light to less than 1,000 kilometers per second, crossing the Oort cloud region and entering the interior of the BU-124 star system. In another 2 months, it was announced that it had officially arrived inside the star. It took more than 20 years to reach its final destination. By this time, the 1 million crew members on the spacecraft all came out of sleep or game state and woke up. And then through various high-tech detection equipment, they learned more comprehensively about the internal conditions of this new star system. There are 10 rocky planets. There is 1 heavy rocky planet, with a mass more than 10 times that of Cerulean star. There are more than 20 gaseous planets. There are 2 planets within the habitable zone of life. There are more meteorites. Stars are more powerful, more massive, and have more lifetimes left. There are even traces of a small amount of star core crystal material. Taken together, whether it is resources or energy, they are not under the solar system, and they obviously have higher value and better development prospects. It further proves the correctness of this long journey. It is a business in which profits far outweigh losses. The owners and shareholders of the immigration spacecraft were naturally very happy and excited. They held a major celebration party. Everyone's face was glowing, and they were looking forward to it. This time our stud is successful. it can bring at least thousands of times in return. Our descendants will gain permanent wealth. The resources in our home solar system are divided between 20 to 30 billion people. And we must pay attention to fairness. This new home we have come to has more resources. But the core immigrants only have 1 million people. The resources and energy we have per capita are at least tens of thousands of times more than humans in the solar system. We can live a higher quality and more luxurious life. The important thing is that we can also enter the energy industry. There is no giant company like Xingyuan Group that monopolizes the sun. The sun here is decided by us. The unlimited energy is completely under our free control. It is a good thing that the energy industry is under our own control. But we must also learn from the advanced experience of Xingyuan Group and establish a specialized energy company to rationally utilize space energy and not develop it in an orderly manner. In addition, we must establish it as soon as possible. A cross-star energy trunk road establishes energy and information connections with the mother star. This is very important. 20 years have passed, and our technological level has not improved at all. But the mother star has made great progress. We must find ways to obtain and absorb the most advanced technical data. We cannot lag too far behind and have too much difference in strength. Otherwise, we will always be in a subordinate position and have to accept various management and orders from our home planet. This shareholder has already produced. I have no idea of getting rid of the influence or interference of my home star. And I can't wait to be the master of my own country. I just don't know if there has been any major progress on the home planet in terms of hyperdrive technology. If there is no major progress, our side can be more independent and free. We, the people, have the highest control. Or, if there is a lot of progress, and we can achieve faster than light flight, we have to be low-key and humble. And we must not act recklessly. We must also control our family members well. And we must not do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise it may cause some trouble. A distance of more than 10 light years. Such a long journey consumes more than 70 to 80 billion tons of working fluid. Even if the home star has achieved super light speed technology, it cannot interfere with our autonomy too much. We have the final say on this piece of land. As long as we build it well, it will be okay, and we can find ways to quickly increase the population to more than 100 million, preferably to the order of 1 billion, so that we can maintain a huge industrial system, and can establish research laboratories to explore more advanced cutting-edge technologies. We must not give up progress and exploration in the field of science and technology. But we must also find ways to become a more advanced civilization. Soon, the speed of the Infinite Pioneer dropped to close to zero. Arriving near the rocky planet in the habitable zone of life, a large number of probes and small space planes were put down, and they began to collect the planet's water, air and mineral resources, and replenish tens of billions of tons for the Infinity Pioneer. Various materials, not to mention energy, as long as some hydrogen elements are put into a nuclear fusion reactor. Tens of billions of kilowatts of energy can be generated to drive the operation of various equipment and continuously produce a large amount of materials, such as meat, eggs, milk, fruits and vegetables in agriculture, various industrial products in industry, etc. Under full operation, there are so many kinds of materials that it is impossible to use them all. The quality of life of the crew has also improved a lot, because with sufficient resources, the output of various materials far exceeds the amount consumed. Therefore, most materials are available in unlimited quantities, such as fruits and vegetables. There are also top-quality beef. You can eat as much as you want, and take as much as you want. The quality of life has improved a lot. I no longer have to be as restrained as before. I always worry about not having enough supplies, and not being able to reach my destination. Now once you successfully reach your destination, there is no need for any restraint. Anyway, there will be too much to use up. So much that it will turn into cabbage, and even have to be wasted in large quantities. Certainly, the work of building a new home is also quite hard. There are many intelligent robots that need to be controlled and managed by the crew. And there will be many problems. On average, they have to work for more than 10 hours a day, which requires a lot of energy and brain power, although it is hard work. However, Xiaohui felt very fulfilled and looked forward to it every day, especially when he saw the immigration bases and space cities being built one after another, and saw that under the state of high-efficiency infrastructure, many projects were changing day by day. Seeing that the human breeding base has been completed, more new human beings are being bred in each breeding cabin, which will soon bring more population resources. Xiaohui nodded repeatedly, feeling very hopeful. He believed that before long, A beautiful and lively new home would be successfully built, and everyone would live a more fulfilling, happy, carefree and stress-free life. Will be like a peach blossom land. People yearn for it. And this is a beautiful pastoral era. There is no big survival crisis. Just good farming and development. However, Liu Xiaojuan, who lived with him, always complained in private about this vibrant and prosperous construction scene and repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction. It was hard to find such a good place. It was like a blank piece of paper. But this construction method is really rough. There is no good planning at all. It's just messing around. Although the resources here are rich, we cannot send out so many mining spacecrafts to mine and dig on the ground and destroy the surface environment. No matter what resources are needed, we should prioritize the use of meteorites in space or those small satellites. And then build multiple space cities. Then build immigration bases on the ground. And transform the environment of the habitable zone planets on a large scale. Increase the oxygen in the air. Adjust the temperature. And make the planets in the habitable zone into places where humans can directly survive. Living planet. There is also a new population factory. There is no need to put it into use so quickly. The current crew is basically sufficient. The main force of the work is robots. We are mainly responsible for management and assignment of tasks. But the bosses plan to add tens of millions population. Apart from making our immigration base more lively, has no other effect. When they grow up, they may not necessarily need to work. We actually don't have a shortage of people. The most important thing is that among the tens of millions of new people planned to be added, the ratio of men to women is actually 1-to-1. This is inappropriate. Scientists have long said that the male Y chromosome is very unstable and has many defects. Sooner or later, they will be eliminated. It is better to cultivate more girls. They are generally quiet, sensible, and good at learning. Boys are generally active, difficult to manage, and have many unstable factors. If something goes wrong during the training process, it will be very difficult. It may cause great damage and losses, and I think it is very unsafe. After hearing what the woman said, Xia Hui shook his head slightly, non-committal, but did not refute. And he could understand why she said that. After all, their ideal world was almost built, and it was close to 99% success. If it hadn't been for the last lesson, and the control authority of the spacecraft returned to the hands of the boss and shareholders, they could really do whatever they wanted and become the managers of your beautiful new home. However, the success falls short, leaving endless regrets, or they lie dormant, burying the fire in their hearts, and wait until the opportunity arises to implement it again. But they don't know when. But Xiaohui knew that they could no longer make any big waves, and the destructive power they caused before was not small. The bosses and shareholders were surprised and frightened when they woke up. So they unanimously decided to modify some of the highest authority settings in the intelligent management system. Regulations and precautions taken in advance mean that they cannot obtain the highest authority and implement their ideal rule. Construction. You can't think too much and there will be nothing you can do. Continue to complete the construction work at hand. Collect and exploit various resources. Improve industrial production capacity. Increase the population. Unlock various civilian high technologies. Improve people's living standards and quality. Add various entertainment facilities, etc., so that the overall living standard will not be lower than this is the purpose of immigration to the home star of the Blue Star. If the quality of life is not improved, it proves that immigration is a wrong choice. It will greatly dampen the enthusiasm of immigrants, and even cause them to feel homesick and cry. There may be people who want to go back. The other side, in terms of the development and selection of technology trees, especially on how to develop the energy industry. The boss and shareholders held many meetings and fell into a tangle, because they discovered a huge and difficult problem. That is the space energy industry of Xingyuan Group, which does not seem to be developing very well, and is not very cost-effective. Although the use of light energy collection converters, light sail reflectors, energy relay satellites and other devices can effectively collect space energy and bring inexhaustible huge light energy. It can also be used flexibly, utilizing the energy trunk network. It can illuminate almost every corner of the star system, making it easy to mine various resources. It can also concentrate hundreds of billions of kW of power to synthesize powerful materials, once again, bringing about a revolution in materials. This is a very promising path. It also brings huge profits every year, and the money earned can never be spent. I don't know how many companies and entrepreneurs are envious of it. However, in the solar system, The Xingyuan Group occupies a unique monopoly position. Anyone who wants to challenge this position will either be warned, or will be subject to all possible restrictions, and will be subjected to unprecedented sniping. And even in order to kill for some opponents, Xingyuan Group can provide energy for free, just to strangle the opponent. In the end, the space energy field became a restricted area that no one dared to enter. It's good now. This is a new home more than 10 light-years away from the solar system. No matter how long the Star Source Group's hand is, it cannot reach such a far place. It is impossible to continue to restrict people's development in the field of space energy, the sky of the Star Source Group. If they can't cover such a far distance, they can do whatever they want. And they can also build a huge space energy empire. However, just when the bosses were gearing up and eager to enter the field of space energy and make a big splash, they discovered several quite fatal problems. First of all, the construction cost is very high. A large number of space factories need to be built to mass-produce superconducting materials, high-purity reflective materials, and black particle materials that absorb light energy. Then a complete set of vertical industrial production chains are built to develop and mass-produce various materials. Such space energy equipment will require a lot of resources and a lot of manpower in the early stage. Although it is not impossible to establish such an industrial chain, it will take about 3 years and occupy hundreds of thousands of manpower. In short, it is very troublesome. Of course, no matter how troublesome the problem is, it can still be overcome. It just requires piling up more resources and manpower and spending more time. It is by no means impossible. The biggest problem is the serious lack of consumer market. After all, the immigrant population in New Home is currently only 1 million. It can increase to tens of millions or hundreds of millions in the future. But it is still far less than the 20 to 30 billion people on Azure Star. This means that the market size is only that of Azure Star. A few hundreds over there. This means that even if the space energy facilities they built can bring billions or tens of billions of kilowatts of energy, no one uses it, and there is no place to consume it. As a result, this space energy facility has not been built at all. The need for an energy system. There is also the nuclear fusion power system of the Infinite Pioneer immigrant spacecraft itself, which can generate energy with a maximum power of tens of billions of kilowatts, which can already meet all the energy needs of the immigrants. The hydrogen fuel consumed every day is only a dozen tons. The cost is still very low, and it is still readily available energy that does not require so much trouble to collect. As a result, the space energy industry has suddenly become very useless, and there is no need to engage in it at all. Chapter 266 New Energy Pattern. May 2062. The 22nd year of the new era of human civilization. The site returned to the solar system. The Sun Temple not far from the orbit of the Blue Star has become quite lively after more than 20 years of development. The number of people living in it has increased from 2 to 300 to 2 to 3,000. People are quite popular. And there are also roles such as tutors, maids, staff, group veterans, loyal guards, etc. Only those who can gain enough trust can enter this temple, and are qualified to be the Lord of the Sun. Li Xingyang provide various services. Today, Li Xingyang is 62 years old. He cannot be described as young in any case. Even if he takes anti-aging drugs and does regular exercise and maintenance, he still looks like a handsome middle-aged man. There is still a lot of collagen on his face, without any wrinkles, just a beard on his lips, which makes him look handsome and mature. Today, the female fans who still regard him as the national husband have finally reduced some, leaving only 50 million. Over the past 20 years, Li Xingyang still focused most of his energy on the space energy industry. Family was also very important and consumed part of his energy. However, as his children grew up one after another, and even reached the age of falling in love and starting a family, it wasn't until all 8 of his children had established families and stabilized that he basically let go of worrying about his children. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and lost a lot of worries. Nowadays, not only does he have a harmonious and happy family, his career is also developing quite well. He also has a very high public reputation, and his basic base is very strong and solid. There is no longer any power that poses any threat to his interests. It can be said that it is stable and peaceful, with no resistance ahead. The main reason is that the attention of human civilization is now focused on the stars around the immigrants. Starting from the first Infinity Pioneer more than 20 years ago, an immigrant spacecraft has been dispatched almost every year to bring immigrants with them. With 1 million crew members and hundreds of millions of population bombs, they will conquer new stars and open up more living space for mankind. More than 20 years later, almost all star systems containing heavy elements within a radius of 15 light-years around the Sun will be visited by human immigrants and become new territories for human civilization, bringing more resources and energy, thus allowing the relatively lonely human civilization to gradually expand. It has developed into a powerful human federation, thus occupying a place in the galaxy, and will not be underestimated by other civilizations if there are alien civilizations. Precisely because the main energy of human civilization has been put in the direction of opening up a new living space. Internal conflicts have naturally been reduced a lot. Regarding the established fact that Xingyuan Group has monopolized solar energy, no one will challenge or contain it, has always maintained an attitude of acquiescence and non-objection, which is actually not without action. The Federation of Human Civilization has also built multiple ultra-high-power nuclear fusion reactors in space, with a power generation of at least 10 billion kW starting from the total energy supply power. More than 100 billion kilowatts can theoretically meet the needs of most space activities, and the cost is also very low. It can also reduce the price of space energy to 3 cents or 2 cents per degree, which can be compared with star source the group competes. However, in the space energy market, the proportion of nuclear fusion power generation has never exceeded 10%, and it has never been able to take advantage. Efforts to squeeze the market share of Xingyuan Group have always been difficult to make progress. After all, over the years, Xingyuan Group has kept pace with the times, worked hard to improve service levels, and brought great convenience to its customers. It has established a rather dense and complex energy trunk network, which has been able to cover 50 all users within the astronomical unit, and some large customers, such as large interstellar cruise ships with a length of more than 10 kilometers, can continuously and accurately supply energy without worrying about interruptions, even if they travel tens of billions of kilometers away. After decades of service, the probability of errors is less than 1 in 10 million, and the number of casualties is less than 1 in a billion. There have been only a few accidents, but huge amounts of money have been paid to them. The compensation and service attitude have been recognized by the majority of users and have cultivated their loyalty. Energy prices have even dropped to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Users use 10,000 kilowatt hours a day, which only costs 30 yuan for electricity. And if you catch a space meteorite weighing several hundred tons, you could earn hundreds of dollars. It can't reach tens of thousands of yuan. It can only be described as the ultimate cabbage. Although today Xingyuan Group has collected more than 150 trillion kilowatts of space energy power, most of this energy has been utilized, so it can bring in tens of billions of revenue every day just by selling electricity. But Xingyuan Group, the group, no longer makes money by selling energy. Instead, it will lose a lot, just to maintain the loyalty of customers. Most of the profits are still brought by the manufacturing of chips, powerful materials, and various super materials. The annual profit exceeds 5 trillions, allowing tens of millions of employees to live a very decent life, a proper high-income class. Even at this time, Xingyuan Group can use nearly unlimited energy as an anchor to issue so-called energy coins and enter the financial field. This can maximize benefits instead of working hard every year. After creating such a huge value, banks issue tens of trillions more currency every year. But there is no change in inflation. It has become a wedding dress for banks, and it is obvious that they have suffered a lot. After all, energy prices are so cheap. If we don't raise prices, we will support the fiscal deficit and become the biggest victim. Fortunately, Xingyuan Group has also engaged in some side businesses in recent years. It has built some high-end indoor vertical agriculture factories to produce a lot of grain, fruits and vegetables, built many pig farms, and wineries. We have done several, and a large amount of materials produced every year are digested within the Xingyuan Group, reducing part of the welfare expenditure. Otherwise, there will not be such good profit performance. Just after decades of development, now Xingyuan Group has entered a bottleneck stage, and the room for upward growth is very small. In terms of energy, even if prices continue to be lowered, users will not be able to use more electricity. It has reached a level of saturated. Even the most authoritative experts have come to the conclusion that the development of Xingyuan Group is about to enter a plateau period, and its performance cannot continue to grow. Is this really the case? Does Li Xingyang have to accept this reality? Should we consider increasing the production capacity of powerful materials, which will also increase energy consumption? Or find ways to launch some space projects that consume huge amounts of energy? As long as you use your brain, there will always be ways. Even so, But this time Li Xingyang no longer intends to adopt those old methods, because the stimulation effect is very limited. Reform. This time, he wants to make a relatively systematic and huge reform to Xingyuan Group. The space energy industry must be upgraded from version 1.0 to version 2.0. The specific measures are mainly in 4 aspects. First, improve the efficiency of power generation. Li Xingyang has asked technicians to develop the latest light energy collection converter, which uses a completely different generator mechanism internally. The device will be deployed closer to the sun, about 10 million kilometers away, and the light energy density will be higher than the previous 3,000 kilometers. The 10,000 kilometer golden power generation track has increased by 9 times. When high-density light energy hits the surface of an object, it can heat it to several thousand degrees in just a short time. Conventional photovoltaic panels simply cannot withstand it. But this time, a pure black endothermic material is used, which directly heats the material to a plasma state of more than 3,500 degrees, and then uses the plasma flow to generate electricity. The overall power generation efficiency can be close to 70%, which is no better than the previous generation of light energy. Poor collection converter. However, because it is closer to the sun, the light energy density has increased by as much as 9 times, which means that the power generation capacity of a light energy collection converter of the same size has also increased by 9 times. On the premise of achieving the same power generation power, the number of equipment required it can be greatly reduced, and the later maintenance costs will also be significantly reduced, achieving a cost reduction and efficiency increase effect. The second is to continue to increase the capacity of energy main roads and establish several super energy main roads. The reflector area of this type of energy main channel will increase to the level of 1 billion square meters, which is 1,000 times higher than the previous maximum of 1 million square meters. This means that the light energy that can be accommodated will also increase by thousands of times. Very amazing and terrifying. In addition, counterweights will be added to keep it stable enough, and the consumption rate of internally stored light energy will also be reduced. Not to mention, it may also increase the length of the main energy channel and the density of light energy, making the capacity of light energy extremely amazing. Third, establish multiple strong material synthesis factories near the sun, using huge energy nearby, to increase the daily synthesis production capacity of strong materials from about 100,000 tons to more than 1 million tons, so as to meet the needs of more people, needs of multiple users. There are also several other space factories to be established. Although these factories are closer to the sun and are easily affected by the sun's gravity, solar storms and radiation, these effects can be minimized by finding ways. Xingyuan Group will deploy a large number of third space factories. The second generation light energy collection converter blocks a large amount of sunlight and forms a black ring. As long as the space factory is placed behind this black belt, it will not be affected by solar storms and can be very stable and stable. Carry out production safely. Since the production center is close to the energy center, it can significantly reduce costs and energy consumption, thereby enabling mass production of more market-competitive products. The fourth is to let the solar system enter the era of highway and greatly increase the speed of manned devices. It is best to easily break through 0.1 times the speed of light, so that even a distance of 100 astronomical units can be reached at a distance of 100 astronomical units. It can be completed within 24 hours. Achieving true high-speed one-day delivery, which is at least 10 times faster than before. That's right. Xingyuan Group intends to help human civilization speed up. Build a series of space highways filled with a large number of high-energy short waves, and then let small and medium-sized shuttles coated with a layer of strong material on the surface to accelerate crazily with an acceleration of more than 100 g, lasting for tens of thousands of times. In seconds, you can run at an ideal speed and quickly reach where you want to go. It's just an acceleration of 100 g. How can a normal person bear it without being crushed into a meat pie? But for superpowers, it is completely bearable, and the pressure is not too great. The current human civilization has cultivated about 1 million superpowers, of which 600,000 are employees within the Star Source Group, which means that the Star Source Group can dominate. By the way, once the space highway network is successfully constructed, what benefits will it bring to Xingyuan Group? Can it bring great benefits? There are definitely benefits, and they are quite large. For example, if a long-distance space express service can complete the delivery of express items to a place 100 astronomical units away within 3 days, then it is more reasonable for such an express service to charge a relatively high fee, and there will definitely be many customers willing to pay. After all, they need such services very much. And at the military level, we can establish the ability to respond quickly. No matter where there are traces of other civilizations, we can quickly gather forces and make timely responses. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Xingyang has a greater and more grand plan. That is to find a way to enter the era of super light speed. The scientific research team of Xingyuan Group has made breakthroughs in many advanced technologies, using high-power energy and star core crystal technology to achieve distortion of time and space, thereby accelerating time and space, thereby achieving faster-than-light flight, and is now able to escape. The technology of 10 times the speed of light only lasts for about an hour before it exits the superlight state, unless it continues to supply high-power energy, which cannot be less than 10 billion kilowatts. A person with superpowers will be required to assist in space and time, twist and continue the curvature voyage. But there are still two problems. One is that the supply of energy is not stable enough in the long term, and the size of the nuclear fusion reactor is too large. Light beam energy supply is a better way. So we must find a way to increase the power of light beam energy supply, at least 10 times or 100 times. The second is that the production of star core crystals must also be increased. However, 80% of the crystals in Jupiter's core have been mined and are about to be exhausted. If you want to increase the amount of star core crystals, you can only find a way to go there from other stars. Mine more star core crystals to make up for the shortcomings here. And then you can cultivate more superpowers, preferably more than 10 million or 100 million. As long as the number of superpowers is large, it will be easier to achieve superlight navigation, and the duration will be longer. Even if it can only fly 10 times the speed of light in the early stage, it will only take a year at most to travel to the surrounding star system. Compared with 10, a long voyage of several decades is completely acceptable and very cost-effective. Therefore, a larger plan is also brewing and planning in Li Xingyang's mind. Chapter 267 Stargate Plan. What is the plan that Li Xingyang is brewing in his heart? What purpose do you want to achieve, and what result do you pursue? Stargate Project. This plan is called the Stargate Project. The specific operation is to use a large amount of powerful materials and star core crystals to build an arch-like device in space, and then charge a massive amount of energy into this giant arch. At least more than the 500 billion kilowatt level is very terrifying. Under the influence of such a huge energy, and then released instantly through the star core crystal, space and time can be violently distorted, forming a vortex-like wormhole with a curvature exceeding 9999. As long as the spacecraft enters this wormhole, it can be accelerated to nearly 10,000 times the speed of light, and then form a space-time ejection effect that lasts for more than an hour. Finally, it exits the wormhole and is shuttled to other star fields almost instantly. The nearly 10,000 times the speed of light is multiplied by more than 1 an hour means traveling more than 1 light year away. If the energy provided to the Stargate exceeds the terrifying trillions and trillions level, then the degree of distortion of the curvature of space and time will be even higher. The wormhole formed will be larger, and the acceleration time will be significantly extended. It can be easily traveling to the star field 3 to 5 light years, or even 10 light years away, and even running to nearby star systems. Compress the interstellar navigation time that originally took more than 20 years to just a few hours. The cost is only a few trillion kilowatt-hours of electricity, at the price of a few cents per kilowatt-hour. The actual cost is tens of billions. Ordinary people may not be able to afford it, but many commercial companies are willing to bear this price. I think it is extremely cost-effective, because in this way, you can save a lot of time, arrive at the destination quickly, and then you can carry out immigration and resource extraction plans, and get returns quickly. The benefits this brings are far-reaching, far more than tens of billions or hundreds of billions of transmission costs. Only, Li Xingyang's Stargate plan also has quite a few difficulties. That is to build a large Stargate, which requires the consumption of at least 100 tons of star core crystal materials. And this is only an entry-level Stargate. The weight of the spacecraft transmitted after each opening must not exceed 10,000 tons. The maximum size cannot exceed 100 meters, which means that it can only transport some small and medium-sized interstellar spacecraft. The personnel and materials it carries are quite limited. It is definitely not as good as the giant immigration spacecraft with a length of 10 kilometers or 100 kilometers, let alone a complete one. If the industrial system transmits information, unless it has carried out multiple transmissions at any cost, it will cost tens of billions of dollars, which is not cost-effective. Furthermore, considering that there are only about 300 tons of star core crystal material reserved by Xingyuan Group, At most 3 small entry-level stargates can be built, and large and medium-sized stargates are no longer a concern for the time being. Perhaps all the star core crystals retained in the solar system can be supplied to build one. This is obviously very unrealistic. Therefore, the most specific method in Li Xingyang's mind is to build the first small stargate near the orbit near the specific sun, and where energy is easily obtained, specifically for transporting interstellar spacecraft weighing kilotons to the destination. That is, to the surrounding star systems that already have human immigrants. And then send out contact spaceships one after another to establish contact with the human immigrants in these stars. Provide stargate construction technology. And then collect as many stars as possible. Nuclear crystals enable the establishment of wormhole channels between stargates. As long as this two-way channel is successfully opened, the energy consumption will be significantly reduced, and the existence time of the wormhole channel will also be greatly extended, allowing superlight travel. It will become easier. The cost will be significantly reduced. Time and space travel will become easier, and long-term and stable connectivity can even be achieved, and a strong communication bond can be established. Naturally. Therefore, the surrounding stars that join the Stargate project will be the source of resources for the Star Source Group to obtain the Star Core Crystal materials, establish a close business cooperation relationship, share the scientific and technological development results with each other, and also facilitate the Star Source Group to carry out to expand the space energy market of surrounding stars. Xingyuan Group will also go to develop and collect it. It will arrange a large number of light energy collection reflectors near more stars, establish an energy main channel to store energy, and build an energy source that is easy to use, network, and finally through the Stargate project to achieve connectivity between stars. A set of super light shuttle networks between stars can be established. In the future, no matter where you want to go, you can achieve it through this network. Star Source not only can the group continue to occupy the energy market share, but it has also become the builder of interstellar highways. It can earn a lot of profits by collecting tolls from users. This means that Li Xingyang's energy empire has begun to expand, including surrounding stars, and connecting them into a network. The benefits will naturally be very huge and considerable. We can also find ways to collect more star core crystal resources. If we can find a rich mine of this resource in some star systems, with millions or tens of millions of tons, it will undoubtedly be an amazing harvest. It will be enough. Cause the outbreak of a war. But the problem comes again. Could it be that some things are as simple as Li Xingyang takes it for granted? What is his plan, and will it develop according to his vision? Take the space energy industry as an example. In the past, Xingyuan Group was based on this industry and made countless profits and benefits. It was the envy of countless companies and institutions. When they entered a brand new star, there would naturally be imitators. The development model of Yuan Group is also to establish a space energy empire. To eat this huge piece of cake, it is impossible not to take imitative actions. But there are absolutely very few people willing to build space energy facilities, and not many will actually take action. Even if they clearly know that this is a big cake, there are still not many people who are willing to be a piece of this cake, because there is not such a big market. With a population of several hundred or tens of millions, there is simply no need for such a huge amount of energy. Even the giant nuclear fusion reactor on the interstellar immigration spacecraft alone produces tens of billions of kW of power, which is completely sufficient. Investing additional resources to build space energy facilities is an unnecessary waste of resources. What was originally a promising industry has suddenly become useless. After all, giant nuclear fusion still has many advantages, and the operating costs are not high. It only produces dozens of tons of hydrogen every day, and the comprehensive cost is tens of thousands of yuan. In addition to personnel wages, the cost is not high, and there is no need to buy a troublesome and complicated space energy device. Therefore, the huge energy radiated by stars can hardly be used, and Xingyuan Group still hopes to fill the market gap. Soon, a few years later, with the efforts of Xingyuan Group and the investment of a lot of resources, Stargate 1 was successfully constructed. After the Stargate is charged with 100% of the energy, it is then released with extremely high power to interfere with and distort time and space. It can send space devices weighing tens of thousands of tons to places up to 10 light-years away. Of course, if the weight is reduced to 1,000 tons, then a small manned spacecraft can be set quite accurately to a place 15 light-years away, and the transmission error will not exceed an accuracy of 10 astronomical units. It is very high and has fully reached the standard for use. March 22, 2068. A seemingly ordinary day. But next to Stargate 1, there is a small industrial spacecraft named Visit 1, carrying a crew of 5 and making all preparations for the upcoming wormhole shuttle. Wang Chanlin, the commander of Visit Number 1, is a young man in his 40s. He has served Xingyuan Group for nearly 20 years and has performed well, so he became the commander of the mission. His boss Li Xingyang also gave him a reward. The face-to-face instruction gave him many instructions and made him understand the importance of this task. In fact, he was quite uneasy about this mission, because Stargate 1 only had the ability to transmit in one direction and could only send him a few to more than 10 light years away. But the risk was still quite big. If there is a transmission error, and he is sent to the wrong place, and it is a very far distance from the destination, then he is probably doomed. Although Visit 1 has a small nuclear fusion reactor installed, it has good power system, but relying on a little power, it is impossible to sail a few light years away. The material reserves on the ship are simply not enough, and it is very likely that the ship will starve to death by then. Therefore, excessive yaw must not occur, otherwise they were definitely doomed. If the transmission is successful and the destination is accurately reached, then you will face a very complicated situation. It depends on whether the immigrant bosses are willing to cooperate with the Star Source Group's plan, actively provide the Star Core Crystal, and participate in the construction of the Stargate Channel, and even agreed with the Star Source Group to release a large number of space energy equipment near their stars and expand new energy markets. This is most likely not allowed. After all, stars mean the absolute core of a galaxy. The most important order is to put yourself in their shoes. No one is willing to give up such a large authority and let Xingyuan Group collect energy, even if most of this energy is wasted. They would rather waste it than be controlled by Xingyuan Group, because many people no longer want to accept the feeling that the energy market is dominated. But no matter what, for this mission, the team led by Wang Chanlin must strive for a better result, bring huge benefits to the group, and make great contributions. The Stargate starts charging. The charging power is 300 billion kilowatts, 350 billion kilowatts, and 500 billion kilowatts. The energy contained in the Star Core Crystal is about to reach saturation. Start to control the crystal and release space-time interference energy. A wormhole is forming. The curvature of space and time is increasing, with 99, 110, and 250 exceeding 1000, and it is still improving. The curvature of space and time has reached the upper limit. Start setting the transmission coordinates. The coordinate parameters are 3985.5, 25,440.4, 9,878.1. The settings are completed and you can transmit. The Visit 1 spacecraft is entering. Wang Chanlin heard a cry of Sub-Zero, and the small spacecraft Visit 1 headed towards the rotating space-time vortex, made contact, and was instantly sucked in, accelerated to a speed far exceeding the speed of light, and then transported to a distance of more than 10 light years, near the inner circle of a star. The world is spinning. In the process of transmission, Wang Chanlin and other crew members saw that everything they saw was a distorted shape, and even their own bodies were distorted. They did not have a clear consciousness at all, and they did not know how long it had been until their brains recovered. During the activity, a huge star was discovered not far in front of the spacecraft, affected by the gravity well of the star. If no response was made in time, the spacecraft would go straight into the star. Naturally, Wang Chanlin would not allow this. When this happened, the spacecraft immediately turned on its own power, adjusted its flight direction, and headed towards the habitable zone, a planet that had been basically transformed, full of green and vitality, and 50% oceanic. Second home planet. It is also called the Emerald Star, because there are large areas of relatively emerald green on the surface of this planet. Even the color of the seawater is light green, so it is named like the parent star of the solar system. Azure Star has a somewhat imitative meaning, but the Emerald Star is larger, with an area of more than 1.5 billion square kilometers, and a surface gravity of 2.5 g. It is actually not suitable for human habitation. However, today's humans can use anti-gravity technology to offset part of the gravity in their living areas, making the gravity only 0.5 g. So even a large rocky planet can become very suitable for human habitation. The arrival of Wang Chanlin and others quickly attracted the attention of the immigrants, causing a stir and breaking out in a cold sweat, because the immigrants had been busy farming and transforming the planet's environment over the years, and had not invested much in military power. With so many resources and only very limited defense capabilities, The sudden appearance of visit number 1 startled the people responsible for monitoring the surrounding area. After multiple confirmations, they reported it. And then, there was a flurry of panic, fearing that someone might when hostile forces invaded. If Wang Chonglin hadn't sent a clear radio signal in time to indicate his identity, he would have been attacked. After learning that this small spacecraft was sent from the home planet, Wang Chonglin and the others immediately received a grand welcome and reception, and became distinguished guests who attracted the attention of all immigrants. A high-standard banquet was held that day. All the bosses and shareholders came forward to participate in the reception and on the banquet. Asked them many questions. 20 or 30 years have passed now. The technology on the home planet has made great progress. Right. We have also made some scientific research achievements here in the past few years, but most of them are resting on our laurels. And technological progress is not big and very slow. Actually, we have received a lot of radio messages sent from the mother planet, but they are all from more than 10 years ago, and they are all news from the past. But they are also developing much faster than us. I heard that superlight technology there have been some breakthroughs. Did you come here in a superlight spacecraft and bring a lot of advanced technical information? The bosses asked a lot of questions, all with eager eyes and very excited. Chapter 268 The Tortuous Process. Wang Chonglin and the others received a very warm reception. It has become the focus of hundreds of millions of new and old immigrants, faced with countless curious questions, such as how the mother planet is developing now. Have we developed many black technologies and achieved new major breakthroughs? In terms of biomedical technology, have we found some new methods and technologies to allow humans to live longer and have a healthier body? I even asked them directly if they had brought a lot of core technical information to help improve the technological level and level of the immigrant planet, so that it could become as advanced as the home planet. Face these problems. Wang Chonglin was a little unable to resist, so he had to wave his hands and explain. We didn't bring much technical information. It was mainly related to stellar energy and the construction of the Stargate channel. We didn't bring much other technical information, and there are some on the home planet. It is impossible to obtain a large amount of top-notch technology for free due to the licensing threshold of patented technology. However, there is a way. That is, to build a Stargate channel. After the connection with the solar system is restored, it will become easy to introduce technology, which is time-consuming. The price won't be high. Maybe just some ordinary resources. What is the Stargate passage? Asked a boss. It is a device that builds a superlight wormhole. As long as it consumes a huge amount of energy, and consumes it in an instant, it can produce a distortion effect on space and time. It can accelerate the spacecraft to tens of thousands of times the speed of light, so that it would originally take 2 or 3 times. 10 years of interstellar travel now only takes a few hours, which is very convenient and fast. After taking some time, Wang Chonglin explained it himself. Tens of thousands of times the speed of light, achieved in a few hours. So powerful. When we came to this star system before, it took a full 20 years and a generation. The technology of the home planet is indeed developing too fast, and it is impossible for us to catch up. So, as long as the Stargate channel is built, the tentacles of the home planet can be extended immediately, and influence can be exerted. It is possible to send some managers over to take over the order of the immigrant planet. We can only hand over part or most of the rights. Several bosses rolled their eyes. Their faces changed slightly, and they began to feel worried and uneasy, and had a sense of crisis. They were especially afraid that their current identity and status would not be guaranteed, and they would be reduced to personnel with little authority, and they would feel a sense of superiority and satisfaction. Feelings will also be lost. As for the most important interests, they will definitely be affected. This is what they least want to see. No, absolutely not. A very strong resistance suddenly arose in their hearts, because in New Home, it is their dozen bosses and shareholders who have the final say, although occasionally they will respect the mainstream public opinion and cater to their demands. But in most matters, it is their small circle that has the final say, especially the distribution of rights, resources, and interests. A dozen or so of them can just discuss it, and there is no need for more discussions. In the process of dividing the cake in this way, they can maximize their interests and often make decisions that favor themselves. Therefore, ordinary immigrants live a very rich and happy life. While the lives of boss shareholders can be described as luxury, is one word to describe it. Not only is there no limit to the quantity, but the quality is always the best. It's so satisfying. Privately, They will also play with some slightly taboo things, using advanced genetic technology to create some women with extremely perfect appearances, and then introduce some memories of respecting superiority and inferiority into them, so that they can experience the absurd life of ancient faint kings. Even worse. As for other things that are not very legal, and would be a huge scandal if exposed, these bosses have done a lot of things, but they just try them secretly to enrich their brains with joy, and they will feel wrong afterwards. But I will definitely continue next time. After all, once desire is satisfied, it can only continue to decline and degenerate. It will no longer be able to get enough happiness and satisfaction from low-level enjoyment, and can only play some slightly things that go out of line and push the boundaries. If the management tentacles of the home planet extend here again and take away most of their authority, it will be a bit fatal. Some of the benefits already in hand may have to be thrown away, and some black crimes committed will be exposed, and it will immediately become the focus of public opinion, and it will basically be over. Even if you hold many shares and interests, you may be deprived of it, and you will completely lose your right to speak. Unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, most of the bosses and shareholders of the Stargate connectivity plan are resisting and rejecting in their hearts. They do not welcome people from the home planet to come here to point fingers and take away rights and interests. We must not allow it. Therefore, most of them have not expressed any interest or concern for the Stargate project. Even if it can greatly promote communication with the home planet, they still have a general interest. It is a relatively straightforward expression. I hope Wang Chanlin and the others took out all the most advanced industrial technology on the home planet to improve the living standards on the immigrant planet. There is also a lot of military technology. They took it all and handed it over to them. Share. After a few years, if they develop any powerful technology, they will be sent to the home star for free. We really didn't bring them much technical information with us. Seeing these bosses being so straightforward and eager for quick success, Wang Chanlin had to explain. The most advanced energy technology of Xingyuan Group in our hands can allow space equipment to get closer to stars, use high-temperature plasma currents to generate electricity, and shrink themselves. At the same time, the efficiency of power generation is higher. In addition, the technology of Stargate channel teleportation is quite simple. As long as this party is willing to cooperate and help mine a large number of star core crystals, a teleportation Stargate can also be built. Realizing super light shuttle navigation can save decades of precious time, and the benefits of establishing closer cooperation with the home star will definitely be extremely huge. As for star core crystals, your reserves are quite abundant. The reserves inside the core of the planet exceed 100,000 tons, which is several times that of the home planet. Without further ado, let's build the Stargate quickly. There is no need to waste more time. No, the situation on the home star is a bit complicated. The construction here has just improved a little bit, but it is still a bit barren, and the development is not very good. How can we have the nerve to contact the home star? How can we return home without wealth? As for energy technology is relatively useless. A giant nuclear fusion machine is enough for us to have inexhaustible energy. We don't need to go to such trouble to block a small number of stars. You crew members, stay here with us and stay well. Give us 20 years to help us in some aspects. And don't be in a hurry to go back. Said a boss? The expressions of Wang Chanlin and others suddenly changed, and they felt very bad. After just 1 or 2 exchanges, Wang Chanlin and the others felt very bad. Most, if not all, of the immigrant bosses and shareholders had dissent. They did not have much affection for their home planet and began to only consider their own interests. The reason is also very simple. The place they immigrated to has richer resources and greater potential than the solar system, but has a population of just over 100 million. The level of science and technology is pretty good, so they all live an extremely prosperous life, except for a little less in the field of entertainment and culture. Most of them not bad at all. Even better, everyone has their own big villa and private flying car. Even if they don't have a job, they can receive generous welfare subsidies every month. Those who want to work can also get good arrangements. The happiness index is very high. In addition, most of the immigrants were later cultivated through the cultivation cabin. They have no feelings for their mother planet, the Azure Star, and only regard the Emerald Star as their hometown. They will not think about the problem from the perspective of Wang Chanlin and others, let alone them. Provide support and assistance. Only a small number of those millions of immigrants will be inclined to strengthen contact and cooperation with their home planet. It's just that decades have passed. And no matter how strong the attachment to the home star is, it has been diluted a lot by time. It's definitely I have become accustomed to life in this new home. Not easy. It is very difficult to find more supporters. Moreover, Wang Chanlin and the others also discovered that they were under strict surveillance, and their every move was monitored. If anything extraordinary was done, they would be immediately curbed and cracked down, or even thrown into prison, losing their precious freedom of movement. Difficult to handle. Wang Chanlin and others suddenly felt extremely headache and helpless, and found that the situation was far more complicated than they imagined, and was very pessimistic. What to do? What should I do? Wang Chanlin still plans to adopt a relatively stupid approach to do the ideological work of the bosses, improve their consciousness, and make them inclined to support the establishment of the Stargate channel and smooth the development trend of history. Therefore, he took the initiative to visit the bosses again and again, negotiated many times, and said many words with sincerity. It is impossible for us to develop only by relying on the resources within a star, and technological progress will not be fast. We must have a huge population base. We must also establish close contact with the mother star and frequently exchange culture and technology. Strive to reach the same level of science and technology, and then develop its own areas of advantage to form a more obvious long board. This long board can be material technology, information and communication technology, or more advanced basic theories that can be compared with the home planet. The two sides complement each other, so they can run faster and faster, and it is not easy to open up too obvious a gap. I think it is necessary to strengthen communication. It is also very necessary. The development on the home planet is rapid, and biomedical technology is moving faster. At the genetic level, defective genes have been removed and excellent genes have been added. Now you can do whatever you want. The comprehensive transformation of genes is making humans become the most perfect creatures. Your biotechnology is slightly worse, and it is not yet possible to modify genes at will and ensure high safety. Over time, perhaps within 100 years, the two sides will be reproductively isolated and gradually differentiate into different intelligent life forms. This will be very detrimental to this side. No one will have much favorable impressions of another species. You will feel the obvious difference. We still need to take the development path of strengthening exchanges and achieving integration. The mother planet also hopes to build a giant human federation to unite the power of all immigrant stars. It can not only deal with all external challenges as a team, but also speed up its own development. The speed of development and sharing of scientific and technological achievements will make things faster and safer. This is definitely a matter where the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. We need to take a longer-term view. In addition, the independence of the immigrant star can definitely be guaranteed. After all, it is more than 10 light-years away, and the cost of super-light Stargate transmission is too high. It is impossible to transmit without restrictions, and it is impossible to send too many. The personnel coming here are at most hundreds or thousands of liaison personnel and technical exchange personnel. Your rights will not be greatly affected, and there is no need to pay taxes. They will only provide some services when facing some crises. Just help. And if one party is in trouble, all parties will support it, even if the immigration star side has to pay more. As long as there is an irresistible crisis, after getting help, it will prove that all the previous efforts are worth it. Bosses, please think deeply. It is absolutely impossible to fight alone. No matter how rich and abundant the resources in a star system are, they will be exhausted one day, even if that time will be hundreds of millions or billions of years. After that, we should not be too short-sighted. The crises we face are endless, whether they are internal or external to civilization. On a time scale of tens of millions of years, there will always be crises that are difficult to deal with. Can we ensure that? Are you very lucky every time? Don't always resist communication and integration with your home planet. This can really bring huge benefits. Wang Chanlin spoke earnestly and vigorously to persuade, and indeed achieved good results. All the bosses were lost in thinking. Some of them seemed to have been persuaded, and they just nodded, agreed with his point of view, and then did the decision to establish a close relationship with the home planet has been made. However, these bosses still did not express their position on the spot. They just said that they would discuss it privately and then give them a more precise answer. Stable. Wang Chanlin and the others suddenly felt more stable. Their goal is at least half achieved, and they are more than 60% sure that they have completely convinced these bosses and shareholders. The Stargate channel will definitely be established relatively quickly. It won't be long before they can return to the solar system and receive more generous rewards. But after waiting for a day, I got no reply. After waiting for another 2 days, there was still no definite answer. On the 4th day, Wang Chanlin discovered that many armed robots suddenly appeared where they lived, surrounding them. Someone seriously announced to them that they had lost the right to move freely. If anything happened, you must apply for notification. And only after it is approved can you go out for activities. And you are not allowed to move around at will. Otherwise you will be severely punished. Chapter 269 Super God Arms. What happened? Why did the bosses suddenly change their attitude? From the original attitude of agreeing to strengthen contact with the home planet to this, it seems that they want to restrict their freedom and do not want to listen to their continued persuasion. They also take strict precautions. They are completely gone. Enthusiasm. What exactly is going on? It can only be said that the bosses and shareholders still intend to choose their own interests, do not want to establish close contact with the home planet, and do not agree to establish any Stargate channels, because this will definitely affect their interests. The reason is very simple. The technology on their home planet is too advanced, and their strength is too strong. If they really want to take any action against them, it will be difficult for them to resist. Once their interests are violated, they will most likely have to compromise and have to give up some important benefits. The problem is that they have long regarded everything on the immigration star as their own private property, which is sacrosanct. No matter what difficulties and crises may arise in the future, at least in the next hundreds of thousands or millions of years, they will definitely have a relatively stable development period. The resources on the immigration planet are extremely abundant and cannot be exhausted even after tens of millions of years. In terms of energy, it can be described as endless. This means that there is no upper limit to material enjoyment. No matter how extravagant the life is, it can be maintained for a long time. Even if the welfare standards are raised so that all the people can live an extremely prosperous life, this will not matter. Any problem? After all, a mere population of several hundred million or billions, compared with countless billions of tons of resources, cannot be consumed completely no matter how much they enjoy it. They have sufficient resource reserves. Even if resources are not enough due to excessive waste, you can also consider building more immigrant spacecraft, and then travel to other stars at a speed close to the speed of light. In the Milky Way, the number of stars exceeds 200 billion. No matter how it expands, cannot occupy such a huge living space. Therefore, theoretically, the living space of human beings is unlimited, no matter what civilization it is. It is impossible to achieve rapid expansion and extend its sphere of influence to everyone in a short period of time. Corner. Infinite development space actually means unlimited freedom. Although the mother planet is very worthy of care and gratitude, once the seeds of freedom are sown in the heart, it is impossible to remove them. People will consider more of their own interests, and even become short-sighted and unable to see the long term. They will abandon the larger pattern and only see their own 1/3 of an acre. They do not want the current situation in front of them to be affected in any way, and they do not allow it to be broken by others. Therefore, no matter how good the picture painted by Wang Chanlin and others is, they still cannot thoroughly convincing the bosses led to strong alert and backlash. And some voices wanting to silence Wang Chanlin and others emerged. As long as all these people are killed, there will be no feedback from the home planet, and all the evidence will be found. Even if there is to be an investigation in the future, there will definitely be nothing that can be done against them without evidence. Let alone there are inherent errors in interstellar travel at the speed of light, and there is the possibility of being transported to unknown locations. As long as Wang Chanlin and others are thrown into an extremely hot star together with the spacecraft they are traveling on, the evidence and clues will be completely gone. It can be considered that an unknown accident occurred. Wang Chanlin and others also felt this murderous intention. The reason why those armed robots have not taken action immediately is probably because some of the bosses have not completely lost their conscience and do not want to get things done. Although they do have some personal selfishness, they will kill people and silence them at every turn, and risk offending their mothers. The risk on the star side. The risk of huge blows and retaliation. To do such a thing, once the truth is investigated and exposed, they will definitely fall into huge passivity. Even the people on the immigration star side, and may not necessarily agree with it. House arrest. The only way to restrict freedom is to lock up Wang Chanlin and others first, and then slowly think about countermeasures. Don't do anything for the time being, even if most of the bosses have unanimously agreed. No benefits or authority can be handed over. This is their solid territory. They dominate everything here, and do not allow any uncontrollable factors to occur. Things like rights and interests can indeed influence some people's minds, and make them make some very crazy and unimaginable choices. However, it is difficult to avoid it. After all, the logic of interests dominates the thinking of countless people. What to do? What should Wang Changlin and others do? After they communicated for a while, they had no choice but to confess. They had to take the initiative to admit that they were not actually official representatives sent from their home planet. They were all employees of Xingyuan Group. The main purpose of coming here was to help expand the business of Xingyuan Group, develop the space energy industry, and help implement the Stargate channel, plan to connect all the stars around the solar system with high-power stargates, which will not only greatly shorten the transportation links between these stars, time can also facilitate the establishment of a close energy network. Once the plan is successful, it will not only bring huge benefits to human civilization, but the business of Xingyuan Group will also be greatly expanded, and it will become a super energy source in the galaxy. Enterprises make greater profits. After explaining this, the original intention of Wang Changlin and others was to lower the wariness of the bosses, and let them know that the person they wanted to deal with was the Xingyuan Group, a private enterprise on the home planet, and not an official organization. They could rest assured that the Xingyuan Group, we will definitely pay attention to protecting their interests, and will not infringe on their rights at all. The purpose is to make the cake bigger, and achieve a win-win situation for both parties. But after the explanation was over, the immigration bosses all breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the authorities had not targeted them yet. It was a good thing. This was a huge good thing. But the next second, the bosses began to show expressions of contempt and disdain on their faces, and they refused cooperation without hesitation. Xingyuan Group has always liked to go it alone and use various methods to suppress its competitors. If they want to cooperate with us this time, they must want to take advantage of us and gain benefits from us. The integrity of the Xingyuan Group may not be as good as the official. If the Xingyuan Group is introduced, our stars will probably be targeted by the Xingyuan Group, and then find ways to monopolize our energy. This is absolutely, it cannot be allowed. We endured the long journey and came here to develop, not to be controlled by others. Everything here belongs to us, and no one can take away a penny. You guys, it's better to give up your plans and tasks and start thinking about integrating with us. If you are smarter, it's better to forget your previous identity, then become residents here, and find ways to serve us. It's best to hand over all the technology and information you brought to us proactively. If you cooperate well, you will live a very good life. If you are stubborn, you will suffer a lot. Stop thinking about serving the Xingyuan Group. Just stay and serve us. If you are obedient and aware of current affairs, you will live a better life than on your home planet. If you are disobedient, you are unwilling. If you cooperate, we will prepare a pretty good prison for you so that you can live a good retirement life there. That's right. Hurry up and make a wise choice. To be honest, we are not very cold about Xingyuan Group, nor do we miss our home planet very much. We have long adapted to the environment here, and have overcome homesickness long ago. We have relied on our own hands and efforts to build such a paradise of happiness for us. Then it is impossible to allow other forces to come here to point fingers and destroy the results of our efforts. If you are smart, you should still serve us. You are a good employee. If you don't know what you are doing, at least you will be locked up for old age. Or at worst, you will be sent to a star where you will be burned until there is nothing left. So you better make a choice quickly. We don't have that much patience. We bosses who pursue enjoyment have indeed done some inappropriate things and even violated the law. But we are above the law. We are the ones who make the rules. Your arrival is ours. The most annoying variable. We originally wanted to use a simpler and more crude method. But out of kindness, we still gave you a chance. So don't be disrespectful. Faced with these voices that showed off, stop pretending, and revealed their true colors. Wang Changlin and others' hearts sank to the bottom, and they found that the problem was not as difficult as usual, and the difficulty rose to HL level. Failed. When they arrived here, Wang Changlin and the other 5 realized that this mission would most likely fail. Human nature cannot be defeated after all. Bosses who are afraid of losing their rights and interests refuse any cooperation that may bring risks, even if this kind of cooperation can bring them many benefits. As long as there is the slightest risk, they will hesitate and resist, and finally choose to refuse. After all, there are so many things they have and control in their hands. So much that they just want to hold on to it, and are very afraid of losing it. Now they are even more serious about it. They plan to lock up all of them and restrict their freedom. If that doesn't work, they may even consider silencing them and killing them. Even if the Xingyuan group becomes suspicious, there is nothing they can do, let alone impossible. A powerful armed force was sent over to investigate the crime. So it was dangerous. Wang Chanlin and other 5 people were in the most dangerous situation. At this point, we can only take the last resort. Otherwise, life will be worse than death, and we will lose all freedom. We might as well take a gamble and kill those bosses who are blinded by their greed. One of the team members gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You mean to use the super god arms to tear off the bosses who don't understand people and refuse to cooperate?" Another team member also said, with a violent light in his eyes, "Yes, this can only be done now. Otherwise we will lose our personal freedom, be silenced by them at any time, and live a life more terrifying than death. Moreover, we have given them a chance. But they are so shameless. They want to protect their 1/3 acre of land, and are unwilling to cooperate. They also regard us as a thorn in their side, and want to kill us. In this case, we don't have to be polite. We will strike first and deal with them with super god weapons. The defense force on the border is very weak, and without weapons with huge destructive power, it is impossible to be an opponent of our super god armed forces. The group should have anticipated this situation a long time ago. After all, people with long-term vision are in the minority, and most of them are refined egoists. When dealing with such people, earnest words will have no effect at all. If you have a high level of consciousness, you will agree to work with us on the first day. We have cooperated, but in this situation, we can only defend our own interests with our fists. Captain Wang, take action quickly. Put on all the super weapons, and make those guys obedient. They are forcing us, and even if we choose to go back, it is impossible. We have no way out, and can only try our best. Try your best to complete the task, even if you use any means," another team member advised. Wang Chanlin fell into deep thought, with some hesitation and entanglement on his face, and murmured, "Once you take action, you can only do it without stopping, and it will be a matter of life and death. If it is not handled well, it will cause collective resistance. Be careful. You have to be careful. The destructive power of the super god weapon is very powerful, and it is called an invincible mecha. A large amount of powerful materials are used on its surface, which is difficult to destroy even with nuclear bombs. A large star core crystal is used as the energy source inside, which stores more than 10 million degrees of electricity, so it can explode with amazing combat effectiveness and can last for a long time. 5 of them, each with one machine, formed a super team to carry out team operations. It was unstoppable. Even a small interstellar fleet was no match for them. They could take down those who lived in luxury villas. The bosses inside will not have much difficulty. However, this means completely breaking up. There is not much room for maneuver. It will also bring some negative effects, causing resentment from many forces. And there are many negative effects. Wang Chanlin really didn't want to come to this point unless he had no choice. So he could only apply once for the last time, communicate with the bosses, and use a very tough tone to express that the home planet would strengthen the connection with the immigrant star, even take back some of the rights, and would also consider cracking down on some people's crimes. Behavior. That is, these superior bosses will still be restricted by the law. And Xingyuan Group also has a plan. If the Stargate channel is not successfully established within 5 years, a second batch of personnel will be sent over. It is impossible to give up directly. I would like to advise all bosses to give up those thoughts that they shouldn't have. Don't cut off the connection with the home planet. And don't just consider your own selfishness. This is hopeless. I hope they will look back in time to avoid regrets in the future. But in the face of these advice and warnings, instead of changing their tune, the bosses increased the number of armed robots and said they were building an underground cell that would allow them to live a more comfortable prison life. Negotiations failed. Super God Arms. Activate. Wang Chanlin could only say to a giant metal box. Chapter 270 Break the situation with force. Done! Wang Chanlin and others opened the box, turned on the Super God Arm mecha, and then finished wearing it. Buzz buzz. The engine starts. Bang 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 bang. Then he launched an attack, and in a short period of time, he destroyed the surrounding armed robots, as if he were destroying everything, and it was done very easily. Then, following the navigation provided by the intelligent control system, he went straight to the luxurious villa area where the bosses lived. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of all the bosses, and they immediately felt extremely angry. Okay, you guys really have evil intentions and come here with a conspiracy. On the surface, you want to cooperate with us. The actual purpose is to plunder our resources and destroy our peaceful life. You guys don't accept imprisonment and reform honestly, but you actually want to resist with force. You are so audacious. The Planetary Defense Force is dispatched to kill these bad guys who want to harm our interests. If you choose to surrender and stop resisting, you will only be imprisoned for a while at most. If you behave well, you may be released. But I didn't expect you bastards to show your fox tail and expose your conspiracy. I can only capture you all, or kill them because you have committed an unforgivable heinous crime. Our decision was very correct. If we had listened to them before, we would have lost everything now and suffered a lot of losses. Fortunately, their true colors have been exposed, and we don't have to have any psychological burden. Just destroy these criminals and swindlers from the home planet. This immigrant planet was developed with our hard work. Even the construction cost of the spacecraft and various investments were made by ourselves. The home planet only provided some technical information and some genetic cells. We mainly rely on our own self-reliance. Although the mother planet also has things to be grateful for, it is not to the extent that we can dedicate our core interests. Moreover, we are more than 10 light years away and want to establish a relatively unified civilization structure. It's not very realistic, and we don't welcome the hand of control extended by the mother planet. As for the people sent by the Star Source group, they have all been killed. What can they do to us? After all, it is just a company. What do you think? Can't you cover the sky with just one hand? That's right. Kill these criminals and liars. Give the Star Source group some eye drops. And don't try to trick us in the future. Otherwise, we will only suffer heavy losses. On the Immigration Star, we are the boss. Star Source the group is nothing. All the bosses said one after another. And in space, the Planetary Defense Force, which had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers and equipment, all mobilized and launched a fierce attack on the 5 super god mechas. Suddenly, missiles were flying randomly and lasers were shooting, like an airtight network, covering the 5 mechas. No matter how maneuverable they could not successfully evade them, and they were about to be wiped out. But after a bang 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 collision, wait until the view becomes clear. There seemed to be no trace of damage on the surface of the 5 super god mechas. They were all as shiny as new, and their maneuverability was not affected. They were still heading towards the luxury villa area where the bosses lived, and at a very fast speed. The defense team behind them, it's hard to catch up even if you try to catch up, saw such a scene. The bosses were very surprised at first, and immediately realized why this situation occurred. Strong material. These mechas are actually super mechas made of powerful materials. Their defense is invincible, and cannot be stopped even by nuclear bombs. Look at the ghostly and terrifying speed. Even if it is more than 20 times the speed of sound, it still has extremely strong maneuverability. It is expected that in 10 minutes, it will arrive near the villa area where they live and will be in front of them. And this is a live broadcast for all immigrants. If they immediately turn around and run away in embarrassment, they will definitely lose face and lose their reputation, which proves their guilty conscience. But if they don't choose to run away, they will wait until these mechas come to them, in front of him. If he wanted to take their lives, it would be completely ruined. They were not mentally prepared to lose their lives at all. They all wanted to enjoy it for decades and hundreds of years. Run. Turn around and run. Immediately, a few bosses fled in panic out of fear of death, which caused an uproar among many immigrants. They felt that these bosses were too cowardly, too shameful, and had no courage. They were nothing like that. The previous glorious image of a good boss suddenly fell from the altar. The other bosses who did not choose to escape were not because they did not want to run, but because they were too late. Wang Chonglin and others were moving faster and faster, even exceeding 30 times the speed of sound. They were like balls of high-speed fireballs and ran to several buildings. In front of the luxury villa, a large number of houses were destroyed, and after decelerating, the target person was quickly locked through the life detection and identification device. After a few steps, he reached the boss's side, stretched out the mechanical arm, and grabbed the person, controlled it in his hand, and squeezed it a little harder. The other party screamed, and then desperately begged for mercy. Wrong. I was wrong. I should not have rejected your cooperation application. I agree now. I am willing to cooperate with you and help complete the projects you mentioned. Misunderstanding. This is completely a misunderstanding. I personally support the cooperation between the two parties, but some shareholders are too selfish and only think about their own interests and do not want to be restricted in the slightest. They are short-sighted people. Now I feel it is very necessary for everyone to establish contact and cooperation. Working behind closed doors is a dead end. We should insist on opening up and not just focus on small interests without looking at the big interests in the future. I also think it is a big misunderstanding. We should cooperate and discuss it carefully. We did not have a good attitude before and had too many personal concerns. But now I have figured it out. It is fuel to resist integrating with the mother planet. Don't be too short-sighted. You guys, let us go. This time I have really figured it out. I am willing to cooperate with you and Xingyuan Group. Don't hurt me. You can put forward some conditions now. Beauty. I have wealth. I have rights. And I can give you some. As long as you don't harm my life. I can make concessions. It hurts. Don't kill. Don't kill. I didn't expect that Xingyuan Group has such powerful mecha equipment. If you had shown your strength earlier, there would not have been such a big misunderstanding. Let's continue talking. Cooperate. You will not be rejected this time. We can nod to cooperate. We can discuss carefully. And we must not be impulsive. Beg for mercy. The several bosses who were controlled became extremely weak. After their lives were threatened, they all surrendered and begged for mercy, saying that they would agree to any conditions. This caused an uproar among many immigrants, and their jaws dropped in surprise. All have been subverted, afraid of death. These bosses are so cowardly. Although everyone is afraid of death, there are really not many who are so afraid. They immediately made compromises and sacrificed the interests of the immigrant stars. It is simply shameful. The other dozen or so bosses who escaped also yelled and cursed, saying that the few guys who were controlled were all cowards and bastards who actually wanted to sell out everyone's interests. These guys should die directly and were not worthy of representing the interests of immigrants at all. Therefore, their shares have been automatically invalidated and they can no longer represent everyone. They also issued an order for the armed robots to continue attacking. They completely ignored the life and death of these hostages and even hoped that they would be killed. In this way, the originally relatively dispersed shares could be transformed with greater concentration. The efficiency of decision-making can be greatly improved, which is actually a good thing. Bang bang bang. A large number of armed robots continued to fire, completely disregarding the life and death of the hostages, and even deliberately wanted to silence them. Faced with this dilemma, Wang Chonglin and others resisted while protecting the safety of several hostages and doing their best to prevent them from being harmed. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The fierce battle lasted for a long time. Although during the battle, Wang Chonglin and the others felt a little bit unable to let go. Many places were restricted. Later, they simply threw out a few bosses and allowed them to be beaten into a ball of flesh and blood. Then they continued to look for new bosses. Even if they dug 3,000 feet into the ground and chased them like crazy. Soon they caught the second batch. They immediately compromised. But they still couldn't protect them. They could only continue to chase and catch them. And finally caught the third batch. At this time, the number of core bosses and shareholders, who originally numbered 28 people, was reduced by half, leaving only 14 people. Then, they finally got scared and did not dare to continue the confrontation. They had to announce that they had given up their weapons. No matter how good the two sides were. Let's talk. It's by no means non-negotiable. Wang Chonglin nodded in agreement. After fighting for several days, the energy of the super god mecha was almost exhausted. He had to go to the star first, took a bath, and soaked in the surface with a temperature of nearly 10,000 degrees, and replenished a lot of it, energy, and then controlled the super god mecha, returned to the vicinity of the Emerald Star, and began the third round of negotiations. This time, out of fear of death, seeing that these special mecha equipment had such strong combat effectiveness. The remaining bosses lost the courage to fight. Therefore, even if public opinion was very opposed, they could only show a smile and said that they could discuss it carefully. Cooperation can be achieved, but it is better to value peace. And confrontation is the next best option. See, these bosses finally changed their minds. Humph! I won't shed tears until I see the coffin. Only now do I know that I have to talk properly. Weren't we very good at it before? Why don't we continue to be tough now? It seems that they are more afraid of death than the interests in their hands. One of the team members snorted coldly. If I had known this, why bother? If we had cooperated obediently, how could we have been so embarrassed? We all came with sincerity and discussed it again and again. However, these bosses are all short-sighted and blinded by the power. We can only use force teaches them how to behave. Although we have captured most of the bosses, the public's opposition is relatively fierce, and those bosses are still quite popular. This has made our work more difficult. I wonder if someone will cause sabotage, which has increased a lot. Variables. Hey, those bosses really deserve to die. They just can't understand people. They just want to force us to put the knife to their necks. The next step is to take it one step at a time. No matter what, we must complete the task. Otherwise, we won't even be able to return home. If we are not careful, we may die here. That's right. We must be more careful and strive to complete the mission and return to the home planet. So after successfully controlling those bosses and shareholders, Wang Chonlin and other 5 people have a status like an emperor within this immigrant planet. Find a way to obtain relatively high administrative rights. Then a large number of robot labor forces were mobilized to mine minerals, build space factories, produce a large amount of materials and equipment, and then deploy a large number of light energy collection converters about 10 million kilometers away from the star, and deploy them at a distance of about 10 million kilometers. Far behind, a thick main energy channel was established, which accommodated a massive amount of light energy. Besides, a large number of mining spacecraft have also been dispatched to search for star core crystal materials, and even drilled into the cores of some planets to search for such materials. Fortunately, the star core crystal reserves on the immigrant planet are greater than those in the solar system. It was much richer. It took less than 3 years to collect hundreds of cubic meters, which was enough to build a large stargate and then return to the home star. Wang Chonlin and others were suddenly extremely motivated. The construction of the stargate was also very rapid, including the space energy facilities next to it. The energy and power it can provide have also rapidly increased to 100 billion kilowatts and 200 billion kilowatts, as long as it reaches the trillions of kilowatts. The conditions for driving the stargate can be met, and a giant one can be opened. Wormholes enable the ability to travel across tens of light years in an instant. The day of success is already around the corner. But, as the transfer day gets closer, Wang Chonlin and the others could feel that a stormy atmosphere was enveloping them. The people here were secretly planning large-scale actions that might prevent the plan from succeeding. Although by controlling those bosses, we can barely monitor the situation within the entire civil society. These bosses have secretly delegated some authority, allowing the people to increase their freedom of movement and engage in mineral mining, factory construction, and technology research and development. Wang Chonlin was so angry that he wanted to kill all the bosses of these chicken thieves. But he couldn't really kill them, so he could only lock them up more tightly. Wang Chonlin also knows that once the resistance breaks out, it will definitely bring considerable destructive power. Even if the super god mecha cannot be destroyed, it is likely to destroy the space energy facilities, which are closely protected. The Stargate device is up. What to do? Wang Chonlin had no choice but to turn on the national radio, do some persuasion work for the people, and brainwash them, hoping that they would not be impulsive. Citizens, our Stargate project is not to oppress and harm you, but to strengthen the connection with the home planet and promote the common interests of both parties. You must not be confused and do wrong things. Your interests and freedom, in fact, it will not be affected in any way. And you can also get more advanced life-extending medical technology and see a better future. There are only advantages and no disadvantages. Don't be impulsive. The moment the Stargate opens, that's when the opportunity comes, which means as human civilization will usher in greater glory. You will definitely benefit from it, and there is no need to resist. Chapter 271 Open the situation. Although in national broadcasting, Wang Chonlin repeatedly emphasized that they came here to seek cooperation, to establish contacts and bring about a better future, and gave many examples and reasons, hoping to have a good persuasive effect, to prevent the people from spontaneously organizing some resistance activities and damaging the construction of the Stargate. This approach has a certain effect on the older generation of immigrants. About 30% of the old immigrants are in favor of restoring contact with their home planet and establishing cooperation, instead of hanging out alone for a long time and slowly becoming alienated. A civilization with different evolutionary origins can even create reproductive isolation and cultural estrangement. If there are too many differences, the probability of intersection between the two parties in the future and the outbreak of conflict may be very high. What's more, The distance between the two sides is already quite close. Only more than 10 light years. The mother star has mastered super light technology. Once this technology is applied on a large scale, it is estimated that the mother star will be at the fastest 10 years or the slowest decades. The star will send more spaceships and personnel to continue to strengthen contact. Will the confrontation continue until the two sides are torn apart and a war breaks out that hurts both sides? Therefore, a considerable number of old immigrants, although not very willing, can only express their willingness to cooperate. But 30% of them expressed opposition. They also had the idea that they would be content with being rich and just wanted to protect their own 3-acre land. After all, their lives were good. The mother planet sent people and ships to come here. What to do? Do you want to infringe on their interests and send some big shots to dominate? This is simply unacceptable. They have long been accustomed to freedom and cannot stand the slightest restraint. They just want to manage themselves and cannot tolerate any outsiders. Pointing fingers. There are also 40% of the old immigrants who remain neutral and sit on the sidelines, neither supporting nor opposing. In other words, they will support that side if it wins. As long as the conflict breaks out, they will take sides according to the final result. He is on the side of the general trend, so he will not clarify his position until the results are clear. But more than 90% of the hundreds of millions of new immigrants are very angry and opposed. They demand that Wang Chonglin and others be driven away immediately, and that Wutai's powerful mechas be expelled to defend their freedom and interests. To this end, they organized a private organization. A quite powerful force developed a variety of weapons, and then seized an opportunity to launch a violent attack on the Stargate that was still under construction, and also launched a lot of nuclear bombs, intending to destroy it, kill all the 5 super god mechas, and take back their autonomy. In space, the missiles and lasers attacking the Stargate can be described as overwhelming. There were 100,000 space fighters and mecha devices behind them, and they launched an attack on Wang Chonglin and the other 5 people. They came with the belief and purpose of killing these 5 powerful mechas, and wanted to prove their courage and bloodshed, to defend their own interests. Without their consent, there is no way for the mother planet to extend any tentacles over there. Their attitude is tough and resolute. Faced with such a scene, boom boom boom, boom boom boom, Wang Chonglin and the other 5 people could only shake their heads, with helpless and regretful expressions on their faces. Then they could only drive the super god mecha, draw out their lightsaber weapons, and launch a charge against the huge resistance army ahead. A war inevitably broke out after all. Inside a special prison satellite, through the monitoring screen, you can see the situation in the space battlefield. The dozen or so bosses who were taken hostage couldn't help but show expressions of satisfaction when they saw the fierce fighting situation. And they all smiled at each other. These bastards from the Xingyuan group don't know the personalities of us people after all. So they will pay the price with their lives this time. At least 100,000 mechas and fighter planes are fighting against just 5 mechas. The difference in strength is 20,000 times. We will kill them all with human lives. There will be no suspense about the outcome of the battle. Our people. This time we will definitely win. Just 5 people and 5 mechas are like suppressing our entire civilization. Those guys obviously made the wrong calculation and greatly underestimated us. Yes, among the hundreds of millions of people, even if only 1% of them are bloody, a resistance army of millions of people can be formed. And can these 5 people defeat so many resistance forces? Even if the 5 of them are gods, there is no way they can win. They will be exhausted to death. Anyway, the result will not be in suspense. We will have the last laugh after all, because we represent justice. Although the mother planet is worth missing occasionally, the new home here is the only one. It is the most precious wealth. And we will not pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. What's going on? The fighting has been going on for such a long time. Why are they still fighting? Those 5 guys should have been submerged. Why are they still fighting? One by one, they have killed many of our people. No, those 5 mechas haven't suffered any losses. Our resistance legion seems to have less than half of its strength left. Some deserters are beginning to appear on the battlefield, and their morale is on the verge of collapse. It's over. How is this possible? The resistance legion lost very few mechas. The rest all ran away. Their morale collapsed. Those 5 mechas won. Oh my god. They can win with 1 against 10,000. Even if their mecha equipment is more powerful. So it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Right? I thought they were clowns. But I didn't expect that the real clowns were us. The winner has been decided. The 5 employees of Xingyuan Group won. And we lost. Now even if we have the upper hand, there is no it's not working at all. Strength is king, and the winner is king. Since we have lost in terms of strength, we can only succumb to the strong. No matter how much we say, it's useless. How could this happen? Why did it become like this? There are only 5 mechas. How could they be so powerful? These bosses were all stunned, falling into depression and silence. In the end, they could only accept this bitter reality, and no longer had any pride or smile. As for the hundreds of millions of people on the Emerald Star, when they saw the scenes on TV, they fell into deathly silence or shed tears, unable to accept the fact of defeat. But they did lose. Defeated openly, Wang Chanlin and the other 5 people did not kill them all, but returned to the surface of the star, soaked in high-temperature magma, replenished a large amount of energy, and restored their appearance of vitality. They also used a battle to prove the powerful combat effectiveness of the Super God Mecha, achieved the feat of suppressing a sub-civilization, although voices of dissatisfaction still exist. But after this battle, those who opposed the construction of the Stargate and the strengthening of communication with the home star suddenly stopped, and the resistance was greatly reduced. Until the Stargate was successfully completed, there was no second wave of armed attacks. Instead, they all accepted the reality that they could not escape the influence of their home star. It was impossible to fully control their own destiny. As for Wang Chanlin and the other 5, they did not dare to waste too much time. They sent out a large number of mining robots to increase the mining of star core crystals. In a short period of time, they collected about 1,000 cubic meters of star core crystals, nuclear crystals, accounting for approximately 1% of total reserves. Then he stuffed it into the small spacecraft, let Deputy Captain Lu Yunyu sit in the cockpit of the spacecraft alone, and asked him to drive the spacecraft back alone to deliver business to the company. On the other side, more stellar energy was collected and replenished into the giant Stargate. The entire charging process lasted for 10 hours, charging at least 10 trillion degrees of electricity. Such a huge energy, it is enough for tens of billions of humans to use it for a long time. But at this moment, it can only be released in an instant to accelerate a spacecraft weighing less than 10,000 tons to hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light for a few minutes, and finally reach the interior of the solar system. The error cannot exceed 10 astronomical units. Charging is complete. Start generating wormholes. The curvature of space and time has begun to increase, and 100, 300, 500, and 800 are still increasing rapidly. The curvature of space and time has reached its limit. Teleportation begins. The spacecraft controlled by Deputy Captain Lu Yunyu immediately entered the gray vortex and disappeared in front of people's eyes. The Stargate transmission was completed immediately. Wang Chanlin and the other 4 people suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But they also became more worried, because their number has been reduced by 20% by 1. And now there are only 4 people left. It is inevitable that people will be confused. I wonder if there will be a second wave of resistance. After all, some have survived. Those who resist may not necessarily give up and be convinced. And the next operation will become even more critical, because after the transmission is successful, the star source group on the other side of the solar system will definitely send the second, third, and even a steady stream of personnel over to strengthen the development efforts here and establish the stable Stargate channel makes it easier to transport materials and personnel. It extends the energy network and Stargate transportation network of Xingyuan Group here. It can be said that big moves are frequent, which greatly stimulates the nerves of the immigrants here. After all, this is like a large-scale invasion will not only use their energy, but also exploit a large amount of their resources. It would be strange to show a good face. It will definitely arouse more dissatisfaction and anger, and the resistance may become more intense, because no one wants to see their own interests occupied by others. However, it is impossible for Xingyuan Group to give up the idea of external expansion and development. The resources and energy in a single star system are limited, but the development space of the Milky Way is unlimited. Xingyuan Group cannot choose to stand still and guard it is impossible to live on one sun. If you can expand, you must expand, no matter who stands in the way. Even if some wormholes explode, this ambition will never change. Not to mention that Xingyuan Group also has that strength. Do it. The other side. Within the solar system, the top executives of Xingyuan Group have also been in a state of anxiety and suspicion in recent years, because several years have passed. The team executing the Stargate project mission has sent a total of more than a dozen batches, all of which have been sent to more than a dozen surrounding star systems containing heavy elements. The purpose is to hope that these teams can bring good news and bring back the star core crystal resources, and then facilitate the next expansion action. To this end, the Star Source Group took out a lot of precious star core crystals from its originally small inventory, built hundreds of super god-armed mechas, and trained hundreds of elite superpowers. Allowing them to go on missions is to increase the success rate, complete the construction of the Stargate as soon as possible, and return to the home star. It can be said that a lot of capital was invested and a big price was paid. But 3 years passed, and no news came back. 5 years later, there is still no return. It has been almost 10 years now, and none of the more than a dozen teams have returned. Like a pebble thrown into a lake, there is not even a ripple, causing the top executives of Xingyuan Group to fall into doubt and speculation. Could it be that there was a transmission error through the Stargate, and that the team performing the mission all deviated from the transmission destination, went somewhere unknown, and all died in space? It's been 10 years. Even if the success rate is 1/10, at least one team must come back. Otherwise, we will really suffer a big loss and suffer a serious loss. Hey, I think our group should not independently carry out the Stargate project and bear all the investment. Instead, we should seek cooperation from the country. The risks of this project are still too great. Our losses will be very staggering, and it may hurt the group vitality. Let's wait a little longer. Don't be too anxious. There are only 5 people in each team. They have to face tens of millions of immigrants. It may not be possible to convince them and get them to agree to devote resources to participate in the Stargate project. Human nature is selfish, and if you don't see much benefit, the possibility of being rejected is very high, and they may still be thinking of ways to do persuasion work. The boss Li Xingyang said, calming everyone's emotions. In fact, Li Xingyang himself was quite anxious and wanted to see the results as soon as possible. But he knew that some things were too urgent and could only wait patiently. Besides, those elite teams sent out and their families, the children, are all here in the solar system, and they all have concerns. If they cannot complete the mission, they may never come back. This is unacceptable to them. In order to come back, they can only try their best to complete the mission by any means. They will definitely give full play to their subjective initiative as much as possible. Wait. We can only continue to wait. Soon. May 11th, 2072. A piece of good news that caused a sensation came. They are back. The first team to perform the mission successfully sent people back and brought back a batch of the most precious star core crystal resources. Lu Yunyu was immediately treated like a hero, became the center of attention within the Xingyuan group, and received numerous praises and admirations. This feeling made him very happy and excited. However, at the group's high-level reporting meeting, he still suppressed his smile and reported quite solemnly, "Boss, although we have gone through some troubles and twists and turns, fortunately, we have successfully completed the Stargate project and won the first prize of the Stargate project. A giant Stargate was built in the immigrant star, and 1,000 cubic meters of star core crystal resources were brought back. With the supplement of these resources, our group Stargate can better expand and accelerate, and can be spread all over the world, every corner of the Sea of Stars." Good. Very good. Li Xingyang nodded happily and said, "Although you came back a little slow, your harvest this time has allowed the group to recover all the costs. You are good. You are the heroes of the group, and you must be rewarded vigorously." Chapter 272 Rapid Expansion. Lu Yunyo's smooth return. It announced the Stargate project of Xingyuan Group, successfully opening up the situation, successfully establishing the first energy and transportation center, and realizing comprehensive communication of passenger flow, logistics and information between. The efficiency far exceeds the speed of light. Even if each transmission operation requires trillions of kilowatt-hours of electricity, and the transmission cost exceeds tens of billions, it can be described as a very luxury. Most people can't afford the cost of this kind of transmission, even if they go bankrupt. But for Xingyuan Group, this is a very cost-effective and worthwhile transaction. Even if it invests an astronomical amount of funds and resources, it affects the group's financial statements and the profit performance is not satisfactory. But the wait in the past 10 years, the moment 1,000 cubic meters of star core crystals were returned, all the investment in this project meant that the money had been paid back. He even made dozens of times the profit. Because in today's solar system, the value of star core crystals has been discovered by all powerful interest groups. Governments of various countries attach great importance to it, adopting sky-high price acquisition methods, and trying their best to collect star core crystals. Nuclear crystal has even become one of the components of national power. The price has been rising year after year, and the size of a piece of dice has skyrocketed from several million or tens of millions before to hundreds of millions or more than a billion. Moreover, it has a price but no market, and it is collected by countless forces. If we try to find a way to create superpowers, ordinary people will also know the existence and training methods of superpowers, and then regard this as a career with a bright future. Every year, countless people, they all aspire to become excellent superpowers. But the places are extremely limited, and the scale of training is getting smaller and smaller. After all, in the solar system, the star core crystal resources are becoming exhausted, and the reserves in the core of Jupiter have also been exhausted. And the suns inside the core, there may be a small amount distributed, but it is impossible to mine it. Therefore, if you want to obtain more star core crystals and cultivate more powerful superpowers, you can only get them by going to other surrounding star systems. But the distance is too far, and conventional methods will take decades. Not many forces were willing to try. Only Xingyuan Group invested huge resources and secretly launched a Stargate project, which almost consumed all the considerable inventory. It also encountered opposition from many high-level officials, who would rather waste decades more, and cannot consume a large amount of the star core crystals in hand. These conservative views and ideas were refuted by Li Xingyang, but he did not gain anything in 10 years, but suffered a lot. This made Li Xingyang regret it for a time, and had doubts about his decision. Fortunately, his persistence was correct. Seeing the rewards, and based on the current exaggerated price of star core crystals, with a volume of 1,000 cubic meters, at least 5 million small star core crystals can be cut out, and 5 million superpowers can be cultivated. Assuming that each superpower, if the investor can create a value of 100 million yuan for the group, then it will be a terrifying 500 billion yuan. Compared with Xingyuan Group's previous investment, the return will be at least 10 times more. Not to mention, Lu Yunyu also said that there are nearly 100,000 cubic meters of star core crystal material on the first immigration star, and only 1% of it has been mined. If all of it is mined in the future, China's number will be achieved. With a population of 1 billion, everyone is a superpower, allowing human civilization to enter the era of superpowers ahead of schedule and achieve an acceleration of evolution. Of course, it is impossible for Li Xingyang to use all these star core crystals to cultivate a group of superpowers. Instead, he will increase the number of stargates built, build more super god mechas, and then send out one by one. The team performs missions and even goes to farther star systems to find more star core crystals, and then simultaneously build space energy facilities and build stargates to continuously expand and expand outwards. Perhaps using it won't take too long to increase the sphere of influence of human civilization to the level of 100 light years and hundreds of star systems. At the same time, shortly after Lu Yunyu returned, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, Xingyuan Group spent about 100 cubic meters of star core crystals in the shortest possible time to build a giant stargate and increase the maximum cross-sectional size of the teleported object to 300 meters. The weight has increased to 1 million tons, which can transport medium-sized shuttle spacecraft. So a medium-sized spaceship was dispatched, and a team of 1,000 elite superpowers were dispatched. Each of them had a super god mecha, as well as other resources and technical materials, and arrived as quickly as possible. First immigrant star. When a wormhole passage was successfully established between the two star gates, the relatively large spaceship slowly flew out from the wormhole entrance and appeared in front of the hundreds of millions of citizens of the Emerald Star. When they saw thousands of super god mechas lined up in a queue to demonstrate discipline and force. When I saw scenes of shockingly destructive force exercises on TV, the hearts of many immigrants suddenly sank to the bottom, and they felt a kind of despair. Because before there were only 5 super god mechas, they were no match at all. These super god mechas achieved the feat of defeating 100,000 troops. Now the number of super god mechas has increased to 1,000. The strength of the people has increased 200 times. And their strength has increased at least 100 times. Now let alone a serious PK. No matter what tactics are adopted, the probability of the immigrants gaining the upper hand in terms of force is 0. There is no visible sign. Hope. They can only endure the fate of being exploited and squeezed. Whether it is resources or energy, it is possible that they will be controlled by the Xingyuan Group. They have no say in the matter, and their interests have been greatly infringed. It is estimated that their life, which was relatively good and abundant before, he will never come back. Even if he is enslaved, the future is dark anyway. After all, those outsiders will definitely not be more inclined to them, and resource rationing will be greatly reduced, giving priority to their own food, drink and fun. The standard of living will most likely be reduced by 2 or 3 levels. Some of them, who are bloody and courageous, have begun to consider whether they should continue to fight, launch resistance, and use their lives and blood to get back everything that belongs to them. However, after a few days, the people discovered that their material rations had not been reduced. Their wages and benefits had increased slightly, and some benefits had also been added. For example, you can make an appointment for life-extending medical surgery at a lower price, which can break the shackles of genes and easily increase the average lifespan of humans to more than 500 years. The body can still maintain high vitality and still have the ability to work and take care of itself. They definitely don't have such advanced medical technology themselves. The Star Source group brought it from their home planet. There are also some more advanced robotic technologies, industrial processing and production technologies that can improve the scientific and technological level of the immigration star by more than 30 years, including some popular music, songs, movies, games, and other entertainment products in the solar system. They are also downloaded in large quantities, packaged, and released for free. Immigrants can read or use these entertainment products without spending money, allowing them to the spiritual world becomes richer. Anyway, no matter in what aspect, what Xing Yuan Group brought this time has significantly improved the industrial technology level of the immigrant star, enriched the spiritual world of the immigrants, and made them healthier and longer, with all kinds of life. The benefits did not decrease but increased, which made people feel something unreal. But this is indeed the fact before us. Although anyone with a slightly smarter mind knows that the Xing Yuan Group is trying to buy people's hearts, hoping to win their favor through some small favors, and then seize more resources and benefits from them, concealing evil intentions and tricks. Low-level people simply underestimate their intelligence. Only fools will be fooled. When such a move lasted for a while, even some immigrants with higher status have repeatedly emphasized that they must not be fooled or be won over by such small favors. Instead, they must be more vigilant and organize the next wave of opposition actions. They must try their best to bring down the Xing Yuan Group. There are many calls for the forces to be completely squeezed out. They must decide their own territory and cannot allow them to trample or interfere. But more and more people still had to shout out, Xinxiang, gradually changed their minds, had to let down their guard, and admitted that Xing Yuan Group was not bad. The proportion of this type of people was getting higher and higher. Originally, our medical technology can give people a maximum lifespan of 300 years. And the technology to keep people young and energetic is not good. It can only extend lifespan, but cannot fight aging. However, the most advanced anti-aging technology brought by Xing Yuan Group technology allows us humans to always remain around 30 years old, keep our brain thinking vitality at its peak, and have pretty good physical strength. The average lifespan of a person can be increased to at least 500 years, and it can continue to improve in the future. The door to eternal life is here at present. We absolutely do not have such advanced biotechnology, and even if we try to explore it, it will take a long time. The industrial technology brought by Xing Yuan Group can more than double the production efficiency of our industrial system. It also brings more advanced industrial robots with higher intelligence. It has helped us upgrade our 3D printers with stronger capabilities. It can be said that if we rely on ourselves to explore and improve printing production capabilities, we will not be able to improve to such an advanced level even in 100 years. After all, the novels on the home planet are better, the games are better, and the movies and TV series are more exciting. The quality of the cultural products we have produced over the years cannot be compared with those on the home planet. Even if our creations or the author has also created some excellent spiritual food, but compared with the masterpieces on the home planet, they are not at the same level at all, or even an era behind them. Since the restoration of contact with the home planet, I feel that most areas have brought about better changes, not worse. Maybe we are too sensitive and guarded. Anyway, I think life is pretty good now. There is no need to take so-called protest actions. It is better to accept the status quo. Yes, I am more inclined to accept the status quo. There is no need to resist. After all, we are all the same intelligent human beings. Public opinion quickly changed. The proportion of people who continued to hold rejection and opposition ideas was significantly reduced. Most of them chose to accept and acquiesce. The thoughts of dissatisfaction and resistance dissipated, and peace and indifference slowly returned. Even if a few people still want to continue to fight against each other and are determined to squeeze out the power of the Star Source group. Seeing the number of superpowers and super god mechas increase to thousands, it is like a bucket of cold water is poured on them. They don't have any hope. The combat power of the super god mecha is simply their nightmare. If a conflict breaks out between the two sides, the result can only be a one-sided massacre. If they continue to resist, maybe they will all be finished, and they will not be able to hurt the star. The Source group has nothing to lose, and this situation is desperate. It is better to be patient and compromise. More advanced technology, biomedical services that greatly extend lifespan, more developed productivity, and colorful cultural and entertainment products are all improving their living standards and happiness index in many aspects, especially a classic virtual online game, and even made some people who like to play games deeply indulge in it and get great satisfaction. Naturally, they will not speak ill of Xingyuan Group every day, and sometimes they will defend it. After all, the people of Xingyuan Group, if you drive them away, they won't be able to experience such a wonderful and fun game. There are so many advanced things on the home planet. Once you enjoy and experience the benefits, those thoughts of separation will gradually disappear, and the proportion of people willing to integrate will significantly increase. Human beings are social animals after all. In a civilization, the more human beings there are, the more developed and wonderful they will be. Of course, tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people can also be rich and live a comfortable pastoral life, which will also bring a great sense of happiness. But integration after that, it was like entering a bustling metropolis. The previously pastoral countryside was no longer particularly attractive. People still preferred metropolitan areas and were unwilling to return to the countryside. Over time, the centrifugal tendency will naturally become smaller and smaller, and the centripetal force will become stronger and stronger. In this process, Xingyuan Group has made huge profits. A brand new star that has not been utilized is equivalent to endless energy. There are also more than 100,000 cubic meters of star core crystal resources, which are also used by Xingyuan. The group sent people to find and mine, but the local immigrants did not get much, although some people went to protest in order to avoid the emergence of more destructive resistance forces. At least for now, they will not provide this material and cultivate Super A group of capable people, unless one day they can be completely trusted. And after opening this situation, having obtained a rich or a star core crystal, Xingyuan Group immediately gained a strong driving force for external development. It immediately dispatched more mission teams and more medium-sized spacecrafts. Starting with more than 20 satellites around the solar system, STAR began to establish surrounding transportation and energy nodes, and after obtaining more energy and resources, further expanded externally. Chapter 273 Li Leffen. A few years later, March 2078. The 38th year of the new era is the 38th year since mankind officially entered space on a large scale. In the solar system, the 8th orbital area between the orbits of Venus and the Blue Star, in the space city number 387, Golden City number 7, Li Leffen, an 18-year-old boy, is a senior high school student who is doing fairly well in studies. He has an above-average appearance and a pair of impressive deep eyes. Although he is usually low-key and feels very ordinary, he always unconsciously. He exudes a unique temperament. In addition, he loves sports. He often goes to play ball and play games with his classmates and friends. So he has the feeling of a sunny boy. In addition, he has a gentle personality, good temper, and is more willing to help others. In the class, he was quite popular, with many friends, and several female classmates who had a crush on him. Even Ran Mingxi, the beauty of the class, would occasionally cast curious glances at the corner of the window where he was. It's just that so far, Li Leffen has no experience in dating. He is like a blank sheet of paper. It's not that the school and elders don't allow it, and some girls have taken the initiative to send signals to him. However, in the end, Li Leffen said that his family conditions were ordinary and his financial situation was not good. For good reasons, he rejects those girls who have a crush on him, or he only wants to make ordinary friends, or even get along as brother and sister. After all, everyone is still a student and should focus on their studies and not do irrelevant things. Secondly, Li Leffen personally has a little low self-esteem and worries. He is worried that he cannot bring happiness to the girl who likes him and does not want to hurt her. That's right. Lee Leffen is an illegitimate child who was raised by his mother since he was a child and grew up in a single-parent family. As for the biological father, he has met him several times. He has a very great background and a very noble status. He is actually Li Haoyun, the sixth son of the king of the sun Li Xingyang, a proper prince of the sun. From this perspective, Li Leffen is the grandson of the king of the sun Li Xingyang, and he also has a very noble bloodline. However, Li Leffen is only Li Haoyun's illegitimate son, and one of the 15 illegitimate sons. He has no formal status and cannot even qualify as a peripheral member of the Sun family. Only by making great contributions to the Sun family can he be recognized, become one of the members of the family. Li Leffen's mother was a pretty ordinary woman. She was one of the 10 mistresses Li Haoyun kept. After she got tired of being played with, she seldom continued to care about her. She couldn't visit her twice a year, and she only provided a relatively small amount of living expenses. He is generous and has a relatively cold attitude towards his illegitimate son. He can't be said to be good or bad, and it is impossible to have deep feelings. After all, illegitimate children are the product of temporary desires, and will only bring trouble and embarrassment. If it weren't for the Sun family, they attach great importance to fertility. As long as they can add new people to the family, illegitimate children will be recognized. Therefore, Li Leffen has not suffered much since he was a child. But he has received slightly less care, and because he was raised hard by his mother since he was a child. Li Leffen is more mature mentally and considers more issues. He always appears to be much more sensible than his peers and has higher emotional intelligence. He occasionally shows his independent side. He doesn't mess up when things happen, and his teachers speak highly of him and think he will definitely achieve something in the future. But Li Leffen also has his worries and worries. Besides, high school is almost over. Life is about to reach a new fork. Li Leffen has been thinking about what he should do better in the past few days. Is it better to continue studying in college and improve his academic qualifications, or to go out and do some business and work hard for his future? Due to the large-scale application of artificial intelligence nowadays, the cost-effectiveness of studying in college is very low, but the tuition fees are often rising. If students do not have a degree from a famous university, they will be unemployed once they graduate. The cost-effectiveness is too low. It is better to go out to work directly after graduating from high school. It is more reliable to study a major. The craftsmanship of spectrum analysis and accumulation of work experience in advance will be very good for future development. Although his academic performance is acceptable, Li Leffen knows that he is not a genius. His intelligence level is only average, and there are many people better than him as grains of sand. So continuing to study is not suitable for him. It would be better for him to enter the society earlier and experience some severe beatings earlier. This should be more suitable for him. Not only can he make money as soon as possible and achieve financial independence, but he can also see more wonderful things and get rid of the shackles of his mother. After all, Li Leffen doesn't want to be a mama's baby, and he doesn't want to face her mother's gaze every day as she hopes that her son will succeed. She even wants to train him to be good enough. After being recognized by the Sun family, she could also successfully come aboard and become a member of the Sun family. The possibility of being a peripheral member is extremely low, but my mother placed this unrealistic wish on him. However, Li Leffen himself didn't want to rely on too many external forces. He just wanted to rely on his own efforts to prove his abilities. He also didn't want to have too many interactions with the Sun family. He really wanted to prove himself, and was unwilling to endure certain abnormalities. He doesn't want to rely on others. He has his own hands and feet. So why do he need to rely on relationships to achieve great results? He would rather start from scratch and rise from scratch than to have someone pay the way for him. This is not okay. He does not want this kind of life. He hopes that his life, even if it is not a simple mode, must be an ordinary mode. Otherwise it will be meaningless. It's just that his mother will definitely object firmly, and not allow him to go out and have a career right after graduating from high school. At least, he has to go to a better university. If he can't get into a good university, with the energy of the Sun family, he can make arrangements at that time. The big deal is just spending some money, and there is no problem or pressure to get into a prestigious school. Secondly, at school, I learned that Li Leffen's intention to graduate was not to take the college entrance examination, but to go out and work outside after getting his diploma. This was persuaded by several teachers, who all asked him to go to university and get a university degree certificate and graduation. With the certificate, no matter what job you are looking for in the future, you will be able to find a high-paying job relatively easily and live an even easier life. However, if you only have a high school degree, even if the smart assistant is very easy to use, it will not be able to live your life for you. These resistances, Lee Leffen has the means and ability to overcome it. After all, no one can change what he has made up his mind to do. Moreover, human lifespan has been greatly extended nowadays. Even if he takes a detour, he will still have the opportunity to correct and change in the future. That is, there will still be regrets and changes. There is no room for correction, and it is not a problem to delay it for 3 to 5 years. There will be ways to make up for it later. Unexpectedly, the biggest resistance he encountered was the class beauty Ranmingshi. After she left it alone for the day, she sent a few messages in advance, asking him not to leave after school and to wait for her on the rooftop of the teaching building. She was a little worried. I want to say something to him. What does the class girl want to talk to me about? Lee Leffen was very surprised. He didn't understand why the class beauty wanted to find him. The relationship between the two was not very deep, so it was better not to go. However, after 2 beeps, the communicator on his wrist received another message from Ranmingshi. He had to keep the appointment and couldn't think of slipping away. Otherwise the consequences would be serious. See these warnings? Lee Leffen could only be obedient. After the bell rang, he walked to the roof of the teaching building and waited for the arrival of the class beauty. Not a moment. The sound of trampling footsteps came. Lee Leffen, who was waiting, turned around and saw Ranmingshi. The class beauty appeared in front of him, wearing a JK suit, very young and beautiful, with top-notch looks, fair and flawless skin, a well-proportioned and graceful figure, and a goddess-like height. Her cold temperament and excellent academic performance have made her a goddess in the hearts of many boys, and there are countless people pursuing her. However, the class beauty has a very high vision. So far, she has not been in a relationship. This is not true in the eyes of many boys. On campus, the phenomenon of pairs seems quite rare and strange. Banhua, you called me here. Do you have something to tell me? Lee Leffen stood up, walked in front of her in 2 steps, and asked, I heard that after graduating from high school, you plan to drop out of school and pursue your career instead of going to college? You are so smart, and it is not difficult to get into a prestigious university. Why do you want to enter the society so quickly? Ranmingshi, a class beauty, looked at him and asked Road. It doesn't matter whether you go to college or not. Now is not the time to look at academic qualifications. Instead of wasting a few years going to college, it's better to develop early, accumulate some experience, and earn some income. I think this is a better choice. Lee Leffen shrugged. Can you change your mind and go to college with me? We are still very young. We are only 18 years old. It is the time to enjoy life and youth. Why are you so persistent in going to develop outside? This society is not like it's as simple as we imagine. But the competition is still fierce. Although there is a lot of room for development and many opportunities, most ordinary people, even if they work very hard, will find it difficult to achieve much. If you start from the bottom, even if I entered the society very early, and after a few years, I may not be able to accumulate a lot of resources, and I may not be able to earn as much as others in a month. Banhua Ranmingshi persuaded him, hoping that he would give up his original plan. How I choose is my own business. Why are you persuading me like this? It seems that the relationship between the two of us is not particularly close. There is no reason or necessity for you to come to persuade me. Lee Leffen asked strangely, not understanding why the class beauty would do this. Stop being so sentimental. Ranmingshi stomped her feet angrily and said, I am the monitor of our class. It was the class teacher who asked me to help you with ideological work. Are you overthinking it? Do you think I like you? Haha. This kind of thing, how is this possible? Stop your unrealistic fantasies. Sorry. That's not what I meant. Lee Leffen awkwardly grabbed his hands and had to say, I'm overthinking. Please don't mind. But I really don't consider going to university. No matter what kind of knowledge. Artificial intelligence has more and more knowledge than us. Okay. As long as you know how to apply it. It's okay. I don't really like to do meaningless and worthless things. Maybe it's more suitable for me to work in society instead of being a parasite in the ivory tower of a university. Insect. What's wrong with going to college? Why don't you get the hang of it? Ranmingshi said angrily. You also said you don't want to be a parasite. Do you know how many people want to enter university but can't get in? In some universities now, there are generally more girls than boys. As long as they enter university, they are not afraid of not being able to get in. There may be girls who take the initiative to pursue you, and the school will encourage it. Even in the dormitory building where you live. If you accidentally have a little watermelon, the school also encourages you to give birth to a little watermelon. If you get married and start a family, you will get extra credits. Scholarship. There will be no pressure in life. I don't know how wonderful it is. It is like heaven. Don't you have any expectations and yearnings? Well, there is indeed a little bit. But not much. I don't want to be bound by too many things. I just want to see the outside world and see the stars and the sea. These are far more attractive than college life. So stop trying to persuade me. Classmate, I am invincible now. You suggest that I fall in love and have a wonderful college life. But this may bring me weaknesses. If I want to go out and have a career in the future, I may not be able to. I can't get out. I don't have the conditions anymore. Li Leffen shook his head repeatedly to express his refusal. Seeing that his persuasion was of no use, Ren Mingxi could only grit her teeth and glare at him. I will give you another option. As long as you listen to me and are willing to go to college, then I will agree to be your girlfriend and go to the same school as you. In addition, my family is open company. My dad's business is doing pretty well. When you graduate from college, I will arrange you to my dad's company so that you can develop on a better platform. When my dad retires, you may take over the company. The only condition is to marry into my home. How about it? This option is very good. Right. Li Leffen. I am giving you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although in this era, there seem to be many development opportunities. They have begun to solidify. It has become difficult for ordinary people to get ahead. And the unemployment rate is also increasing. Originally, I didn't consider letting you eat this soft meal of mine. But you are pretty good. And you are relatively stable in your work. So I will give it to you. How about this opportunity? Li Leffen. It's time to nod your head and agree. I've lowered my face to persuade you. Don't be disrespectful. This. Li Leffen was stunned for a moment, not expecting that things would turn out like this. In order to persuade him to go to college, Class Beauty Ran Mingxi actually went to this extent and paved a path for his future. For most boys, it is a very pleasant path. As for getting married, many boys don't care about this at all. It's just a matter of surname. There is no throne in the family for anyone to inherit. So the surname doesn't matter. Li Leffen doesn't attach great importance to it. Look at this class beauty with a cold temperament. In order to persuade him, her face turned red with anger. She looked cuter, and she made a huge effort, which made him feel a little shaken and moved. Beautiful girl. I'm really excited about your choice. I don't think many boys will refuse it. But I still want to stick to my original plan. I'm really sorry. Maybe many years later, I will definitely regret missing it. This opportunity. But I really don't want to go to college. I still want to go out and make a living. I'm very sorry. Li Leffen bowed, then turned around and left with a look of struggle and hesitation. Chapter 274 Super Academy. After rejecting the class beauty, Li Leffen soon encountered some troubles. He was ostracized by some classmates, and some wanted to teach him a lesson. So he fell into a more troublesome situation. After all, Ran Mingxi, the class beauty, comes from a good family, and is a relatively well-known rich man with assets exceeding tens of billions. He, Li Leffen, is just an ordinary poor boy. The class flower promoted him so much, but he was repeatedly rejected. To be honest, no matter who he is, he will if you can't accept it. You will be very angry and take some revenge measures. It is very normal. However, Li Leffen is not the kind of character who likes to swallow his anger. He can suffer a loss once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. He had to tell his mother about this and asked her to go to her father for help and tell him that her son was being raped at school. Bullied. Let him figure it out. After receiving the call, Li Haoyun learned about the cause and effect. He originally didn't want to overdo it and just called the school leaders. However, thinking of the family motto of the Taiyang family and the words that his father Li Xingyang often said, I personally came out to deal with this problem. After all, the Sun family attaches great importance to the situation of their offspring. Even an illegitimate child can still get some attention and training. It is impossible to ignore it. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Sun family is, sooner or later it will fall apart and fall apart. Without family and descendants, there is nothing. This is something more important than any high-value asset. Soon, a few days later, earthquake-like changes have taken place in the school. Several derelict teachers have lost their jobs, and more than a dozen classmates have been expelled. Ran Mingxi, the mastermind behind the scenes, seems to have had the worst fate. Not only was she expelled, her family's business was attacked, and investors withdrew their capital, suddenly reached the edge of bankruptcy, and suddenly became worse than an ordinary family, like falling from heaven to H.L. At this time, Li Leffen's true identity was almost revealed, which brought a lot of surprises, and also made many people feel regretful. They were blind to Taishan and offended a great god. They have learned a profound lesson, but at this moment, they want to please. Li Leffen was of no use. It was too late. Even trying to please them was useless. Their faces had already been seen clearly. In addition, some of Li Leffen's plans were also affected and disrupted. He originally wanted to go out to work outside after graduating from high school, and did not want to continue studying in school. Although the ivory tower is beautiful, he yearned for the vast world outside, and wanted to embrace freedom. Of course, he also knows that it may not be easy outside, and there will be many difficulties in front of him. He will probably regret it. But no matter what the people around him say, he will still be firm in his thoughts, even if he will regret it in the future. However, an admission notice was placed in front of him, which reversed his decision, and he was easily persuaded to continue studying in school, because this school is Xingyuan Superpower Academy, a special private university founded by Xingyuan Group. It is very famous in human civilization, and more than 90% of superpowers are from this school. The top 10 and top 100 superpowers cultivated by the academy all come from this school, and they have a fatal attraction for countless students. That's right. The current human federation has not yet entered the era of universal superpowers. Only a few elites are qualified to be trained and become superpowers, and the total number does not exceed 1 million. With the help of the star core crystal, some of them can create low temperatures and freezes. Some create high temperature flames. Some have huge power. Some control current or magnetic fields, and some can even affect and distort time and space. It is extremely terrifying and exaggerated, and can even be used in the field of civilian technology. They play a huge role in the manufacturing and processing of many high-tech equipment, which cannot be separated from these superpowers. They are an indispensable link in the high-tech industry chain. Therefore, as long as you can become a person with superpowers, you have a bright future, and you will easily succeed and become the best in certain fields. The salary and benefits can make you earn millions or tens of millions per month, which can be described as easy. You can also become an expatriate to other stars, perform more challenging exploration and development tasks, find valuable resources for mankind, and become a leader in conquering the stars and the sea. Thinking about it makes people feel very excited and excited. Li Leffen really couldn't find a reason to resist. This opportunity to enter the Super Academy was given by his father Li Haoyan, which made Li Leffen feel a good sense of fatherly love. But what Li Leffen didn't know was that the current Sun family has been able to continuously obtain valuable resources. The Star Core Crystal resource has broken the upper limit of the number of people who can cultivate superpowers. Otherwise, even if he is a member of the Sun family who is living outside, it will be difficult to get him with such a good opportunity. After all, it also depends on talent. There is a big difference between average talent and excellent talent, and there is a problem of spiritual energy conversion rate. For example, an ordinary person with average talent can only convert 1% of the energy of the brain and spirit, which can also be called bioelectricity, into something capable of lifting a kilogram of objects after being amplified 1,000,000 times by the star core crystal energy. But its effect is very low, and it can hardly bring much help. At most, it can become a constructive superpower to process certain high-precision parts and chips, etc., and play a relatively small role. But there is no problem in making 1,000,000 a month. Superpowers are superpowers after all, as long as they are applied properly. No matter how small the energy is, it can create huge value. An ordinary person with good talent can probably convert about 50% of the mental energy of the brain into a force of more than 50 kilograms after being amplified by the star core crystal 1,000,000 times, or release a high-temperature flame, or stimulate it is already a very good ability to produce a powerful electric current that can kill a person. Most superpowers have a conversion rate of about 50% at the beginning. It is only after rigorous training that they can continue to improve and change more and more powerful. But there are very few geniuses who want to achieve 100% utilization of brain and mental energy. They are extremely rare existences, and the most powerful handful. Moreover, most of them can only master a certain kind of energy usage, such as fire, system proficiency, electricity system proficiency, ice system proficiency, space system proficiency, etc. Ability is often relatively simple, but the more single it is, the purer it is, and the more powerful it is when it explodes. There are individual superpowers who can occasionally explode, produce 200% overload energy, bringing feedback more than 1,000,000 times. The proportion of such geniuses is 1 in 100 million, even rarer than giant pandas. Naturally, they are super elites who have been specially trained. The tilt of resources is very big, because the value that such geniuses can create and the contributions they bring are incomparable and unimaginable. They can even bring about turning changes in history. No matter how much we value them, they cannot be overestimated. Therefore, I got the admission notice from the Superpower Academy and allowed myself to enter the Superpower Department of the Star Source Superpower Academy to study. I worked hard to master the use of Star Core Crystal and worked hard as quickly as possible. Cultivate into an excellent superpower. Lee Leffen did not refuse and was very happy to accept it. For him, it is undoubtedly a very cool thing to enter the Super Academy and find a way to become a powerful super user. And he can also control unimaginable abilities. There was no way or reason to resist. So I immediately joined indecisively and excitedly. September 1st. The first day of school. The 354 Space College City is a space city that specializes in educational functions. It contains primary schools, middle schools, and universities. It has hundreds of schools of various types and can accommodate up to millions of students. The interior is extremely sci-fi and prosperous. Similar to a certain Academy City depicted in this anime, has the same purpose. Accompanied by his mother, Lee Leffen entered this prosperous Academy City and arrived at the door of the Super Academy. He was very excited. Here, he finally arrived at this prosperous and lively place. He was about to embrace the wonderful college life. Take out your admission letter. Complete the admission procedures. He lived in a luxurious dormitory for 2 people. And his roommate was a guy named Lu He who had a good personality and was able to get along well with him. Campus infrastructure in all aspects of life, study, exercise, medical care, etc. are very complete and luxurious. The male-to-female ratio is 5:1. Male students are mainly male students. There will not be too many messy things. Lee Leffen can only be satisfied. It didn't take long to get used to it after a few days. September 5th is the day to conduct the brain mental power conversion rate test. Lee Leffen felt a little uneasy and nervous, because this test was very important and critical, and even determined the direction of his future training and the tone of how much attention he would receive. If his brain conversion rate is relatively low, it means that his talent is very average, at the level of an ordinary person. In the future, he can only survive in a way that is stronger than ordinary people. Even after professional training, the brain conversion rate can be gradually improved. But the ceiling for ordinary people is about 50%. Only geniuses can achieve a conversion close to 100%. The future will naturally be brighter, and there will be more opportunities in front of them. Quite a few. Above the geniuses, there are super geniuses who can overload the brain conversion rate to 120%, 150%, or even 200%. They are also called overclockers. Their burst of power can be used to describe it as terrifying. In some simulated battles, they put on the super god mecha and were even able to fight against an A-class main starship on their own. It was a complete mess, and it was fascinating. Lee Leffen also longs to be an overclocker, a rare super genius who can control unimaginable power, instead of being like most ordinary superpowers, who can only choose to work in a factory and become a so-called screwdriver. Although the salary is also very high, he does not want to sit at that station and work for several or more than 10 years. Becoming a working machine. The test officially begins. Many students lined up in several long queues and walked to the testing equipment one after another to conduct talent testing. Sophomore Gu Tingxia has a brain conversion rate of 47%, which is 13% higher than half a year ago. The progress is acceptable. He is proficient in fire and ice energy manipulation, which is pretty good. Wen Dao Chun, a junior student, has a mental conversion rate of 53%, which is 2% higher than half a year ago. The progress is average, and the conversion rate has reached the upper limit. He has dabbled in the fire, ice, electricity, and magnet systems. It is quite complicated, and he is not proficient in any one. It is recommended to participate in work internship as soon as possible, and not to waste the school's training resources. Sean Yanqing, a senior student, has a mental conversion rate of 96%, which is 4% higher than half a year ago. He has made good progress. The conversion rate is close to the upper limit. He is proficient in current control. He is very suitable to join the Pioneer Exploration Team or the Sun Guardian Team so that he can perform better. If your ability is not improved significantly after studying for about half a year, it is better to apply for graduation as soon as possible. Yu Xinpeng, a freshman, has a preliminary mental conversion rate of 58%. His talent exceeds 90% of ordinary people. He has certain training value. After 2 or 3 years of systematic training, his conversion rate is expected to be close to 100%. He is proficient in fire energy control and has comprehensive potential. Not bad. Tong Huaqin, a freshman, has a brain power conversion rate of 91% in the initial test. The suitable direction for specialization is the electromagnetic system. Yes, this freshman is a little genius. It is still a relatively rare electromagnetic system. This is very valuable for training. As long as he is trained to be qualified talent, will definitely be able to enter the Sun Guards in the future. In addition, she is a girl, so she will be more popular. This girl should join my electromagnetic department. I will train her strictly to make her a very good super. Those who are capable, said the female teacher. Soon it was Li Lethan's turn to conduct the test. A special helmet was placed on his head. He also wore a special suit with electrodes all over it. The test begins. Following the guidance of the test teacher, Li Lethan desperately consumed his brain's mental power to establish some kind of mysterious communication with the star core crystal, and then began to consume his mental power to resonate with it, and finally transformed it into a larger energy feedback. Brain conversion rate 3%, 5%, 12%. The value slowly increased and then increased, slowly climbing to 30%, 40%, and then increased extremely slowly. Even if Li Lethan desperately exhausted his brain power and tried to give more feedback, no matter how hard he tried, even if his face was red and full of emotions, my head was sweating and my back was soaked with sweat, this value was also stuck at 46%. And then I became motionless and could no longer run upwards. Stop trying. You've reached your limit. 46% is okay. It's better than most ordinary people. As long as you study hard and improve in the future, it will be no problem to reach a level close to 100%. Your starting point is not bad, said a teacher in charge of the test. Yes, I understand. Li Lethan had no choice but to stop, take off his test clothes, take off his test helmet, and shook his head in frustration, feeling very disappointed. The mental conversion rate is only 46%, which is a bit difficult for him to accept, because he has the blood of the Sun King in his body. Even if he is an illegitimate son with no status, it is impossible to deny the blood of the sun, and he will occasionally feel a little proud in his heart. However, the mere 46% conversion rate proves that his bloodline is not that noble. It is just a little better than mediocre. It cannot be linked to genius or anything. It is just an above-average level. Even if he works very hard in the future, the upper limit of his future achievements will not be too high. Hey! Just when he turned to leave. Wait! Don't leave yet. The test teacher stopped him and said, the specialization direction you are suitable for is actually the space department. The probability of a student with this specialization is less than 1 in 10,000, and the affinity is rarely higher than 30%. Boy, this it shows that you have a talent similar to a genius in terms of space energy. Chapter 275 Interstellar Adventurer. Space energy specialization? This word immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. A large number of eyes fell on Li Lethan, showing a kind of envy and jealousy. An extremely rare space system. Although the brain conversion rate is less than 50%, it seems a bit mediocre in an environment with many geniuses. If it is a common energy specialization such as fire and ice, it will probably be looked down upon with contempt, and future achievements will not be achieved. No matter how high you are, you can't control too much energy. At most, you can play a little role in the field of industrial manufacturing. At best, you are a hard worker. You have to work for 8 hours every day, and occasionally call 996. Just like a machine. Although the income of ordinary labor is not low, and the social status is quite high. After all, it is just a higher-end work, and its essence will not change. Only if your ability is strong enough and possesses terrifying destructive power, you will have the opportunity to become a class of human masters, or a class of eagle dogs who obey the arrangements of the powerful, and can gain access to and control a little bit of power. no matter how powerful you are. For some, it is possible to become a member of the powerful, even if you are in a relatively low position. But if you reach the top of the pyramid, you can control your own destiny, become the person who has the ability to divide the cake, and naturally live a good life. It's easy, and it's not easy to fall down. After all, human beings are living longer and longer now, and they can pass on their abilities, wealth, opportunities, etc. to the next generation in various ways. As long as they don't make too big a mistake, you can become a superior person for a long time. The space system talent is extremely rare, but its effect is very powerful. Innate is like a baby. Even if your brain power conversion rate is not high, as long as you have this talent, you will generally be valued and carefully cultivated. Lee Lethan's mental conversion rate is relatively high, as long as he works hard in the later period. There is no big problem if the conversion rate is close to or reaches 100%. And the role he can play by then will be great. Today's space system superpowers have researched and developed a variety of ways to utilize space system energy. For example, by creating a small area of distorted space-time and isolating all light, you can achieve optical, absolute invisibility, and have very good concealment. If a war breaks out, it can be used as a very good reconnaissance force to check the opponent situation. Don't worry too much about the risk of being discovered. Another example is to create a distortion of time and space in front of the spacecraft, allowing the spacecraft to speed up, or even achieve superlight navigation. This can significantly shorten the spacecraft's navigation time and reach the desired destination as quickly as possible. The problem currently encountered is that human beings are super fast. The distorted time and space created by capable people cannot last for too long, and its range is also very small. It is far inferior to a large stargate, but it can still be of great help in many emergencies. For example, some powerful space system users can sneak in front of their opponents without being noticed, even penetrate the surface of the spacecraft, enter the interior to cause damage, blow up nuclear reactors, kill important threatening figures, etc. In some cases, it can have a fatal blow-like effect. Some space superpowers have even learned how to compress time and space, allowing them to carry a compressed space around them, and then store some supplies and items inside, acting as a portable space backpack with an internal capacity of up to 10 cubic meters. It is easy to store more than 100 meters, and it can store a large amount of supplies, so that no matter where it ends up, there will be a large amount of supplies available. Even if it is in some harsh environment, it can survive for 3 to 5 years until rescue forces arrive. Therefore, just because of the compressed space carried around, the survivability of space-based superpowers is far greater than that of other types of superpowers, and it is not easy to lose their lives in accidents. Naturally, space-based superpowers have also become other students who specialize in the energy department are envious of the existence of jealousy. But they have to lower their posture and fawn over in every way. After all, when they go out to perform tasks in the future, superpowers who specialize in the space department can bring huge protection and greatly increase their survival rate. Improvement. Who doesn't want to be safer? Learn that your talents are rare and have great potential. Happy. Lee Lethan was very happy, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to himself, "This is because God is helping me. He knows that I yearn for freedom and want to venture outside. So I have the talent of space system. I have to work hard next. Only by studying and making rapid progress can you enter the sea of stars as soon as possible. Become a great interstellar adventurer, a pioneer in exploration for all mankind, and become the most respected hero." So the next stage of university study, Lee Lethan worked very hard. He was learning how to improve his mental conversion rate every day. After being assigned to the star core crystal, he also explored and researched every day. If he didn't understand something, he asked the teacher. He had a very serious attitude towards learning. As for falling in love, although there are many girls who are very fond of him, and many of them take the initiative to pursue him, Lee Lethan is unmoved and has no interest. Only every percentage point that the mental conversion rate increases can make him. He was excited, but otherwise cared nothing. In addition, his talent is indeed good. After a year of hard work, his mental conversion rate increased to 72%, an increase of nearly 30 percentage points. The progress was astonishing. You can also use the star core crystal to realize some space system superpowers, such as space-time hiding, space-time acceleration, and compressed space storage items. All these skills have been mastered, and you have become an intern space system superpower, a capable person When his ability is further improved, he can become an official Junior Space System super user. Without the word internship in front of him. Effort. He has to keep working hard. In the second year of his study career, he worked even harder. He was fascinated by the research on extraordinary abilities. He also used some high-tech auxiliary means to increase his understanding of the energy of time and space in the virtual world. And his learning efficiency improved several times. So by the end of this year, his mental conversion rate had increased by 98%, an increase of 26 percentage points, and was about to reach the ultimate level of ordinary geniuses. At his current level, he could already apply for early graduation, then take on some tasks, and start a real adventure career. However, he is not in a hurry to apply for graduation. He feels that he still has room to continue to improve. So he is crazy again. After working hard for a year, he actually succeeded in breaking the limits of ordinary geniuses. At the end of the third year, he increased his brain power conversion rate to 115% and became a genuine genius. However, if he wanted to continue to break through later, it would be very difficult. It is difficult for him, and the school does not recommend that he continue to study hard. It is better to apply for development and improve himself in the practice of performing various tasks. This kind of effect may be the best. Li Leffen accepted this suggestion and thought it made sense. At this time, seeing that Li Leffen, an illegitimate son, was so outstanding and became a very powerful space super user, Li Haoyun took the initiative to find him and discuss a matter. Xiao Fan, why don't you come back to the family with me? You are so outstanding now that you are fully qualified to become a peripheral member of the Sun family. Your grandfather will also welcome you to join, and then give you many opportunities to train and perform. Our family's power tentacles have extended to 35 star systems, more than a dozen more than the Federation. We have an absolute advantage and have a huge piece of cake. However, due to the rapid expansion, superpower, the number of supervisors is a bit insufficient, and some weak links are prone to appear, and not many can be trusted absolutely. Therefore, the family needs your service very much. As long as you nod your head, you will be assigned a very good position immediately, allowing you to show your abilities and worth. Father Li Haoyun said, Dad, I personally prefer to return to the family. It's just that my wish since I was a child is to venture far away and explore unknown and distant places. My dream is to become a great interstellar adventurer. So I hope my family gave me a dedicated, advanced exploration spacecraft and some manpower, allowing me to explore unknown places dozens or hundreds of light years away. I'm not sure whether I can come back in the future, and it won't be possible soon. It's impossible to come back and stay close to my family. So will my family help me facilitate my dream and allow me to realize it? Li Leffen asked. Why are you traveling so far away? The entire galaxy is barren, and there is almost no intelligent civilization. Scientists have determined that at least within 1,000 light years around our sun, there are no unknown civilizations. All it is endless loneliness and desolation. It is meaningless and very boring for you to take risks within this range. You are destined not to gain much. As for a place 1,000 light years away, it will take a long time for you to run there. Time! There is really no need. Just listen to my arrangements and develop safely and steadily. That's fine, Li Haoyun said. But I still want to stick to my dream. No matter it's a deserted place or there is life. My dream is to run over and take a look. It doesn't matter if I don't see what I want to see. What's important is the process of exploration. So I still want to go out. It is impossible to live in the arms of the mother planet all the time. This kind of life is too mediocre. It should not be about money, women, or a luxurious life. These are not my pursuits. Therefore, support let's pursue my dream. If it doesn't work, then I can only join other people's adventure teams, or form a team on my own. Anyway, I will set sail and set off. Even if I accidentally die outside, I will not regret it. So, please give me some support. Li Leffen bowed deeply and said, This. Li Haoyun couldn't help but frown, not knowing how to persuade him. Then he returned to the Sun Temple. He visited the old man and told him about the situation. He asked whether he should provide support or continue to persuade and let this good seedling stay. After all, the risk of venturing outside was very high. Ordinary, the mortality rate of interstellar explorers is more than 30%, and the probability of never returning is more than 80%. Only 10% to 20% of those who can come back safely are described as having a high probability of not coming back. There is no problem at all. Such a good seedling is also most likely They were trained in vain. Support? For such a child who has dreams and pursuits? Why not support him to realize his dreams? Li Xingyang thought for a while and said, build him an exploration spacecraft with the best configuration. And help recruit some useful manpower. Give him full support and go out to have a good adventure. If there is a huge harvest, then the Sun family, the reputation will be significantly improved. If there is no gain, there will not be too much loss. As long as the person can come back. Of course, if there is a danger that is difficult to deal with and the person cannot come back, there is nothing that can be done. It is fate. In this case, we have nothing to complain about and can only bear such losses. The world is like this, and we cannot take advantage of everything. This will bring disaster. I know, father. I will make arrangements right away. Li Haoyun nodded. Today's solar family has actually developed to a point where it is at its peak. A large number of space energy facilities have been established to utilize stellar energy to some extreme extent. They can still reduce the cost of stellar energy through various technical means. To a very low level, it still has a strong competitive advantage against high-power nuclear fusion artificial sun. Especially on the basis of the crisscrossing energy main roads. The Interstar Highway established has indeed brought great convenience to humans developing in space. Saved a lot of time. And connected the Blue Star with Mars. The livable zone between them has been created as a 36-hour living area. That is, no matter where you want to go in this area, you can reach it in as little as 36 hours. It is indeed very convenient. Compared with the cargo flow on the Blue Star. And logistics will be much more efficient. In the future, countless space cities can be built in this area to accommodate hundreds of billions of people, allowing human civilization to evolve into a larger-scale super-civilization and become more prosperity and development. In this process, Xingyuan Group will gain countless benefits. The Sun family's energy empire will become more stable, and its future potential will be huge. Then you can also consider expanding externally, extending the tentacles of interests to dozens of surrounding stars, continuously developing outward, step by step, and building up and improving the energy network and Stargate transportation network, so that you can go to the surrounding areas in the future. The star system is also extremely convenient. You can even go there and come back the same day. By that time, it is unknown what kind of monster the Xingyuan Group will become. Li Xingyang also knows that there are already many forces secretly brewing plans to fight against the Xingyuan Group, but they have not yet been implemented in a big way. Everyone's cooperation is quite pleasant so far. Compared with these large-scale changes, supporting a grandchild's dream is not a big deal. It's just a casual move without expecting anything in return. Li Leffen, who received such support, was very happy and excited, and repeatedly thanked his family for the support they gave him. Chapter 276 Ancient Planet. 1 year later. Star Dauntless Exploration Spacecraft. It cost tens of billions of funds to build a special spacecraft for interstellar exploration that gathered all the most advanced technologies of the Star Source Group. Empty weight is 35,800 tons. The full load is 59,700 tons. Nearly 60,000 tons. It can accommodate 38 crew members and is highly automated and intelligent. The surface is covered with a 3 mm thick layer of strong material, and its defense is comparable to that of an S-class main space battleship. Conventional weapon attacks cannot cause the slightest damage to it. The power system is a small fusion reactor with a maximum output of 150 million kW, which can fully meet the energy needs of the spacecraft. It is enough for the ion engine to burst out with very surging power and accelerate to an extremely exaggerated level. As for the endurance, due to the small crew and sufficient supplies, it can last for more than 50 years if the supplies cannot be recycled. If the supplies can be recycled, as long as the fusion reactor does not shut down, it can still produce energy. Then the spacecraft can continue sailing for more than 100 years without any problems. In addition, it also has a certain self-defense capability. It is equipped with a high-power laser weapon. In addition, it is very flexible and has terrifying defense. It is no problem to deal with those A-class star warships for a long time. If it encounters a powerful opponent, even if you can't defeat it, you can easily escape. Finally, there is the industrial technology capability. It is equipped with a fairly advanced small and medium-sized 3D printer, although its functions are not as good as those of giant, full-featured 3D printers, 30-nanometer process chips, and some industrial products that are not too complex or relatively outdated car engines, etc., can be printed quickly and can meet the needs of most scenes. Satisfy? Lee Leffen was very satisfied with this advanced exploration spacecraft, and was very moved. He even had a strong sense of belonging to the Sun family. He wanted to make some achievements and repay the family well. Of course, he has no repayment now. If you don't have the ability, you can only continue to work hard to find some high-value stellar resources and dedicate them to the family. Only in this way can you offset some of the debts in your heart. This day, near the giant star gate, the time to set off is coming. Lee Leffen and his 37 teammates were ready to set off. After saying goodbye to parents and relatives, the star gate begins to charge with energy. The wormhole vortex begins to appear, and the curvature of space-time has reached its highest level. Set off! Lee Leffen gave the order, and the flight officer pressed the accelerator button. Buzz buzz. The plasma engine ejected azure blue tail flames. Under the powerful thrust, the starry dreadnought moved towards the center of the Stargate. Soon it entered the twisted space-time channel, and was accelerated to a speed far exceeding the speed of light. The teleported the target is a well-developed immigrant galaxy 24 light-years away. The entire transmission process took 4 or 5 hours to arrive near a planet with abundant water resources, called the Garden. Star means as beautiful as a garden. However, Lee Leffen's team did not stay here for too long. They stayed for 7 or 8 days, did a little shopping on the Garden Star, and bought some local products and souvenirs, and replenished a large amount of working fluid, water and other materials. The starry sky fearless set off again, passing through the giant stargate set near the star, and headed straight for a medium brightness star 35 light-years away. That's right, 35 light-years, with the size and mass of the starry sky dreadnought. After the stargate is open for transmission, the spacecraft can only be sent as far as 35 light-years away, coupled with the last stargate transmission. After arriving at the destination, the distance from the home star is 50 light-years, which is considered to be a very far distance. Moreover, the target star contains a lot of heavy elements. The heating power of the star is slightly greater than that of the Sun, and its lifespan has reached the middle to late stages, with about 3 billion years left. As for the most precious star core crystal resource, the special detector made a very strong DD sound, which means that the reserve of star core crystal material in the star system is at least 1 million cubic meters, or even more. If the resources can be mined, the energy facilities can be built, and the Stargate can be successfully constructed, then it will be a huge achievement. It will definitely bring huge benefits to the family and the group, and receive countless praises and rewards. Expect, therefore, Lee Leffen is looking forward to the star named Magnate B63 star very much, determined to win it, and must make very beautiful results. The faster-than-light transmission was completed quickly. It stands to reason. The starry sky dauntless has been transmitted to the interior of the star, and it will immediately see a relatively large main sequence star, just like the previous star it arrived at. But the observers immediately noticed something was wrong. Black. The surrounding environment is very dark and cold, with not much light visible, giving people a very nervous and depressing feeling. The navigation officer in charge of navigation, Wang Ziheng, exclaimed, "There is an error in the transmission position. We are now in an empty interstellar space. The nearest star is 3 light-years away, and the destination star is 25 light-years away. Besides, we yawned a little too much. Captain, what should we do? The endurance of our spacecraft is limited. Unless we maintain the lowest consumption mode and slowly reach the nearest star at 0.2 times the speed of light, we will arrive in about 16 years. If we choose other stars, it will take more time. It's very possible. It's possible in 30 to 50 years. The supplies on our spacecraft may not be enough. I suggest we take a more prudent approach and go to the nearest star to replenish supplies before deciding on the next step of the flight." Official Zhang Sikong said. "Captain, it's up to you to decide. How do you think we should go?" Other crew members asked. "Just go to the nearest star for a while." Lee Leffen had no choice but to accept the good news and said, "But more than 10 years is too long. We have to find a way to speed up the spacecraft and strive to reach the nearest star within 3 to 5 years. We don't have much time to delay on the way. It will arrive in 3 to 5 years. This means that the speed of the spacecraft must be at least 0.8 times the speed of light. But the working fluid that needs to be consumed is very scary. If we do not plan properly, we will not even have the working fluid for deceleration, and it will directly become out of control. Space junk will kill us all. Slow down. Let's go slower. We can afford the time. It's not a particularly long time. Captain, you really can't be too hasty. Otherwise it will be very dangerous." All the crew members persuaded him. No need to say more. Lee Lethan waved his hand and said, I am a superpower in the space system. I can create a high-curvature spacetime environment in front of the spacecraft. You just need to continue to accelerate the spacecraft to form a curvature-driving phenomenon. Scientists say this can obviously it's no problem to speed up the spacecraft and achieve superlight speed. As long as I can persist long enough. Okay. Then I have no objection. I support the captain's plan. Curvature travel can indeed reduce the working fluid consumption of the spacecraft and achieve a good acceleration effect. I also agree. The fear and powerlessness brought about by this black and dark interstellar space is too strong. I don't want to be stuck in this environment for a long time. It's great to have a space-based superpower on the ship. It's very helpful, and saves a lot of time on the road. If the level is higher and the ability is stronger, it would be even better. All the crew members said one after another. As the captain, Lee Lethan left his captain's throne and had to walk to the head of the spacecraft. And then activated his ability to distort the surrounding invisible time and space, generating some kind of inertia that could accelerate the spacecraft forward, like going down a steep slope. Power. And is not affected by the light speed barrier effect. As long as the ability is strong enough, there is no problem in achieving super light speed navigation for a long time. That is, the most powerful space superpower is a humanoid super light curvature engine. After years of hard work, Lee Lethan's mental conversion rate can reach 135%, which is considered a very powerful genius. The amount of mental power has also increased dozens of times. Therefore, Lee Lethan lasted for a total of 38 seconds on the first humanoid curvature engine, which increased the speed of the starry sky dauntless by more than 5,000 kilometers per second. Although the time was short, the effect was pretty good. Then it is to replenish energy to the star core crystal. Lee Lethan also entered a state of meditation and rest to restore his brain's mental strength. The acceleration was continued the next day, and the duration was increased to 41 seconds, an increase of 3 seconds. This is a very obvious and good improvement. On the third day, the duration was 43 seconds. On the fourth day, the duration is 44 seconds. Fifth day, Lee Lethan uses his ability to accelerate the spacecraft every day. He finds that this has a very good training effect. The time he can persist every day can be slightly extended, and growth is achieved bit by bit. This feeling is very good. Used in less than half a year, the spacecraft accelerated to 0.9 times the speed of light, and occasionally even entered a state of superlight speed when he turned on the curvature navigation state. If we continue at this rate, in 3 years, or at most 3 years, we will be able to reach the nearby star, and then replenish a large amount of required supplies to facilitate the journey to the next stop. But Lee Lethan felt that this speed was still too slow. Only by entering a state of superlight speed for a long time can he quickly reach the target location, quickly complete supplies, and then quickly go to the next star position. He is not very satisfied with the current speed, and he is not willing to spend too much time on the journey. Above. Accelerate. Crazy acceleration. Lee Lethan continued to operate, using his abilities to the extreme every day, creating space-time distortions with increasingly larger curvature coefficients, allowing the spacecraft to achieve 3 times the speed of light, 5 times the speed of light, or even higher speeds in a short period of time, although the duration is short. As long as the curvature of space disappears, it will quickly return to the sublight speed state. This day, Lee Lethan consumed almost all his mental power to create a space-time distortion with a curvature of 1000 in front of the spacecraft. In theory, it can accelerate the spacecraft to thousands of times the speed of light, but because of its short duration, it would be good to accelerate to 100 times the speed of light. Only this time something unexpected happened. Maybe it's because the curvature is too high. When the spacecraft's starry sky dreadnought broke through 100 times the speed of light, it seemed to have hit something. The spacecraft shook violently, and then quickly returned to the sublight speed state. After observing some real parameters on the console, the navigation officer Wang Ziheng found an orange star about 10,000 astronomical units in front of the spacecraft. If the spacecraft did not brake and slow down as soon as possible, the spacecraft would collide with it. If it passes by, the supply plan will end in failure. What's going on? The nearest star is at least 1 light year away. How come it suddenly ran in front of us? Slow down. Captain, we must slow down immediately. Otherwise we will have to find the next star to resupply. I don't know why, but our spacecraft jumped a considerable distance and came within 10,000 astronomical units of the star in front. At our speed, it will collide with the star in 80,000 minutes. Passing by, The time left for us is only about 1,300 hours. Unless we carry out extreme deceleration, consume all the working fluids, and discard some useless items, we can successfully decelerate to zero and not miss this opportunity. A star, Flight Officer Zhang Sikong said. Then let's do extreme deceleration. No matter what. As long as there are stars. It's worth our stay for a while. Li Leffen nodded and agreed to their suggestions. So in the following time, the starry sky Fearless began to brake and decelerate frantically. The reverse thrust power of the plasma engine is almost increased to the extreme, producing reverse acceleration exceeding 5G. If the crew members were not in very good physical condition and had undergone very rigorous training, they would not have been able to withstand such an overload for long. The remaining working fluid on the ship is also being consumed in large quantities. The remaining 80%. The remaining 60%. The remaining 30%. Less than 10% of the working fluid reserve remains. Only 5% of the working fluid remains. At this time, the speed of the spacecraft finally dropped to less than 0.1 times the speed of light. About 30,000 kilometers per second. Considering that there was not much working fluid left, it could only enter the stage of slow deceleration to reduce the consumption of working fluid and avoid the deceleration has not yet been completed. But the working medium has been consumed. Even if the fusion reactor of the spacecraft can still provide surging energy, the working medium is gone, and the power is directly lost, which will simply be the end. But even so, Jingwei, the spacecraft's artificial intelligence, said that when the spacecraft decelerates, there is a high probability that the working medium reserve will be less than 0.1%, and there is a certain probability that it will completely lose power. It is recommended that some of the less commonly used materials and equipment on the spacecraft be put directly into the work. In the quality cabin, it is used as an additional working fluid, which is more secure. Of course, this approach will definitely bring some inconvenience to life, causing the internal facilities to be less comfortable and complete. Forget it. There is no need to dismantle the equipment and facilities. I have a solution. I will apply a reverse distortion of deceleration time and space to the spacecraft, which should have a certain deceleration effect, Captain Li Leffen said. Soon, under his operation, the spacecraft successfully completed the deceleration, with 1% of the working fluid reserve left, and was on the verge of danger. But there was no danger. There happened to be a huge gaseous planet next to the spacecraft, which could replenish a large amount of working fluid. In the process of replenishing the working fluid, multiple detectors were launched to observe the star system. In the habitable zone orbit, Li Leffen and others made an extremely shocking discovery. Chapter 277 Miraculous Civilization. Living Planet. Within the habitable zone of this star, there are living planets similar to those of the blue star, with many animals and plants on them. And there are as many as 2 living planets. One of them is 1.6 times the size of Cerulean star, with a surface area of about 800 million square kilometers. But it is relatively close to the star. The average surface temperature reaches 18 degrees Celsius. About half of the area is covered by the ocean. And there is nearly 400 million square kilometers of land. It is full of vitality and full of green vegetation. Only the inland area has tens of millions of square kilometers of desert terrain. Because it is far from the sea, there is very little rainfall. But overall, green areas suitable for life occupy most of it. Land area. That is, the area suitable for human survival is about 300 million square kilometers. These lands can grow food and all kinds of fruits and vegetables, as long as they are developed properly. There is no problem in feeding more than 1 billion people. If agricultural technology is developed enough, food crops can be harvested 3 times a year, feeding tens of billions of people. The population is also easy. Another living planet is about the same size as the blue star, with a surface area of about 500 million square kilometers. Since it is slightly far away from the star, the average temperature on the surface is only 8 degrees Celsius. You must know that the average temperature of the blue star is 15.5 degrees Celsius, which means it is already in the greenhouse effect. In the middle, the polar ice caps dissipate very quickly. Most of the time before, the average temperature was around 14 degrees Celsius, which allowed for a more obvious 4-level alternation of spring, summer, autumn and winter. The average temperature of this planet is only 8 degrees. So both poles are covered. Not to mention the vast tracts of ice and snow. The temperate and tropical areas suitable for crop growth are not very large. Therefore, even if the land area accounts for 55%, most of what can be seen is white ice and snow. Areas suitable for life. no more than 1/3 of the land area. That is, the livable area is less than 100 million square kilometers. Due to the low average temperature, most crops can only be harvested once a year, and the sunlight is not very strong. It is estimated that the upper limit of the population that can be fed will not exceed 1 billion people. There are considerable differences between the two habitable planets. After discussing with the team members, Lee Leffen named the larger planet with life closer to the star, Mars Ball, and the other smaller planet with life farther from the star, Ice Planet. Besides, used detectors for close reconnaissance. Lee Leffen and the others also discovered that intelligent life actually exists on these two living planets. A kind of intelligent life that is very similar to human beings and has evolved to a very perfect level. It can walk upright on two legs. Its facial features and body are very similar to humans. It is just that the chin is slightly tapered and the body is relatively slender. But the overall appearance is similar to that of the Azure Star. Human beings are about 90% similar, but not so similar as to create the uncanny valley effect. After another discussion, Lee Leffen and the others call this type of intelligent life elf people, or short, because their appearance can easily be associated with the elves as a race. In addition, the level of civilization development of the Jingren does not seem to be very high. Although they can build houses and cities, possess iron tools and other tools, agricultural planting is also relatively developed, and there are relatively clear social class distinctions. They can be regarded as entering feudalism, higher stage of society. The weapons used are mainly iron weapons, as well as long-range attack weapons such as bows and arrows, ballistae, and catapults. Of course, the structure of governance includes systems such as empires, kingdoms, castles, and knights' manors. As the feudal hierarchy goes down, most of the elites are civilians and slaves at the bottom. They bear heavier labor and can barely survive. Come down. Above. This is the situation on the Mars Ball. But on the ice planet, due to the cold climate and less arable land, the population is relatively sparse. The development of civilization and productivity are obviously not as good as those on the Mars planet. But the countries and castle systems such as manor and manor also exist, and the tools and weapons used are mostly iron. As for the human race, there are very subtle differences from the elf people on the Mars Ball. The chin has changed. It's not very sharp, and the color of the eye pupils is mainly blue, not the green and brown on the Mars Ball. But even if there are subtle differences, we can be firmly convinced that the intelligent life on the two planets definitely belongs to the same species, with only subtle differences. So doubts came immediately. The distance between these two living planets in their closest orbits is nearly 50 million kilometers, and the difference in luck is hundreds of millions of kilometers. Why are the spirits still distributed on these two planets? Are aliens helping them? Did they realize the leap between planets? Or did they find a way to do it on their own? Yeah. It's so amazing. Even though they are at the productivity level of the ancient feudal society, they are able to travel to another planet tens of millions of kilometers away. Even decades after we built the nuclear bomb, we humans on the blue star couldn't even send people to stay on the moon for a long time. How did these ancient elites with backward technology send the fire of civilization to another planet? No. The technology level of the Jingren is not necessarily very low. Look at the Mars Ball. There are some devices that can float and fly in the air, but you can't see any engines or other power systems. They seem to be using some kind of power system. An extraordinary ability. Star core crystals. Yes, there must be a lot of star core crystals on the planet Mars. After being mined by the local indigenous people, they accidentally discovered the ability of star core crystals. And then, you can use this crystal to make a lot of superpowers were born. And then with the superpowers, they achieved the feat of crossing tens of millions of kilometers of vacuum environment, spreading the fire of civilization to the nearby ice planet. A team member guessed. Awesome. So awesome. This should be the correct answer. It proves that there must be a lot of star core crystal mineral reserves on the Mars Ball or the ice planet. Only after the indigenous people use it can we, with a very low level of science and technology. It has achieved interstellar crossing and has occupied the territory of two planets. And judging from the large number of flying devices in the sky of the Mars Ball, the reserves of star core crystals on this planet are definitely it is very rich. So a large number of superpowers can be cultivated, forming a more magical ancient world. I've become very interested in this star system. Maybe we can get very big results. I think we should stay here for a long time and conduct more observations and excavations. Maybe we can get very big results. Reward? Yes. I'm starting to look forward to it too. We don't have to rush to the next place. Maybe we can get huge gains here. We don't have to rush to the next target. All the team members said excitedly. Li Lefan naturally followed the advice and nodded in agreement with everyone's suggestions. After replenishing the working fluid on the gaseous planet, he controlled the starry sky fearless towards the Mars ball and turned on semi-stealth mode to avoid being discovered by intelligent life on the planet. It took less than a day. The spacecraft arrived at an orbit less than 500 kilometers above the planet Mars. Then hundreds of reconnaissance, scanning and communication satellites were released to conduct careful scanning and observation of the living planets below, and gained a more comprehensive understanding and discovery. Some discoveries can even overturn some of people's perceptions. For example, the population of the indigenous people on the planet Mars is conservatively estimated to be at least 3 billion, and may even be 5 billion. They are very numerous and widely distributed, occupying almost every free land. A sea island, even a small green plant in the desert, has a small indigenous population, and the land utilization has reached a certain extreme level. Secondly, there are only about 50 countries in the land of more than 300 million square kilometers. The 5 largest empires among them all have a land area of more than 10 million square kilometers. The other kingdoms, principalities, etc., they are all affiliated with these 5 empires. In addition, the indigenous civilization on this planet has a very long history. More than 300,000 years. A long time ago, there was even an empire that briefly unified the entire planet, established a very powerful empire, and conquered everyone. Quarter of the land? But even if it is extremely powerful, this kind of empire quickly falls apart and disappears in the long river of history, only being recorded in the passages of some books. The most surprising thing is that this planet has a long history of civilization, but the development of science and technology has been stagnant for a long time. It has basically stayed in the same place. In the past thousands and tens of thousands of years, there has not been much change. Industrial, there has never been a revolution. But there are gunpowder weapons. But their power is too weak to match the extraordinary power of superpowers. So gunpowder has not been used on a large scale. As for the Industrial Revolution, there may have been some signs, but due to various reasons, even if they cannot be developed, those advanced tools that can bring efficiency improvement will most likely be destroyed by the ruling class, because it will lead to the unemployment of a large number of people. And too many unemployed people will bring about a very dangerous situation. The current Mars ball is in a very stable governance structure. There are many kingdoms and empires that have existed for more than 1,000 years. They can be said to have survived for a long time. Of course, this does not mean that there will be no crisis in governance. It will happen. But these kingdoms and empires have found very good ways to deal with it. For example, blood marriages between 2 countries can consolidate the relationship between the upper echelons. Even if there are many conflicts between the 2 countries and the hatred is difficult to resolve, they will still marry each other frequently. No matter how serious the conflicts are, they are still relatives after all, and they will not really fight to the death degree. If that still doesn't work, and the internal conflicts are too intensified, an implosion is likely to occur. These kingdoms and empires have a trick that can be called a trick. Migrant. Immigrate across the stars. At that time, these kingdoms and empires will organize a large amount of manpower and material resources to build a large number of well-sealed ships, driven by a large number of superpowers. A large number of immigrants will be sent to at least 40 million kilometers away. On the ice planet, each ship transports at least 10,000 people. If tens of thousands of ships are organized each time, it means that one wave can transport hundreds of millions of people. On average, a group of fine people are sent there every 100 years. This kind of immigration activity has lasted for tens of thousands of years, sending a total of more than 10 billion people to the ice planet. The problem is that the average temperature of the ice planet is low. The food production is not high, and it cannot feed such a large population. This obviously exceeds the upper limit of the ice planet. Insufficient resources and insufficient food will inevitably lead to fierce wars between new immigrants and old immigrants who have struggled to survive. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as survival battle royale. Of course, in the history of tens of thousands of years, there have been many big figures like macho men descended from the sky, from the ice planet, who have successfully integrated all the forces on the ice planet and established a very powerful ice empire. Not only defeated the immigration fleet sent by the Mars ball, but even organized a powerful force to counterattack on the Mars Ball side, to overthrow the decadent old order, establish a fairer new order, and let those at the bottom people can also have the opportunity and choice to survive. However, the heavenly man failed in the end. Even though he achieved a series of small victories, he could not be the opponent of all the empires and kingdoms on the Mars planet combined. Even his hometown ice planet was also attacked. With a fatal blow, the ice empire suddenly fell apart, and the resistance that had arisen on a whim suddenly calmed down. After understanding the above information, Li Leffen came up with the idea of understanding the Jingern civilization more deeply, and became extremely interested. He even considered whether to establish open diplomatic relations with an empire or kingdom on the Mars Ball, and proposed to visit and cooperate. If we can establish a cooperative relationship with the indigenous officials, we will undoubtedly avoid a lot of troubles, bring huge benefits, and avoid many detours. This can be called the upper-level route. There is another way, which is to temporarily conceal your identity, put on makeup, learn the writing and language of the indigenous people, and then cooperate with the indigenous people as an indigenous businessman to improve your understanding of them. Because this method is closer to the indigenous people, their middle and lower classes are closer to their lives and daily routines. So it can be called the lower class route. Everyone discussed carefully about which route to choose. I think it is better to take the upper level route. If we can gain the trust of a certain king or emperor, we can quickly achieve our goals and get the various resources we need most, saving time and effort. This is the best choice, a crew member said. Not necessarily. Carnivores are despicable. People in power are often selfish, arrogant, and even do whatever they want. They may not abide by the contract and cooperate. They may fall out like a book. There is no spirit of contract at all. The risk is actually very high. It is better to leave first. The lower level route. Understand the situation clearly, and then consider how to achieve cooperation. Another crew member said, I think we can choose to have them all. Send 2 groups of people. One group will take the upper level route. Find a ruler of an indigenous country with a better reputation. Conduct a public visit, and then negotiate to seek cooperation. The other group can find ways to integrate into the indigenous people, society, do some business, and see if we can get the resources we want through non-governmental commercial exchanges. Walking on 2 legs. This will definitely be more stable and easier to achieve the goal. Pilot Officer Zhang Sikong said. What Sikong said makes sense. Let's divide into 2 teams and implement both plans at the same time. Li Leffen immediately agreed. Chapter 278 Jinwo Kingdom. Careful preparations were made. With the help of artificial intelligence, everyone learned the language and customs of the refined people in a short period of time. After some microplastic surgery, she became almost like a fine person. Subsequently, among the 38 team members, in addition to the 10 people left on the spacecraft to provide remote support, the other 28 team members were divided into 2 teams to execute the 2 plans AB. Li Leffen personally led a team and used the spacecraft's 3D printer to produce a large number of commonly used industrial items, such as metal farm tools, tableware, ordinary weapons, some tools for craftsmen, etc., plus glass mirrors, soap, perfume, cigarettes, cosmetics, lighters, and other daily necessities were loaded on more than a dozen heavy-duty 4-wheeled carriages, forming a medium-sized caravan. Then he found a remote place where there was no one, spent money to buy a batch of horse-like livestock, and changed into local-style clothes. Only then did he embark on a wide channel and start doing business in this feudal country called Jinwo Kingdom. At the same time, he also used this method to deepen his understanding of this planet. In the process of dealing with other caravans, Li Leffen and the others also learned some basic information about Jinwo Kingdom. The country's land area is approximately 3 million square kilometers. The population is approximately 60 million. The number of standing troops is about 500,000, and they are well-trained, relatively elite, and can be regarded as a relatively combat-effective regular army. The kingdom has a history of approximately 1,300 years, with its glory days and troughs. Its territory has expanded externally, but it has also lost large tracts of land. There have been proud heroes and stories, but there have also been humiliations and bullying. Experience. In this process, a relatively strong national identity was formed, forming a group called Jinwo people, who are very united and have a strong will, which means that no matter what kind of troughs and hardships Jinwo country will fall into in the future, as long as this identity exists, This country cannot disappear completely. Dozens of other countries on the planet Mars are probably in a similar situation. Unless they encounter a doomsday-like blow and the population loss rate exceeds 90%. Even if a kingdom is destroyed, it will not be long before it can be restored. Like an unbeatable Xuqiang. This forces those powerful empires to give up the idea of unifying the entire planet. They can only use the method of recruiting subordinates to establish camps to exert their influence, and no longer consider launching cruel wars to destroy the country. This is destined to be more gain than loss. Endless resistance activities will make the cost of governance unbearable, extremely uneconomical, and a complete loss-making business. It's better to recruit a few more younger brothers, as long as they are still obedient. Moreover, after hundreds of thousands of years of long feudal history, the ruling class has learned countless lessons from their predecessors. Most of them are very mature and understand the importance of the people. Loving and nourishing the people has become an absolutely correct thing. No one can challenge it. Even if a noble prince breaks the law, he will be treated equally. That's too far. After pulling up the caravan, through careful observation and communication with the indigenous people, regarding the productivity of the indigenous people, Li Lethan personally squatted beside the farmland and asked the farmers working hard in the fields to learn about their living conditions. In fact, the agricultural industry on Mars is very developed. Because of the high average temperature, sufficient rainfall, and many types of crop seeds, after countless years of cultivation, most of them have evolved into relatively high-yielding crop seeds, which do not even require a lot of application. The output of fertilizer can be 300 to 500 kilograms per acre, and if it is more, it can reach 800 or even 1,000 kilograms. This is quite an exaggeration. It means that an indigenous family with 6 to 8 people can cultivate about 10 acres of land and land intensively. The food and fruits grown are enough to feed the family, so the pressure is not too great. Just this tax and that tax. Most of the fertile fields are also in the hands of nobles and knights. There are also various industrial supplies that are relatively expensive, and the prices of clothes and cloth are also not low. Therefore, even if a family owns 20 to 30 acres of fertile land, it is difficult to feed the whole family. They can only eat most of the food and have to work in various places during the off-season. If there is an accident such as natural disaster, illness, injury, etc., a middle-class family may decline and find it difficult to maintain the status of a yeoman farmer. It can only defect to a noble manor and become a serf. Even the wife and children will also become serfs and become nobles. If you want to own private property, you can attack and kill as many as you want without any punishment. Li Lethan and the others discovered that in Danjinwo Kingdom, the aristocracy plus some merchants and craftsmen accounted for about 10%. The peasants and urban free people accounted for about 20%. And the remaining 70% were serfs at the bottom. If you meet a kind noble, your life will be pretty good. But if your master is cruel, it will be like HL. Very difficult. And your fate will completely depend on the thoughts of the nobles. Therefore, the people Li Lethan and his caravan do business with are mainly free people with some assets in the city and those nobles. But the purchasing power is mainly concentrated in the hands of the nobles. Unless they sell the goods very cheaply, the poor can afford them. Both. Inequality is very striking. But if you meet nobles who are more knowledgeable about goods, they are often generous with their purchases. And sometimes they can buy most of a cart's worth of things with just a wave of their hands. Especially those products with exquisite shapes are easy to be favored by nobles. Even if the price is set higher, they will spend a lot of money. For example, exquisite tableware, sharp swords, glass mirrors, soaps, perfumes, lighters, etc. Even if the price is in gold coins, there will be nobles who will pay generously. After passing through more than a dozen villages, towns, manors, and castles, Li Lethan and the others sold a total of 5 carts of goods and earned 58 gold coins, 148 silver, and 6,341 coppers, which was about the annual income of 10 middle-income families. The harvest was not bad. But Li Lethan and the others did not have any fluctuations or any feeling of excitement. After all, if they wanted to, they could get a lot of these so-called precious metals at any time. Even though their purchasing power on this planet is very high, they are just like dirt in their eyes. Generally, some team members even suggested that there is no need to continue to do business and sell goods. It is better to just buy more than a dozen cars of gold and silver, and then become a tycoon and squander it wantonly. Spending money will always feel better than making money. There is no need to too much time is wasted on meaningless business. And money can make all the difference. You can also make a lot of friends. And easily find out a lot of information you want. With money opening the way. No matter what you do, you will be more efficient. It is extremely high. And the behavior of selling industrial products is simply a detour. Lee Leffen also recognized the team member's suggestion in his heart. But after thinking about it, he still rejected it. The simple mode of cheating is indeed very efficient. But it will also lose a lot of fun and have less interaction with the natives. This is a deviation. The behavior was contrary to their original intentions, and would be too high profile, which would cause more trouble. After all, in the wilds of this world, thieves emerge endlessly, and are very dangerous. If they hear the news that a rich man is passing by, they can't help but take action. The probability will be very high. This day, the dukedom of Xenos, the ruling center of the dukedom, Edo City, is a large city with a population of 500,000. Under the management of Lord Xenos 18. It is very prosperous and lively. Lee Leffen's caravan entered the city after paying the city entry tax of 2 gold coins. Then at the trade market in the west of the city, I spent money to rent a relatively large stall. Took out all the goods from the 4-wheeled carriage, placed them on the stall, and set a relatively affordable price for them to sell to the citizens. Sale. Soon there was a hot sale of goods. The best sellers are some commonly used tools, tableware, and daily necessities. The most profitable product is lighters, which occasionally cause exclamations from customers. What attracted the most attention were the sharp swords made of manganese steel or titanium alloy, which were snapped up by adventurers and rangers. There are also women's products such as glass mirrors, soaps, and perfumes. The sales are also very good, and the response is huge. It has a good reputation on the same day and attracts more customers the next day. However, by the afternoon of the second day when the stall was set up, all the products were basically sold out. Hua hua hua. A group of very tall soldiers wearing helmets and armor suddenly came towards the stall and spread out in a fan shape, surrounding everyone in the caravan. They noticed that Lee Leffen and others were packing their belongings and seemed to be preparing to leave. Everyone, please don't leave. The Duke has invited you. The goods sold by your caravan are of very good quality and are very popular with the Duke. The Duke would like to invite you to gather at the Duke's mansion to discuss some cooperation matters. I don't know if you would like to be there. How many days longer will you stay here? A middle-aged man in a tuxedo and a butler's attire came over and said politely to Lee Leffen and others, "Since it is the Duke who invites you, of course we are willing to go as guests." Lee Leffen took the initiative to walk over, thought for a while and said, "I am Lu Fan, the owner of the caravan. You can also call me Fan. I am a merchant who does business in various places. I am willing to provide customers with purchasing power with any high-quality goods they need, guaranteed to be of high quality and low price, with reliable quality and no deception. Mr. Fan, please come with us." The housekeeper smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Soon, Lee Leffen and the others arrived at a ducal palace with a luxurious interior and received a very grand reception. I met the 42-year-old Xenos 18, who was quite dignified, handsome, and very noble. He also held a grand banquet and invited Lee Leffen and others to a meal. Luxury. The dishes on the long dining table can only be described as luxurious. There are 18 main dishes, and dozens of other side dishes, snacks, desserts, etc., which are very rich. And the chef's skills are extremely exquisite. No matter what the dishes are, they are all extremely delicious and surprising. I was mostly full, had some more drinks. Lee Leffen had no choice but to speak, and said to the middle-aged nobleman sitting at the top, "Your Majesty, Duke, we are just a businessman, traveling around, selling products, with a low status, but the Duke is treating us so politely. I am very scared. I don't know that you have there is nothing that requires us. If we can cooperate with adults no matter what. The goods you sell are very special and rich in variety. To be honest, I like them very much. There are also glass mirrors, soaps, cosmetics, etc. My wife and daughter are also very satisfied after using them. You are not an ordinary caravan. And I also like them from I have never seen it before. There will be goods sold by caravans. Everything is of high quality, extremely high quality, and the price is very reasonable, so that most people can afford it. More importantly, you can also sell extremely well-made goods. The weapons you make are of better quality than the swords our army is equipped with. The forces behind you have recruited so many skilled craftsmen that I can hardly imagine. Let alone what the intentions of the forces behind you are. Do you just want to make some money? When talking about the latter part, Xenos18 said in a questioning tone. He held a cup in his hand and kept rubbing it with his fingers. As long as he threw the cup to the ground, he could catch all these foreign businessmen in one fell swoop. This hidden danger is nipped in the bud. Li Leffen noticed the change in his tone and quickly explained. Your Excellency, we are just small businessmen. We just want to make some money by doing business. There is really no power behind us. Sir, you are really worrying too much. As for sophisticated weapons and so on. Yes, if you need it, we can sell it to the Duke in large quantities. Or we can license the technology for making fine swords. As long as the Duke can afford the price, we can sell it no matter what it is. We have no other bad ideas. Intend. Oh, really? You can really sell anything? Including technology? Xenos18's eyes flickered, and he had an exciting thought. But he still said calmly, if I want to cooperate with you, you can hand over all the products sold by your caravan and the technology to manufacture these products. Cooperate with a few people to set up a factory and produce. And then do a bigger business? Under the long historical development, the handicraft industry on Mars is actually quite developed. Some kingdoms and empires have even achieved rudimentary industrialization. However, the production efficiency is not high and requires a lot of manpower. The labor cost is not low, and the yield rate is high. Therefore, the industrial products in this world are not only of average quality, but also generally high in price. There are not many truly high-quality and low-price products. There are only a few dozen or so time-honored brands with good reputations. Your Majesty the Duke, I do not recommend that you build a factory in your territory for production. The efficiency is too low, and the cost will be higher than our selling price. Why don't we directly supply the goods to the Duke's palace at a lower wholesale price and supply in unlimited quantities? Lord Duke, you can just increase the price and sell it to others. This will be more profitable than building a factory to produce it yourself. Saving time and effort, Li Leffen suggested to the other party. Boom! Xenos18 slapped the table and said angrily, you profiteers! Didn't you just say that you can donate your technology? And now you are pushing back. Do you think I can be bullied? That's not what I meant. Please see. Lord Duke, this is how our factory mass produces goods, Li Leffen quickly explained, and then used the communicator on his wrist to project a light screen, showing the other party the scene of automated assembly line production. Chapter 279 Cooperation. See an extremely magical scene played out on a projection screen. Xenos18 looked like a country bumpkin. His mouth couldn't help but grow. His face was full of surprise and disbelief. Quick! The efficiency is too fast. The production line is indeed like running water. Whirring, whirling, and processing a large number of products with excellent quality. They look almost exactly the same, as if there is no slight error or difference. More importantly, there is no one. There is not a single worker in sight on the assembly line. Everything is automated. As long as the raw materials are put in, no human operation is required. Under the automatic operation of the machine, a large number of high-quality products can be produced. This means saving a lot of labor costs. The efficiency is higher than countless workers working all day long. The unit production cost will naturally be reduced to a very low level, even if it is sold at a relatively cheap price. The profit margin should not be small. That's right. As a great nobleman, Xenos18 was undoubtedly smart. He just stared at the projected image for a short while, and then he figured out a lot of the content and realized its features and advantages. And then, an unprecedented greed took over his brain. Wealth. He saw unimaginable wealth. As long as he can take possession of these production lines, his duchy will soon become the richest existence in the kingdom of Jinwo. It is estimated that even with the financial resources of the royal family, it will not be his opponent. With a huge amount of money, he can recruit troops crazily, expand his strength, use benefits to win over some allies, and then target the throne of the king and launch the most violent offensive. If he succeeds, he will not be a small duke, but a kingdom. The ruler will stand on a higher position and establish his own rule. But he quickly regained consciousness and restrained his inner greed, because these businessmen are not simple. If you want to build a high-efficiency production line that doesn't require a single worker, you not only need a large number of power stones to provide energy, but you also have to recruit a large number of magicians to be responsible for driving the production line. They must be large numbers, or very powerful magicians individually, to build such a production line. It is not simple to explain the power behind these businessmen. It's not necessarily weaker than his family's power. If a conflict breaks out between the two sides, even if all these people can be kidnapped and imprisoned, it will lead to revenge from the forces behind them, which may bring considerable disaster to the duchy. Careful. Caution must be exercised. Don't be blinded by temporary greed. Think of this. Xenos 18 rolled his eyes, showed a gentle smile, and said to Leffen and others, "You distinguished guests, please stay in the Duke's mansion for a longer time. We may have a lot of cooperation to discuss. If there is any need, you can ask me how to cooperate in detail. Wait until the news is better tonight. How about we start talking tomorrow? Okay. We are willing to stay here for a few more days." Leffen and the team members looked at each other, then nodded and said, in fact, their original plan was to travel the world as traveling merchants and establish a comprehensive understanding of the world through observing the production and life of people in the middle and lower classes. But now he is dealing with nobles, which seems to be different from the previous plan. However, Leffen and the others felt that cooperation with the nobles might be a good option, because the class structure was too serious. Even if the price of the high-quality goods in their caravan was extremely cheap, the middle and lower class people could not buy much. Only the nobles could buy them. Only the status and a small number of craftsmen and urban civilians have a certain spending power. But they are still far from the nobles. If their business continues like this, they won't be able to make much profit at all. And they won't have access to some high-value resources, such as the star core crystal, which the local indigenous people call the Power Stone, almost all of which is controlled by the nobles. In the hand, ordinary people cannot even touch it, and it can only be found in the underground treasure troves of nobles. According to the principle of whoever has money will do business, dealing with the aristocratic class is the best way to increase sales and bring high-quality customers, and also to efficiently contact and obtain the resources you need most. So the next 2 days, as the aged boss of the caravan, Leffen had a good discussion with Duke Xenos 18 about the specific matters of cooperation, agreeing to sell those high-quality goods in piles to Xenos 18 at very cheap wholesale prices. And then, he would use the Duke's palace as the core supplier to sell large quantities of goods to those subcontractors, level agents, and then through those small and medium-sized agents, use a small price increase to sell to more and further places. Spread out, increase sales, and seek more returns. Take the lighter, which is very convenient for starting fire. For example, after bargaining again and again, the wholesale price of lighters is 50 copper coins, 0.5 silver coins. Duke Xenos 18 changed hands and continued to wholesale them at the price of 10 silver coins. He made a tearful profit of 20 times. As for the terminal selling price in the market, it must be generally 30 silver coins, more than 50 silver coins, or even 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 88 silver coins, and it can definitely be sold, because many people on the Mars planet have formed the custom of smoking some kind of dried leaves to refresh themselves and explore outdoors. There are many adventurers in the world, and there are naturally many places to use fire. Lighters, a product that is convenient, easy to show off wealth and cool, and yet easy to consume, naturally do not need to worry about the problem of not being easy to sell. Other glass mirrors, soaps, cosmetics and other various products have also reached cooperation with Duke Xenos 18, and set an initial wholesale price that needs to be kept confidential, generally ranging from 10 copper coins to 100 copper coins. Vary after being resold by the Duke's palace. The price increase is at least 10 times. Some exquisite products are even resold at a premium of dozens or hundreds of times. There is no need to worry about the supply of goods, as long as Leffen takes out his mobile phone and makes a call. A spaceship specially designed to transport goods will soon land slowly in the backyard of the Duke's palace. Each trip can bring dozens or hundreds of tons. There was a lot of buzzing noise, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Even Xenos 18 was dumbfounded and surprised by the huge movement of the cargo ship, because under normal circumstances, the carrying capacity of a divine energy spacecraft is only a dozen tons, which will make the divine energy users feel very strenuous. Only those flying ships that use dozens or hundreds of super energy users at the same time. Only in this way can it have a larger carrying capacity. If this kind of weird-looking spaceship can make at least one trip every day and bring hundreds of tons of commercial goods, then it will definitely be enough to meet all the internal needs of the Jinwo Kingdom. This refreshed Xenos 18's understanding of the mysterious businessman who had arrived. The greed in his mind immediately dissipated a lot, and the idea of killing people and silencing them was completely gone. Weird, mysterious, powerful, unknown purpose, and possibly very scary. These thoughts came to Xenos 18's mind. He no longer dared to think about seeking wealth and killing, and began to look at Leviathan seriously, treating the potential forces behind him as a powerful being that could be cooperated with and not provoked. The other side. For Leviathan, life in the Duke's palace is pretty good. He is served by beautiful and gentle maids, and there are all kinds of rich delicacies. It is no less than the food system on his home planet. After all, Mars has a very long history. In terms of food, many distinctive cuisines have also been developed, and a variety of preparations have been cultivated, allowing people to taste countless delicacies on the tip of the tongue. And because of the hot climate, there are many kinds of fruits on Mars. Thousands of them. It is said that some low-level civilians can barely survive by eating fruits from the trees. In some lands in a rich land, the poor simply choose to lie down. They only need to live under the fruit trees and wait for the fruits to ripen, completely getting rid of the hardship caused by labor. Such poor people are often hunted down by the army led by the nobles to characterize them as a thief. Even if he has not done anything harmful to the world, he will be hanged and reduced to a slave. After all, in the eyes of the nobles, lying flat is an unforgivable sin. If you don't work for them until death, you will lose everything. Forget about killing. In order to deepen our understanding of the cultural customs of this world, after learning that there is a library containing a large number of books in the Duke's palace, Leviathan then made a request to the Duke, wanting to read the books in the library and find some information, hoping to get approval. Xenos 18 hesitated for a moment. Books and knowledge are very precious things in this world. They are also a shortcut for countless ordinary people at the bottom to change their own destiny. Moreover, some methods of cultivating the power of God can also be used, found in books. Opening the library to outsiders means the leakage of valuable knowledge, which will bring serious consequences. Yes, this is actually the reason why the development of Mars has always been stagnant. No one is willing to share precious knowledge. The nobles treasured their secrets very much, for fear that their secret knowledge would be learned by others. So they tried every means to prevent it from being leaked. As a result, there was a lot of valuable knowledge, which was completely lost due to various reasons. Some knowledge that could be called dragon-slaying art was even more important. Impossible to gain popularity, just considering the huge benefits that cooperation between the two parties can bring. Xenos 18 thought for a while and agreed to Leviathan's reading of the books. But he sent a person to supervise the books. He would not be allowed to read books involving heirlooms. So in the library of the Duke's palace, I saw about 50,000 books densely packed on the bookshelf. Leviathan started browsing some historical biographies, took out a scanner device in his hand, opened a certain book, and then scanned and entered it. In about a few minutes, the scan could be completed, and the knowledge in the book would be uploading to the database of the spacecraft Starry Sky Dauntless is very efficient. In just a week at most, Leviathan can complete the scanning of most books, and then let the artificial intelligence system sort them out to summarize a knowledge brain map, so as to have a more comprehensive understanding of the world. Next to him is the Duke's daughter Briotia Mary, who is responsible for supervising him. This young woman is 22 years old, very knowledgeable, and wears a pair of intellectual glasses. She has a very delicate and pretty appearance and a very knowledgeable and intellectual temperament, as well as being quite powerful. She is also a superpower with quite powerful power. But as the price of mastering the power, she cannot get married in her life and must protect her family until death. Therefore, Briotia Marie has long been calm. She just wants to continue to grow in the pursuit of power. She just wants to better protect the family and resist any threats that may come. Even if her father Xenos 18 wants to, if she wants to rebel, she must give her full support. She has become the representative of the strength of the Xenos family. It was only in the library that I had some contacts while supervising Leviathan, a foreign businessman. Briotia Marie felt a strange feeling in her heart. In other words, it is a strong curiosity. This foreign businessman is really strange. He obviously wanted to go into the library to borrow books, but he didn't spend time reading books at all. He just held a weird device in his hand and scanned it quickly. Then, in order to improve the relationship with him, this guy also gave her a lot of snacks, desserts and other food, so that she could taste some magical flavors. In addition, he also gave her a touch tablet computer with various information on it. This kind of software can be used for learning. recording knowledge, playing games, taking videos and photos, etc. The gameplay is extremely rich. After studying it for 3 days and 3 nights, Briosia Marie was able to find some new functions, so that she was extremely surprised. Generous. It can only be said that this young businessman from outside is very generous, and the gift he gave me is very precious. Moreover, Lee Leffen's age is said to be only 3 years older than her, and he is only 25 years old this year. There is no big age difference between them. They are both young people. Most importantly, Lee Leffen also told her personally that he was still single. He left his powerful family and went out to work outside. He just wanted to see the world, experience the wonderful things outside, improve his knowledge, and see more. What a beautiful and spectacular scenery. Finally, I wrote my life experience into a book. I don't know if it will be welcomed by readers. After hearing these words, Briosia Marie fell into silence and thinking, and she couldn't help but feel countless envy pouring out of her heart. Free. This young businessman is completely different from himself. He has unlimited freedom. He can go to any corner of the world and experience countless wonderful or ordinary stories. She is a caged bird, confined to the Duke's palace, and given the mission of protecting the family. If it were before, she would have been willing to such an arrangement. But after hearing Lee Leffen's pursuit and dream, she has no idea about the outside world. Briosia Marie couldn't help but feel a strong yearning and a huge unwillingness. On the 7th day, Lee Leffen has completed the scanning work of most of the books. He said goodbye to Briosia Marie, saying that he would not be coming again tomorrow. All the books that should be scanned were recorded, and he was very grateful to her for her help these days, etc. However, Briosia Marie stopped him and said, "I want to leave with you. Do you have any good ideas?" Chapter 280 Massive Resources. Lee Leffen was stunned for a moment, suspecting that his ears had heard wrongly. Leave with yourself? What does Briosia mean by this? She is a duke's daughter with a distinguished status. She doesn't want to live a stable life, and she actually has the idea of escape from this family. Be surprised. Lee Leffen was very surprised. I had no choice but to turn around and say to this woman, "Miss Briosia, I am willing to take you out to have a try. But what about the missions you have? What if the Duke doesn't agree? What if the Duke is angered? Let alone take you away. The cooperation that was finally reached may be ruined. You should think about it carefully, and don't get carried away for a while." You're right. I was a little impulsive. Briosia immediately calmed down, knowing that her actions were inappropriate. But after thinking about it, she still said with a hint of hope, "But you can't help me think of a way to help me realize my idea of going outside." What? I know that you are actually very capable, and you have mastered many advanced technologies and powerful abilities behind your back. If you are willing to help me, I will definitely be able to see more wonderful things that I want to see. So, you can help me. Yes, as my friend. This. Lee Leffen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this won't work. If I take you away, I will have a grudge against your family. Your father will find ways to find us, issue a wanted order, and send people to bring you back. If the family really can't take it back, they will even consider killing and silencing it. You have inherited too much knowledge. If you leave, the foundation of the Xenos family will be shaken. I don't want to provoke a more powerful opponent. Miss Briosia, I'm really sorry. I'm just a businessman, and I must be on the safe side. But my heart has been disturbed by you." Briosia said, "If I had never met you or had any contact with you, I would be willing to endure that boring life and protect the family forever. But you appeared in my life, and you brought many different things came. You made me realize the wonderful things outside. You set a fire in my heart, and then you left irresponsibly. Do you think you don't need to bear any responsibility?" What? The woman's words made Lee Leffen stunned. Fire prevention. Heartwarming arsonist? Judging from the meaning of this woman's words, her appearance made her feel confused. She couldn't help but begin to yearn for the beauty outside, and she developed a desire and impulse for freedom. She no longer wanted to be the caged bird guarding the family. Lee Leffen indeed committed a heinous crime, which resulted in very serious consequences. If he didn't nod in agreement, the situation would soon become very complicated, and he would be hated by this woman and owe a huge love debt. That's right. Lee Leffen determined that this woman must have been obsessed with love. Her mood became very unstable and a little too emotional. If she didn't handle it well, it would definitely have very serious consequences. After all, a 20-year-old woman's mind is not very special, mature, similar to a teenage girl. is prone to have many fantasies. And as the body matures, instinctive physiological needs also exist. Lethen can conclude that this Briosha has a good impression of him, and as formed as she has become very irrational if she becomes dependent on someone. If she refuses very simply and neatly, it will undoubtedly make her dissatisfied and angry. And she will do impulsive things. With the strong power of her second-level superpower, it will definitely bring considerable destructive power and affect the subsequent action plan. Hold still. This older lady must be stabilized, and she cannot be allowed to ruin the current relatively good development situation. Miss, I am absolutely willing to take you out to see the world and get to know the world. Lethen quickly coaxed her and said, to be honest, after getting along with you these days, I am impressed by your charm, Mississippi. Although I can't say I am in love with you, I have a very good impression of Miss. So I plan to cooperate with your family first, sell more goods and make more profits, so that the Duke will be very satisfied with the cooperation between the two parties. Then he can look for an opportunity to strike while the iron is hot and propose further cooperation. The best thing is a marriage between the two families. I will marry you, Miss, and try to get the Duke to agree. If he agrees, the mission of protecting the family will no longer need to be shouldered. You can go out into the outside world with me openly. If the Duke does not agree and firmly opposes it, then we should forget it. Well, it is difficult for two people to get together without the blessing of their elders, and it can easily lead to tragedy. Miss Briosha, please think again. Hear this. Briosha's pretty face blushed slightly, but overall she was quite satisfied and quite responsible. In fact, this was Lethen's delaying strategy. He had never thought about being with the local aborigines. After all, the races were all different. Reproductive isolation. No matter how good you are, no matter how desperate you are for love, it is impossible to have any results. What's more, Lethen doesn't believe in things like love, or the probability of encountering it is very low. However, Briosha still preferred this method, and her eyes when looking at Lethen became much gentler, and walked to his side, took his arm and said, what you said makes sense. My family invested a lot of resources in training me, and I have never considered betraying the family's interests. Since you said that you will cooperate with my family and after bringing huge benefits, it is possible for the two families to achieve marriage, then I will give you some time to do business well and find a way to bring more benefits. I can give you about half a year to strive for me. With my father's approval, I will propose a marriage between the two families, so that I can embrace a lot of freedom and go to various places in the world with you. Hearing these gentle words in my ears, smell the faint fragrance emanating from the Duke's daughter, Lethen felt a little unbelievable, like he was in a dream. Got it? A very good-looking, elegant and intellectual, very knowledgeable and beautiful Duke's daughter became his target. Having never been in love before, he successfully got out of singles. It only took 7 days. They gave us too many expensive gifts. We didn't have many meals together, and our daily interactions were relatively dull, far from the point where we had a heart-to-heart relationship with each other. But even in this kind of ordinary communication, Lethen didn't know what advantages he had, and he successfully attracted the other person. And then he left the single. He also discussed many ideas and plans in order to go out together, even if the process was very complicated. Even though it was hard, she didn't give up at all. Strange woman. A rare and wonderful woman in the world. Lethen could only think of using this word to describe her. After barely stabilizing Briosha, the next period of time, Lethen focused his main energy on business cooperation with the Duke's palace. Every day, transport spaceships are sent to deliver hundreds of tons of various commodities, which are wholesaled in large quantities to Duke Xenos. At the beginning, it mainly focused on products that were favored by the aristocratic class, such as glass mirrors, soaps, cosmetics, lighters, etc., and the sales were very good. After a short time, it was sold everywhere in the kingdom of Jinwo, and became popular among countless people. The Lord's territory is a product that all the nobles in the royal capital are crazy about chasing. Nobles with little money, even if they are borrowing money, must catch up with this trend to avoid being ridiculed. Secondly, there are high-quality cold weapons, such as broadswords, long swords, alloy plate armor, composite crossbows, etc. The lethality is extremely terrifying. They are almost like magic weapons. Traditional cold weapons cannot compete with them head-on. The consequence is to be cut in half, and then put on extremely protective plate armor. A legion equipped with these weapons can defeat 5 times 10 times or even more opponents. It is the product of the pinnacle of cold weapons. And the hidden secret in the heart is the Duke of Xenos, who had huge ambitions. Immediately purchased enough weapons to equip an army of 100,000 men at relatively low wholesale prices. Some of them were immediately redressed for the duchy's army, and some were temporarily hidden until an incident came. Then take them all out and change them. Cooperation has reached this point. Duke Xenos has developed a strong desire to kill Leviathan and others in the palace. Only by killing all these people will his secrets be less likely to be exposed. The safety factor will be greatly improved. Dozens of dollars will need to be paid. There is no need to pay the payment of 10,000 gold coins anymore, which saves a lot of money. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. But just when Duke Xenos made up his mind and considered taking action. However, Leviathan came to him and introduced some new products, attracting his attention. For example, super corn seeds can have a yield of several thousand to tens of thousands of kilograms per acre and are quite delicious. For example, a super fertilizer that can make barren land fertile again and can regrow high-yielding crops. Only needs 1 or 200 kilograms per acre and can be returned to thousands of kilograms of food. At this time on the planet Mars, the average cultivated land in the country is currently less than 200 kilograms, and agriculture is not very developed. Even if intensive farming is adopted, the maximum yield per mu is only 4 to 500 kilograms. But with the use of super fertilizer, there will be a big harvest immediately. Can be called a sacred object for farming. Duke Xenos was excited at that time and planned to place a lot of orders. There are also high-yielding cotton seeds, and the cotton textile industry can be developed. Although the average temperature on the planet Mars is relatively high, people generally do not need to wear too many clothes. But lighter and breathable clothes are still needed. In addition, the wear and tear will be greater. If the textile industry can also bring quite good profits. There are also materials commonly used in infrastructure such as cement, steel, stone bricks, etc., which have been set at a very low price. As long as Xenos is willing to buy in large quantities, he can improve the infrastructure in the territory at a very low cost and improve the infrastructure to promote economic development. Seeing that there are various kinds of industrial products that are rich in variety, have great effects, and are so cheap that they are almost free of charge, Duke Xenos' eyes widened, and he came up with the idea of purchasing technology licenses and then opening a workshop for production. He would use the continuous production of industrial products to earn endless income, and finally conquer the kingdom, and even want to open up a workshop to the outside world, expand, build a huge empire, and change the pattern that has not changed much for thousands of years. It can be said that at this moment, Duke Xenos' ambition is expanding rapidly, and his heartbeat is speeding up. But Leviathan asked a team member to carefully calculate for him the various costs of establishing the factory, the cost of raw materials, and the expenditure on workers' wages. Seeing that the cost of the goods produced after setting up the factory was actually more than 5 times more expensive than buying it directly from Leviathan. In the case of inconvenient transportation, the cost would only be even more exaggerated. It was like pouring a bucket of water. The cold water extinguished Duke Xenos' desire to set up a factory. It would be better to continue to cooperate with Leviathan and directly pay for ready-made products. So various orders were placed in front of Leviathan, and then turned into piles of goods and entered the warehouse of the Duke's palace. 100,000 gold coins, 1 million gold coins, 5 million gold coins. In just 3 months, Duke Xenos emptied out the wealth accumulated by his family for hundreds of years and replaced it with weapons, food, cloth, medicine, etc. Even the gold coins buried in the deepest part of the treasure house were moved away. When it comes out, everything that has been accumulated slowly over dozens of generations has been spent, and the money bank is empty, and the rats can run away. No money. Duke Xenos was now completely out of money. They were all replaced with food, weapons, plate armor and the like. And tens of thousands of bicycles were purchased as a military weapon. Once applied in the military field, it would be like having tens of thousands of high-end war horses, which are not easy to damage and do not need to eat, traveling 300 to 500 miles a day, without any pressure. Anyone who has sat on a bicycle will immediately realize its huge potential, and will have a better understanding of what it means in the ordinary military field. But they all remained silent. No one dared to speak out. Although at this time, Duke Xenos needed more money and sold many collections and treasures at home. In addition, by selling various products to the outside world, He made profits of tens of thousands of gold coins every day. But within a few minutes, the money would fall into the hands of Li Leffen and the others in the blink of an eye, and then turn into all kinds of commodities he needed. Until this day, the goods that Duke Xenos had people resell could no longer be purchased. The market was becoming saturated, and no more money could be made. This cyclical game of goods and money could no longer go on. He had a very strong murderous intention again, and considered whether to kill all Li Leffen and the others, or send a large army to kill these businessmen's lairs, not only to occupy those high-efficiency industrial production lines, but also to kill several millions of gold coins were once again in his hands, because this was an astonishing amount of wealth that was enough to rival the country. But this time, Li Leffen found the Duke of Xenos and proposed a new cooperation model. He hoped that the Duke would help him to collect the Godstone crystals, even the almost abandoned Godstone crystals that did not contain much divine power inside. Stones can be purchased in unlimited quantities, and the prices are very good, so I am willing to pay a substantial premium for them. Chapter 281 Large Collection. The Stone of God is the most valuable item on the planet Mars. It is the source of power for all superpowers. It is also an item that is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with in their lifetime. Even if they are lucky enough to come into contact with it, it will cause death. As for the price, it is extremely high. Even a piece the size of a baby's fist costs hundreds or thousands of gold coins. If it is a god stone with no divine power inside, the price will be cheaper, as long as it looks like 300 to 500 gold coins. After all, the energy-depleted god stone crystal cannot bring powerful power. It must be cultivated for a period of time, or the superpowers with lower strength can take the initiative to do it. Only by replenishing energy can it be restored to a state that can continue to be used. The principle is like charging a battery. That's right. In the development history of Mars, for hundreds of thousands or millions of years, generations of superpowers have long discovered the magical properties of the God Stone and unearthed its principles. As a result, countless people who pursue power are frantically digging for the God Stone minerals. As long as they find the God Stone in certain places, a bloody storm will break out and countless fights will occur. Only those with good luck and strength will. Only a strong family is likely to have the best laugh. If luck is not very good, even a strong family may decline in an instant or even perish. All in all, the God Stone is very important. We must try our best to mine and utilize them. Then select the more talented seedlings, and invest huge costs in cultivating them. Lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Although the God Stone reserves on the planet Mars are very rich, with a total amount of no less than 5 million cubic meters, it can cultivate at least 1 billion divine beings and make all people transcendent. It's just that very few can get this qualification. Even many old and powerful families or forces are like Magnate. Even though the God Stone can bring power, and then bring resources and wealth, they all follow the high-quality cultivation route, which only allows the family to for the few children who have the ability and talent to enter the world of superpowers. We will not invest in training all the children to become superpowers, because the cost is too high and it is not cost-effective. Therefore, many families store a lot of God Stones in their warehouses and can cultivate thousands of superpowers. However, in real life, they can train 30, 50, or even hundreds of superpowers. Are all very generous. With tens of thousands of people, only those powerful empires will go back to do it. They will establish special divine energy academies, carry out extensive screening, and then let excellent teachers carefully train them. In the end, a powerful army of divine beings was created, which could play an invincible role in the war, and was more useful than 1 million conventional army. Therefore, one of the most important signs of a powerful empire is that it has at least one legion of superpowers, which has a huge advantage over ordinary kingdoms, like a dimensionality reduction attack. It can often be launched with just a little movement, to the effect of deciding the outcome in one battle. But disadvantages also exist. That is, the God Stone releases divine power very quickly. It may not take a while to completely consume the energy stored inside. But when it comes to replenishing divine power, the efficiency is very low. Choose according to the ability of the divine power. If a certain divine power is very powerful, it will only take 5 to 7 days to fill up the energy, at the cost of losing strength. If it drops, the state will be obviously bad. You cannot use this state to fight with your opponent. Otherwise, you will be very passive. For the superpowers at the middle and lower levels, most of the time, they act like a dry battery. They first use their precious time to meditate and replenish rich nutrients, and then replenish their mental power, and the energy in their cells. Enter the God Stone crystal. Since the energy storage limit of the God Stone is very huge, even if there are multiple middle and lower level superpowers, it will take a lot of time to replenish energy day and night at the expense of consuming their own energy. Make a piece of God Stone usable. However, some forces have discovered that the God Stone can also automatically absorb heat energy, so they will use fuel to create high temperatures, and then put the God Stone into fire, or look for active volcanoes, and then put the God Stone when entering the magma. The charging effect is also very good. Therefore, in some active volcanic areas on Mars, there will be powerful divine families occupying those high-temperature volcanoes, just to better provide the God Stone. Replenish energy. However, because the energy-absorbing effect of the God Stone is too significant, over time, active volcanoes gradually extinguished, resulting in fewer and fewer usable volcanoes. The thickness of the magma layer underground on Mars is also constantly cooling down, causing the hard strata to become thicker and thicker, and it will be difficult for volcanoes to exist in a few years. Chance. Lee Leffen and the others saw an opportunity. A huge opportunity. An opportunity to get a lot of God Stone crystals. After all, what they from the Xingyuan group are best at doing is collecting endless energy. They can use 3D printers to produce a large number of energy equipment, build space energy facilities near stars, and collect light energy of hundreds of billions or trillions of kilowatts or more. You can also use a spacecraft equipment that can get close to the surface of the star, and then put the God Stone in the spacecraft into the extremely high-temperature star's surface, in a high-temperature environment of thousands of degrees. The God Stone crystal can also be quickly absorbing, and replenishing energy allows the God Stone crystal to quickly return to an energy-filled state in a short period of time. There are also ways to use nuclear fusion reactors to generate electricity to supplement energy. In short, with the help of high-tech means, as long as Lee Leffen and the others can obtain a large amount of God Stones, they can provide corresponding services and bring huge returns. The only thing I need to worry about is the opposition of many forces who are unwilling to take out the God Stone in their hands. Even if the energy is about to be exhausted, I have tried my best to cherish it, but I am unwilling to exchange it for gold coins or buy energy supplements. Services cannot open up the power structure of all parties. Fortunately, in the outer space of this world, in the meteorite belt and other planets, there are also quite abundant reserves of so-called God Stone crystals. So a large number of mining spacecraft can be sent out to find ways to mine some God Stone, come over with the raw ore, solve some of the problems, and win the trust of customers through some activities. There is hope that you can get a lot of God Stone crystals. It would be best to create a more extravagant aristocratic consumer market on the planet Mars. Soaps, perfumes, high-end clothing, bags and other luxury goods should be sold to the aristocrats in large quantities, so that they can adapt to extravagant consumption and spend it every day. Countless gold coins. When the money on hand has increased and cannot sustain extravagant consumption, selling the God Stone in the warehouse and exchanging it for a lot of gold coins may be a helpless but forced choice. Not to mention the fact that it is easy to move from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to move from luxury to frugality. Once you embark on this road of high-end consumption, it is impossible to look back. In the next few months, aiming at obtaining a large amount of God Stone, i.e. star core crystal, materials, Lee Leffen and others made a series of plans. A wider range of luxury products has been launched. It is divided into 4 major categories: food, clothing, housing and transportation. In terms of clothing, we have launched hundreds of fashionable, gorgeous, sexy and beautiful clothing styles for both men and women. We have opened dozens of specialty stores in the central commercial streets of many big cities. The materials used are very solid and functional. It is extremely exquisite, and the paint color is not found here on the planet Mars. It highlights a beautiful person. As long as she wears these gorgeous clothes, an ordinary Cinderella can suppress some famous beauties and become a banquet, being the focus of attention. You are more likely to be favored by princes and nobles. It is not impossible to marry into a wealthy family. After all, there are many men who only like superficial appearance. This may indeed be a key to entering a wealthy family. In terms of food, we have also opened extremely high-end restaurants in the centers of many big cities, prepared hundreds of kinds of seasonings, and collected a large number of delicious, fresh or very rare ingredients, including mushrooms and matsutake from the mountains and shrimp from the deep sea, crabs, as well as high-end ingredients that people cannot obtain under normal circumstances, are specifically aimed at the high-end user market. allowing them to eat hundreds or thousands of gold coins in one meal. But they do not feel how expensive it is, but are satisfied, pay readily, and will become a repeat customer this time. In terms of residences, some electrified equipment was introduced. Solar power generation equipment was installed, and various gorgeous LEDs were installed in the castles of the nobles. Air conditioners were installed in the bedrooms to ensure warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Kitchens here. A refrigerator that ensures fresh ingredients, as well as a variety of household appliances and furniture products can improve the quality of life by several levels and lead a truly aristocratic life. Once you realize the great convenience, you will also it was impossible to go back to the past. So thousands of gold coins continued to enter Lee Leffen's pocket. In terms of travel, a four-wheeled carriage with electric propulsion has been launched. The weight is 100 or 200 pounds more than the previous four-wheeled carriage, but it is equipped with a motor and battery, which can generate more than 10 horsepower. The burden on the horses pulling the cart was greatly reduced. The original maximum range of 200 to 300 miles per day was immediately increased to 400 to 500 miles, doubling the increase. The load carrying capacity was also significantly improved, and it could carry more goods and carry more people. More, the safety has been enhanced. Even if all the horses run away, they can still run for tens of kilometers on a relatively flat road relying on their own power. Therefore, the reliability has also been greatly improved, and there is no need to be afraid of various emergencies. Condition: if you still want to pursue faster speed, you can consider buying a two-wheeled motorcycle that burns gasoline. It can run very fast and is very convenient. As long as you carry enough fuel, you can travel even 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers away. It can arrive quickly and can be called an artifact for traveling. If you buy it in batches, pretend to have some armors and weapons, and form a special motorcycle motorized army. It can also replace the traditional cavalry and bring about very terrifying combat. Ability to carry out lightning operations and use extremely fast assault speed to instantly collapse the enemy's defense, which has great military value. Of course, considering the shortcomings in fuel supply, you can also use a special God Stone to drive a God Power motorcycle, as long as the driver's power is sufficient. Driving this motorcycle will not be affected by fuel. You can run as far as you want, or even add the function of flying, turning it into a flying motorcycle that can go to the sky. Then the convenience will be greater. You can go anywhere, and you will gain unlimited freedom. Range of activities. All in all, in the four aspects of food, clothing, housing and transportation, we will conduct a comprehensive attack and penetration, targeting the pockets of the aristocratic class. We will attack at the same time and launch an endless stream of exciting high-end products in a short period of time, so that they have to spend money to place orders and carry out consumption. The results achieved are very good, at least in the Jinwo Kingdom. In about half a year, Lee Leffen earned tens of millions of gold coins, hundreds of millions of silver coins, and countless copper coins from the nobles, gained countless wealth, and even made money circulating on the market. The currency was significantly reduced, resulting in a more obvious deflationary effect. After the nobles spent a lot of money, they were slowly shocked to find that almost all the money in the treasury was spent and turned into all kinds of things in the castle. I felt regretful about buying luxury products, but when faced with those newly launched novel products, I just listened to the function introduction and couldn't help but continue buying them until all the family's money was squandered. What should I do if I have no money? Some nobles have intensified their efforts to squeeze the common people below, raising tax rates and increasing their income to maintain their extravagant and lustful lives. There are also some nobles who know that they cannot kill the goose to lay eggs. Instead of squeezing down, they control their consumption desires and no longer buy like crazy, follow the trend, or fall into the consumption trap of capital. This has achieved great results. It has a certain effect, but it often doesn't last too long, especially for the ladies who love beauty. Some things that have brought them profound benefits suddenly make them stop buying them, no longer use them, and go back to the life they used to have. It was literally killing them, and they couldn't adapt at all. Therefore, most aristocratic families continue to spend frantically, even if they borrow money or take credit, to maintain a decent life. When they couldn't keep it up anymore, and the money they borrowed had to be repaid, they learned that as long as they took out or rented out their family's God Stone materials, they could get a lot of gold coins and free energy replenishment. The only condition for the service is to deposit as many God Stones as possible in the God Stone Bank of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. You can earn as much deposit interest as you want each year. And the charging is free. Originally, you need the Godstone charging that takes a long time and costs a lot. You just need to say low 1 day in advance. And the charging will be completed the next day. And you can use it as much as you like. The nobles suddenly discovered a lot of benefits. But the risks are worrying. The Azure Chamber of Commerce may take away their Godstone and run away. But even in the face of this considerable risk, after experiencing the huge convenience, a large number of nobles still took out all the Godstones of their families and stored them in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Relying on this routine, Lelethan was surprised to find that countless Godstones entered his pocket every day. Chapter 282 Duke Xenon's Plan. Opened. The situation has officially opened. Lelethan and the others' goals were finally nearly fully realized. The most precious resource has successfully fallen into their hands. To this end, they have resorted to countless tricks, spared a large number of circles, and produced a lot of high-tech and modern products. This has achieved good results. Not only did he earn a huge amount of gold coins, the Godstone resource can also be called Star Core Crystals, and as many as 100,000 have been successfully collected, which can at least cultivate tens of thousands of divine beings. But this is not the limit. Judging from the stock resources of Godstone on Mars, even if there are millions or tens of millions of stones, there are definitely some. The amount of resources excavated is estimated to be less than 1%. We must continue to work hard, continue to expand commercially, and obtain more Godstone resources. Lelethan and his team's goal is to collect at least 1 million pieces, so that they can build a giant Stargate wormhole. After charging enough energy, they can teleport the spacecraft hundreds of light years away in an instant, places outside the country, and can also find ways to establish contact and achieve connectivity with the mother star. This very magical star system can be included in the rule of human civilization. Of course, it does not necessarily mean invasion and occupation, but it can establish a very close relationship, cooperate, cultivate a large number of cooperative forces, and then continuously exert influence at the cultural level to compete for local public opinion. After a few years, even if the Human Federation does not propose a merger, progressive people on Mars will issue a strong appeal. And this is the advantage of advanced civilizations over lower civilizations. As long as they conquer the minds and thoughts of the indigenous people, even if they don't occupy an inch of land, they can harvest countless licking dogs who are determined to land. Only, Lelethan's business is booming. In less than a year, the Azure Chamber of Commerce has become popular throughout the Jinwo Kingdom. It also has a very large influence in several surrounding countries. It can be said that no one knows about it, even the upper-class nobles of these countries. They will also conduct discussions and analysis. And after seeing the large amount of products promoted by the Azure Chamber of Commerce, the terrifying profits that make a lot of money every day can't help but make them jealous. Envious and jealous. And have a lot of greedy thoughts. Some nobles, and even consider sending people to rob them, and make a lot of quick money. However, the forces with these thoughts could not find a good time to take action. After all, whether it is cargo transportation, logistics transportation, or trading links, not only are they all concentrated in the bustling bazaars of the city, the main force of transportation is also the transportation spacecraft flying around in the sky, with extremely fast speed and powerful defense capabilities. Nobles who want to take action can never let people fly into the sky and intercept them. Therefore, the safety of cargo transportation can be said to be 100%, which far exceeds those of traditional chambers of commerce. Of course, if the powerful beings from certain countries want to take action, they can control the local spaceships and intercept them. However, people at this level have relatively low limits and rarely do such evil things. What's more, the transportation spacecraft of the Blue Chamber of Commerce flies very fast in the sky, and can easily reach an altitude of tens of thousands of meters with thin air. It is difficult for local spacecraft to fly above 10,000 meters, and it is extremely difficult to do it. Therefore, no matter what force they are, they can only watch helplessly as the Blue Chamber of Commerce makes money crazily like a money grab. They can't find any chance to make a move. Now they still have some savings and accumulation in their hands. And the Godstone can also give them, it has brought a lot of benefits. Especially the free recharging service, which has allowed many established forces to lift their seals and explode at an astonishing rate of development. They use the free energy to expand their territories. With the strength of construction, I have more powerful combat power. And I have great margin no matter what I do. I even have a great dependence on the free recharging service of the Blue Chamber of Commerce. Sometimes I have to give up my soul, and be willing to the extent of helping the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Fear. Some forces began to feel apprehensive and fearful. At the same time, they were also a little overwhelmed, and did not know what measures to take to deal with such a new situation. Times have changed. Some forces with keen senses have come to the conclusion that times have changed. The rise and growth of the Blue Chamber of Commerce means that the times will undergo huge changes, which will have a great impact on every family, and even every ordinary person. And this trend is becoming more and more obvious. The fear have arisen. And there is also a partner, Duke Xynos, who is now in a rather awkward state of adjustment. He doesn't know how to continue the cooperation, or simply hold a hangman banquet to win over Leffen and the others, and then find a way to annex or bite the interests of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Only in this way can he feel at ease and sleep well at night. There is no way. The Azure Chamber of Commerce is developing too fast. Making too much money is exaggerated. The Xynos family has long been left far behind. Although the two parties are currently in a cooperative relationship, the profits that the Xynos family can share are not much. Most of the business channels are developed by the Azure Chamber of Commerce themselves. The Xynos family cannot participate in them. And sometimes the competitive relationship is no longer what it was at the beginning. And as long as the Blue Chamber of Commerce is willing, it can kick him aside at any time and cancel his agency qualifications. The huge profits every year will never be earned again. Although Leffen and others are still living in his Duke's mansion for the time being. Although the cooperation between the two parties continues and deepens. Although Duke Xynos has a very good impression of Leffen and others, and is willing to continue to cooperate, preferably permanently, he does feel increasingly uneasy, always thinking wildly, and even having some extreme thoughts. He couldn't resist the idea of devouring the Azure Chamber of Commerce, even if his reason told him that this was impossible. The forces behind Leffen and the others were far more powerful than his mere Duke's palace. Once they broke up, they might be ruined. What to do? How can I do? In order to come up with the best response, Duke Xynos summoned more than a dozen core family members and close ministers, and held several private discussion meetings to consider how to get along with the Blue Chamber of Commerce. At the meeting, see the huge benefits. His sons were shouting and killing, with greed on their faces. They wanted to take immediate action to swallow up the Blue Chamber of Commerce, and kill Leffen and others. Only in this way could their family reach the sky in one step, and use this opportunity to become unimaginable. A super family can even build an empire, and embrace endless power and wealth. Father! Don't hesitate anymore. Take action quickly. Our family has secretly trained an elite army of 100,000 people. Isn't it simple and easy to destroy a chamber of commerce, and capture a group of businessmen? And this opportunity is once in a lifetime. If you miss it, our family will always be limited to a duchy. We will always be suppressed by the king, and have no possibility of glory. Father! Do it! They are just a bunch of businessmen. Just kill them. For the great cause of the family. There is no need to hesitate about this kind of thing. That's right. Master, the Azure Chamber of Commerce really doesn't understand the rules. It has already been agreed that all the goods will be handed over to us at the lowest price. They can make money just lying around. But they ignored their own responsibilities, and harmed the interests of our family. We suffered the most shameful betrayal. In fact, we all have a share in those stores opened in big cities. And we all have to share a piece of the pie. But the Blue Chamber of Commerce has not done anything. They have repeatedly deceived and ignored us. Only by letting go of mercy and giving them death can they understand the importance of rules. Why don't we do it tomorrow? If it's 2 days later, they might notice it and run away. The cargo spacecraft of the Azure Chamber of Commerce can take them to a place where we can't pursue them. Then they will come back to cause trouble for us. We can only take action early, before they are too defensive, and then get the results we want most. You must know that businessmen are all afraid of death. Faced with the threat of death, they will reveal some things, secrets, and after we squeeze out their value, they can go on the road without making any noise, and we will not be blamed. Master, our Duke of Xynos was a very powerful kingdom more than 500 years ago. It once expanded to the point of being close to an empire. Later, if it weren't for the rapid expansion, unstable foundation, and the influence of surrounding forces, the joint siege led to the weakening of the family and the demotion to a duke. It can be said that it left endless regrets. After that, the family heads of the 20 consecutive generations kept the concept of reviving the family in mind. and they all worked hard to manage the territory and save money. With resources and strength, we have slowly become the most powerful and wealthy duchy in the kingdom. However, the king is extremely wary of us and has repeatedly suppressed us. As a result, we have never been able to break through the upper limit and realize the ideal of restoring the country. Now we finally have this good opportunity. As long as if we can successfully devour the Azure Chamber of Commerce, we will have enough strength to defeat the king, defeat all the forces that oppose us, and let the powerful kingdom of Xenos reappear in this world. Master, please do it. Such a good time. Xian, don't hesitate. Yes, our family has had enough of being suppressed and restricted. Now we have 100,000 elite troops, enough food reserves for a 1,000,000-strong army for 20 years, and millions of gold coins to win. The kingdom of Jinwo is already more than enough. If we devour the Azure Chamber of Commerce, the probability of our family's successful restoration will increase to more than 90%, and we will have greater confidence to deal with the interference of neighboring countries and defeat all enemies who oppose us. It's a sure thing. Take action quickly. Sir! Among the voices calling for action, Duke Xenos admitted that he was moved. Really moved. Not just an ordinary move. He wanted to make a decision immediately. But he was not enthusiastic. He didn't slap the table and say, "Done it." Immediately capture Lethen's businessmen. Then torture them. Make them reveal their secrets. And then hand over all their money and interests, including the cargo spacecraft, the high-efficiency industrial production lines behind them, and all very advanced things and technologies, as well as the Godstone Bank that he is most jealous of. This can simply allow the Xenos family to grow rapidly and quickly have a foundation comparable to a powerful empire, allowing him to realize all his ambitions and desires. Only, there is often a clear gap between fantasy and reality. He has a very good idea in his head. As long as everything goes well, the Xenos family will be like sitting on a rocket and will rise at the speed of light. No matter any opposition force, they can't do anything to the Xenos family and can only watch helplessly, become stronger step by step. But the Azure Chamber of Commerce is not simple. It is not a pig or sheep without any resistance waiting to be slaughtered. Even if he takes action like a sudden attack and controls Lethen and others, the forces behind him cannot remain unmoved, regardless of their life or death, or even cooperate and surrender. This is simply impossible. There is a high probability that he completely offended the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and then suffered a fierce blow from the other party, becoming an unyielding enemy. If the Blue Chamber of Commerce is extremely powerful, and has countless masters of powerful powers, perhaps with just one wave of counterattacks, the Xenos family will completely become history. If the Blue Chamber of Commerce only has money but no strength, then it only needs to spend money to recruit a large number of masters, and spend money like crazy. Under the offensive of massive money, the Xenos family will not be able to withstand it for long. It will be over soon. And everything will be over. If you all rest, all your dreams will be in vain, and everything you have in front of you will disappear. To be honest, considering those disastrous and devastating consequences, Duke Xenos was immediately very troubled and hesitant. After all, only barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. It is possible to make a desperate move. But now the Xenos family is not living a good life. Yes, there are people who have land and money, are served by many beautiful maids, and the quality of life is getting better and better. Even the king may not have a better life than him. So why should he take risks without thinking? As for the plan to restore the country, successive heads of the Xenos family would indeed often talk about it, but only a few would actually take action, even if the accumulated strength is strong enough. There are several excellent opportunities in history. Why did the ancestors fail to seize the opportunity and take action, but instead stood still and even helped the royal family through the crisis of national subjugation many times? A family that wears a crown is more likely to perish. In the hundreds of thousands of years of civilization history on Mars, smart people have long concluded a rule. That is, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. If a royal family that controls a kingdom turns the country into a kingdom, the consequences will be the same. It is very tragic. Even if the clan is not exterminated, there will be basically no blood left. As long as the ordinary nobles take good care of their own 3-acre land and know the current affairs when the dynasty changes, they can basically maintain their wealth or lose their wealth. Slight. That is to say, as long as you wear a crown, the backlash you will suffer will be extremely serious, and even many old families are unwilling to try it, even if they have the strength. Duke Xenos is over 50 this year. He is no longer the impulsive and passionate age. He prefers stability and prefers to be stubborn. In addition, he is used to enjoying himself and does not dare to do risky things. Therefore, even in the face of a large number of people shouting and killing, the voice just shook his head slightly and did not express his position. Father, I think we should continue to cooperate with the Azure Chamber of Commerce and strengthen the ties with them. It is best to have control over each other, and no one can do without the other. At this time, his daughter Briosia spoke, which made Duke Xenos become interested. Chapter 283, Briosia's Suggestions. Tell me, my daughter, what's your good idea? Duke Xenos looked at her and asked. Marriage. I think the best way is for both parties to marry. Briosia thought for a while, and then spoke slowly. As long as our Xenos family establishes a marriage relationship with the leader of the merchant in the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and lets him marry a woman from our family, the two parties can cooperate more firmly. To reduce a lot of suspicions, our Xenos family will provide security protection in the future, and the Azure Chamber of Commerce will provide a variety of products, and then make reasonable distribution based on the profits earned. I think this will be good for us and Azure. The Chamber of Commerce is a very good thing. For marriage, there don't seem to be many girls of the right age in our family, and the businessman named Lethan is in his 20s this year. How can I let my granddaughters, who are several years old and in their teens, get engaged to him and wait until they are older? Are you going to hold a wedding? Duke Xenos frowned, feeling that it was not very reliable. The age difference was really too big. Father, I am 25 years old this year, which is about the same age as Mr. Lee, so I am willing to make sacrifices for the family, as long as the family is prosperous. Even if it encounters many hardships, even if it means having an unhappy marriage, I will be willing to stand up and out. Briosia had no choice but to stand up boldly, and said with a look of dedication on her face. But there was a moment of silence. The senior members of the family all looked at her with some scrutiny and suspicion. You are the guardian of the family. You have mastered the extraordinary knowledge of the family. It is impossible to marry an outsider. Briosia, you have a good idea of devoting to the family, but you are not a suitable candidate. Duke Xenos shook his head and rejected the proposal. Why can't I? Briosia said in confusion. The Azure Chamber of Commerce does not need the extraordinary knowledge of our family. They just want more god stones and are not interested in extraordinary knowledge. If I marry that Lethan, there is no risk of leaking family secrets. On the contrary, after gaining Lethan's confidence, I can still find ways to dig out the secrets behind the Blue Chamber of Commerce and find their real trump cards, and even their fatal weaknesses. If we bring more benefits to the family, more information is definitely something that does more good than harm. So why do you object to it? Hear this? Some senior members of the family immediately retorted. Briosia, the woman you marry is a woman from another family, or even an enemy. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Do you? If you marry that Lethan, can you let him expose his secrets and flaws? If I don't tell you, you are more likely to reveal all the family's secrets and bring huge hidden dangers to the family. You won't swear that you are always on the family's side. Right. Historically, although there were women who cared about their natal family, most of them abandoned their natal family and the family that gave birth to them. This kind of marriage brings us greater risks. Briosia, do you want to abandon your great responsibility and find a man to live with? You can't stand the long loneliness. Right. Moreover, you were relatively close to that Lethan before. In private we often have contact. Maybe we have an affair. And now we want to take this opportunity to break away from the family and pursue our own happiness. Ha. Your wishful thinking is really good. Right. The Azure Chamber of Commerce is too rich and mysterious. Our Briosia was too lonely and longed for the outside world. So she was bribed by that man and became a pawn in his family's layout. Briosia, you are too tall. You underestimate yourself and underestimate the wisdom of us people. From the beginning, we have stepped on your ideas. Your Excellency, this woman's heart may no longer be with us. It is better to lock her in a dungeon and never come out. Although she has not betrayed the family yet, it will be too late until that step. We need to strike first. No, I don't have the slightest idea of betraying the family. Briosia immediately explained. You are all slandering and misunderstanding me. I am only considering the interests of the family. But you treat me like this. My heart is broken by you. Father! I believe you will never if you doubt your own daughter. Please say a few honest and fair words for me. She looked at her father, Duke Xenos, seriously and pleadingly. Unfortunately, Duke Xenos just said calmly, Briosia, you are a good child. I will not doubt your loyalty to the family. However, you should not get involved in this matter anymore. Stay in the family library. Be your guardian. I can restore your innocence, but don't have some undue thoughts. Since you have chosen to become the guardian of the family, you cannot hesitate or regret this path. Our family has been through this for thousands of years, and you will not be an exception. Hear this. Briosia's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. All the thoughts and calculations in his head disappeared in an instant, full of helplessness and loss. Then, a rebellious thought arose from the bottom of my heart. This family is so impersonal, conservative and rigid that they actually want to completely sacrifice their own freedom and happiness, and let her stay in the role of guardian without even having the slightest thought that she shouldn't have. This is really not convinced. She was really dissatisfied and filled with unwillingness. So after this family meeting ended, go back to your room. She took out a neutrino communicator device, made a video call with Lee Leffen, and had a good chat with him. Lee Leffen, if I plan to betray my family, I want to avoid a war between the two families. I only hope to be treated gently by you and to be your wife. As long as I agree to these two things, I can do anything you ask me to do. Yes. So, are you willing to marry me and take me with you to explore the world? Briosia looked at the manly Leffen on the other side of the video and said, Marry you? Lee Leffen couldn't help but was stunned by the question. After thinking for a while, he had to ask, Miss Briosia, I am just a businessman and I don't have many outstanding advantages. I am not worthy of you at all. Why do you want to marry me? And me? Your temperament attracts me. I really want to pursue freedom and a relaxed and comfortable life with you. I see the hope of realizing these pursuits in you. So don't give a negative answer. Okay, my family has broken my heart. Please don't let me down again. Okay? Briosia looked at him pleadingly. Lee Leffen fell into hesitation for a while, and was quite entangled. He didn't expect that after only a few days of contact, Briosia would develop some affection for him, and the idea of being with him. The problem is that we are completely different species. There is reproductive isolation, and there is no possibility of any results. Previously, in order to stabilize the cooperation with the Xenos family, he treated Briosia somewhat favorably, and gave her a lot of gifts. Who would have thought that she would misunderstand him like this? What to do? What to do now? Lee Leffen also saw that if he chose to refuse, Briosia would be very disappointed and even desperate, which would become the last straw for her. He would become her serious and heinous scumbag, bear her lifelong hatred, and become of this kind of emotional debt will make him feel guilty and uneasy. Think about it. I will take action tomorrow to bring you out. Your family cannot restrain you. I will take some measures to let you get the freedom you want most. Lee Leffen made a promise. Okay. Thank you. I know you have me in your heart. I didn't misjudge the person. Laughed. A smile finally broke out on Briosia's face, and most of the despair in her heart dissipated, and she suddenly felt relieved. Promise. When she heard the promise Lee Leffen made to him, she knew that it was stable. It must be stable this time. The freedom she wanted most would be available soon. She had already known a little about the strength of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. It was definitely much stronger than her own family. It had only been shown in business before. But in terms of strength, it was definitely even more powerful. It was unimaginable that it could rival someone. The strength of these kingdoms. Otherwise, they would have been finished long ago, and would have been swallowed up by those powerful forces. She felt a lot more relieved now. So on the second day, Lee Leffen brought 10 super god mechas, and buzzed to the sky above Duke Xenos' palace. He put on a defensive and counterattack posture, and then used the loudspeaker device to initiate negotiations. 3 demands were made. First, the cooperation model between the two companies needs to make certain adjustments. In the future, the Xenos family will become one of the affiliated forces of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and can be allocated to the Jinwo Kingdom market and receive 20% of the profit dividends. The remaining 80% will be handed over to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Second, the army of the Xenos family needs to cooperate with the development of the Blue Chamber of Commerce to take some actions. And the Blue Chamber of Commerce will provide a batch of thermal weapons to enhance the strength of the army. Naturally, in terms of command, they must basically obey the Blue Chamber of Commerce. Arrangements must not be made without authorization or damage to the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the army's military pay, wages, And benefits are also provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce. The minimum standard will not be less than 3 gold coins per month. With other benefits, the annual income will be no less than 50 gold coins, is comparable to the annual income of some noble estates. And the agricultural products from thousands of acres of land are estimated to be at this price. Third, give Brioja freedom and allow her to join the Azure Chamber of Commerce and become an important interest representative, which will facilitate better cooperation between the two parties. We hope that the Xenos family will not hold back. After listening to the above requirements, angry, the top brass of the Xenos family were furious. They felt that this was an intolerable provocation and that they were simply looking for death. Noble! You must know that they are high-ranking nobles. This lofty status has existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. The nobles have always received only respect and are rarely challenged, especially in front of those lowly businessmen, even if the nobles are in front of them. In some aspects, there is a need to use merchants, and there is a lot of cooperation between the two parties. It can be said that they are inseparable. However, merchants are merchants. Although they are better than civilian slaves, they are still far behind the nobles. There is a certain gap. But at this moment, the dignity of the Xenos family was provoked by a group of businessmen. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. We must give this Azure Chamber of Commerce a little look. Establish the unchallengeable authority of the nobles, and then confiscate all the property and assets of this Chamber of Commerce as compensation for provoking the nobles, including the production lines behind them. All must be taken down. Otherwise, it will not have the effect of punishment. Just facing the huge thing of those 10 units. The senior officials of the Xenos family could vaguely sense that this thing might not be easy to mess with. But they could not choose to give in. They immediately sent an army of thousands of people to surround the 10 units. Device, and then launched an attack. There is dense arrow coverage. A sword struck hard with bang bang bang. There are also a few divine beings who aim at the weak points of the 10 devices and then launch attacks, hoping to achieve success. But an hour passed. 3 hours passed. No matter what kind of attack the Xenos family's elite army takes, it will be like scraping, having no effect on the super god mecha and not even a trace of damage. Panic. These troops and the top brass of the Xenos family suddenly panicked. Too strong. The defensive power of these devices is too terrifying. They haven't taken any action to fight back. They are just passively beaten. After being attacked for several hours, they can't even make a scratch. After attacking until they are exhausted and their spiritual power is exhausted, there is nothing they can do. Bring even a little bit of harm. It's over. When these behemoths launch a counterattack, the Xenos family will become history and reduced to ruins. What to do? Forget it. Stop it. Just at this time, Lee Leffen, who was sitting in one of the super god mechas, said with the help of a loudspeaker, "Stop attacking. It's useless. Even if my mecha enters the interior of the sun, it will not be harmed at all. Damage. Your attacks can't even scratch their itch. They can't break its defense at all. He who knows the current affairs is still a hero. Agree to my previous cooperation conditions. The power of the Blue Chamber of Commerce is far beyond your imagination. By cooperating with us, you can get huge benefits, and you will never suffer any loss. If it is we have to go all the way to the dark side, and when our 10 super god mechas launch an attack, everything will really be over. You still don't believe what I'm saying? Well, I'll give you one last chance to watch a video to open your eyes and stop this act of actively seeking death." Lee Leffen turned on the three-dimensional projection function of the mecha and projected a scene of a super god mecha killing people on different occasions in front of the senior executives of Xenos, so that the elite army could also see it. Within 10 minutes in the short film, everyone who watched the invincible scene of the super god mecha killing people was stunned, sweating on their backs, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Chapter 284 Rapid Development. Compromised. Under the powerful deterrence of the super god mecha, the senior leaders of the Xenos family unanimously made the decision to compromise. He could only agree to the 3 conditions proposed by Lee Leffen, which were to change the rules of cooperation. Secondly, to cooperate with the interests of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. And thirdly, to give Brioja freedom so that she could no longer shoulder the mission of protecting the family and do whatever she wanted. All in all, Lee Leffen's goals were all achieved. The Xenos family did not make any desperate move. They could only bury their dissatisfaction and anger deep in their hearts and did not dare to express it. Instead, they planned to endure it until someone betrayed them in the future. The opportunity may give the Azure Chamber of Commerce a big surprise and stab it twice in the back. Of course, The premise is that the Azure Chamber of Commerce falls into huge trouble and gives the Xenos family the opportunity to add insult to injury. If there is no chance to take action, then the probability can only be to lie dormant and cooperate. As for Bryosia, she saw that Lilefin really did such a thing for her. Like a hero, forcing her family to compromise. Although countless people witnessed the Xenos family's face, it was disappointing. But Bryosia was only filled with happiness in her heart, which meant that Lilefin had her in his heart. He kept his word and fulfilled his promise, allowing himself precious freedom. Naturally, in order to express her gratitude and repayment, Bryosia quickly ran to Lilefin's side, hugged his arm, and got together as close lovers. Even though Bryosia was a bit older, she is no longer a teenage girl, and there are not so many pink bubbles in her head. She still seems to be in a state of love brain, wishing to follow Lilefin all day long, holding the man's arm from time to time, and also at night. He asked to rest in the same room many times. Although Lilefin refused many times, he still did not give up releasing his charm. He even thought about ending this relationship as soon as possible, holding a wedding, and becoming a real inseparable couple. Lilefin felt very troubled by this. He didn't know what charm he had in him that made Bryosia so obsessed with him that he wished they could stick together every day, which seriously affected his daily work. In the end, Lilefin had no good solution. He could only turn into a workaholic and try to spend more time on work. He only hoped to speed up the development and advancement of various undertakings of the Blue Chamber of Commerce so that sufficient stars could be collected as soon as possible. With nuclear crystal materials, you can then build a Stargate and return to the Human Federation. Or you can aim at the next adventure place and start a new round of exploration. There may be bigger and more surprising harvests. So the next period of time, the Azure Chamber of Commerce has entered a stage of rapid development. From among the many local aristocratic forces, we found a dozen that were stronger, easier to communicate with, and not particularly greedy, and established a cooperative relationship, covering the business network of the Blue Chamber of Commerce to all countries on the planet Mars. Most cities with a population of more than 300,000, covering about 1 billion indigenous people, can have some trade connections with more than 80% of the wealthy class with spending power, and can bring the special products of the Azure Chamber of Commerce to sell to these customers with spending power. All 4 major areas of clothing, food, housing and transportation are available. A lot of cultural and entertainment products have even been developed. And some game products have been sold to the aristocratic class. And a group of aristocratic otakus have even been cultivated, allowing them to indulge in exciting gaming activities every day. The amount of sales is increasing every day, increasing every month, and setting some kind of record every year. The profitability of Whale Chamber of Commerce is also constantly making great breakthroughs. Millions of gold coins per month. 5 million gold coins per month. Tens of millions of gold coins every month. Countless hard currency metals on the planet Mars are continuously flowing into the Azure Chamber of Commerce's asset library. It's no exaggeration to describe how you can become soft by making money. However, those are still routine commodities for daily use. Although they have brought huge profits and absorbed countless money, the Blue Chamber of Commerce itself does not lack these. The most lacking thing is actually stored in countless noble castles. Power Stone Crystal. In order to get those nobles to hand over the God Stone as much as possible, the Azure Chamber of Commerce usually offers 5 times or 10 times the price to buy the God Stone with gold coins. But the results are very little. Families who are willing to sell, yes. Unless you are completely destitute and have no other choice, you may be forced to sell a few stones. Most families will not be able to sell even 1 God Stone until they are completely exhausted. After all, it is a source of power, a substance that can break certain rules in this world. And it is the basis of rule for many kingdoms and empires. It is truly something that can determine everything. If the Blue Chamber of Commerce were not powerful enough, some relatively powerful families would have already taken gambling-like actions and launched an attack on the Blue Chamber of Commerce to steal this huge treasure. However, no family has been able to do it yet. Therefore, if the Azure Chamber of Commerce wants to get more Godstone crystals, it can only adopt other methods and routines. The Godstone Bank came into being immediately and launched a service of free storage and free recharge. The effect of this trick is indeed good, although most families know that the Azure Chamber of Commerce has hidden bad intentions. The Godstone deposited in the bank may disappear one day and cannot be taken out. The Azure Chamber of Commerce will be hit by the Chamber of Commerce's pig killing plate. But the free recharging service is really great, and it can quickly fill the star core crystal with energy in a short period of time. Saving countless amounts of God's stone, the trouble of replenishing energy has greatly increased the activity of many families. The combat effectiveness of some old families suddenly increased several times or more. Their rich heritage was immediately revealed, causing the situation in many places to become unstable. The conflict broke out very fiercely, and the number of casualties increased a lot. But the Godstone Bank of the Azure Chamber of Commerce did bring about some kind of change. So for the sake of my family, I will not be eliminated and perish in this revolution. Some families have taken a very bold decision, not only depositing all the Godstones in the bank, but also greatly increasing the frequency of use. They use the free recharging service every day, which greatly saves money on recharging. The time available has brought great convenience. The Godstone holds a huge amount of energy. It is smaller than an egg and can store millions of kilowatt-hours of electricity. It can be described as terrifying. When there are more Godstones that need charging services, the number increases to thousands, tens of thousands, or even 100,000 or 1 million per day. Not only has the quantity changed qualitatively, but the energy power consumed every day has also increased. Growth in a straight line tends to an exaggerated figure. Millions of kilowatts per day. Tens of millions of kilowatts per day. Until it reaches a situation where hundreds of millions of kilowatts of power generation are consumed every day. But it is still not enough. At the beginning, this power came from the nuclear fusion reactor on the spacecraft Starry Sky Fearless. It was completely sufficient at first. But after reaching the level of hundreds of millions of kilowatts, the spacecraft's reactor was overwhelmed and could not supply it. Without such a huge amount of electricity, we can only implement the traditional space energy plan. We have produced a large number of light energy collection converters and launched them very close to the star. A single unit has the power generation capacity of millions of kW. As long as it is launched, 1,000 units can basically meet the charging needs of the Godstone. After all, this is a full 1 billion kilowatts of power. Besides, energy relay satellites, light sail reflectors, energy main roads, etc., are naturally all available. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Doing so many things here is naturally for the purpose of maximizing profits. When the amount of star core crystals collected exceeds 100,000 cubic meters and reaches the threshold for running away with money, Lee Leffen and the others will definitely take this huge batch of star core crystals resources with them. Or they will want to. There is no way to go home, or to explore the next galaxy, even if countless families will suffer extremely heavy losses. And Lee Leffen and the others would like to be ripped apart. They will already live an extremely chic and wealthy life. Maybe the senior staff of the Blue Chamber of Commerce could be found, but they could only vent their anger helplessly. So in the final analysis, this project is really like a large pig-killing tray. And it is not particularly moral. But at least so far, Lee Leffen and the others are still good guys in the eyes of many nobles, and are the great saviors in the eyes of many superpowers. Especially after seeing that the Blue Chamber of Commerce spent a lot of money to manufacture a large amount of equipment and released it around the star. Finally, it created a giant energy trunk channel in space, storing unimaginable energy and allowing the Mars ball to enter. All superpowers will no longer lack any energy, and will enter an era where divine power is endless and can be squandered wantonly every day. Undoubtedly, this is a new era, and it also means that a new glory is coming. As a result, some aristocratic forces, with a keen sense of smell, increased their efforts to develop the territory, reclaimed more land, excavated more underground minerals, built more factories and workshops, and launched a large number of infrastructure projects. Although this requires a lot of investment. But once these projects are completed, the high-yielding seeds purchased from the Blue Chamber of Commerce will be sown into the land, and various high-efficiency factory equipment will be purchased to build something that can bring huge benefits. Factory. This group of aristocratic forces, even if they occupy a barren land, can produce more than 10 times the food, hundreds of times the minerals, and more specialty products. Not only can they achieve self-sufficiency, but they can also produce large quantities of them. Make a fortune. This is one aspect. But some noble forces actually set their sights on the even more distant place. The ice planet. Yes, it is an ice planet that is 40 million kilometers away at its nearest distance and requires a lot of effort to reach. It is a very barren planet with low food production, but rich underground minerals and low population density. If it can be compared with the blue planet, if the Chamber of Commerce reaches a cooperation and sends a large number of manpower to occupy the land of the ice planet and plunder the resources on the ice planet, it will undoubtedly bring very generous benefits and make a fortune easily. The opportunities are unlimited. Indeed, compared with the ice planet, which is cold, desolate, and has relatively backward productivity levels, the Mars planet is actually more prosperous, lively, and highly civilized, and is obviously more suitable for the survival and development of the Essence people. Most of the Essence people are not willing to leave the Mars planet. Running to the ice planet to develop is simply an exile, a terrible torment and disaster. More than 95% of the elite people would rather suffer some hardships and endure a more involuted environment than consider it. Go to the ice planet to develop. Only, although the planet Mars is large and has a very long history, the population has indeed reached a relatively saturated state, and competition is relatively fierce. Every once in a while, a batch of people have to be transported to the ice planet. About every 100 years. Just do it once, and these people can basically be called abandoned people. After landing on the ice planet, they will most likely die, and the probability of survival is very low. But after hundreds of thousands of years of civilization development, there was also a stage of relatively developed productivity in the middle. The underground mineral resources, and those close to the surface, were basically all mined. As a result, the mineral resources on Mars were relatively scarce and generally expensive. The environment in some areas was severely damaged. A few years ago, more than a dozen world wars have broken out, and civilization has been destroyed and rebuilt again and again. Now it has finally reached a more balanced state. Countless families have risen and been destroyed. Considering the serious consequences of destruction, some smart nobles, a series of regulations were formulated to ensure a general peace, ending large-scale wars, prohibiting the use of high-power weapons, and entering an era of long-term peace. The price was that the population was too easily saturated and exceeded the carrying capacity of the environment. This could only be reduced. The pressure and contradictions are released to the ice planet. Even though the living environment there is obviously worse. But now the Azure Chamber of Commerce has appeared. A very conspicuous energy main road has appeared in space. It can also send abundant light energy to many corners of the Mars planet through various devices, successfully replenishing energy for the God Stone, and greatly liberating the destructive power and construction of the God Power's force. What if that massive amount of light energy was directed to the ice planet? Under the warm light, the land originally covered with thick ice and snow will melt quickly, and then vegetables, fruits, and grains can be grown. Only with sufficient energy supply can thousands or tens of thousands of acres of land be enclosed. If you build an agricultural estate, there will be no problems. You can get a large amount of food, vegetables and fruits to feed a large population. If there are still a lot of minerals underground, that would be even better. You must know that the mantle magma of the ice planet is not active enough, and the geological rock layers are hundreds of kilometers thick, which means that the minerals that can be dug out will not be less than those on the Mars planet. This is also a benefit that can make people feel their hearts beating faster, as long as they dig 2 or 3 rich mines. The wealth of the family for decades or hundreds of years in the future can be guaranteed. If you are lucky enough to dig the God Stone, then even more. It's incredible. Heartbeat. Suddenly, more and more nobles had a strong interest in developing the resources of the ice planet. Chapter 285. Ice Planet Development. Subsequently, there were many big shots who took the initiative to come to the company, or sent lobbyists to find the senior officials of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and propose the idea of cooperation. They hoped to reach cooperation with the Azure Chamber of Commerce, closely divide the labor, and launch a wave of large-scale development operations targeting the relatively backward and primitive ice planet. Enclose more land, dig more minerals, move more immigrants, then vigorously develop, make full use of the ownerless land and minerals on the ice planet, and open up more living and development space. Naturally, it will definitely be able to obtain very large benefits, which will be very attractive to the nobles. Indeed, the ice planet looks quite desolate, with a small area, and its potential in all aspects is far inferior to the prosperous Mars planet. However, the fine people, cities and civilization on the Mars planet have basically been exploited to the limit. The cake has been fully divided, and there is no way to continue to grow. The power of the nobles only has so much power, and there is no room for expansion. Only a fierce conflict and an extermination war can achieve the goal. But it can easily become the target of public criticism and suffer, being besieged by all forces. The risk of being destroyed is very high, so there are not many nobles who dare to open the station without authorization. On the contrary, the Go style of seclusion and obscene development has become popular. He usually keeps an extremely low profile and crazily accumulates resources and strength. Only in more critical moments will the tip of the iceberg of strength be exposed. Those who are good at pretending to be pigs and eating tigers are kings. His background is hard to compare with. If he accidentally triggers a bloody battle between the two families, the result may be shocking. All in all, just because there are so many families that pretend to be pigs and eat tigers and hide their true strength, even some extremely powerful families may be capsized. Therefore, annexing and expanding land on the planet Mars is a very unfeasible option. The risk on this road is huge, and no family is willing to try it. They all strive to be safe. Fortunately, there are not many such powerful forces on the ice planet, and they are generally very weak. And if we can use the unlimited energy provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce to melt the ice and snow areas on the ice planet and transform those barren lands, then at least 200 million square kilometers of new land can be developed and utilized. The resources are countless and unimaginable. If the land of 200 million square kilometers is placed on the planet Mars, and one barren level noble is in theft for every 2,000 square kilometers, 100,000 new nobles can be added, creating opportunities for 10 people to become masters. For those groups living at the lower levels who are suffering, this can simply make their eyes red and burst out with unimaginable motivation. More than 1 million ships are about to be ready. Before long, there will be thousands of family forces, sending millions and tens of millions of elite personnel to kill wantonly and then occupy the land, which is extremely crazy. No way. The environment on the planet Mars is really too involved, and the pressure of competition is high. Many second sons and younger sons of aristocratic families, who have no inheritance rights, even if they have mastered extremely powerful divine power and have extremely outstanding talents, will not be able to survive. They are given so many opportunities to display their talents and have no room to display their talents. They often can only spend their lives in the depression of not being able to realize their talents. And there are many such examples, which have written countless tragedies and regrets. Now the opportunity has come to become a human being. People have the opportunity to become real nobles who own land, live a luxurious and extravagant life, and embrace true dignity. Therefore, there are very many people applying for registration. Everyone is eager to seize this opportunity, and even try to curry favor with the Azure Chamber of Commerce. They just want to catch this ride, soar into the sky, and become a real nobleman. For this, there is no problem even if they are loyal to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. If they are willing serving the Azure Chamber of Commerce, even if it involves some shady things, they are willing to serve the Azure Chamber of Commerce and become manipulated pawns. Anyway, no matter what, as long as they are given a chance to become a true noble, they will explode with astonishing force. No one can stop energy. And that's the appeal of land. It's the attraction of resources. And the appeal of being an aristocrat on the ground, faced with so many longings and desires. Leviathan felt very incomprehensible and found it difficult to empathize. He did not understand their persistence and yearning for things like land, wealth, and noble status. After all, the living environment on the ice planet was quite bad. Even if it could be improved, it's just a wild land. But it still makes so many indigenous people so excited and crazy, which is very puzzling and confusing. You must know that in the Human Federation, people like to go to places with a lot of people and lively places, preferably with low housing prices, and are not willing to live in those deserted and empty places, even if there are only a few people within a radius of dozens of miles. Individual human beings. But this kind of loneliness and desolation will bring about serious mental problems. It will make people more and more separated from reality, very withdrawn and unsociable. Over time, it will become a difficult and destructive existence. So it will become more prosperous. The better. The more lively the better. Even if you prefer quiet, you should do it in a place like the suburbs, or enter a virtual game world and engage in some farming activities. You don't like killing so much and prefer construction, but you need to socialize. Activities are still needed. As a result, in some relatively remote space cities, space facilities, or starships, as long as there are fewer humans living there, they will easily suffer from quiet phobia, become extremely sensitive, and even have hallucinations, which can lead to death in severe cases. It happened, which makes people talk about it. Let's talk about the so-called land. In the Human Federation, except for the mother planet Azure Star, humans have been fully developed. In the vast and boundless space universe, they have built countless space cities and opened up massive immigration bases. How much land area is there? There is almost no upper limit to how much. Even if one person owns a huge space city, there is no problem, as long as you have the financial resources. Now, the aristocratic forces on the planet Mars are planning to invade on a large scale for some wild ice and snow lands that are valuable for development. They have united together and concentrated a lot of resources. They only hope that his Azure Chamber of Commerce will fully cooperate and help them. If you pave a road, you will be very grateful and will be repaid in the future. This makes Lelethan a little at a loss and helpless, not knowing what to do. If you agree, you will definitely gain the friendship of these aristocratic forces and receive huge favors in the future. Whatever activities the Blue Chamber of Commerce dares not to carry out, it will receive huge support and convenience. Business will definitely be better, and the Star Core Crystal will be even better. It is easy to collect, and you can also gain a group of loyal licking dogs and subordinates. The benefits are unimaginable. If you don't agree, you will definitely offend countless nobles and block their way. You will be regarded as a stumbling block and will immediately stand on their opposite side. It will be a matter of time before a conflict breaks out. The consequences will definitely be very serious and your interests will definitely be affected. Serious damage. Think about it carefully. And after discussing it with my teammates, Lelethan still decided to cooperate with the nobles on the Mars planet. Cooperate with their pioneering actions. Carry out large-scale transformation of the ice planet. And expand the space for the noble survival and development. 100 million? At least 100 million should be helped to immigrate. It is also necessary to provide uninterrupted light energy supply services. We also need to provide intelligence support. After all, there are many resistance forces on the ice planet, and they will never give in easily. But in the preparation stage of military operations, Lelethan also provided an alternative plan to the nobles to build a space city. As long as the nobles are willing to crowdfund money, the Blue Chamber of Commerce is willing to help them build space cities in space, ensuring that the area of each city is no less than 3,000 square meters, equivalent to a county-level fiefdom, allowing no less than millions of residents live inside. And in space, there is sufficient light all day long, and the internal temperature is constant and suitable. If agriculture is developed, there will be output all year round, and there will be no problem in harvesting 5 or 6 crops a year. The harvest from 1 mu of land is equivalent to 7 or 8 acres of land on Mars. There are no pests, diseases, or natural disasters, and the yield is very high. There is great potential for space agriculture, and the future is unlimited. Of course, we can also develop some mineral processing industries. The ore raw materials are screened and obtained from space meteorites. And then with a sufficient supply of space energy, we can develop space mineral processing and smelting, such as iron ore, copper ore, and other metals. The future of processing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands tons is unlimited. Even just getting some hydrogen and methane resources from those gaseous planets, then filling them into common fuels and selling them to thousands of households is very profitable. Or just collecting ice water resources in space and purifying them, selling it as mineral water to the Martian market, or using it to transform tens of millions of square kilometers of desert is also a project with a very bright future. And it is impossible to end up with a loss. After hearing these suggestions from Lelethan, Heartbeat, many nobles were immediately moved and expressed their desire to cooperate. Yes, the space city is very good. The climate inside is warm. No worse than the climate in our hometown. If we go to an ice planet, we may not be able to adapt to the climate there. It is easy to get sick, and we are not accustomed to the climate. Maybe the space city is more suitable for me. It's just that the cost of building a space city is too huge. I simply can't afford it. Forget it. I won't consider it anymore. Let's organize a group of people to go to the ice planet. Even if the risk is higher, at least the cost was low and not a lot of hassle. Mr. Lee, are there really a lot of resources in space? Especially the space meteorites, which contain all kinds of precious minerals. In this case, I think our family is more suitable for development in space. Our family is willing to invest a lot of resources and manpower to develop what you call the space industry. There are too many opportunities in front of us. In this case, I choose to take them all. The ice planet must be one. The space cities and space factories you mentioned must be developed by our family. At least we must own a share. Can't miss this great opportunity. That's what I plan too. After some discussion, Lelethan's ideas and plans have won the support of many nobles and attracted a lot of investment, so that they can be officially implemented. At this time, Lelethan found that the relationship between himself and his team members, this civilization, And this star was getting deeper and deeper. And the business was getting bigger and bigger. And it felt a little difficult to escape. You must know that their initial plan was to grab a handful and leave. Obtain as much star core crystal material as possible. And then aim at the next target. Slowly farming and doing business was not part of their plan. 5 years. After staying for 5 years at most and 10 years at the latest, they will leave and start the next stage of their adventure. But I didn't expect them to feel like they couldn't escape. 5 years is coming soon. To be honest, collecting star core crystals is basically enough. But Lee Leffen and others are still tied up here because of various problems. It will probably take some time before they can consider leaving. And they cannot leave cleanly, because that means giving up all operations, which is undoubtedly not possible. It's a good deal. It's best to leave 1 or 2 team members here. If that doesn't work, leave a few highly intelligent robots. Shaked his head. By this time, Lee Leffen believes that he can only take one step before planning the next step. There is no way to follow the ideal plan. What's more, there is another woman by his side, Bryosia, who is very attached to him and treats him as a husband instead of a boyfriend. They also sleep together at night, have some interracial relationships, and even want to having a child and a happy family put a lot of pressure on Lee Leffen. Bond. Something called a bond is getting deeper and deeper. I'm afraid it won't be a good idea to continue like this. We still need to start the next adventure as soon as possible. Just build the Stargate, then look for a potential target from the surrounding stars, and then go straight to it. The business here has been deep in business for a long time, which is not necessarily a good thing. Time is precious after all, and cannot be spent indefinitely on just one goal. Just considering that too many things have been done, we can only increase investment and speed up efficiency, fully gain the trust of the nobles, and absorb enough star core crystals, and it is time to leave. There is really no need to continue investing too much. So the next few years, Lee Leffen and others fully accelerated the efficiency, increased the production capacity of the industrial assembly line, and entered a stage of crazy explosion. It only took 1 year to deliver hundreds of millions of fine people to the ice planet. They witnessed the outbreak of war and the heavy casualties, so they had to take some measures to provide relief to the indigenous people on the ice planet. Some benefits reduced their resistance, such as providing them with tens of millions of tons of grain and food. It took another 2 years to build a large number of space facilities and train hundreds of families to adapt to the development and survival in space. He also did a number of other things and used a lot of technology to help this star system get rid of involution and enter a new era, gaining countless trust and friendship. Chapter 286. Prepare to leave. Soon, a few years later again, after this period of development, the ice planet has been quite fully developed. Pieces of land covered with ice and snow were exposed to light energy, and were quickly transformed into fertile fields that could grow food and became a fertile land suitable for life. Castles and manors were also built rapidly, turning the originally desolate and barren ice planet into a scene of vitality and all things happening, which made people stunned and surprised. However, the resistance movement of the indigenous people on the ice planet has never stopped. Why defend their own interests? In order to protect their homeland, many indigenous families on the ice planet have exploded with amazing fighting power. Especially those who are good at divine power users with ice abilities are very adaptable to the environment here. They are like a fish in water. Often, a small team of 3 or 5 people can explode into a fighting force equivalent to hundreds of people, and cause some nobles to expand their power and cause bloody losses. Dizzy, and fell into a situation where I didn't know how to deal with it. At this time, it was the Blue Chamber of Commerce that provided great help, using a large number of energy relay satellites, launching high-power microwaves, melting a large amount of ice and snow on the surface of the ice planet, and also using life detection devices to discover a large number of resistance hiding in the ice and snow. At this time, the Blue Chamber of Commerce will send out some super god mechas, display powerful force, and then find ways to recruit and surrender those resistors and do their ideological work. This method has achieved a certain effect. If we still want to resist resolutely, we can only let the nobles carry out the encirclement and suppression and fight to the end. It is estimated that no matter men, women, old or young, it will be difficult to escape the ending of death. On the contrary, if they are willing to surrender to the Azure Chamber of Commerce, they will all be properly resettled, obtain their own land, be assigned a large number of tools and property. Their quality of life will be immediately improved, and they will have an extremely bright future. If they are stubborn, If you are just unwilling to make compromises, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save your life. But no matter what, it only took 2 or 3 years. The situation on the ice planet has been stabilized. The resistance has basically dissipated, and it no longer poses a major threat. By this time, Lethen's Azure Chamber of Commerce has also developed into a super behemoth. Successfully controlled 97% of industrial production capacity. Controls 100% of space energy supply. In addition, through the Godstone Bank, about 800,000 cubic meters of Godstone materials were obtained, which expanded several times. More than 80% of the entire Jingren civilization's Godstone reserve is estimated to be in the hands of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. No more than 20% are living outside. By this time, the layout of this pig-killing plate has reached the point where it can be completely closed. It has basically reached a point where it is impossible to collect any more star core crystals. The elites have now become hugely dependent on the Azure Chamber of Commerce. They have accepted countless lackeys and subordinates, and have chosen to join the forces of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. It's not that there are none, but there are a lot of them. It's just that they don't dare to take drastic action. Instead, they have to hold their noses and cooperate with the Azure Chamber of Commerce. They obediently hand over the family's Godstone without saying anything, and they always smile in person, desperately trying to curry favor with and befriend the Azure Chamber of Commerce, only complaining and speaking out their inner thoughts in private. As for actual hostile actions, they are rare and the consequences are very tragic, and there is no need for the Azure Chamber of Commerce to take action. Some forces who wanted to make meritorious deeds launched a siege, and then asked the Azure Chamber of Commerce for credit and rewards. Their flattery was uncomfortable, invincible. Today's Azure Chamber of Commerce has almost no rivals. It has become the uncrowned king and the real talker. There is no other way. The massive amount of advanced industrial products provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce has allowed the elite nobles to live a very modern life. They never want to return to the backward state of the past, even if they need to pay more maintenance costs. They can only a commitment that can be sustained through gritted teeth, especially in the field of energy. After the Azure Chamber of Commerce obtained unlimited energy from around the stars, the elite nobles opened their eyes and witnessed the huge potential. As long as there is sufficient energy, you no longer need to observe the weather and soil when farming. As long as you build a few indoor agricultural factories, you can grow fruits and vegetables all year round. With huge yields, high quality, and stable output, an acre of land can produce an income equivalent to 50 or hundreds of acres. Even those nobles whose territory is very small, only a few thousand acres, can become agricultural giants by building a few agricultural factories. With an annual output of producing a large amount of food can not only be self-sufficient, but also make a lot of money. It's just that the current price of electricity sold by the Azure Chamber of Commerce is a little on the high side. The price of electricity per kilowatt hour actually costs 0.1 Azure coins, equivalent to 0.1 yuan. This price is certainly not expensive, but the profit margin it brings is not. If it can be reduced by half, then the new era of agricultural factories will replace all traditional agricultural planting methods and eliminate at least 60 to 70% of traditional farmers. With unlimited energy, the atomic sieve mining method can be used to refine and process ordinary soil, and a variety of elemental elements can be obtained. Mineral mining has not only become easier, but also more products can be harvested. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of electricity. It is a more cost-effective choice only to purify certain substances containing high-value mineral elements. There is no profit at all for ordinary soil and stones. The most important, it is on the Godstone that a free recharging service has been launched, allowing countless noble families to cultivate the number of superpowers from only a dozen or dozens before, to a maximum of the scale of hundreds suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Those who could train a dozen in the past are now at least more than 100. In the past, they were cultivating hundreds through gritted teeth, but now they are easily cultivating thousands. There has been an explosive increase. In the process of using the power of God, I have also changed from the past hesitation. I am very conservative and have become very radical. I can use it however I want and squander it however I want. Anyway, the power in the Godstone, when the divine power is used up, it is handed over to the bank. The energy will be full the next day, and can be used and squandered to continue to explode with powerful abilities. This kind of magical energy can give back the power of ordinary people and increase it millions of times. Once you experience it, you will never be able to get rid of it. You will have a feeling of being on par with gods and omnipotent. Before, they would only try their best. Avoid excessive consumption of the energy in the God Stone, and will not use it crazily unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, it is always a cautious character, and the pattern becomes very small, unless it is at a critical moment of life and death. Those who dare to risk their lives to explode, but in the end are cautious and stubborn. There are so many old silver coins, and there are many people who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. The more high-profile one is, the easier it is to fall into trouble. What now? Just splurge and that's okay. With the help of the almost omnipotent power of God, it can be used for fighting in battles, improving work efficiency, and can also be used in various production and construction, bringing very good results and benefiting society. The overall production efficiency has been significantly improved, allowing many projects that require huge costs to be completed. As long as enough powerful people are dispatched, the projects can be completed quickly. The efficiency has been improved by more than 3 to 5 times. In short, it has brought about considerable changes in all aspects of production and life. As a result, the Azure Chamber of Commerce made a lot of money, plus precious metals mined from space meteorites. In just 10 years, the Azure Chamber of Commerce has become unimaginably rich. Even some ancient empires that have survived for thousands of years may not necessarily have as much wealth and property as the Azure Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Blue Chamber of Commerce captures a space meteorite rich in gold and silver, which is equivalent to the GDP results of all the elites on Mars working for a year. Ordinary money has no meaning to the Azure Chamber of Commerce. It is just a boring number. Now even with the God Stone, i.e. the Star Core Crystal, it is difficult for Leviathan and his teammates to get excited quickly, because the amount collected is too much. A full 800,000 cubic meters, which is more than that of the home planet. The total reserves in the surrounding solar system are many times greater. As long as they can bring them all back, they will become the richest individuals in the solar system, and will be envied and jealous by countless people. There will also be countless beauties who want to have children with you. Only, it's time to leave. Can't stay any longer. Although this place is very nice, with a long cultural history, a lot of delicious food, interesting indigenous people, wonderful stories, and countless beautiful scenery. But there is no longer any value in staying here. The harvest of this net is already huge enough, and it is impossible to increase it further. So after some discussion, Leviathan really decided to leave. It could be as fast as 1 month, or as slow as 3 months. Anyway, I have to leave. There is no point in staying. But within the team, some differences immediately arose, because if they leave so quietly, all their previous operations and investments will be gone. Such a huge industry will be completely abandoned, and all previous operations will be in vain. This will make a few team members. I feel very sorry, especially in the space energy industry. The current power generation capacity has soared to tens of billions of kilowatts. If you want to increase it to hundreds of billions or trillions, you only need to increase the number of energy equipment deployed. Create a power generation here that is no less than the space energy empire of the solar system has no problems. And its potential is even greater. After all, it can achieve a 100% monopoly without any competitors. Heartbeat. Obviously, these few team members are a little reluctant to run the business here, seeing the huge benefits. They don't want to leave. The reason is very simple. If you continue to explore, the risk factor is relatively high. Although you may find a better place with richer resources and greater potential, you may also be transported to the empty space by the Stargate, which may be empty. One thing, and then fell into a very dangerous situation, even paying the price with his life. Seek stability. They seek stability more. If they stay inside this star system, it means that they are energy tycoons and industrial tycoons. And there are countless families and younger brothers who are loyal to them. They will also find some beautiful indigenous girls and use genetic technology to create several descendants. Come out. Then the inheritance of genes will be there, and wealth can continue for a long time. In a few decades or hundreds of years, this civilized galaxy will develop to a level similar to that of the solar system, because the speed of technological explosion is extremely fast. Even if there is a difference of several levels, he can catch up in just 100 years. Okay, you guys can stay here. All the properties of the Chamber of Commerce will be taken care of by you, as well as the Star Core Crystal in the Godstone Bank. We will take half of it away, and the rest will continue to serve our customers. We use our services to ensure that the problem is not discovered. If it really doesn't work, we will increase the intensity of space mining, obtain more Star Core crystals, and make up for the shortfall. This way, we will not create too serious a crisis of trust. We are not here to kill the goose that lays the goose to lay eggs. We will keep the coordinates of this civilization firmly in mind. If we encounter any crisis or difficulty in the future, we may return here decisively to avoid danger and replenish resources as a backup base that we can rely on. Of course, it is best never to activate it. In addition, if you successfully establish contact with the home planet, I hope that the group can send more personnel over to strengthen the investment and management of this galaxy, so that it can gradually integrate into the Human Federation, become our loyal ally and a very good helper. Li Lefin warned those teammates who were willing to stay. Yes, I understand, Captain. We will take good care of it and manage it well. And we will never lose the fruits of our efforts. That's right. We will be very careful. If we recruit a few more loyal brothers, there won't be any problems. Several teammates nodded. After these arrangements are made, there is another question before Li Lefin. Bryosia. This woman is a little bit difficult to handle, because she wanted to leave with her. Wherever Li Lefin went on an adventure, she would also go with him. She would not leave him anyway. A true husband and wife would never be separated. Big head. Li Lefin didn't know what to do. He actually has no idea of finding a partner, let alone starting a family. However, Bryosia is very clingy and obsessed with love. She has to follow him wherever he goes. He can't even drive him away. And he has to hold her in his arms at night. He was sleeping, but there was nothing he could do to her. As time went by, Li Lefin got used to her company and presence, and to having such a woman in his life. Never mind. It's better to take her away. The two of them still have some feelings for each other, and it would be difficult to abandon her. Bryosia was very happy, showed a happy smile, and then began to participate in the discussion. The next destination would be that star. Chapter 287 Shocking Discovery. After all preparations are in place, the 3 team members who were willing to stay behind also took over most of the assets, obtained management authority, and explained some precautions. The construction of the Stargate was also completed successfully, and it has the function of coordinate positioning. If Li Lefin and the others build a new Stargate in a new place in the future, they can input the coordinates and then use the spatial resonance effect to open up the gap between the 2 Stargates. The wormhole can realize instant return, which can play a very important role in encountering certain dangerous situations or subsequent return, ensuring that you will not get lost in this vast space. And the power generation capacity of space energy facilities has also increased to 300 billion kW. Although this energy power will be a bit slow to charge the Stargate and will take several days, it is basically enough and is not necessary. If it is improved, it will lead to serious waste of energy. Then there is the preparation of a large amount of necessary supplies. For example, food, water, star core crystals, all full of energy, acceleration medium, etc., filled the warehouse of the exploration spacecraft, Starry Sky Dreadnought, to the point where it could no longer accommodate new supplies. It is also to avoid any unexpected situations. Even if you run into a very empty interstellar space, you can rely on these supplies to reach the nearest star without running out of supplies or endurance. And most importantly, after 10 years of unremitting training, Li Lefin's space system ability has been significantly improved. Now, with the guarantee of sufficient star core crystals, he can open the curvature of the system. The large distortion of space-time will last longer. It can easily fly hundreds of times the speed of light for about half an hour. With just one hand, it can drive the spacecraft to a considerable distance, even a few light years. The journey can also be shortened a lot. That is, his ability can play a very important role in interstellar navigation, like a humanoid super-light curvature engine. So after all preparations are done, a real problem faced Li Lefin and others. Where to go? Which destination should I choose? Navigation Officer Wang Ziheng has been using various equipment to observe and evaluate the surrounding stars in recent days, and has made a very surprising discovery. There are 3 main characteristics. First, the density of surrounding stars is very high. On average, there must be a star distributed every 3 light years or so. This density is close to the central region of the Milky Way, so the brightness of interstellar space is quite high, which is equivalent to turning on a street light at night. Secondly, using the star core crystal material sensing and scanning device, Wang Ziheng discovered that there are a lot of star core crystal materials distributed inside the surrounding star systems, and the density is no less than that of the Martian sphere. On average, the reserves are all over 1 million cubic meters, which is 100 times the reserves of the solar system. especially in some areas shrouded by nebulae. The density of stars and star core crystals inside them is even higher, and their energy performance is even more active. Third, many battlefield traces of interstellar wars have been observed. For example, an ordinary C-type star should be in a stable burning state, but suddenly a supernova explosion occurred. It was obviously detonated by some powerful weapons, using billions or tens of billions of degrees of high temperature to cause the heavy objects to explode. Nuclear fusion explodes in advance, forming a supernova explosion, which brings huge destructive power. There are also some interstellar spaces where there are traces of a large number of high-energy electromagnetic waves and gravitational wave explosions. They are very messy and short, but extremely intense. Only certain powerful weapons can bring about such effects. Not to mention, some interstellar spaces have completely turned into a dark area where nothing can be seen. The stars inside have either been destroyed or obscured. There are advanced civilizations that control. There is no way to use 100% of the star's energy. Or after the tragic war, the area became a lifeless and dead area. There are also various gravitational fluctuation phenomena, especially the huge interstellar fleet, when the weight of one of its ships is equivalent to the level of a planet. A huge fleet group of hundreds of thousands of ships passes through certain areas. The gravitational fluctuations caused can even slightly change the trajectory of stars. And other special space phenomena undoubtedly prove one thing: civilization. There are quite a few alien civilizations in this starry sky. The number is definitely not just one, but many, or even more serious, countless. The most terrifying conclusion is that the galaxy they are in now may no longer be the original Milky Way, but a new galaxy similar to the Milky Way, but with many differences. For example, the number of stars is at least over 800 billion, approaching trillions. There are many dark and covered areas, which means that there must be relatively powerful civilizations in these areas. A large number of battlefields with serious signs of damage prove that this galaxy is not a peaceful place. And there are many disputes and contradictions. Even not far away from this galaxy, there may be some traces of civilization, with varying degrees of development. And generally everyone has mastered the use of star core crystals. Therefore, even if the development of productivity is still quite lagging behind, but with the help of the energy inside the star core crystal, intelligent life can explode 1,000,000 times more energy, which may also be the reason why some magical phenomena can occur. Discussion meeting. Wang Ziheng opened a projected star map and said, "I chose 3 potential exploration destinations. The first target is 7 light-years away from us. It can be teleported there instantly with the help of the Stargate. The weight of its star it is 0.88 times that of the Sun. It has a remaining lifespan of 12 billion years. There are about 8 rocky planets. The probability of the existence of intelligent civilization is 81%. However, the productivity level and technological level are not high. It should also be an ancient civilization. But there are many superpowers who use their powerful divine power to do extraordinary things. But they don't pose much of a threat to us. The second target is 9 light-years away from us. It can be reached instantly with the help of the Stargate. Its star weighs 1.45 times that of the Sun. It has a remaining life of 3 billion years. There are about 20 rocky planets. It is possible for intelligent civilization to exist. The probability is 92%. Technology has developed so much that we can already build warships that can move in space. There are a lot of space exploration activities, but we are still just out of the cradle of civilization and have not mastered the technology of superlight speed. If our spaceship arrives within this civilization, we should be able to deal with it calmly. The third target is 22 light-years away from us and is also within the direct transmission range of the Stargate. Its star mass is 3 times that of the Sun. It is a very hot blue giant star with a remaining life of 50 million on the main sequence years. A supernova explosion will occur, which should not be suitable for the development of civilization. However, various energy reactions inside the star are very violent. There are many rocky planets, large fleets, and space facilities. The level of science and technology is extremely high, perhaps not weaker than ours. If we have contact or conflict with their parent star, we will most likely be at a disadvantage and passive. So I do not recommend taking risky actions inside the star. Although the reserve of star core crystals in the star is expected to exceed 1 billion cubic meters is enough to turn tens of billions of people into extraordinary powers, and make all people extraordinary. But it is by no means an opponent that we can handle. After listening to Wang Ziheng's introduction, the team members discussed it again. Then it would be better for us to go to the first star. It is very close to us, and will be there in an instant. Moreover, The civilization inside is not strong, and it belongs to the ancient feudal period. In this case, we will go to grasp this kind of civilization, and find a way to get our if you want something. Develop it into a second adventure destination and maximize your profits. That's right. We are not here for passing by. We are here to develop some major benefits for the company and the Human Federation. Unfortunately, we do not have the human genetic population bomb in our hands. Otherwise, we can all explore and wander while cultivating each civilization sows the seeds of fire one by one. So that even if we encounter danger in the future, the legacy left behind will still be very rich and precious. How about we explore all 3 stars? From near to far. Even if there will be some challenges, we will definitely have a way to overcome them. If this is not possible, we can also use the power of several stars that have already passed by. In this way, even if we face a relatively powerful advanced civilization, we are not necessarily a lamb to be slaughtered. And we can even come up with some big killer weapons. Anyone who dares to offend us will be completely beaten. Okay, that's it. Anyway, it's just a matter of building a few more star gates. The star core crystal we have is completely enough. If you want to save money, you can also sail there slowly. It won't take more time at most. Lee Leffen finally made the decision. Soon! The Starry Sky Fearless Exploration spacecraft has officially set off. The star gate is fully charged. The wormhole has been opened. Enter the wormhole. Target small and medium-sized stars 7 light-years away. And start a super light jump. The jump is completed. We have successfully reached our destination. And we can start a new exploration. Inside this star system, there is a living planet, which is slightly larger than the blue star. It has a surface area of about 600 million square kilometers, half of which is ocean and land, and an average temperature of 15 degrees Celsius. According to the information returned by the detection satellite, the surface of this living planet, there are signs of the existence of intelligent life, and there are more than 1,000 ancient stone brick city walls. It is initially judged that the productivity is in the relatively backward feudal era. The total population is about 2 billion, and it has entered the Iron Age. And through some magnificent giant according to the analysis of buildings and statues, there are a small number of extraordinary characters on this planet, and they have used their great power to bring about some marvelous buildings. The detector continues to lower its height, and has captured a specific image of intelligent life. It is also a life that walks upright on 2 legs. It is 95% similar to humans, with only very subtle differences. The body is well proportioned and conforms to the golden ratio. Especially the face shape and facial features are close to 100% similar to humans, which is very consistent with our human aesthetics. This intelligent life can be called an ancient human being. Perhaps after tens of thousands of years of evolution, it will be incompatible with humans like us. Difference. In terms of productivity, some areas are very developed, mainly based on farming, and have a high population density, approaching the level of hundreds of people living per square kilometer. Some areas are relatively backward, mainly based on animal husbandry, and the population density is less than 10 people per square kilometers. But judging from the large number of border defense cities and defense lines built in agricultural areas, the nomadic forces living in animal husbandry areas have very strong individual combat effectiveness. Once they mount their war horses and go south to plunder, they will lead a serious disaster is coming. Although the land area of the living planet ahead is 300 million square kilometers, twice that of the blue star, the water resources are not as abundant as the blue star, resulting in insufficient rainfall. Less than half of the land has rainfall exceeding 400 millimeters. It can after agricultural cultivation. The remaining half of the land is either grassland or Gobi Desert, which is very desolate and has formed countless grassland tribes. Although the area is huge, the population is indeed small. The farming areas are very prosperous and have abundant materials. Rich, but life is too comfortable. Organization and combat effectiveness are weak, and it has been passively beaten for a long time. However, because of the large population, the number of extraordinary people, and the high-end combat power are very considerable. So when they are at a disadvantage, there will always be some characters with high military strength can turn the tide and resolve the crisis of annihilation. Therefore, no matter how many times the Northern Nomadic Cavalry Army goes south, it can always survive in the end. Especially the paddy fields and water network areas further south are not suitable. In cavalry fighting, the Northern Barbarians can advance no further than this point, and then it will be difficult for them to move forward. All in all, this is a very interesting planet with life, no matter in every aspect. It has great similarities with the past of our blue star. There is also a so-called martial arts world. There are many extraordinary masters. With one enemy 10. It is not an exaggeration to say that one can defeat 100. A very few masters who have reached the level of Grandmaster can destroy thousands of troops with one person, and have the strength to withstand a large army. It is precisely because of the strength of these extraordinary master-level warriors existing, the farming dynasty in the south, even if it has experienced dozens or hundreds of crises of barbarian annihilation, has always been able to survive in the end and continues to this day, avoiding complete destruction. In addition, there is a microscopic substance called spiritual energy on this living planet, which can enter the human body and be used as energy, or stored in the star core crystal. The energy level of this spiritual energy is quite high and can burst out. The instantaneous power is quite huge. The speed of the aura particles can even exceed 10 or 100 times the speed of light. The potential is very terrifying. When used with the star core crystal, the maximum energy burst out is simply unimaginable. And because of the existence of the aura material, the ancient humans on this living planet had handsome men and beautiful women. And there were beauties everywhere. There were very few ugly ones. And there were many beauties with extraordinary temperaments. It can also be called the beautiful planet or the fairy planet. A place full of beautiful fairies. The artificial intelligence on the spacecraft introduced. Here the introduction. When they saw on the screen the beauty resources that could be found everywhere in that ancient city, the eyes of Leviathan and others suddenly lit up. Chapter 288, The Epic Empire. 2 days later, after replenishing a batch of supplies, the Starry Sky Dreadnought has arrived in orbit near the fairy planet for closer observation and research. And then, everyone, including the Captain Leviathan, wanted to board a small flying device as soon as possible, land on the ground of the planet, communicate and contact the indigenous people, and officially start some new stories and experiences. That's right. They all couldn't sit still. No one understands how the women on the fairy planet evolved and developed. There are beautiful women everywhere with good looks and temperament, and only a few of them are ugly. After a private discussion, everyone agreed that the fairy planet must have better water, soil, feng shui, etc. The water and soil are very nurturing, so it is rich in beauties. In addition, the productivity level is also pretty good, mainly refers to the farming level. And there are many of the mechanical devices in their hands, such as water wheels, reduce the intensity of labor. The quality of crop seeds was higher, and spiritual energy and the like could nourish the body and mind. Over time, there were more and more beauties. This is a very reasonable explanation. Secondly, the intelligent life on this planet also has a very long history of development. The history of civilization exceeds 100,000 years. Not only has every piece of land been cultivated and utilized, but also in the prosperous land in the south. 3 dynasties have changed for more than 10 times. There is also a cyclical law of the rise and fall of dynasties. The time is generally about 500 years. No matter what kind of dynasty, the first 100 years are a period of rapid rise. The organization and mobilization are strong, very powerful, and can defeat the nomadic tribes in the north. Made the north bow their heads. The middle 200 to 300 years were a period of evolution, during which various changes and twists would be carried out. But the effects were limited or even getting worse. Then the carrying capacity of the land exceeded the upper limit. The population was overpopulated, and the land was lost. Refugees are everywhere. The slightest natural or man-made disaster will lead to peasant uprisings everywhere, until all the heritage of this dynasty is exhausted. At this stage, even gods can't save it. If they sink too deep, they will suffer serious backlash. Contaminated with too many causes and effects, often does not end well. Today on the fairy planet, the most powerful and most civilized one is a feudal dynasty called the Episode Empire. Its area is about 30 million square kilometers, accounting for 1/10 of the entire land area. It is extremely vast. It is surrounded by mostly barbaric and savage lands. Only some barbaric tribes exist, and it is difficult to survive. Therefore, this land area is basically the limits of expansion. In terms of population, it exceeds 1 billion, more than 1.5 billion. If you include the hidden population of those powerful families, the total population may exceed 2 billion, which is very huge. The empire has lasted for 389 years, reaching the middle and late stages of a dynasty. But it is still relatively stable in all aspects, even though the class has been seriously solidified and people at the bottom have no way to rise. The climate is still friendly, as long as they are a little diligent. There is no problem for people at the bottom to make ends meet. If they don't marry and have children, they can still live very easily if they are completely flat. Therefore, there are many poor people at the bottom who simply become bachelors and live freely alone without considering marrying a wife. I can barely survive, and occasionally I can have money for fun. As for the powerful class, it is a completely different world. Their life is extravagant to the extreme, and they are crazy about comparison. In terms of marrying wives, they are like emperors, not to mention 3 wives and 4 concubines. They marry dozens of concubines, even if they don't take care of them at all. However, it is good to put it in front of you to be eye-catching. And the richer the people are, the more resources they have for beautiful women. The pursuit of many people is to have groups of wives and concubines at home, just like the primitive state of the Blue Star Philippines. In the tribe, one man has hundreds of wives, so many that he can't even remember their names. It is precisely because of the inequality in the distribution of resources for women. The fertility rate is entirely supported by the wealthy class. This caused the birth rate of the Daji Empire to drop to a very low level, and the population experienced negative growth. The taxes that the court could collect were declining every year, and the court did not dare to raise taxes casually. After all, the people were already being exploited. We are close to the limit. If the burden increases further, we might as well just rebel. At worst, we will lose everything. Difficult to handle. This put the court into an extremely difficult situation. The nomadic tribes in the north are getting stronger day by day. Every year they go south to plunder, clear grass and valleys, plunder property and people, and kill young people. Even if they build tens of thousands of miles of Great Wall and thousands of castles, they still need to invest hundreds of millions every year. 2 taels of silver are needed to maintain the military expenditure. If the military expenditure is insufficient, and the risk of joining the army is very high, over time, soldiers will not be recruited. The northern defense line will become more fragile, and the nomadic tribes will become stronger and stronger. In 30 or 50 years, the Daji Empire will collapse and be completely declared doomed. Reform. The current epic empire must make reforms. Either find ways to develop financial resources and increase the court's income. With more money and food, we can ensure the stability of the northern defense line and no longer be easily broken by nomadic tribes. Either concentrate some resources to form a more powerful legion, equipped with the best quality armor, which can destroy the peasant uprising forces internally, and can compete with the rolling torrent of cavalry externally. If such a legion can exist, it will be a big loss. The stability of G Empire can also be maintained, or take some other methods to weaken the Empire's opponents, enhance its own stability, and improve all aspects of the situation. It may be possible to break the so-called dynasty cycle law and allow Guizhou the Daji Empire to break through the upper limit of 500 years and create a new record. Even an eternal one. But not realistic. The probability that the situation will improve is almost 0. And the probability of continued decline is even greater, because the current emperor of the Daji Empire is a relatively rare empress. She is only 17 years old this year, and has been on the throne for 5 years. Although the empress has reached this age, she can start to govern personally, have some ideas of her own, and have the idea of reform, want to make the empire stronger. However, because she is a female, there are not many ministers supporting her in the court, and she is hampered by all aspects. The empress's own character is relatively indecisive and not ruthless enough. She is often unwilling to severely punish ministers who have made mistakes or subordinates who have messed up. She pays attention to the word benevolence in everything, which leads to more people not treating her as such. She took it to heart, which led to an increase in the crime rate among the people. After all, when Renjun was in power, he would issue amnesties at every turn. Even if he committed a crime, he would be released soon. So there was no need to worry too much. Over time, the longer the empress reigns, the situation in the epic empire will definitely not improve, but will only get worse. In fact, the empress herself is aware of this situation, and wants to overcome her own weaknesses and become more ruthless, decisive, and fierce. However, it is difficult for her to do so. She does not have the same qualities as those famous monarchs throughout the ages, and even the level of Lord Shoqing no matter what she did. She was powerless, and had no choice but to watch the situation getting worse and worse. Although she was anxious, it had no effect. Sometimes she thought of just lying down and forgetting how long she could survive. A year is a number of years. Of course, there are some possibilities of breaking the situation. If you can get the assistance of the 9 immortal sects and let those extraordinary immortal masters serve you. Then, there are too many things you can do. At least you can get rid of some of the scum that you cannot tolerate, and uproot some of the party members, instead of being subject to them. With constraints, we can only watch as they become more and more lawless. There is another way, which is to obtain massive financial support. If you can have 3 to 5 billion taels of silver on hand, and relatively sufficient funds, you can do a lot of things, at least to protect the threat of the northern barbarians be alleviated. After all, more than 99% of the world's troubles can be solved by throwing money. Only, this is impossible. The immortals on the Immortal Mountain do not want to get involved in worldly things too much, and do not want to be entangled in karma. There are people in this world who are willing to finance the royal family, but they are very few. Otherwise, the previous 30 or so dynasties would not have been reduced to history. But on this morning, the Empress Wu Qingqiu was handling government affairs in the Qingjin Palace. She felt extremely troubled and overwhelmed when she was providing relief for a flood in the south. An eunuch came in and reported, "Your Majesty, I have something to tell you. There are several businessmen who are said to be from extraterrestrial worlds and want to visit Your Majesty. They hope to establish some cooperation with Your Majesty and bring benefits to both parties. If Your Majesty needs it, they can also provide you with some help. But they also need Your Majesty to provide them with the convenience of doing business freely." Hear this? Wu Qingqiu raised his head, looked at the eunuch displeased and said, "A group of businessmen want to see me? From an extraterrestrial world? Has my dignity now been lost to the point where a group of businessmen can just ask to see me? Your Majesty, the old slave originally wanted to drive them away, but they expressed their willingness to give His Majesty a meeting gift of 5 million taels of silver, and also gave the old slave 10,000 taels of gold. Your Majesty, these businessmen are so generous that it is unimaginable. The money you possess must be countless, and if you can cooperate with them, you might be able to get a lot of benefits. 5 million taels as a gift?" Empress Wu Qingqiu was startled and immediately said, "Quickly, bring them to me. I am willing to see them." Be surprised. Empress Wu Qingqiu was really surprised. 5 million taels of silver. This is not a small number. It is equivalent to 1/20th of the fiscal revenue of the Daji Empire, referring to the silver that can enter the national treasury. And this is just a meeting gift. How rich are those businessmen? To what extent is it so generous? As for Her Majestic Empress, she wants to cooperate with lowly businessmen. This is undoubtedly an act of lowering her status, and will attract a lot of criticism. However, no matter how she belittles businessmen, they are indeed a group with a lot of wealth, and the energy they possess is absolutely, it should not be underestimated. In the past history, there were several dynasties that were established by people with business backgrounds. They relied on the accumulation of countless wealth, and finally had the capital to fight for the dragon in troubled times, and even had the last laugh. Therefore, the businessmen's energy should never be underestimated. Soon, under the leadership and supervision of eunuchs and several female warriors, Li Leffen and 2 team members entered a palace and saw the majestic, yet rather young and green empress wearing a gorgeous dragon robe. Before that, of course, Li Leffen and the others had done a very thorough investigation and understood the empress's origin, growth experience, and personality. They knew that she was a soft-hearted person. She was not the kind of person who would kill decisively. She was quite easy to talk to. It was difficult for her to stand up for herself, and she was often bullied by ministers, nobles, etc. It can be said that she was very frustrated, although she also wanted to cheer up. She had no one under her, no money, no resources, and could hardly do anything. The only thing that can be taken advantage of is that the Empress has quite good looks and a rather cold temperament. But without this mask, she is still a girl with insufficient abilities. Li Leffen felt that he had to come and help her. Of course, through cooperation with the Empress, he could also achieve some of his goals. It was a win-win situation, even if he could get the Empress' favor in subsequent contacts and cooperation. Maybe forget it. I can't continue having sex. Just think about it in my heart and say, okay. Li Leffen, has a wife after all. Although Brioche is gentle, he can't tolerate her love. If someone cheats on you, he might go crazy and do something impulsive. Therefore, the main purpose of Li Leffen bringing 2 team members here was to take the upper-level route and discuss cooperation with the Empress to achieve his own goals. Li Leffen, an extraterrestrial businessman, pays homage to His Majesty. Li Leffen faced the Empress, bowed slightly with his hands raised, and saluted. How dare you? A mere businessman. Why don't you kneel down when you see His Majesty? Only kings and prime ministers are qualified not to kneel down. The eunuch next to him immediately said angrily. No need. These businessmen are from outside the territory and don't understand etiquette. There is no need to embarrass them too much. Empress Wu Qingqiu waved her hand and showed her gentler side. Your Majesty. When we first met Your Majesty, we were shocked by Your Majesty's beauty. Although the purpose of our coming here is to achieve cooperation with your empire. When I saw Your Majesty today, I felt that I was lucky and I am willing to give you gold, 100,000 taels, and 5 million taels of silver as a meeting gift for His Majesty. In addition, there are 10 full-length dressing mirrors, 10 sets of top-grade cosmetics, 10 sets of perfumes, 10 boxes of gemstones and jewelry, and 100 pieces of top-grade clothing, as well as several other gifts. I gave it to His Majesty, just to win His Majesty's smile. The cooperation can be postponed until later. Bang bang. Li Lefen clapped his hands. Then a large number of strong men, working in pairs, entered the palace carrying a large number of boxes. There were thousands of boxes, all of which were filled with precious money and gifts. The total value was hard to estimate, but it was at least 5 more than 10 million taels of silver, equivalent to half a year's fiscal revenue of the Daji Empire. Shocked. See the boxes of treasures, gifts and rare treasures in front of you. Empress Wu Qingqiu was suddenly surprised. She opened her mouth and felt very shocked. She also had a strange feeling in her heart. A feeling of being kneeled and licked by someone. Although it was a bit strange, it was indeed very satisfying. Chapter 289 Cooperation. 1 Out Tower. Li Lefen's behavior of proactively sending large amounts of financial gifts is indeed a bit like a licking dog. The intention to please is too obvious. Then he looked at a rather young and handsome guy. Empress Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but guess that this young man might be trying to please her because he wanted to become her husband. And he wanted to pursue her in this way. To be honest, in her eyes, this kind of pursuit seems very old-fashioned, boring, too obvious in purpose, and a bit simple and crude. But it is indeed the most effective way. Wu Qingqiu admitted that she was indeed a little bit impressed by this rich young businessman and had a slight affection for him, although it was not a lot, compared to those ordinary young talents. She was fond of Li Lefen. The sensitivity is obviously higher, considering the value of the property worth more than tens of millions. Li Lefen naturally doesn't know much about Empress Wu Qingqiu's inner thoughts. If he knew, he would probably be depressed to the point of vomiting blood and find it difficult to accept that he had become a licking dog in the eyes of the other party. He would definitely explain it, and did not want this misunderstanding to continue. After all, the purpose of his generous gift was really to seek cooperation. After receiving all the thousands of boxes of gifts, the next step is to talk about cooperation. Empress Wu Qingqiu acted quite gentle and generous, and proactively asked, If you have any requests, please speak up quickly. If you can do it, I will definitely agree. If you can't agree, it's useless for me to nod. This Daji Empire does not belong to me alone. Although I speak of the heavenly constitution, I cannot decide everything with just one word. Your Majesty, our request will definitely not make you feel embarrassed, Li Lefen said. First of all, we want to buy 100 acres of land in a prosperous place in the capital to build a large commercial hall to facilitate our business. Of course, we can pay for this land, no matter how high it is. We can all pay the price, but I wonder if His Majesty can agree and make a decision. He made the first request. Can! Empress Wu Qingqiu thought for a while, nodded and said, I have several mansions under my name, which are located in the capital. Among them, there is a mansion in the east of the city with an area of about 100 acres. It should be able to meet your needs. Okay, Your Majesty, we will pay an additional 5 million taels of silver to purchase this land so that Your Majesty will not suffer a loss, Li Lefen said immediately. Wu Qingqiu was shocked. The land price in Beijing, the central city of the Daji Empire, was indeed very high, but it was not as high as 50,000 taels of silver per acre. After all, the purchasing power of silver was very strong. Even in the core of the capital, the price of land in the area is only between 1,000 and 5,000 taels per mu. The price of tens of thousands per mu is not at all, at least doubled. This is a very cost-effective deal, which even makes her a little embarrassed to say, 5 million taels is too high, or 3 million. There is no need to pay so much. It's settled on 5 million taels. Your Majesty, we are not short of money, and are willing to buy your majesty's land at a high premium. In the future, if the land in the capital appreciates or our business is successful, your majesty, you will not feel that you are at a loss. It couldn't be better, Li Leffen said politely. Okay, if you are willing to pay a high premium, I have nothing to say. Wu Qingqiu nodded. These businessmen were stupid and had a lot of money. In order to please themselves, they actually went to this extent. However, she was a superior empress. It was impossible for her to have the slightest affection for a businessman, no matter how much she tried to please him. There is no possibility for both sides. Your Majesty, the second condition is that no matter what business our business does, we are only willing to pay 1/10 of the tax to your Majesty. In other words, if we earn 100 taels, we can take out 10 taels and send them to your Majesty. The tax rate is 1/10 of the internal funds. We will not pay more than that. In addition, we will not accept extortion from other forces. If anyone gives us additional authorization, please allow us to refuse. If we are threatened with violence, we can also defend and counterattack without any punishment. Li Leffen said the second one. The tax rate is 1/10. How can I get 1/10 of the money you earn? Wu Qingqiu was a little confused again. There was actually no commercial tax within the Daji Empire. The main force of paying taxes was the vast number of farmers. It was related to the output of the land. There were actually commercial taxes, but they were all attributed to various local counties. The imperial court does not receive any business tax. After all, within the Daji Empire, those who are able to do business have powerful people as their backers. And most of the profits they make go into the pockets of the powerful. Even the royal family will open some the imperial shop can obtain extra income. But due to fierce competition and serious corruption, there is not much profit to be gained. The ministers in the court do not want the emperor to know the huge benefits of doing business. So they always advise not to fight with the people. Li's opposition was so fierce that Wu Qingqiu knew almost nothing about business. And no one else would teach her. When she heard that Li Leffen was willing to take the initiative to pay the business tax, she waved her hands and said, "Forget it. It's not easy for you to do some business. If you can't make a few dollars, I won't share your profits. How much you can make is up to you. No matter how much you take, you won't suffer too big a loss. Your Majesty, when our Azure Merchant store opens, the goods sold there will absorb at least 1 billion taels of silver-level consumption every year and bring in hundreds of millions of taels of profit. Your Majesty, you will be able to get tens of millions of taels. Your Majesty, do you really not need it? If not, I would like to thank your Majesty for your generous move." Li Leffen cupped his hands and said, "What? The annual profits are tens of millions of taels. How is that possible?" Empress Wu Qingqiu took a deep breath and felt unbelievable. She shook her head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. No matter how good your business is, it is only a profit of tens of thousands or tens of thousands of taels a year. Hundreds of millions of taels. What are you doing?" "What a joke. Do you really think I don't understand anything? Your Majesty, how we do business is a commercial secret. But there is still a chance of making hundreds of millions of taels. I just want to confirm that Your Majesty, you really don't want the tens of millions of dividends every year. If that's the case, if so, I would like to express my gratitude to Your Majesty." "No, I didn't say no. Since it's you who are begging me to accept the business tax, how can I refuse? The annual 10% dividend is settled. I will give orders to ensure your safety, and you will not be harmed. How about letting you do business safely, and without any worries from any force?" Wu Qingqiu quickly added, retracting her previous words, although she didn't believe in her heart that these businessmen could make so much money through business. But what if they really did it? Even if they didn't earn hundreds of millions taels, only tens of millions, it was still an incredible amount, which could greatly improve their financial situation. She couldn't get it, so how could she say no? "Okay, we will definitely send 1/10 of the dividend to His Majesty's internal funds." Li Leffen nodded and said, "In addition, our last request is that the commercial stores we build and the various types of goods sold may cause considerable repercussions and bring about many changes. Some may cause some local turbulence. But regardless of, I hope His Majesty will remain calm and support us in continuing to sell whatever changes it brings. However, we also guarantee that it will never harm the interests of the Daji Empire and will only bring huge benefits. Moreover, we will also specify which products will be sold. We can make a detailed function introduction in front of His Majesty, and only with your approval will we start selling in large quantities to the outside world. How about this? There's no need for an introduction. You can sell whatever you want, as long as it's not weapons and armor. You businessmen are right under my nose. I'm sure you won't cause any trouble that's hard to clean up. Wu Qingqiu said lightly. Yes. Her ability to control the Epic Empire is very weak. Most of the states and counties are in the hands of those aristocratic families. But she can still firmly control the Jiangyi Empire. There is also a person who is responsible for intelligence collection, institutions, and now that she has money, she can do more and have greater control over the empire. These outside businessmen will not bring much threat or influence to her. And she has enough of confidence. But if these businessmen cause some trouble, she has a way to respond in time and minimize the negative effects. Anyway, she is now full of confidence and ready to do something big. In that case, thank you, Your Majesty. Li Lethan smiled and cupped his hands again, smoothly, after successfully defeating the Empress Wu Qingqiu. The next day, I got the yard covering an area of 100 acres, paid the silver, and completed the handover procedures. Then, the rumble of renovation work began. Li Lethan and the others used hundreds of engineering mechas, excavators and thousands of robots to first demolish all the buildings, then level the land, excavate the foundations, and then carry out infrastructure construction to build a huge commercial building. There are 7 floors above ground and 3 floors below, which is 10 stories high. The building has parking facilities for transport spaceships, and a parking lot is planned underground. The internal area of the building is nearly 1 million square meters, creating a giant shopping mall with dozens of places. Tens of thousands of goods are available, allowing customers to purchase whatever they want, at extremely affordable prices. Just the first day of construction of this mall caused great panic and exclamation in the capital, especially the engineering mechas and large excavators that are more than 10 meters high. These behemoths, as well as their extremely high efficiency in work, have attracted countless people to watch, and even scared many timid people to the point of pissing, and even more unsatisfactory. The few soldiers in the Beijing camp were shocked and frightened when they saw the amazing destructive power of the engineering mecha, and they also saw its potential. The armored beast. They named this the ironclad behemoth. Then someone immediately reported this matter to the Empress Wu Qingqiu, and all the civil and military officials in the imperial court quickly learned about it. Some even went to the construction site to watch. They were shocked and at the same time felt great fear, fearing that the giant ironclad beasts are wreaking havoc in the capital without any control. Otherwise the Epic Empire will be in danger and everyone will be doomed. However, Li Lethan also sent a lot of people to explain on his own initiative, saying that the construction machinery did not pose any threat and was only used for construction and would not actively cause damage. No one needed to worry, which dissuaded some people. Concerns, and then seeing the foundations and walls built one after another quickly, it caused countless exclamations and at the same time eliminated the fear and worries of many people. Because these scary steel monsters were indeed taken. They are here for work. And they will not suddenly go on a killing spree or cause crazy destruction. But the next day in the Dodgy Empire's court, this matter still triggered a very big discussion. The officials spoke fiercely and had mixed opinions, but most of them demanded that those merchants be expelled and those scary steel monsters should not be allowed acting wantonly in the capital. Your Majesty, those monsters are too scary. We don't know when they will break out and hurt people. Once chaos breaks out, we are no match for those monsters. We'd better drive them out. Not only must we drive away, but it is best to kill all those foreign merchants. We cannot allow them to continue to bewitch Your Majesty. If they continue to tolerate and support traitors, those foreign merchants will definitely destroy our dodgy empire. You can't help but be on guard. That's right. Kill those foreign merchants and seize all those armored monsters. They must not be used anymore. Otherwise, the people in the capital will be uneasy, and the entire empire will be uneasy, which will inevitably bring disaster. I heard the voices of the ministers shouting and killing. Empress Wu Qingqiu had to say, Ministers, those businessmen have assured me that those movements are just normal construction activities and will not cause any damage. Moreover, they have not done any damage at all. How can they be afraid because of worry? Just make a move of exclusion? If you overreact and offend those foreign businessmen, wouldn't it bring more disaster? So we still have to deal with it carefully. However, her words were not particularly impressive to the civil and military officials, and the shouts of beating and killing were still quite intense. Even Wu Qingqiu, under the persuasion of the ministers, wavered slightly and considered whether to suspend cooperation to avoid irreparable consequences. After all, Those armored monsters were too scary. Even ordinary ones. No martial arts master can cause damage to her. As if she is invincible. What if those monsters suddenly break into the palace and take away her throne? What should she do? Suspicion? Empress Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. It's just that she hasn't made up her mind yet, and plans to wait and see again. Because if she takes decisive action and angers those foreign businessmen, it may not bring good results. So she must take it slowly. So we discussed it for 3 days. Those construction machines have finished leveling the land, laid the foundation, and officially started construction. They are incredibly efficient. Just a few dozen of them can be equivalent to tens of thousands of laborers. The infrastructure work is completed quickly and well. There are new changes every day, which has caused great anxiety among many manual workers. After all, once there are too many armored monsters, will they still have a way to survive? Do they still need them to work? Therefore, the ordinary lower-class people in the capital, who were just curious at first, are now really worried. The officials in the court and the Empress Wu Qingqiu were also a little relieved. In addition, Li Lethan took the initiative to take out 5 million taels of silver, saying it was a scare fee to appease the people of the capital. The officials who receive the money, it's natural for us not to make those extreme remarks anymore, and to be cautious and observant. Chapter 290 The Empress Shopping Experience. 1 month later, Wanbao building was completed. It was completed at the speed of light, with a floor being built every 2 or 3 days, and countless people were stunned to see it. Moreover, the whole structure is made of reinforced concrete with high-strength glass on the surface. It is very strong and strong. Even if it encounters a violent impact, it will not be damaged at all. Then it took another 2 or 3 days to fill the Wanbao building with a lot of products and visit the shelves. As for the internal air conditioning, elevators, lighting, toilets, restaurants, warehouses, parking lots and other facilities, they are all fully equipped and complete, allowing customers to get the best shopping experience. They are no different from modern shopping malls. The purpose is to improve the efficiency and convenience of shopping. There is also a special currency exchange area. The gold, silver and other hard currencies held by the guests will be tested for their gold and silver content. Their actual value will be confirmed, and then converted into banknotes of the same face value, but well-made and difficult to be counterfeited. Finally, you can experience the satisfaction and happiness brought by shopping. We also launched a series of opening promotions. For example, for the first 3 days, enjoy a 50% discount on the entire store. From the 4th to the 10th day, you can enjoy a 30% discount for a week. The latter is that only users who apply for a membership card can enjoy the benefits brought by membership. This morning, after some grand publicity, the Wanbao building of the Azure Chamber of Commerce announced its official opening. And immediately a large number of people from the capital flocked to this Wanbao building out of curiosity, wanting to go in and see what products were worth buying inside. 100,000 people. The first batch of customers who poured in probably numbered around 100,000 people. And there were countless people in Wanjiang. However, the Wanbao building covers an area of nearly 100 acres, with 10 floors from top to bottom, and an internal area of nearly 1 million square meters. It can still easily accommodate a mere 100,000 customers. The young man, Abeo, is a native of Beijing. He is 21 years old this year. He has no fixed occupation. He mainly runs errands, intermediaries and does odd jobs. Occasionally he also does some manual labor. His income is not very stable, and he is doing well in his life. At that time, I could earn 3,000 to 4,000 cash per month. When the year was not so good, I could only earn around 1,000 cash. However, the prices in Beijing were very high. Housing prices were even higher, and the cost of living was very high. Even if I was frugal everywhere, he could only barely make ends meet. As for marrying a wife and having children, there is no need to think about it. It is good if he can take care of himself. And there are many singles like him who are faced with the problem of finding a partner. And those women of the right age would rather be the concubine of a rich man than live with a poor man like him, with little hope of starting a family. This morning, Abeo received orders and tasks from several merchants, asking him to go inside the newly opened Wanbao building and take a closer look to see what was inside and what the outside merchants were. What kind of tricks are they doing? Will it have a huge impact on their interests? Soon, Abeo, who was very flexible, passed the security check and entered the interior of Wanbao building. When I saw the countless kinds of products on the shelves, I was stunned. Many, There are just too many things in there. Almost everything. There are also some things that I have never seen before. Secondly, the price is quite attractive, which makes him feel unbelievable. For example, the price of Baihuahua rice in rice shops in the capital is at least 300 cents per dough, 20 kilograms, which means that every kilogram of rice costs 15 cents. However, the rice in it is only one dough, 20 kilograms. 100 yuan, one piece equals one article. The price is only one-third. And considering the 50% discount for the first 3 days, wouldn't it mean that a bucket of rice only costs only 50 articles? A difference of 6 times? The price that originally could only buy 1 bucket of rice has now changed to 6 buckets. This Wanbao Tower is simply crazy. It is estimated that it will not even be able to recover the capital, and will lose everything. There is also very finely ground wheat flour, which is cheaper, whether it is made into noodles, steamed buns or other staple foods. It is the food that the poor are most willing to eat. It used to be very coarse and difficult to swallow, but it is ground to such a fine level, have become easier to digest, and the price is as low as 80 cents per bucket. After discounts, it only costs 40 cents. Oh my god! The young man Bao can't wait to take out the money in his pocket and buy something cheap. The rice noodles go back, and some customers have already begun to take action. They are all asking for plastic packaging, and they are frantically moving rice and wheat flour. They are afraid that if they are too late, the rice and noodles will be snatched away by others. But considering that he was tasked with investigating, if he could successfully complete it, he would receive a total of nearly 1,000 yuan in hard work fees. He still planned to complete the task first, and then buy the things he needed most. In the food area, most of the food prices are only half to one-third of those outside Wanbao building. They have simply fallen below the cost line. It is impossible to make money. The first thought that flashes in the minds of many customers is this: the Wanbao Tower is going to suffer a big loss. It is spending money and doing good deeds to gain fame, and it is benevolence to the people to win over the people. However, there are too many people in the capital. When the Wanbao Tower is completed, it is estimated that it will not be far from Bai Guang's family. In addition, there was also a price of food that made the young Manabeo feel unbelievable. He wiped his eyes hard a dozen times, but he always felt that there must be 1 or 2 zeros missing. It was so cheap that he thought it was an illusion. He wished he could snap them all up and sell them outside. He would probably make money that he had never imagined before. Salt. Snow salt that is as white as snow and as fine as sand without any impurities. As long as you pay 2 yuan, 1, for a bag weighing 250 grams. That is, half a caddy. 5 yuan can buy 3 bags, and 10 yuan can buy 6 bags, or 10 yuan for 3 kilograms, and you can buy pure taste. There are no impurities. The salty taste is very good, and there is no bitter or fishy snow salt. The well salt they usually buy not only has a lot of impurities, is not the right color, is mixed with various kinds of sand and gravel, and tastes bitter, but the price is 100 yuan per pound, which is a sky-high price, compared with the one sold by Wanbeilu. They are beautifully packaged and easy to carry. The difference in snow salt is 30 times. 30 times the price. Wanbeilu's snow salt is also superior and inferior in terms of quality. As long as there is no brain problem, everyone knows where to buy salt. Rob. Grabbing like crazy. The young Manabeo noticed that just because he was surprised by the astonishingly low price of snow salt, countless people were crazy about buying 5 bags, 10 bags, and 20 bags. Even if they took hundreds of bags, it is reasonable to say that there is more food than can be eaten in a lifetime. But there are still many customers who are still eager to take it all away, and they are also fighting with each other fiercely, for fear that Wanbeilu's insufficient inventory of goods will delay their fortune. Yes, these customers are tempted to buy and resell, as long as they take the refined snow salt in Wanbao building and sell it outside. Even if the price of each bag of salt is only increased 5 times to 10 cents. It is still an extremely cost-effective deal, and there must be someone who can sell it. If you are willing to pay this price and buy it with great excitement, even if you have more than you can eat, you can continue to resell it. Even if it goes up several times, you don't have to worry about getting such good snow salt in your hands. So the young Manabeo also risked being squeezed into a pie, grabbed several bags of snow salt, and stuffed it into his pocket. He was very happy, thinking that if he could resell it, he could make at least 100 yuan. But he just smiled for a while. There were many more exclamations. The kitchen knives here are so cheap. They only cost 20 cents each. which is only 1/10 of the price outside. Moreover, the knives are thin and sharp and can cut iron like clay. They are actually made of hundreds of steel, and the material is no worse than the best weapons. It's just used as a kitchen knife. It's such a waste. Why not let me buy it back? Melt it, make it into the best samurai sword, and then sell it for tens of thousands of taels. There's absolutely no problem with that. What? Kitchen knives are all made of 100 refined steel? This one about building is too luxurious. The price is still so cheap. No. I want to buy all these kitchen knives back. These high-quality materials are more than this price. This one about tower sells treasures for dirt. I've also taken a liking to these kitchen knives. Don't grab them from me. A group of customers began to scramble for the kitchen knives like crazy. They were so anxious that they almost started chopping each other with the kitchen knives. Ha! You idiots! What's the point of grabbing a kitchen knife? Look at the iron pot here. An iron pot uses several kilograms of good iron. The price is only 50 cents a piece. It's obviously a great deal to buy a kitchen knife. Instead of grabbing kitchen knives, it's better to buy a few more iron pots and take them home. It makes sense. These iron pots are made of high-quality iron and have enough materials. We should abandon the kitchen knives and buy iron pots. Wow! Immediately, countless customers dropped their kitchen knives and snatched away the iron pots. But on the third floor of Wabout building, there were countless customers who threw away all the goods in their hands and frantically competed for batches of exquisitely crafted cloths. The competition reached a fever pitch, because the price-performance ratio of buying cloth is almost extremely high. Such a batch of cotton cloth is 5 feet long, which is 2 feet longer than the 3-foot-3 pieces sold in silk and satin shops outside. Not to mention, the price is even cheaper. Only 150 yuan. The cheapest cloth outside it costs 1,500 yuan. And 150 when can't even afford the raw materials for spinning. The price here is only 1/10 of the price. And the quality is even better. Whether it is pattern, toughness, or comfort, it far exceeds the fabrics outside. Buy to buy. You have to buy in large quantities, and then make them into clothes. At least you can make several times the profit. Don't snatch it from me. These pieces of cloth belong to me. My family's conditions are very difficult, and we have to live hand to mouth. It's extremely difficult. This is an easy way to survive. Please give me a way to survive. This man, with a disheveled face, said. The woman begged. Your family's conditions are not good. But mine has it easy. I have 5 children to raise. And I don't even have enough to eat a few times a year. Why can't you be considerate of me and give me some way to survive? There is no need for everyone to grab it. The guys from one Bailu said that they can supply unlimited amounts of fabric. They will not only sell it for one day. Today's fabric is sold out, and new products will be replenished tomorrow. The price remains the same and everyone can get it. What a way to survive. Okay. This is great. As long as Wabout Tower doesn't collapse, we have hope of survival. Ha ha. 3 days in a row. During the 50% discount promotion period, one Bailu sold countless amounts of rice and grain. A large amount of cheap salt, sugar and alcohol were sold. Millions of pieces of high-quality cotton cloth were sold. Every middle and lower-class woman in the capital bought a lot of them and took them home, and made huge profits from them. Prices in all walks of life in the capital have even dropped significantly, arousing the hatred of countless local businessmen. Some businessmen, in desperation, had no choice but to collude with some evil forces and launch an attack on Wabout Tower. However, they all ended in failure, because neither setting fires nor sending thugs to kill had any effect. After suffering a counterattack, the losses were extremely heavy, leaving corpses on the ground. Therefore, tens of thousands of large and small businesses in the capital have become the biggest victims of the rise of Wabout Tower and the most frustrated group. However, there are also a small number of businessmen who, seeing that they cannot do Wabout Tower, simply change their thinking and send people to Wabout Tower to purchase large quantities of cheap and cost-effective goods, and then resell them to places outside the capital for a slight increase in price. After selling 3 or 4 times, the sales volume was actually very hot, and the profit was huge. Instead, I gradually sided with Wabout Building. I hope that Wabout Building can be opened and operated as long as possible, especially the several artifacts in Wabout Building. It has aroused the pursuit of countless people and crazy purchases, which contains great benefits. For example, one of the artifacts is the solar flashlight. As long as you put this flashlight in the sun for a day every day, It can illuminate for a long time at night. It has good brightness, and is very easy to use. At least it is thousands of miles better than those candles. Another example is the Artifact's diesel pump. This device, coupled with those long hoses, can pump water from low-lying areas to higher areas to irrigate farmland. All it takes is a pump. About 100 acres can be irrigated in one day, and the effect exceeds that of thousands of manpower. The price of the water pump is not expensive, and diesel can also be used, which is not very expensive. The increase in agricultural production is indeed very considerable. In addition, with the use of improved seeds, chemical fertilizers, and pesticides, it is not an exaggeration to triple agricultural production. There is also a magical thing called a glider, which is also powered by a diesel engine, but can carry 2 people up to an altitude of hundreds of meters and fly at a high speed. It can run thousands of kilometers a day without any problem. It is in the field of transportation. It is magical and has a load capacity of hundreds of kilograms, playing a role that exceeds that of a 1,000-mile horse. There are countless other miracles, and so on. There are so many that consumers can study and use them for a long time. Slowly, one Bailu has some supporters. The force of opposition is still very strong, especially in the imperial court of the Dachi Empire. Every day, the voices of civil and military officials shouting and killing can be heard. Empress Wu Qingqiu intends to protect Wanbao Tower, but there are too many of these extreme voices, and I couldn't help but murmur in my heart, and some thoughts were inclined to suppress it. After all, if Wanbao Tower continues to develop like this, the stability of the empire will be greatly affected. But this day is October 20th. Under the strong invitation from Li Leffen and others, as well as the promise of a permanent 50% discount on royal purchases, Empress Wu Qingqiu also brought some attendants into the Wanbao Tower and started some shopping. She was immediately surprised by the countless products inside and had an unimaginable shopping experience. Chapter 291 Crazy Hand Shopping. Food Area. These rice, flour, grains and oils are so cheap. I want to buy 1 million stones. Can your Wanbao building supply it? Can the price be slightly cheaper? Empress Wu Qingqiu said to Li Leffen beside her. Cheap. I saw that the prices of staple food commodities such as rice, flour, vermicelli, beans, and soy oil were only half or even 1/3 of the prices of similar products in the capital. Shocked, Empress Wu Qingqiu was very surprised, with disbelief on her face. Then she placed an order, and instead of just buying a small amount, she wanted to buy in large quantities. After all, she had no shortage of money now. Li Leffen had donated a lot of property to her. Originally, the money had to be spent on various expenses. In the palace alone, countless rice, flour, grains and oils are eaten every year, and millions of taels of silver are consumed. But now if we purchase these cheap grains and food, we can save hundreds of thousands of expenses, and we can use going in other directions. A lot more things have been accomplished. The question is whether there is sufficient supply. Your Majesty, millions of stones are not a problem. We have ready stocks now. You don't need to wait too long. All prices are 50% off. As long as you pay the price, they will be delivered to your door soon. The quality is guaranteed to be consistent. Your Majesty will definitely be satisfied. Peace of mind. Li Leffen made a statement and said, That's right. The supply system of the Asher Chamber of Commerce is very powerful. From the moment it arrived in this beautiful galaxy, it began to expand the agricultural field and engage in vertical stratified agriculture in space. The yield is very high, even if the actual size of the farm is not large. But there is no problem in supplying tens of millions of tons of various types of food every year. Coupled with the extremely abundant reserves in the warehouse, it is fully able to cope with the special situation of sudden increase in market demand. Good. Empress Wu Qingqiu nodded with satisfaction. Cui Yin, I want to buy 10,000 stones and transport them to the soldiers on the border for use. 1 million gene of high-quality iron will be made into high-quality swords and armor to equip 50,000 soldiers. We have an elite army, as well as solar flashlights, 100,000 pieces of cloth, and thousands of water pumps to use for my imperial village to increase production, supporting high-yielding seeds, pesticides and fertilizers, etc. I also need to purchase some. I don't know if I can. Are the supplies available? After only moving 1 or 2 levels, Empress Wu Qingqiu's orders exceeded 1 million taels of silver, and she purchased more than 1,000 items. Chop your hands. All in all, she was frantically shopping, and repeatedly asked if the supply could be guaranteed and would not waste her time. No problem. as long as it is a product in Wanbao Tower. No matter how much the order is, sufficient supply will be guaranteed and your majesty's time will not be wasted, Li Leffen assured. In that case, there is another item. I wonder if you can sell it. Empress Wu Qingqiu spoke again. Your majesty, please tell me, what else do you want to buy? When the construction of your Wanbao Tower started, could you sell me a few hundred of those tall and destructive armored giants? They are very powerful, and may be able to restrain the barbarian cavalry. If they are sent to the north, the border will definitely have a magical effect and defeat the elite cavalry army of the barbarians. Over the years, my great age has been repeatedly bullied by the barbarians and unable to resist. We fought many times and suffered heavy losses. If we can get 100 of them, we can attack the barbarians. The cavalry are like giant war elephants. If they can obey the orders and attack in a unified manner, they may be able to bring unprecedented victory without wasting much effort. Empress Wu Qingqiu said. Hear this. Li Leffen was very surprised at the difference. He did not expect that the Empress had such good vision. She immediately saw the huge potential of the engineering mecha and the role it could play on the battlefield. She would be like a king and let the barbarians the cavalry instantly fell in love with and learned to sing and dance, and became very peace-loving, and no longer dared to think of going south to rob. Now the Empress saw the potential and wanted to buy it. Your Majesty, as for engineering mechas, the principle is that we are willing to sell them. It can greatly improve the efficiency of infrastructure. The function of going to the grasslands to fight has not been developed yet, so it may not be very suitable. In fact, we also have a batch of relatively backward ones that can be displayed and sold. We sell hot weapons to His Majesty. I believe that as long as we can have 3,000 to 5,000 or tens of thousands of such weapons, and after a relatively short period of queue and discipline training, we can rush to the battlefield and use the weapons in our hands to tell the barbarians that they belong to them. The era is over. From now on they can only study how to dance well and sing well, and they will no longer pose any threat to the Epic Empire. Li Leffen introduced. What kind of weapon is it that is so powerful? The gun is a relatively advanced breech-loading gunpowder rifle. The shooter can fire 10 rounds per minute at the fastest, with a maximum killing range of 250 meters. As long as 100 guns are equipped, some effects can be conquered. As long as 1,000 or 10,000 guns are equipped, then there will be no threatening opponents, as long as they are disliked. This army can be sent to quell them. Bandits, rebels, and other thieves within the Empire can also be efficiently destroyed and destroyed. If you destroy it, you won't suffer much loss. Li Leffen introduced. Is there really such a powerful weapon? Empress Wu Qingqiu was a little disbelieving. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she immediately asked, how much money would it cost to create such an elite force? Not much. A traditional rifle costs 300 taels at most, and a bullet costs 50 or 6 taels. To build a firearm-based 1,000-person battalion, it only costs 200,000 taels at most, but it's comparable to millions. Traditional army. Li Leffen introduced. Then he took out his smart wrist, projected a high-definition screen on the wall, and played some video images. There are images of people queuing up to be shot in the age of firearms. Scenes of positional warfare. A scene of intensive firepower harvesting. Especially the last scene where aircraft, tanks and artillery all came into battle, and the rumble could blow up a mountain to pieces. Empress Wu Qingqiu stood there for a long time, feeling a huge impact. I'd buy it, and 1,000 guns are not enough. I want to buy 10,000 guns and form 10 firearms battalions, so that they can go to any crisis-prone place in the Daji Empire and eliminate those rebels and enemies in a timely manner. Empress Wu Qingqiu suddenly said confidently, powerful. Those equipment called thermal weapons are indeed too powerful and exaggerated, under the overwhelming firepower, not to mention millions of troops. Even tens of millions of imperial troops will be quickly cut down. So Li Leffen went shopping with the Empress Wu Qingqiu in the mall, and while they were talking, they actually talked about arms transactions, and soon sold orders worth millions of taels, all of which were done by the Empress alone. Plus a total of 5 to 6 million was spent on other expenses. It was hard to fill up the internal funds, but before they were warmed up, they suddenly shrank again. After some crazy shopping, all delivered quickly. The voices of opposition in the capital had also subsided a lot at this time. Those who took violent resistance actions have basically died down, and the voices of opposition have become smaller and smaller, and even gradually disappeared. On the one hand, the Wanbao building of the Azure Chamber of Commerce is too powerful. No matter what kind of violent methods are used, it will not cause much damage. On the contrary, the attackers will have to pay a very high price, which proves that this path of confrontation cannot go on, but a dead end. On the other hand, most businessmen in the capital chose the option of join if you can't beat them, and gave up the traditional business model. They then went to purchase a large number of various commodities in one outbuilding, and then moved to other places outside the capital. After all, there is only one outbuilding, and there are no branches throughout the empire. So they seized this opportunity and became second-hand or even third-hand traders, selling a large number of cheap products in one outbuilding outside the capital, earn at least 2 or 3 times the price difference. For example, high-quality snow salt can be said to be in short supply, and the price is so cheap, no matter how much quantity is wholesale from one tower, you can easily sell it at a good price without going far from the capital. Almost just lie down and make money. For example, high-yielding seeds and aluminum alloy farm tools are lightweight and easy to use. When farmers use these farm tools, their work efficiency will increase by several %, and they can open up several minutes more land a day, allowing them to decisively give up their original iron farm tools. New farm tools have been used one after another. After all, the prices are not very expensive. But the most sensational thing is the super artifact water pump. Its powerful pumping capacity can irrigate the dry land on the hillside and increase the amount of water irrigated by the river several times, which can irrigate the usual large areas. The year of drought will turn into the year of minor drought, and the grain output will not be less than 70%, so that the year of medium drought and minor drought can still get a bumper harvest, which is comparable to the good weather, allowing many places to have a small famine once every 3 years, and a major famine once every 10 years. The natural law of the country has turned into a minor famine once every 10 years, and a major famine every 30 years. The stability of agriculture has been greatly improved. There are also new solar power stoves that can generate electricity during the day, store it in batteries, and then use it to boil water, cook, and cook, as long as each household lays 20 square meters of super photovoltaic panels on the roof. And entire the problems of lighting, cooking, and boiling water at home can all be solved. There is no need to go to the mountains to collect firewood. This solves the most important fuel problem in ancient rural areas and saves a lot of labor. Moreover, such a solar power generation system only costs 5 yuan. 10 taels of silver is not very expensive. But for an ordinary rural family, it costs about 10 taels a year to cut firewood and buy charcoal. That is, the money can be paid back in the fastest 5 years, and a lot of physical labor is avoided, allowing people to in order to get better maintenance. As long as the middle-class families with a little wealth at home have spent money to buy solar power stoves. Certainly, facing the tide of new products from one Bailu, many traditional industries in the Daji Empire suddenly fell into recession or even closed down, because they could not compete with one Bailu and had no competitiveness. They could only end up in bankruptcy, or simply put down the business at hand and join the ranks of destroying one Bailu's products. Therefore, the unemployment rate in the capital increased significantly at first, and then dropped rapidly. It became a population of millions in the capital, all living around the Wanbao Tower, forming a huge dumping and comprador cooperation structure with constant influence. It spread outside the capital until it radiated to the entire Epic Empire. And later on, one Bailu will also sell some brick-making equipment and industrial processing equipment, teach the technology step by step, cultivate a large number of supplier companies, produce massive amounts of bricks, and burn cement, plus one Bailu its own huge steel production capacity, and a rudimentary industrial system are gradually being built. The scale is getting bigger and bigger, the business is getting better and better, and the production capacity is very exaggerated. This industrial system naturally brought a lot of competition, but it was no match for one Bailu, and was quickly eliminated. Naturally, the rapid development of industry has brought about a rapid increase in energy consumption. In order to meet the growing demand for power generation, Li Lethan sent several team members to be responsible for the construction of space energy facilities. First, he built a large capacity energy. The main route is to launch a large number of light energy collection converters and energy relay satellites to arrive closer to the star, and then continue to increase the number and increase the power of power generation. 10 million kilowatts, 100 million kilowatts, 1 billion kilowatts. In a very short period of time, the total power generated in space has increased to the order of 1 billion kilowatts. Then, by pulling out extra long cables, A large amount of power is sent to the ground to meet all aspects of power demand. The power supply problem is thus solved. Therefore, there are countless electrical equipment in Wanbao building, such as LCD panel TVs, very fun game consoles, electric two-wheelers, three-wheelers, electric flying devices, as well as refrigerators and air conditioners for home use. Electric lamps and other power-consuming products have entered the homes of wealthy families in the capital. Even the Empress Wu Qingqiu in the palace also experienced an extremely convenient modern life after the palace was electrified. She had to lament that those foreign businessmen are very good at enjoying themselves. All kinds of novelties opened her eyes and stunned her. She could only suppress her curiosity to avoid being underestimated by those businessmen. So she could only enjoy the convenience in private. Secretly say, "It smells so good." And then later, Empress Wu Qingqiu was in a state of disbelief, swelling rapidly, and even prepared to do something big, to become an eternal wise king, to do something that would go down in history and be admired by future generations. For example, send a large army to sweep across the grasslands of the north, completely eliminating the hidden danger of the barbarians, so that they can never turn around and can only surrender permanently. From then on, there will only be peace and peace in the north, and there will no longer be any threats. Solve the problem once and for all. That's right. Last time she purchased a batch of firearms from Wanbao Tower and built a firearms army of 10,000 people. Now this Shinji battalion is killing on the grasslands of the north. 10 battles and 10 victories have been eliminated. The number of barbarians has exceeded 100,000. And they have chopped off more heads than the Epic Empire in the past 50 years combined. They can only be described as killing people like crazy. And they have become an invincible existence on the grassland. On the other side, Wanbao Tower has made a lot of money today. Although it can only provide 1/10 of the profits to the royal family, it still has as much as 2 to 3 million taels per month. Now that Wu Qingqiu is not short of money, she can let go of her hands and feet. She can fully display her talents. Chapter 292 The Empress Expanded. Empress Wu Qingqiu has been in a very good mood recently, and is very happy. All the worries she had before are now gone. On the one hand, there is no shortage of money on hand. There is a lot of money coming in every day, and the expenses are not very large. Even if you have to support many people in the empire, you can still save a lot. After all, no matter what you purchase, as long as you send eunuchs to Wanbao Tower, you can buy whatever you want, and the price will be 50% off. If you buy too much and you can't use it all, you can resell it and make a profit. A lot of money was obtained. That is, a large number of cheap products, which greatly reduced the operating costs of the Daji Empire. The second is the northern defense line. A lot of good news comes every day. It's not like we're going to kill 800 barbarian heads today. That is to say, another barbarian tribe will be wiped out tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, another 3,000 elite barbarians were wiped out. The barbarians did not dare to move on the borders of the Daji Empire, and had to flee thousands of miles to the west. They were once extremely powerful and extremely arrogant, which brought great influence to the Daji Empire. He was under tremendous pressure, and now he has become extremely weak. He ran away, begged for mercy, and did not dare to have the thought of approaching the south again. Otherwise, he would become part of the terrifying Beijing view, and it would be difficult to save his head. Therefore, the threat of the nomadic barbarian tribes in the north has been basically eliminated. The lingering nightmare of the Epic Empire has finally basically dissipated, and cannot pose much of a threat. If anyone dares to come to offend again, they will be served by various hot weapons. In the dense rain of bullets, the probability of survival is very low, and the probability of survival is very high. However, those who are a little afraid of death dare not challenge the dense firepower network. Strong, facing the northern grasslands, the Epic Empire, which had been beaten by friction for many years, finally reversed its position and became extremely powerful. It became a party that could crush its enemies and became a powerful one. From now on, the Daji Empire can go to the grasslands and plunder as many cattle, sheep, and horses as they want on the northern grasslands. You can send an army to capture as many slaves as you want. If you don't obey, you will be killed. So there are a lot of resources that can be enslaved. It can also move the larger population within the Epic Empire to places with more land in the north, especially land near rivers, or large areas of wetlands and pastures. Dozens of people within the Epic Empire we can enclose several hundred acres of land and purchase some equipment to transform the land and plant crops that are more resistant to drought and cold. As long as we ensure that there is a certain amount of water for irrigation, we can grow thousands of grains a year without much trouble. Problem: the area of the northern grassland is too vast. Almost the same as the Epic Empire, or even larger. But the population density is quite small. After converting part of the grassland into farms, due to the higher yields brought by farming, the grassland has the carrying capacity of the land will also be greatly improved. Even if there are 10 times the population, there will be no problem. In this way, the solidification of involution within the Epic Empire can be broken, and a large number of people can go to the northern grasslands to develop and engage in agriculture or animal husbandry are both possible. And with the introduction of the Azure Chamber of Commerce's plan, the northern grasslands can also be of great value. What's more, under the endless vast land in the north, there are countless mineral resources, such as coal mines, iron mines, copper mines, etc. If these resources can be mined and connected through railways, these mines, and with the help of the powerful transportation capacity of the railway, resources can be fully utilized. After all, the Blue Chamber of Commerce is producing and consuming various resources in large quantities, and the demand for minerals is very large. These ores will also make the Epic Empire embraces huge wealth and long-lasting prosperity. Expanded. Under such a good situation, Empress Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but develop an inflated mentality. She completely removed the label of incompetent monarch from her head, and she became much more domineering. Those civil and military ministers who opposed her were ordered to be wiped off. There were more than a dozen of them, and many of them were imprisoned. Slowly, fewer and fewer ministers opposed her, and she finally tasted what it meant to keep your word. In short, her imperial will has begun to be unequivocal. No one dares to disobey and resist. Even if they do, they will end up tragically. Because of her strength, she was nicknamed the Little Tyrant in the discussions among the ministers. She felt that the Empress, who was easy to talk and easy to bully, had changed. She no longer stopped talking to them, and always had her own way. If she goes her own way, sooner or later she will become even more difficult to serve. It is better to take some actions to get rid of this Empress, and replace her with someone who is obedient. It's just that this kind of private conspiracy was reported before it entered the implementation stage. And then the troops loyal to the royal family caught them all in one fell swoop, and chopped off their heads. Although the density of ministers above the court has been significantly reduced, the imperial power of the Daji Empire has become more stable, with fewer disobedient people, and some of the ideas of Empress Wu Qingqiu can be successfully implemented. Therefore, being able to quickly discover the conspiracy of the ministers was naturally due to some intelligence and equipment donated by the Azure Chamber of Commerce, such as small listening robots, which are simply artifacts. If 10,000 of them are deployed in the capital, all movements can be detected within your own control. Cool. This feeling of having absolute power, standing above countless people, and having the whole world listen to your words can only be described with one word: pleasant. But, after swelling for a while, he returned to reality and returned to a calm state. Empress Wu Qingqiu knew who she should thank, who had brought so many good changes to her. If she wants to continue to be great, who should she rely on? Azure Chamber of Commerce. Especially the boss of this Chamber of Commerce, Li Leffen. Empress Wu Qingqiu realized that as long as she could bind this man to her side, or let the interests of both parties be tightly bound, then she could better use the Blue Chamber of Commerce's ability and resources create a more powerful empire. An insurmountable peak. At that time, it is not an exaggeration to say that he will be one emperor for eternity. Or one emperor for eternity. So this night, in the palace, a sumptuous dinner, Wu Qingqiu invited Li Leffen, the young boss, to a banquet alone. They talked about a lot of things face to face. Naturally, 500 swordsmen and axemen had already been ambushed and prepared. Wu Qingqiu also had people arrange it. If at the dinner table if the talks break down, she can break the glass and bring him under control, further forcing him to make compromises. That's right. This can be regarded as a hangmen banquet, with a trap nature. What Wu Qingqiu wants to achieve is also very simple, which is to make Li Leffen, a businessman, completely surrendered to the royal family. In the future, he will listen to her words and arrangements, share more profits and dividends, help her provide more logistical supplies, and let her the Epic Empire has a wider territory and land, stronger national power and financial resources, and can achieve countless great achievements that she desires to make. For these great ideals of hers, Li Leffen and his Blue Chamber of Commerce should support her unconditionally and without limit. Provide whatever you want. If you are unwilling to cooperate, it will be really difficult. Therefore, Wu Qingqiu expressed his hope to get more support from Li Lefen rather tactfully. Silence. Li Lefen was silent for a moment, thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, I am a businessman, and what I pursue is equal exchange. I can agree to all your requests, and I can show you my heart. However, this cooperation, in addition to the endless dedication of my Chamber of Commerce, what big gains have I received? Is it just a few words of praise from His Majesty? Just some words, but no substance? Of course there are rewards, and there are many." Empress Wu Qingqiu said, "I will give you a title, an official position, a very large fiefdom, and a death-free gold medal. No matter how big a mistake you make, I can forgive you once. So, you really won't suffer. There are many benefits to cooperating with me, and you should nod your head and agree to cooperate without hesitation." After hearing this, Li Lefen shook his head again and said, "Your Majesty, I am not very interested in titles, official positions, etc. As for land, I can also get some. The gold medal for immunity from death may not really be able to avoid death. These are not of much importance to me. I don't lack attraction, money or anything else. But the sincerity you show, Your Majesty, is still a little bit off. So I can't nod my head and agree immediately. Then tell me what you want. And give me a price?" Wu Qingqiu had to ask, wanting to hear what this guy's ambitions were. "What do I want?" Li Lefen looked at the young empress in front of him, and suddenly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, your beauty is very attractive, and it is something that attracts me very much. Therefore, I want you to be my woman, and I dote on beauties very much. Gentlemen, you can think about it." Hear this. Wu Qingqiu was immediately extremely angry and wanted to chop off this guy's head. Asked him what reward he wanted. But he didn't expect this guy to pay attention to himself and covet his beauty. It's so bold. It's looking for death. How can I, with my wealth of gold, favor a businessman? There is no equality in terms of status. This guy is not qualified. However, Wu Qingqiu did not get angry on the spot. He just smiled and said, "Mr. Li, I actually have a slight affection for you. But you are just a businessman. You don't have a noble status. And you don't have enough power. It's just you are just relatively rich. Even if I intend to favor you, I am afraid that I will be opposed by the whole country. How about you change the conditions? If you just like beauties, I can order a nationwide audition to select the 10 most beautiful ones. People, serve Mr. Li. If there are too few, just 100. I wonder what Mr. Li thinks." Shake his head. Li Lefen really shook his head. Walked over in 2 steps. Stretched out his hand. Quickly hugged the other party's waist. Approached her and said, "Your Majesty, those vulgar and ordinary women, no matter how beautiful they are just the temptation of their skins. Where is Your Majesty, with your noble temperament? Not to mention 10,000, even 1,000 or 10,000. Can't compare with Your Majesty. I am only interested in you. Your Majesty, forget the others. If Your Majesty can agree, no matter Your Majesty, if there is any need, my Azure Chamber of Commerce will fully cooperate, provide money, effort, and materials, and can provide anything. If His Majesty has no feelings for me and is unwilling to agree, then it is still a business negotiation, a fair transaction, and there is no obligation to do so. Cooperate." He expressed his thoughts directly. Wu Qingqiu suddenly became short of breath, and his chest rose and fell violently. He was so angry. Greed. Arrogance. This guy is so greedy. He doesn't want all the beauties in the world, but he has set his sights on himself. If he doesn't agree and won't cooperate later, this is simply a threat. You bastard. I can't wait to order you to be arrested and take away your baby. Fate. It depends on whether you are still crazy or not. But, thinking about it, the strength of the Azure Chamber of Commerce may not be weaker than that of the Daji Empire. Wu Qingqiu chose to endure the anger in his heart. He had no choice but to twist his body, take out the hand on his waist, and say with a charming smile, "Mr. Li, you are still too anxious. I don't know you very well yet. We don't know each other very well yet. To generate liking and affection, you are so impatient and too abrupt. How about we get to know each other better? Wait until the time is right, and then it will be natural. Not to mention that all the subjects of the Empire must recognize you. Otherwise, even if I fall in love with you, I will not be able to do it. I can't convince the people. I am the master of this world after all. I have many things to worry about. Why don't you support me with all your strength first? Strengthen the empire. Sweep away the barbarians in the north. Reform the internal affairs of the empire. And use 3 to 5 years to transform the empire. When the time comes, not only will I recognize you, but the people and subjects of the world will also recognize you very much. Then I will honor you as my royal husband. How about this? Hear this. It cannot be denied that what Empress Wu Qingqiu said is very reasonable. If the aloof Empress becomes a couple with an outside businessman, there is no doubt that it will arouse the disgust and opposition of many people, and even rejection and hatred. There won't be many supporters. After all, this is human nature. Li Lefen also thinks that such concerns are normal. But he still shook his head and said, Your Majesty, in fact, my caravan is not staying here for a long time. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, it will leave and go to other places to develop, including me. In 2 years, maybe I have to leave. I really can't wait for 3 to 5 years. What I pursue is a fast one. If your Majesty agrees now, Wanbao Tower will be given to your Majesty, as well as the supporting factories, which will also belong to your Majesty in the future. There will also be a large number of I can give your Majesty all the industrial technology for free. My request is just to sleep with you for a while and covet your beauty. If your Majesty agrees, there is no need to get married and maintain a close relationship for a period of time. That's it. If you don't agree, that's okay. I won't force you. I am a gentleman after all. I can't force others to do anything. I just come up with different choices. Choose? Faced with the options proposed by Li Lefen, Empress Wu Qingqiu had to weigh it up. Chapter 293 The Era of Prosperity. Hear Li Lefen's request. Empress Wu Qingqiu was caught in a trade-off. I also feel a little unhappy. She didn't expect this guy to speak so straightforwardly, and he had no intention of becoming her husband. He was just greedy for her body. As long as his goal was achieved, he was willing to provide a lot of benefits to help her consolidate imperial power and bring wealth and benefits. There are so many, and there will be no long-term interruption. Maybe he will leave after 2 or 3 years, and there will not be too much entanglement. That is, she only needs to sacrifice her lust for a period of time. But, after thinking about it, Wu Qingqiu nodded and agreed to Li Lefen's plan. After all, the situation of the current epic empire has been greatly improved, but the controllability of the royal family is still not very strong. Most of the resources are still concentrated in the hands of aristocratic families, dignitaries and nobles. The resources controlled by the royal family are still very few. If it weren't for the cooperation with the Azure Chamber of Commerce, which brought a lot of resources and gained a certain prestige, there would still be very few people obeying the emperor, and there would still be not many resources to mobilize, and the situation would only continue to worsen. Wu Qingqiu, who had experienced the previous feeling of being helpless and unable to do anything but lie flat and rotten, cherished the current situation very much and was unwilling to go back to the past. Looking at Li Lefen, a foreign businessman, he looks handsome, very generous, has a gentle personality, and is extremely rich. Wu Qingqiu is very satisfied with his actions of licking the dog again and again. Now this guy has a clear view, although he is somewhat resistant in his heart. But she still knows that only those who pay will be rewarded. So that night, Li Lefen stayed in the palace, and finally achieved his goal. The specific process can only be described with the word, moistening, which is extremely satisfying mentally. Empress Wu Qingqiu asked him to provide sufficient compensation, and show more sincerity to make up for the losses she had suffered. Otherwise, he would not go to her palace again in the future. Li Lefen agreed wholeheartedly. And on the same day, he sent someone to deliver 1 million taels of gold, 30 million taels of silver, some cosmetics, some luxury goods, some top-quality ingredients, and a black card with unlimited overdraft. He took this card. You can use black card to pay when you go to Wanbao Tower. There is no limit on the amount. Lick. Li Lefen's performance can be described as very licking. However, among the more than 30 members of the expedition team, Li Lefen is not the only one who uses this method to please the beauty. Among the other team members, there are many who are more licking than him. Moreover, the beauty resources on this planet are extremely rich, and there are upright and beautiful girls everywhere. Therefore, they also use the money ability to catch up with each of them. Not one, but all of them lived a life of 3 wives and 4 concubines. And some even kept 20 or 30. It can be said that there were so many wives and concubines that they couldn't even take care of them. Compared with such a group of scumbagmen, Lee Leffen can be regarded as a single-minded good man, and there is no reason to point out his shortcomings. The next period of time. Although Lee Leffen and others spent a lot of time indulging in women's sex, and their private lives were very decadent and absurd, most of the business was not delayed. Space mining activities have officially begun. High-precision detection equipment has been used to find a large number of rich space minerals. In addition to the traditional gold, silver, copper, iron and nickel, tens of millions of tons have been easily obtained. The most precious star core crystals have also been collected. Hundreds of cubic meters are enough to build a large traditional stargate to carry out the next step of exploration work. But Lee Leffen and the others don't want to run too fast. They also want to enjoy life. Not just work and work. Here on the fairy planet, there are so many beauties in the country. The technology is quite backward. The development potential is great. And the threat it brings is small. It is better to stay for a while. Otherwise, after leaving, you may have a regretful mentality. After all, only the things you pass by are the most disturbing. People never forget it. Next is the space energy industry, which has also invested a lot of resources to produce a large number of solar energy equipment, which is close to the star and efficiently collects the huge energy generated by the star. The new power generation power will increase by tens of millions of kW every day. It will not be long before it will be very substantial and can meet all the needs of production and life. And nearly unlimited resources. And nearly unlimited energy. There are also extremely efficient industrial production capabilities. It soon brought huge changes to the Epic Empire. In particular, the city of Beijing has gradually transformed from an ancient consumption-oriented power center into a production-oriented industrial city, with the support of technical and mechanical equipment provided by Wanbeilu. Energy and electricity are obtained from high above the head through superconducting cables, with a length of up to 30,000 meters. The loss is almost zero. The cost of electricity is extremely low. The price of electricity is only 0.1 cents per kilowatt hour, which is almost free. Furniture manufacturing plants are put into production. Large brick kilns burn tens of millions of red bricks every day, and they can sell them out on the same day and consume them quickly. Cement produced by cement plants is also in short supply because building roads and houses requires countless amounts of cement. There are also steel, toys, daily necessities, processed snacks with long shelf life, cosmetics, skin care and beauty products, and so on, coupled with the textile industry that can solve the employment rate of countless women. Thousands of factories were quickly built, put into use, recruited workers, and then put into production at full capacity. No matter how huge the factory's production capacity is, the products can be recognized by the market and quickly digested. And saturation is far away. After all, the current Daji Empire covers an area of 30 million square kilometers and has an astonishing population of 2 billion. Originally, I was always worried that there would not be so many resources to feed the people. Now the vast number of people has quickly turned into a demographic dividend. Has very strong spending power. In the process of confronting the northern barbarians, the Empire's army used powerful firearms to easily win again and again, and achieved an astonishing battle-loss ratio. Those who beheaded thousands or tens of thousands, and their own losses were at most dozens or hundreds, which made the imperial court. The central minister has repeatedly expressed doubts. But seeing that there are countless cattle, sheep, horses and other trophies in the north, hundreds of thousands or millions of them have been sent to the inland, and that countless fertile northern grasslands will be better utilized and developed, even if these are some places that are not suitable for cultivating farmland. With the help of the captive breeding technology provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce, the herdsmen do not need to move to many places every year and live in pursuit of water and grass. They can take root and settle down. This has realized the household registration management of the herdsmen and will no longer cause chaos, channeling and becoming a destabilizing factor. As the land area of the Epic Empire has increased, the living space has expanded, and the common people have more choices. They can develop and survive in places that are less involved. Even though it will be harder at the beginning, you will enjoy huge convenience and benefits later. Prosperity. Naturally, after a series of changes, the time of prosperity has come. That's right. Although it was only a short period of more than 2 years, but with the capital of the Epic Empire as the center, an extremely prosperous empire is gradually taking shape. Although there are many local powerful factions, they still only focus on their own 1/3 of an acre and have no idea of the overall situation. They just want to develop their own territory better and accumulate more power, thinking that when the empire weakens and collapses, if they continue to seek opportunities, maybe the feng shui will turn to them. They just need to accumulate enough capital for fighting for the dragon. That's right. In this land of the epic empire, in the past tens of thousands of years of history, there has been a so-called fighting for the dragon culture. It takes as little as 300 years to start a game of fighting for the dragon. As late as 500 years. There is generally no dynasty that can start a game. It can have a country of more than 500 years. This is a limit value that is difficult to break. Even if there are many wise kings of the ages in a certain dynasty, they will all kill decisively. A strong man descends from the sky, but it can only provide short-term relief. Once a natural disaster strikes, or the population is too large and exceeds the carrying capacity of the land, the era of doomsday dragon fighting will come. In the original epic empire, there were already signs that the game of fighting for the dragon was about to begin. There were many immortals talking about it. Empress Wu Qingqiu was the last emperor of the epic empire. She was most likely to be the king of subjugation. Although she is diligent, struggles hard, and wants to change the status quo. But her ability is mediocre. She has no skill and courage. And she is very easy to make compromises. She is not a match for those local powerful factions. Wuzhou, the Daji Empire, seems to be about 400 years old. It looks like it is a dynasty ranked in the upper middle. Just didn't expect it. Many local powerful factions have worked hard to accumulate strength for so many years, just to have a good performance in the future dragon game and strive to have the last laugh. Even if the fake dragon loses to the real dragon, they still have to surrender and become their subjects. The option is not necessarily to kill them all. There are also some ancient families who have experienced fighting for the dragon several times, and some have the last laugh. In addition, there are many forces from the Immortal Mountain sect, adding fuel to the flames and making arrangements behind the scenes. At any time, with the help of some unexpected events, the era of dragon fighting will begin. They will then send a large number of immortal masters down the mountain to bind the forces they are optimistic about, and then engage in fierce competition and fighting. If the forces they support succeed, the Immortal Mountain sect will. They can get the most fruits of victory. Among the 9 fairy mountains with high spiritual energy density in the world, they can occupy a few more and get the dragon veins, which are also called true dragon spiritual veins. These dragon veins will bring great benefits, greatly speed up the immortal's cultivation speed. If the bound force fails, the immortal sect behind it will naturally suffer a huge blow. It is possible to lose the dragon veins in hand and the sect to be destroyed. The risk coefficient is very high, so we must be cautious. And there are a few the immortal sect will choose to avoid the world and not participate in the mortal dragon game. The advantage is that it can avoid greater losses. The disadvantage is that once an immortal sect has the last laugh, it will come to attack the world with the help of the power and resources of the mortal dynasty. Immortal Gate? The probability of the mountain gate being breached is very high, so escaping from the world does not mean safety. It may be better to go down the mountain to give it a try. Unless it is a very small sect with a small number of people, and does not occupy the spiritual veins of the immortal mountain. Choose to escape from the world, there may be good results. But the upper limit of the sect's development will be very low, and there will not be many truly powerful immortals. However, this time the game mode has changed. The Epic Empire, which was already in chaos, brought extremely huge changes to the Epic Empire in just 2 years after the arrival of those foreign merchants, resulting in a celestial chaos, a reversal of the situation, and the dynasty's dragon spirit reunited. There is a trend of returning to glory and glory again. How is this possible? One of the immortal sect's forces, the Jioli Palace, sent several disciples down the mountain to do some investigation. What they saw and heard along the way made their eyes almost fall off. With the help of the Jade sound transmission device, these immortal disciples reported the phenomena they observed. After we entered the Jiangyi area, we no longer saw a single hungry refugee. Anyone with hands and feet got a job. Some went to the mountains to cut wood and then bought it. Furniture factories manufacture various types of wooden furniture. Some joined the road construction team, receiving high wages of hundreds of dollars a day, and then build wide and straight roads. If the spray reaches the mountains, there will be huge poles, which will destroy once the mountains are excavated and removed. If a wider bridge is encountered, huge ironclad machines will be deployed to build strong gold iron bridges that can allow the passage of numerous vehicles and goods. We have also noticed that an extremely large canal project has started. It is said that it will use the water of the river to build a giant hydraulic transportation network, reduce transportation costs through the river, and facilitate the development of various industries. Therefore, this project, the number of workers recruited is an extremely terrifying tens of millions, distributed on tens of thousands of miles of rivers. If something goes wrong with this project and someone intends to rebel, it is not impossible to gather millions of soldiers and horses. But this project has been under construction for 3 months, and the number of workers is still increasing. But there have been no problems because the canal workers here are paid hundreds of dollars a day, including 3 meals a day and adequate food. If they are sick, they will help you carry out treatment. And those large armored monsters are involved in the project. The construction efficiency is very high, and there is a high probability that it can be completed smoothly. The possibility of inciting rebellion is very low. After all, you have food, drink, shelter, and treatment. Disease? Most of the heavy work is undertaken by the armored monsters. With such a good working environment, not only the poor at the bottom, but also some middle-class families will actively go to work. In addition, we also found that prices near the capital are very low. The price of food here is only half that of other places. The price of snow salt is 1/3 of that of other places. And the price of clothes is only 1/5 of that of other places. The capital city that originally had the highest cost of living has actually become the easiest place to live. And the wages are quite considerable. Therefore, even families with lower incomes can live quite well. They can buy meat every now and then, and put on their clothes. The number of patches has also decreased. Many people can afford new clothes, and attracted by a large number of projects, the people do not have to worry about finding jobs. And there are many factories to enter. So many landless refugees have poured into the city. Working has become a group of workers. They are no longer an unstable factor that likes to fight for power. And they no longer have the motivation to take risks. They just want to make more money and marry a good wife. All of this was brought about by a force called the Blue Chamber of Commerce. They destroyed our plan to fight for the dragon, interfered with the celestial phenomena, and made the future chaotic. There is no clear future at all. I think it must be by getting rid of this Chamber of Commerce. Our immortal sect will not fall into passivity and continue to be the chess players, instead of being blocked by a group of businessmen from our secrets. Then, the Azure Chamber of Commerce has become a thorn in the side of the immortal sect forces. Chapter 290 for the Immortals' Dissatisfaction. Order. What the Azure Chamber of Commerce has done has obviously destroyed the well-functioning and effective order that had existed in this land for a long time. According to the plans of many immortal sect forces, the time to fight for the dragon is coming soon. They have prepared for tens or hundreds of years and have stored up so many supplies and trump cards, just to get more success in the new game of fighting for the dragon. With good performance, strive to have the last laugh. It is best to be a winner-take-all and get the biggest and fattest piece of the cake. For this goal, they sharpened their skills, simulated and deduced over and over again, inspected a lot of objects, and looked for potential stocks among them to cultivate. The effort and cost they paid were unimaginable, and the opportunity was just around the corner. After that, perhaps a breakthrough attack by the northern barbarians will bring about the most chaotic situation, and the collapse of a dynasty may begin from there. Just didn't expect it. A merchant force that jumped out of nowhere ruined this good situation, seriously disrupted the celestial phenomena, and almost destroyed the chess pieces they had left. The barbarian forces in the north suffered a devastating blow. One after another, a tribe was easily wiped out, and countless cattle, sheep and horses were captured and entered into the epic empire. This also inspired many young people in the north to join the army. They applied to join the Shinji camp one after another, and a large number of landless people and refugees poured into the vast grasslands and could easily occupy hundreds of acres of good land. As long as they had the ability to cultivate it, it could be theirs. Way out. Countless people at the bottom have seen a very good way out, which is to develop in the grasslands in the north. They can either become permanent herders and engage in captive animal husbandry, or they can go to the plains near rivers and cultivate food and fruits, even if the yield of cultivated land is not very high due to certain factors. If you plant a few acres, the problem will be solved. What's more, the imperial court has permanently exempted agricultural taxes and poll taxes. Every year, you only need to participate in some infrastructure construction activities, such as road construction. And you can also receive subsidies and wages. The enthusiasm is different. As a result, the vast majority of the people at the bottom had the opportunity to survive. And there were still many opportunities. The idea of rebellion was naturally given up, because there was no need to take risks with their heads high. This is the secret layout that has seriously weakened the major immortal sections. It is like pulling out the fuel from the bottom of the cauldron, leaving them without the vast number of low-level people as the fuel for them to start the game of fighting for the dragon. The fire cannot be ignited. After all, there is food, work and hope. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to think of the business of beheading. Besides, advanced industrial products have greatly improved production efficiency, rapid improvement of transportation network, a sharp decline in unemployment. There is also a massive supply of cheap energy. After combining the above factors, the Epic Empire, which was originally showing a declining trend, is full of vitality. People's faces no longer accept the miserable and poverty-stricken look on their faces. Although the gap between the rich and the poor is still huge, there has not yet been the phenomenon of people freezing to death on the stinking roads of wine and meat. It's not unfair enough to make people angry and desperate. The most important thing is that the royal family suddenly became rich, and the Empress, Wu Qingqiu, suddenly became a wealthy emperor with too much money to spend. The reason is that Li Lefen, the president of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, is too arrogant. In order to please the Empress, he often gives away hard currencies such as gold, silver, and copper coins in the millions, and stays in the palace for one night at a time. Later that night, Li Lefen would bring out a gift worth millions of taels as compensation to the Empress, making Wu Qingqiu even more happy and satisfied, and a purchasing power of more than 1 million taels of silver. There is no problem in maintaining an elite army of 500,000 people. It can also be equipped with a lot of firearms and bombs. Its combat effectiveness is more than 10 times that of the past. Even if it faces a large army of barbarians in Wanjiang, it can still be maintained. It can easily achieve a battle damage ratio of 1 to dozens. And there is no challenge at all. If some trouble breaks out within the Daji Empire, it will be even easier to handle. With the help of those wide and convenient high-speed roads, you can ride on your war horses and become a cavalry army that can travel 300 to 500 miles in a day. It can be extinguished in a few days. Those flames of chaos will not develop out of control. And because the current Epic Empire has captured too many high-quality war horses, at least more than 100,000, if they are built into invincible steel cavalry, other forces, no matter what they are, will only be defeated by such a cavalry legion. It is common sense that everyone can know that it is impossible to resist a wave of attack. Powerful. Today's imperial court is so powerful that no one dares to provoke a rebellion. What's more, the Azure Chamber of Commerce, which has established cooperation with the royal family, is still frantically exporting high-quality and low-priced industrial products, grain seeds, etc., which can greatly improve the production efficiency of the working class of the Daji Empire. In the past, it required a lot of labor to achieve good results. The yield of crops is now extremely high, and the labor required has been reduced a lot, especially in plain areas, which has actually replaced manpower 100%. Farmers only need to rent the land to farming companies, and then they can go to the city to work, get 2 incomes. There is also an overall reduction in prices, which has significantly reduced the difficulty of survival. It is easier for beggars to pick up better food, and occasionally they can have a full meal. Countless water pumps, 4-wheeled carriages, small flying devices, machine tools, industrial assembly lines, etc. have brought about a kind of industrial products that are so numerous that they are worried that they may not be easy to sell. All of the above are brought by the Azure Chamber of Commerce. It also gave the current Empress, Wu Qingqiu, unimaginable confidence, and she became more and more courageous in doing things. She also dared to deal with the voices that opposed her ruthlessly, and gradually showed the quality of a wise king. Minister, it has become very difficult for us to fool her, and we have our own thoughts and judgments. What to do? For the immortal sect forces on the 9 immortal mountains, seeing that the world is gradually moving towards peace and prosperity, they feel a bit bad and awkward. Although at the beginning of every dragon fighting chess game, they have shown that they are for the common people in the world, in order to open up the attitude of the peaceful age. But when the peaceful age really came, they felt very embarrassed again, feeling a little lost, as if they were no longer needed. Although they were immortals with great abilities, they lost the expectations of mortals and offerings. They will also suffer a lot of losses. If we are in a troubled world, these immortals will break down a city casually, and the resources and wealth they obtain from it will be very considerable and huge. There are many immortal cultivators who are very proficient in detecting treasures even if they are buried deep underground, can also be easily mined and found by them. In war-torn times, those dead corpses and innocent souls floating around are also resources in the eyes of immortals. For example, corpses can be refined into zombies, and innocent souls can be refined into powerful magic weapons. The power is quite good, but they only need to be consumed. There are simply too many mortal lives. There are also some evil cultivators who can actually create some ritual formations and use the flesh and blood of a city's people to refine some powerful magic weapons. Once such evil cultivators appear, they will be the targets of countless decent people. But it is inevitable that some so-called decent immortals will make the decision to sacrifice a large number of mortals after weighing and troubling. After all, in the eyes of some immortals, mortals are like ants, and it doesn't matter how many they die. All in all, immortals have selfish motives and desires. Peace in the world is not necessarily what they want to see. On the contrary, every game of dragon chess makes them excited and looking forward to it. Obviously, they see the benefits and room for operation. Waylon, the actions of the Chamber of Commerce have seriously affected their interests and blocked their financial path to pursue their interests. The so-called person who destroys a person's financial path is like killing his parents. So some immortal sects began to get together privately and discuss how to deal with the Azure Chamber of Commerce. And their attitudes were quite fierce. The Azure Chamber of Commerce is looking for death. Some businessmen just want to destroy our layout. This is a daydream. The core of the methods adopted by the Blue Chamber of Commerce is to spend money and resources. It has spent hundreds of millions of taels of silver in various ways to please the people. However, no matter how generous the Blue Chamber of Commerce is, there must be limits. Even if they no matter the cost, it is probably just pushing back the era of fighting for dragons by 30 to 50 years. No matter how rich the Azure Chamber of Commerce is, they cannot support an empire for decades. When their money is burned out, the empire's various chronic diseases will return. It appears quickly and will collapse quickly. There is absolutely no solution to this problem. That's right. The world must be divided if it is united for a long time. And it must be united if it is divided for a long time. The prosperous and chaotic times alternate up and down. No one can go against the general trend of the world. Since this Azure Chamber of Commerce wants to do something against heaven, we can only obey the will of God and slay the demons. Damn it. As long as we send some good hands to kill the dozens of businessmen in this Chamber of Commerce, their tricks will no longer be able to continue. And we can take over the Wabaut Tower and many industries. With this alone, you can get at least hundreds of millions of taels of silver benefits. And the benefits will be even greater later. Although it is not good to fight and kill. Those are just some outside businessmen with evil intentions and ulterior motives. When we get rid of them, we are actually getting rid of harm for the people and the world. The people will definitely thank us. Only we are really doing it for them. Hey, those of us who live in the Immortal Mountains have been hiding from the world for too long. We didn't expect that the changes in the mortal world have been so great. However, the rules and order established by us immortals cannot be challenged by anyone. Only we are qualified to play chess. And we should let this so-called Azure Chamber of Commerce see the power of our immortals. Let them see the true power. And let them recognize their identity as ants. A few days later, a group of immortal cultivators, hiding their identities and disguised themselves, ran into the capital, made some preparations, and were surrounded by the faint Wabaut Tower. This night, early in the morning, outside Wabaut building, a group of people were dressed in black and holding various magical weapons in their hands, faintly showing a murderous aura. Among the men in black, a leader said in a deep voice, "I will give the order later, and you all will follow me into the Wabaut Tower. No matter who is in the building, anyone who resists can be killed. After clearing the crowd in the building, they will be set on fire and set on fire. This building will never be allowed continue to exist." Huh? If you dare to be enemies with us immortals, this is what you will end up with. Yes. The men in black responded. Okay. That's it. Everyone, follow me in and destroy this Wabaut Tower. Take the goods inside if you can. And destroy them if you can't. The leader shouted. Kill. There are countless treasures in the Wabaut Tower. And they are all ours. Haha. It's a pity that there are no beauties in it. Otherwise, I could take care of several beauties. Chong. In a murderous voice, hundreds of monks rushed out together, rushing towards the building in front of them from all directions. However, it was not close yet. Still 40 or 50 meters away, on the top of Wabaut Tower, a large number of thin straight light beams suddenly lit up, illuminating the surrounding area like daylight. Then, There were multiple purple high-energy light beams, which shone on the heads of several attackers. A few tenths of a second later, these attackers fell to the ground like logs, with a small black hole in the middle of their heads, and traces of white smoke coming out. But they were completely dead, and their abilities were not used to 100%. One of them fell here forever. Puff, puff, puff. The laser beam attacks very quickly. On average, a target is killed every tenth of a second. In less than 2 seconds in total, hundreds of attackers fell to the ground, with small smoking holes in their heads, including the leader with the highest cultivation level. Although he was the strongest, the gap was so bad that he took protective measures and even planned to turn around and run away. But in just 2 seconds, his body had no time to do such a thing. After many reactions, the high-energy laser irradiated his head, breaking through his Gang-Chi mask, burning through his scalp and skull, and then causing fatal injuries inside his head, leading to death. The group is destroyed. These immortal cultivators who came to carry out the mission of attacking Wanbao Tower ended up being wiped out, and no one could escape. It can only be said that they were blinded by greed, thinking that they could enter Wanbao Tower if they wanted to. Little did they know that in the capital, countless local gangsters and other people are very dissatisfied with Wanbao Tower and dare not make any mistakes. This is because the laser cannon on the roof of Wanbao Tower killed at least 1,000 people who tried to rush into the building. Even during the day, anyone who wants to create chaos and fish in troubled waters will be quickly identified and accurately killed, and evidence will be produced to make you speechless. Therefore, anyone who cherishes his own life will not dare to do so. Challenge Wanbao Tower. This place has long become a taboo that cannot be touched. Now, a group of immortals, a group of powerful monks, were trapped under Wanbao Tower. Li Leffen and others soon learned about it, and had to hold a meeting to discuss the next countermeasures. Chapter 295 Sweeping the 9 Immortal Sects. The next day, the news that Wanbao Tower was attacked but completely destroyed reached the ears of Li Leffen and others. The team members had to gather together temporarily to discuss the matter. In fact, Li Leffen still knew a little bit about the 9 immortal sections. He knew that these immortal sects were the main representatives of the extraordinary forces on this planet, and were quite powerful. However, because there were fewer seedlings suitable for cultivation, and the number of extraordinary people was not large, facing the mortal dynasties only have advantages in individual combat effectiveness, not in numbers. What's more, a huge dynasty cannot be managed by dozens or hundreds of people alone. Nor can it be established with so many resources and money, rule, and it will be contaminated with too much karma, affecting the increase in cultivation, which is not worth the gain. It is impossible for immortals to establish a dynasty. It is more cost-effective to only exert some influence behind the scenes, play some roles, and seize greater benefits. But all in all, as long as interests are involved, even the so-called celibate immortals cannot stay out of the matter and remain indifferent. Instead, they have to get involved in a deeper way. Now those immortal sect forces are eyeing the Wanbao building of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. This is an extremely normal situation. It would be strange for them not to take action. It is very logical to take action to attack. However, they seriously underestimated the strength of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and sent the hundreds of immortal masters were all like cannon fodder, and failed to play a big role. They all died, and failed to bring the slightest harm to Wanbao Tower. Li Leffen and the others also realized that the 9 immortal sects had targeted them, and took the initiative to launch an attack. They regarded the Blue Chamber of Commerce as their opponent, and launched a hostile action against them. They fired the first shot, and unleashed extremely unfriendly actions. If they don't make some response, and take some retaliatory actions, they will probably be regarded as soft persimmons by the 9 immortal sects. The next wave of attacks will come, and it is impossible to stop consciously. They will even send more masters with stronger strength. May not be able to cope with it. We'd better send out dozens of unmanned combat mechas to destroy those high-altitude fairy mountains. Their so-called immortals are studying how to fight for dragons, layout, and moves every day, while avoiding too much karma. For the huge, the benefits are always on the mind, and they always want to have the last laugh and get the biggest profit cake. These immortals simply don't understand that their layout is just a ridiculous change in the face of real power. No matter how they are considered useless. Omissions, no matter how calculated, are just a joke in the face of absolute power. Our retaliatory actions are a dimensionality reduction blow to them, and tell them that times have changed. Yes, originally we did not intend to provoke those immortal forces. After all, there is no direct conflict of interest between us. and the immortals did not stand in front of us and become an obstacle to our development. But unexpectedly, they still couldn't sit still, still unable to remain calm, gave up those plots, and planned to use force to break the situation with us. And they had nothing to do with us. They couldn't come up with countless grains, industrial products, and solutions to the problem. They only had plots and plots. They just treat countless people as numbers and ants, as bargaining chips that can achieve their goals, as objects that can be sacrificed. They have no understanding of our style of play and are very afraid of it. But if there is a good way to contain it, they can only choose simple and crude methods. Since these extraordinary forces are so hostile and hateful to us, I think it's useless to talk nice and talk about cooperation. I can't influence them even if I offer some benefits. I can only resort to violence and use the simplest method to solve them. Send out fighter mechas to destroy the 9 immortal sections. Those who dare to resist will be killed. Those who surrender will be given a chance to be our dogs. In addition, the beautiful fairies on the immortal mountain cannot be harmed, and leave them a way to survive. These fairies have outstanding appearances. All of them are like fairies. We can let the robots capture and control them freely, and then slowly process and conquer them. And then I don't know what it will be like to be a fairy, but I am very looking forward to it. The team member smiled obscenely. No. How can you be so barbaric? Twisted melons are not sweet. Why don't we send robots up the mountain to negotiate and ask why these immortal sects target and attack us? Let them apologize and compensate, and this matter can be over. If they continue to take action against us even though they are wise and wrong, then they can defeat their masters through an upright PK battle and make them slowly become depressed and then despair. And women are more admiring strong. At this time, if we ask Fairy Mountain to offer up beauties, we might be able to achieve our goal. It's a bit interesting, but the operation process is still too complicated. There are many hidden dangers, and it gives those immortal sects too many opportunities, which may allow them to find loopholes and opportunities. I think it is better to be more cautious and send mechas directly, climb the mountain gate, and launch the most violent attack until these immortal sects admit defeat and surrender. If they continue to resist, they will continue to slaughter. Gradually, more and more will choose to surrender. After all, those immortals who have been watching for a long time are more afraid of death. There won't be too many people who can stubbornly resist to the end. I support this plan. It's better to be simple and direct. We don't have so much time to waste. It's best to solve the 9 immortal sects within 5 to 7 days, rather than lingering and staying there. Hidden danger. We are here with tasks and arrangements, not just to have fun. Although the beauty is good, it is not everything. Let us not get confused and make wrong operations. Yes, we can't float anymore. We must be stable enough. The team members quickly reached a new consensus and kept a calm mind and mentality. Soon, 3 days later, there were 100 giant mechas flying to where the 9 immortal sects were. Then they used a loudspeaker to shout to the mountains. And there was a ceremony of courtesy first and then soldiers. First, they asked for guilt and presented some evidence to prove that the attack was initiated by the 9 immortal sects. Then they asked why they were enemies of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and why they carried out the attack. The Azure Chamber of Commerce has brought such huge changes to the Dodgy Empire, allowing countless dodgy people to escape poverty and live a life like an individual. Everything is developing for the better. And it also provides help to make the empires. The army defeated the barbarians in the north, eliminated the border troubles, and made great contributions to the empire and hundreds of millions of people. However, it was attacked for no reason by you immortal sections. What did the Azure Chamber of Commerce do wrong? Where did I offend the immortals and be attacked by the immortals? Why did the immortals do this? Hope an explanation can be given. Face these questions from the loudspeaker device. The uproar from many well-meaning disciples rang in my ears. Moreover, those battle mechas also projected a video of the attack on Wanbao Tower that night, showing extremely conclusive evidence, leaving the elders and heads of the immortal sect with no room for excuse or denial. This made the more kind-hearted disciples on the mountain feel very surprised, in an uproar, and in disbelief. The tall and majestic image of the elders and masters suddenly collapsed completely, making it difficult for them to respect them. Notice these changes. The elders and leaders immediately reacted violently. Shut up. You monsters from outside the territory are the biggest enemies of the Epic Empire. You deliberately give alms to the people, and give out some small favors to win over people's hearts. In fact, you have evil intentions, trying to change fate against the will of heaven. and completely change the original order. You have created countless karma, claiming to be saving people, but actually harming people. At least billions of people have been deceived by you, fallen into your trap, and become puppets controlled by you. When you become stronger, you will bring trouble to the world and rebel against the superiors. Humph! Don't think that we don't know what your plans are. It is precisely because we have seen through your conspiracy that we have taken decisive action to prevent you from continuing to cause trouble. Who knows how cunning you are? Unexpectedly, it caused the righteous people to suffer heavy losses. However, you are so audacious that you dare to come and provoke. In this case, let's save all your lives. As the saying goes, there is no coexistence between good and evil. There is no need for any reason to eliminate you. Disciples, kill me! That's right. No explanation is needed. Even if these demons from outside the territory have done some good deeds, they still have evil intentions and must be killed. This is the most correct thing. Disciples, come here. Destroy these extraterrestrial evil spirits. Don't be bewitched by these evil spirits. We, a noble family, are upright and do things above board. Even if we kill all you evil spirits, there will never be any misunderstanding. Evil devils are evil devils, and the people are ignorant. But we cannot be merciful, as we have already seen through your true identity. Don't waste time. Hurry up and kill these evil spirits. The world will be more peaceful, and the people's lives will be more peaceful. What we do is the most righteous thing. These elders, after making loud explosions, took out their magic weapons, and then unleashed their attack methods against the combat mechas, giving people a feeling that they were angry and eager to kill and silence them. And perhaps only through this operation can we prevent the situation from deteriorating in time and maintain our good reputation. I don't know whether to live or die. If you can't talk, then start fighting. That's all the immortals do. In that case, let's show you how powerful we are. So those who dare to attack and resist will be killed, and the rest will be spared as much harm as possible. Leave a name for them, and they will be useful later. Boom, boom, boom. Puff, puff, puff. A fierce fight ended in about 10 minutes. The result of the battle was completely one-sided and shocking. Defeated, the elder leader and those golden elixir level experts all failed. They were instantly cut into multiple pieces by the high-energy lasers fired by the battle mechas. They had no time to react. The situation was very sudden, and they were instantly cut into pieces. The dog leash fell to the ground like a wooden stake. Of course, there are also stronger elders who use their extremely fast reaction capabilities and strong individual strength to avoid fatal attacks one after another, and even get close to the fighting mecha, and release their moves to bombard the surface of the fighting mecha with one palm. Made a pretty good counterattack. But no effect. Fighting mechas are made of very hard alloy materials, which can withstand dozens of tons of impact per square centimeter. Although the attack of the nascent soul-level strongman is very powerful, it is not so powerful. At most, it is the force of more than 10 tons only made the combat mecha shake slightly. The subsequent counterattack from the fighting mecha, with a punch of tens of tons of force, was no longer something that a nascent soul-level monk could withstand. If the two sides distance themselves, they will continue to attack with lasers, increasing the power and burning more powerfully. Inside the combat mecha, there is a miniature nuclear fusion reactor with a power generation capacity of tens of thousands of kilowatts, and can directly using elements in the air as energy. Its battery life is unlimited, and its defense is extremely powerful. Therefore, it is almost invincible against these immortals, and there is no need to dispatch hundreds of combat mechas at the same time. Just 3 or 5 of them are thrown into the battle, which wipes out all the high-end combat power of this very sect, leaving the middle and lower-level disciples with splitting eyes and faces full of tears. Shocked, feeling unbelievable, or feeling overwhelmed by it, I couldn't help but want to pull out my sword, avenge the elders and leaders, and fight those armored monsters in order to protect the sect. But this time, the battle mecha made another sound through the loudspeaker. What are you doing, you young people? Do you want to learn from those old antiques and risk your lives to fight us to the end? Do you have the strength? We just killed so many masters, and it only took us a moment. Only a few mechas have been dispatched, and there are still hundreds of mechas that have not taken action. If our mechas go out with all their strength and attack in an all-out manner, how long can you juniors survive? Stop resisting in vain. You will only pay for your lives in vain. Those cultivators just now are all overestimating their abilities against the general trend of the world. They are seeking their own death. They dared to claim that they represent justice. Now they are dead. Yes, they have fallen. Obviously, we are the real trend in righteousness. And we are the winners. You should surrender quickly. Don't sacrifice yourself in vain. As long as you surrender, you will be trained and reused by us, giving you all the treasures, skills, magic weapons, and opportunities to achieve great things. If you still resist to the end, you will only become a corpse. Why are you still holding weapons in your hands? The situation is so clear. Why don't you quickly calm down the anger on your face? Calm down. And then take the initiative to express your loyalty to us? Opportunities and choices have been placed in front of you. Those who understand the current affairs are heroes. Why haven't one or two talented people stepped forward to prove that he is a smart person worthy of reuse and trust? Finished saying this. Waited for a while. The first smart man appeared and took the initiative to express his intention to surrender. Then most of the second and third Immortal Sect disciples had to make the decision to surrender. After all, they didn't want to die. But there were a few disciples who were unwilling to surrender and gritted their teeth without any expression. For these hard-nosed warriors, the battle mecha did not waste time. They killed all the men and ordered the beauties to be imprisoned. The same was true for the 8 Immortal Sects behind them. Processing techniques. Chapter 296 Duanmu's UFA's struggle. 3 days. It only took 3 days. The 9 Immortal Sects with tens of thousands of historical heritages have been completely reduced to history and no longer exist. They have all become assets under the name of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Only the Azure Chamber of Commerce has the right to operate and manage. The original high-level officials are all here. Under the attack of the fighting mecha, they turned into corpses and resentful souls. Even if there were a few survivors who survived, they did not dare to initiate any resistance, because it was an act of seeking death. The remaining monks in the 9 great immortal sects are mainly middle and lower class. With a population of about 10,000, the core members of the inner sect are only 3 to 4,000. The male-to-female ratio is about 2 to 1. But the average talent of female disciples is even more outstanding. We are also more powerful. And all of them have extremely good looks and extraordinary temperament. It is not an exaggeration to describe them all as fairies. And beauties can always be accommodated and given preferential treatment, even if they do the same thing. If they show resistance, the male disciples will be killed. But they will be controlled and will not be harmed. Therefore, after all the 9 immortal sects were wiped out, thousands of fairies have become prisoners of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Those who are more knowledgeable about current affairs are immediately trusted and reused, and become employees of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. They receive very high wages and benefits. But the work content is quite complicated. For the sake of ease, if they take the initiative to release friendly signals and act a little harder, they will be able to occupy high positions and be assigned to well-decorated houses. There will even be servants dedicated to serving them, and they will be assigned more materials and resources. Relaxation can open many doors of opportunities, and the future is limitless. Duanmu Xuefei, 22 years old this year, is a genius who cultivates immortality with Tianling roots. She was found to have extremely high talent at the age of 5, and then received key training and care. She strives for success, and through her good performance in the ring, ranked among the top 10 on the prodigy list, and has considerable popularity. But now, her identity is that of a prisoner. A person has a very stubborn character and is unwilling to surrender. He wants to resist in his heart, but due to various reasons, he is unable to resist. He can only temporarily endure it in order to seek better opportunities. Hatred. She felt very hateful in her heart. First, she hated the Azure Chamber of Commerce for being overbearing and suddenly attacked the Immortal Sect, killing her master, head, and a group of elders. In her eyes, these were very tall and majestic, powerful, and able to protect the sect. And they were so powerful. She was defeated easily and all cost them their lives, which made her shocked and helpless. She even realized that with her cultivation level that was not yet in the foundation building stage, she was afraid that she would not be able to withstand a single blow against those armored monsters. So she had better stop obediently and obey the suggestions of her brothers and sisters. Endure it first, and then wait for the opportunity to move and find her. Opportunity. As long as you don't die, there will always be a chance to successfully take revenge in the future. And because of her outstanding appearance and temperament, the merchants of the Azure Chamber of Commerce are extremely polite to fairies like her, without beating or scolding them at all. And they have given countless gifts. As long as they are soft, all the treasures in the world can be obtained. If you get it, the situation will improve immediately. There are also some servants who, in the process of serving them, always brainwash them intentionally or unintentionally, saying crazy things about the Blue Chamber of Commerce, shaping the Blue Chamber of Commerce into an all-powerful and generous force. With the help of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, the Epic Empire has undergone earth-shaking changes, and life has gradually become better. With the Epic Empire, it has entered an unprecedented new era and lived an unimaginably good life. The so-called prosperous age is probably nothing more than that. There are also other advantages, such as the exemption of agricultural taxes, poll taxes, etc., which greatly reduces the burden on the people, creates almost unlimited jobs, and provides wages that are far higher than those for farming, allowing many the farmers earn enough wages to build brick houses, and also provided countless cheap and useful tools, and so on. All in all, the merchants of the Blue Chamber of Commerce are really good people. They have allowed the people who have been poor for countless years to live a more decent life for the first time. And those high-level immortals, they have done everything for ordinary people. What have you been through? What have they taken out and sold to the people at a lower price? Or what role did it play in solving the problem of the barbarians in the north? No. Immortals have never done anything. Even though most of them come from ordinary people, they have not given anything back except endless requests. If they were asked to make a choice, they would naturally rather choose the Azure Chamber of Commerce than support those superior immortals. What's more, some evil immortals, in order to pursue faster cultivation speed, have done a lot of massacres of villages and cities. If they find a good seedling, they will kill the family of the seedling, calling it the way of humanity, completely eliminate the human nature in the body, so that one can focus on nothing and embrace greater achievements. However, with such behavior, ordinary people become innocent victims. They would rather not have any fairy seedlings at home than be unearthed by the gods for their talents. There are many similar things, too numerous to mention. Heard these words, Duan Mushufa remained silent, unable to refute. She had to admit in her heart that these statements did have some truth. All the things done by the inhumane immortals were selfish and extremely cold-blooded from the perspective of a mortal. I really can't fault anything good. Comparing the various practices of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, it is completely normal and reasonable to win the hearts and minds of the general public. Only, in her heart, Duan Mushufa still couldn't accept that the 9 immortal sects were wiped out like this. She and many of her disciples had to surrender to these businessmen. She felt that this was a kind of subversion and a fact that she couldn't accept at all. She still wanted to go back to the mountains, to the days when she had no time to practice. And she didn't know what kind of beastly behavior the Blue Chamber of Commerce would do to break through their bottom line and end up in a difficult situation where life was worse than death. Middle. Although she admits that her personal freedom is now subject to some restrictions, she has not suffered any abuse in life. She lives in a luxuriously decorated villa and is served by many servants. She eats all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and seas every day. There are beautiful skirts and clothes, convenient and easy-to-use electronic products, and all kinds of modern products that can be accessed and used. The convenience brought by it also surprised her. Many senior sisters and sisters actually being impressed and defeated by this extravagant lifestyle. She chose to make further compromises, becoming the lover of those businessmen, dedicating her beauty, and then gained more freedom and embraced a higher quality of life. She was the only one who still insisted on herself and did not give in. Otherwise, as long as she wavered a little, she would have become the plaything of those businessmen. This morning, a flying device slowly landed on the lawn in the front yard of the villa. Li Leffen walked out and slowly entered the villa. In the luxuriously decorated large living room, Duan Mushufa, wearing a white antique dress, was sitting on the sofa, reading a book boredly, or picking up a tablet device next to her and looking for some movies and programs to watch. Days like this have been going on for several months. Apart from eating and sleeping every day, I just read books and watch movies. There is no other activity. I have obviously gained 2 or 3 pounds. As for cultivation, I also meditate for several hours every day. But the density of spiritual energy in the mortal world is too low. And there are no spiritual stones. Supply. The little spiritual energy absorbed by meditation is almost better than nothing. It has no effect of cultivation at all. It is better to lie down and sleep for a while. Boring. If this kind of monotonous and repetitive days goes by for a long time, it will feel very boring and boring. Even a woman with a quiet personality like her can sometimes be a little unbearable. Shake. Occasionally in the dead of night, she would have a slight wavering, thinking that as long as she surrendered and was willing to commit herself to a certain businessman, she would immediately gain extremely precious freedom and be able to do what she liked. If you want to do something, you can go see the scenery, relax, whatever you want. It is always better than being a canary in a cage. But she shook her head again. Still haven't been able to let go of some of my inner persistence. I thought that if I stayed up for a while, there might be some turning points and the possibility of breaking the situation. Sooner or later, a mere businessman organization would have its flaws and loopholes found. And sooner or later, it would be destroyed and eliminated. It was just a moment of pride. So it was impossible to laugh too much. Long time. If she waits for another 2, 3 or even 5 years at most, she will always wait for a very good opportunity to change her current situation. She has always had such expectations and fantasies. Only, such days are too long and torturous. She is only 20 years old this year, and does not have that much patience and determination. She feels that she can no longer hold on, and has already thought about compromising. As long as she can just get more freedom. I am Lee Leffen, the president of the Asher Chamber of Commerce, and the person with the highest status. Lee Leffen walked into the living room and looked at the peerless beauty on the sofa. He immediately had a strong impulse, but he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and said, I can give you freedom. I can give you a spiritual stone containing infinite energy. And I can give you all I want is, can you let go of some of the persistence in your heart? Stand on my side. Recognize my ideas. Believe in me as a person. And give me a chance to win your heart, and let you support and recognize me from the bottom of your soul. Hear this. Duan did not respond, but just put down the book in her hand. After a moment of silence, she raised her head and looked at him and said, I am already your prisoner. Do you still need to discuss with me what you want to do? I do want freedom. But will you dare to give it to me? Of course I dare to give it. As long as you want it. I can give it to you no matter what. Lee Leffen nodded solemnly, then sat next to the woman, took a deep breath, smelled the fragrance of the fairy, and moved closer to her, saying, Actually, we businessmen only came to this place temporarily to develop. We'll leave in 2 years, and there will be almost no possibility of coming back. The internal order of the Dodgy Empire will still return to a normal state in the future, and the 9 immortal sects may not be unable to recover. I will consider letting you serve as one of the immortals. The sect master of the sect will provide you with a large amount of resources to allow you to develop freely, and the order of the Epic Empire will also be taken into account. Finally, a pattern of 9 female immortal emperors and 1 mortal empress, totaling 10 empresses, will rule the world, and we must ensure that this order can operate stably for 10,000 or more than 100,000 years, so that the people's lives will get better and better, and their productivity will become higher and higher. As long as you are willing to nod, you can also have a seat and make your great contribution. As for us businessmen from outside the territory, there is no possibility of turning back to disturb you. No matter how angry you are and how resentful the sect was when it was destroyed, there is no need to continue to resist. Anyway, after the establishment of a new order, you will not have any at such a huge loss. We businessmen have only left behind some stories and legends. A few years later, these positive stories will probably be tampered with into negative stories. But we can't control these, and don't know how to escape. Gone somewhere. Lee Leffen gently put a hand on the fairy's shoulder, hugged her towards him, and said, What are you still hesitating about? What's the big loss? I'll give you 5 minutes. Think about it carefully. If it doesn't work out, I can only go to the villa where other fairies live and ask other fairies. I think there will definitely be 1 or 2 who are willing to cooperate with me. Hear this. Duan finally couldn't hold herself any longer. Finally there was a violent shake. The immortal empress, or the immortal emperor, listening to the meaning of this man's words. As long as she nods in agreement and cooperates, she will become the female fairy emperor of a fairy mountain in the future. Not only will she have powerful abilities, but she will also be given some authority and can participate in the entire process, in the governance of the world. Do more things for the people. This Lee Leffen will leave behind many assets and channels before she leaves to help her realize her ambitions and become a very great person who can decide many major world events. As for revenge, there is actually no need for it. This man is leaving and will never come back. Everything they get now will soon no longer belong to them and will be handed back. In this case, there is really no need to be so repulsive. And hatred. In terms of time, it was only 2 or 3 years. and it passed in the blink of an eye. You can definitely consider agreeing to this transaction to realize your ambitions, especially the special spiritual stone provided by Lelethan. It does contain nearly infinite energy, also called spiritual energy, and one stone can be worth thousands. Tens of thousands of ordinary spirit stones can be used to replenish spiritual energy repeatedly, as long as there are more of these spirit stones. Her cultivation will not be subject to any restrictions. The room for improvement is unimaginable. Within 10 years, she will be promoted to Nascent Soul Grandmaster. Man, it's not impossible. I think I need to think about it. Can you give me a few days? After a long time, Duanmu Xuefei said. Give you 5 minutes. I don't want to wait that long, Lelethan said. 3 minutes later, Duanmu Xuefei nodded and said slightly reservedly, I think I can cooperate with you. Good. Lelethan immediately picked her up and walked to a certain room. Chapter 297 Comprehensive Integration. Another period of time passed. The impact of the destruction of the 9 immortal sects has basically disappeared. New sect interest representatives have been selected one after another, and they are all women with good looks and good temperament. They have all received strong support from the Blue Chamber of Commerce, such as unlimited supplies and a large amount of spiritual energy. High-purity spiritual stones. The Azure Chamber of Commerce has mastered the technology of purifying spiritual energy particles, collecting them in large quantities, and finally filling them into spiritual stones, which solves the problem of the spiritual energy concentration being too low for cultivation, as well as the new rest after a long period of supercomputer simulation. Immortal skills. With the help of these resources, the agents of the 9 immortal sects all practiced at an explosive speed, making great progress and achieving unimaginable breakthroughs in a short period of time. Take Duanmu Xuefei as an example. She was originally at the 9th level of Qi training, and has not yet reached the level of Dzogchen. If she breaks through forcibly, the probability of achieving foundation establishment is no more than 30%. If she takes the foundation establishment pill again, the probability can be the increase has been increased to about 60%. But the foundation establishment pill is extremely rare and precious, and even she has no possibility or opportunity to get it. But after Lelethan provided her with a large capacity spiritual stone, she had unlimited spiritual energy to use. Her cultivation speed increased 5 to 10 times. It only took a week to break through to the level of Qi practice. And then after receiving a high-quality foundation building pill given to her by Lelethan, the overall success rate of foundation building increased to more than 90%. As for this type of foundation building pill, Lelethan said that she could still provide it in large quantities, because the Azure Chamber of Commerce has mastered the fine details, the technology of refining alchemy, no matter what kind of ammunition it is. After artificial intelligence learning, the refining efficiency can be increased to more than 90%, and the probability of failure is very low. There is no need to worry about medicinal materials, even if they cannot be artificially grown. Rare medicinal materials are grown. But after deciphering the main chemical components in the foundation establishment pill, it is only necessary to synthesize some of the same chemical elements, and then use them to synthesize the elixir. Using advanced chemical synthesis technology, we get rid of dependence on various medicinal materials, etc., etc. Anyway, after getting these endless good things, Duanmu Xuefei soon felt regretting that she had compromised too late. If she had compromised earlier, she would have enjoyed the best spiritual stones, top-notch cultivation techniques, pills, and other resources by now. I support it. But it's a pity that she pretended to be noble and wasted too much precious time. Otherwise, she would have lived a good life, like a fairy now. Thinking of this, she sometimes wanted to slap herself twice. She was still too stupid before, pretending to be reserved and aloof. If she could be smarter and more flexible, she would have enjoyed so many benefits long ago. Although it is not too late now. And from now on, Duanmu Xuefei's cultivation level was like riding a rocket. Breakthroughs were made every once in a while, and she soon reached the level of the 3rd level of foundation building, coupled with some magic weapons, and weapons given to her by Lelethan. She had several trump cards. Even if you encounter some masters in the late stage of foundation building, you are not without the ability to fight. You can also use some weapons and magic weapons to achieve counterattacks, and send the opponent to H.L. Grateful. Duanmu Xuefei felt a sense of gratitude in her heart. She felt that Lelethan was quite a good person, even though she still had the idea of stabbing her in the back when she stood up in the future. At least for now. She was not strong enough. To be strong, you still need to be patient. You can only compromise and constantly look for opportunities. At least you must control your own destiny in your own hands. That is to say, she still has a very old-fashioned side in her heart. Lee Lethan would not have thought that this woman whom he often hugged to sleep at night, although he was already good enough to her, he still could not completely conquer her heart, and it might take some time for her to be influenced. Except for personal and emotional matters. Recent period of time. Lee Lethan and the team members began the work of comprehensive integration while dealing with ferries of various styles. It is planned to achieve an efficient integration of the resources on the entire ferry planet, further liberate productivity, and build a transportation network and energy network that can be connected to any location on the planet, and establish a unified management organization. The benefits are naturally very great. There are many resources and a large population on the ferry planet. If it can achieve complete unification and vigorously develop advanced productive forces, then there will not be too many wars and conflicts. Under such circumstances, all people can enjoy the dividends of peace and truly enter a long-lasting period of peace. It can also build a prosperous, stable, and unified supermarket. The prices of various commodities will also drop rapidly. People's income levels will increase. Their purchasing power will also increase, and they will live a truly prosperous life. As for the Azure Chamber of Commerce, in addition to continuing to make very generous profits through the sale of industrial products, selling a large amount of energy, and allowing Fairy Planet to enter the modern era as soon as possible, when they return to Fairy Planet one day in the future. This will the surrounding environment has definitely entered the era of high technology, so you won't feel any inconvenience. You can also attract girls, spend money and give gifts, gain a few more good-looking confidant, and satisfy your physical needs. But Lee Lethan has also had a lot of troubles recently. One is that many male team members now live a ridiculous life with 3 wives and 4 concubines, singing and singing night after night. Slowly, their minds have been corrupted by beauty, and they actually have the desire to stay in the team for a long time. The idea of a fairy planet is not to go to other places. It is better to take root here and settle down. Through some genetic technology to break the reproductive isolation, they can marry here, build a family, and enjoy the wealth. A colorful life. No need to run around anymore. This place is quite nice. Why not just put down roots here? I now have 6 fairy wives. All of them are clingy and gentle little fairies. I really can't resist their charm. I can't imagine how I would live without them. It's better to stay. We have traveled so far. In this place, the most important thing to overcome so many difficulties is nothing more than money, beauty, and power. As long as we stay on this planet, we will soon have money, peerless beauty, and be able to exert influence. The power becomes the mastermind hiding in the dark. That is, everything we want to pursue has been obtained, and the goals have obviously been achieved. In this case, there is no need to continue to take risks. This is superfluous. This incident has simply increased a lot of risks, the team member said. Yes, I now have beauty, wealth, luxury cars, status and other things, and live a life that I could only dream of originally. In this case, I'd better just accept it when it's good. There's no need to add some additional risks. I have the same idea. I keep running around and changing maps. People don't get enough rest. Instead, after finishing one place, they continue to work on the next place. The accumulated gains are difficult to take away. How about it's better to find a good place to stay? There are so many high-quality beauties here, which is most suitable for a lustful person like me. Even if you give me tens of thousands of cubic meters of star core crystals in exchange, I don't really want to end this life. The rest of the adventure should be completed by our children and future generations. Our mission has almost been completed, and a good foundation has been laid. The next step is to enjoy the time and leave the struggle to our descendants. I can't do it anyway, and I also want to stay and retire. Hear these words from the team members. Lee Lethan realized that the thoughts of these team members had changed. The too luxurious and leisurely life here made them a little happy, and began to tend to lie down. Moreover, there were too many beauties here, and they were obsessed with beauty every day. Among them, the love slowly grows over time, and a huge bond is formed. It is a bit difficult to break away from the ruthless one. It is not easy to leave. If some more small watermelons come out, it will be even worse. Once it's done, the idea of settling down here directly will probably become even stronger. That's right. Although the stars on this fairy planet are not very large and their brightness is less than half that of the standard sun, Their remaining lifespans are still 50 billion years long. They can be said to be eternal, which is enough to last a long time. Resources. It is also quite rich in aspects. Anyway, it can be used for a very long time without the so-called resource exhaustion problem. And the quality of the beauty resources here is indeed too high. 9100% beauty resources can be seen everywhere on the street. If the temperament is better, it will be even more incredible. She is a proper super goddess. And due to physiological effects, any normal man cannot resist the attraction of such beauties. It is like Monk Tang's journey to the West. Although there are 9 or 81 difficulties. The most difficult one is the daughter's country. If you don't have extremely strong resilience and perseverance, few people can pass this level. What to do? Li Leffen didn't really hope that all the team members would be so happy and lost their motivation to move forward. Heading to the unknown starry sky. There are countless stars, opportunities, and stories waiting for them. The subsequent experiences will only become more and more exciting. But a mere beauty has caused so many team members to fall in love with him, including himself. Deep down in his heart, he had the idea that he might as well just fall in love. But he knew that this was not possible. This was not a place where he could stay for a long time. This was just a small place. This place is a borderland. He has not yet gone to a truly lively and exciting place. How can he stagnate and fall easily? No. No. A firm no. The collection of resources must be completed as soon as possible, and the next step can be started. Of the more than 30 remaining team members, he allowed 2 or 3 to stay here and develop. But the remaining team members must all leave. Their team cannot just disperse. However, most of the team members are now in a state of great enjoyment and excitement. It is impossible for them to leave Winter Township now. They can only wait for a while, until they have enjoyed everything they should enjoy. They have experienced everything. After a ridiculous period of time, the influence of dopamine substances in the brain subsides. And then the physical endurance is no longer good. Maybe it is the time to leave. Otherwise, they may not be able to bear it if they continue to overdraw their bodies. This is not a good thing. So the next year or so, Li Leffen didn't mention anything about leaving. Instead, most of the energy is put into development. Near the capital of the Daji Empire, a huge modern industrial park was quickly constructed. There are thousands of factories of various types in it, and tens of millions of sets of advanced equipment are installed, all of which are extremely advanced machine tools. The assembly is completed. A large number of workers are recruited. And then the operation is officially started. The production efficiency is astonishingly high. No matter what industrial product it is, it can be produced with extremely high efficiency, and then dumped in large quantities to the surrounding areas. The price is also very competitive. With power, the industrialization of the Epic Empire is being rapidly realized. In terms of extraordinary abilities, he has successfully integrated the 9 immortal mountains, organized a group of masters, and established a high-end department to crack down on illegal activities and hunt down casual cultivators, evil cultivators, and martial arts masters. Each of them is equipped with very sophisticated equipment, weapons and protective equipment, equipped with flying vehicles. Within a month of its establishment, the organization arrested or killed hundreds of criminals, greatly improving public security in various places, and later set off a wave of crackdowns on local lawlessness. The heroic actions not only eliminated many cancers, but also harvested a lot of resources, such as land, mines, etc. The land was given to the people for free, and the mines were contracted to other businessmen, and mining technology and some tools were given as a gift. In fact, the Blue Chamber of Commerce does not lack any minerals. If it does, just search in space. The cost of mining space meteorites is lower, and the risk factor is also lower. In terms of energy, a large number of solar energy collection devices have been manufactured and then launched to a distance of less than 1,000,000 kilometers from the star, so that the power generation power of a single unit exceeds 1,000,000 kilowatts. The total space power generation power has increased to 1 billion kilowatts. Establishing a large-scale energy trunk road was built to store trillions of degrees of light energy. It was really inexhaustible. So it was guided to the ground of Fairy Planet to provide energy for the industrial park. However, the scale of the industrial park was not large and could only be consumed. The supply of 50 million kilowatts of energy clearly exceeds demand, and a large amount of light energy has to be wasted. There is no way around it. After all, it is difficult for the people's consumption power to keep up with industry. As production efficiency improves and the market becomes saturated, there is no need for machines to operate at full capacity. Otherwise it will lead to oversupply and plummeting prices. This past year, the development of the Epic Empire can also be described as flourishing and developing rapidly. Millions of elite legions have been formed. They have received modern training, advanced equipment, and high morale, taking the transport spacecraft provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce. They can even conquer the world in 2 hours. Their mobility is unparalleled, no matter how tenacious they are. The opponent, in front of this kind of legion, can only accept the fact of failure. Therefore, a unified management order was quickly established. The Empress Wu Qingqiu suddenly became the king of kings and the person with the most power. This made her expand again and have more pursuits. Chapter 298 Stay. This past time, Empress Wu Qingqiu truly experienced the feeling of having hundreds of millions of people submit to her with her word. And all major events in the world were brought about by her power with one word. I can only use one word to describe it. If there are any disobedient ministers who often confront her, she will directly order them to be beheaded. They will also confiscate their homes and exterminate their clans. No one is allowed to dare to disobey her decision. This kind of behavior has been done a lot. After cutting off more than a dozen heads, there are not many people who dare to disobey her, and more people are willing to obey her. But in private, some voices began to spread that she was a tyrant. Comments getting worse. Wu Qingqiu is also quite worried. Sometimes she wants to chop off more heads and go on a killing spree, and does not allow any comments about her to appear. However, the people's mouth is more open than Fanchuan's, and it is impossible to block the speech. On the contrary, it will cause greater discussion. But it is not enough to take no action at all. It will definitely be looked down upon by those ministers. So she fell into a dilemma and made a list of dozens of ministers that she hated so much that she wanted to kill them. But she couldn't kill so many without legitimate reasons and excuses. She suddenly felt very uncomfortable and had to complain to Li Leffen. Li Leffen gave her a suggestion to start a newspaper, gave her a set of printing press equipment for free, and recruited more than a dozen editors who were well educated in poetry and books to launch a dodgy daily. With each copy it was sold at a loss of 3 cents. And it contained a lot of praise for the royal family, as well as some scandalous revelations about certain ministers in private. Any minister who Wu Qingqiu looked unhappy with could quickly have negative news related to him, which would arouse the public's attention. As long as any black spots are exposed in their discussions, they will all end up with a social death. 1. At the level of public opinion, Wu Qingqiu also gained the upper hand for the first time. He was no longer afraid of the private slander and slander of those civil servants. The common people had a strong feeling in their hearts that as long as their living standards improved, as long as the barbarians in the north were wiped out, pure, unable to bring any hidden dangers and damage, as long as the national power of the Dodgy Empire continues to improve and does these few things well, then she will be the emperor of the ages, a beloved Mingjun, and will be revered by countless people in the future. Of the queen only, even though everything is developing in a good direction, Wu Qingqiu still had a few worries. First, she is about to turn 20, but she does not have a husband yet. She has not yet become pregnant and given birth to a son. This is not possible. It is likely to bring huge hidden dangers to the instability of the empire. There are already many the ministers often persuaded her about this matter, hoping that she would enter the palace as soon as possible and give birth to a prince, so as to stabilize the world. Secondly, Wu Qingqiu discovered a fatal flaw in himself. That is, he was too dependent on the Azure Chamber of Commerce, and there was no way to get rid of it, because 2/3 of the empire's financial revenue was provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Most of her internal income comes from money donated by Li Leffen. In other words, relying on the sufficient financial support provided by the Azure Chamber of Commerce, the Dodgy Empire can maintain normal operation and start a large number of infrastructure projects. Imperial officials' higher salaries, as well as most military expenses and weapons and equipment, also depend on the support of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. If Li Leffen leaves and no longer provides these supports, it will take half a year. No, maybe only 3 months. Dodgy the Empire will not be able to sustain itself, will be unable to maintain its normal status, and will probably collapse. After all, maintaining such a huge empire requires unimaginable costs. Although Wu Qingqiu also attaches great importance to financial and tax income, she does not have many ways to get money from those who are really rich and resourceful. She can only transfer it to ordinary people who have no connections or power. As a result, the people cannot survive, which is absolutely unacceptable. What's more, Wu Qingqiu himself is a good spender. When he sees something he likes or a luxury item, he will immediately place an order and have it moved to his palace. His monthly expenses exceed 3 million taels, or even more than 500. Wan Liang has become more and more extravagant and wasteful. He has long been accustomed to a high consumption life, and it is impossible to be willing to return to the past consumption level. Therefore, the Azure Chamber of Commerce must not leave. Massive amounts of money must continue to be provided, no less than more, to ensure that the royal family always has a lot of money available. This requires finding a way to tie down Li Lefen's heart and prevent him from running away. Otherwise, the Epic Empire will be really dangerous. As glorious as it is now, it may be in such a mess the next second. Wu Qingqiu definitely doesn't want to return to the miserable days of the past. So does she have a good way to make Li Lefen's heart firmly tied to her, and even willing to stay for her forever? Not sure. Wu Qingqiu felt very unsure, because that bastard Li Lefen, after he got her body, the relationship between the two was estranged for several months. They often stayed together, and the relationship was very hot. Even some ministers noticed it and gave advice. Later, I don't know why, but Li Lefen seemed to be tired of it. He went in and out of the palace less and less. He almost didn't go to the palace anymore. Wu Qingqiu took the initiative to invite him to stay several times, but he was rejected every time. She felt very angry and puzzled that this bastard used to be like an animal, frantically looking for opportunities to contact him. But now he is like a gentleman. Even though she showed initiative, he didn't feel it yet. Man, as expected, it was not a good thing, and it simply made her feel speechless and angry. But after the anger, Wu Qingqiu also knew that the relationship between the two must not be broken, and the cooperation must continue. Otherwise, the normal operation of the Daji Empire cannot be maintained. What to do? This evening, in a certain palace, after a lot of effort, Wu Qingqiu invited Li Lefen over and sat down to have a meal together to discuss some things with him. Wu Qingqiu also made a lot of preparations for this. He put on extremely rare makeup and a very gorgeous skirt. He dressed up carefully for several hours, bringing his appearance and temperament to a peak level. It is impossible for any normal man not to be attracted by her image and temperament. However, when Li Lefen saw her, he didn't show a look of obsession. He just looked at her a little longer and then showed a calm expression, which made Wu Qingqiu feel a little discouraged. Fortunately, she did not have an attack, but showed a rare gentle side. She spoke in an extremely soft tone, and found a suitable moment to express her thoughts. Brother Fan, I will be 20 soon. All the ministers in the court have come up to advise me, hoping that I will choose a husband as soon as possible. Officially get married, and then give birth to children to consolidate the country. This matter is very important. I wonder what you think, Brother Fan? Wu Qingqiu looked at him and asked, choose a royal husband? Li Lefen looked at her, was silent for a while, thought for a moment and said, you are still young. It doesn't matter if you are 2 years later. But if you feel that you need to get married early, you can also choose a husband earlier. I think you will think about it yourself. Then don't you have anything else to say? Don't you want to be my royal husband? Wu Qingqiu asked directly without any detours. After all, she had such a straightforward character. If she wanted to ask something in her heart, she would directly say it and look at the man to hear what he meant. I'm just a businessman. Am I qualified to be your royal husband? Li Lefen shook his head and said, Your Majesty, didn't you also say before that my status as a businessman will not be recognized by the world? I think this is quite reasonable. Not to mention that I will not stay here for a long time. I will leave after a while. Even if I want to be your royal husband, I can't cause you to be a widow in the future. Right? Your identity is no longer a problem. There is no businessman like you in the world. Not only can he spend countless amounts of money, but he can also save the people of the world and make them live better and better lives. Many people have become a saint, and you are no longer a businessman in the traditional sense. So in terms of status, you are worthy of me. As for leaving, the world is so big. Where do you want to leave me? Do you have to leave? How about staying here and pretending it's for me? Wu Qingqiu looked at him and said, with a very rare hint of pleading, because she really couldn't live without this man, and she was too dependent on him. If he really left, she didn't know what to do. All right. This. He heard the meaning behind the woman's words. Li Lefen thought for a while and had to say, 3 years. I will stay here for about 3 more years at most. And then I will definitely leave. I also know what your concerns are. But don't worry. I will not be irresponsible. Instead, You will leave behind enough assets, a large amount of money, and a complete industrial system to ensure that your empire is very stable. You don't have to worry about anything going wrong for 10, 20, or hundreds of years. I will make appropriate arrangements and stay, which is difficult to do. There are many next stops waiting for me to start. 3 years. How can this time be enough? Don't you have me in your heart? Can't you stay here for me? Yes. I need your money and your support. But I need you even more. Stay and be my royal husband. Have 3 or 5 more children. And rule our empire together. Isn't this a good thing? Is there anything else out there that is worth leaving me and worth abandoning so much? Glory and wealth? Are you stupid? Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but ask, wondering what was going on in his head. Hey, don't do this anymore. I can't abandon my mission. In 3 years, 3 years at most, I can satisfy you whatever you want. But it's impossible to stay. Don't do any more useless work. Okay, there's no need to discuss this matter anymore. It's settled. Li Lefan waved his hands rather irritably. Wu Qingqiu's face suddenly darkened. She felt her plans had been disrupted. Those previous plans seemed unable to keep up with the changes at hand. If she cannot keep this man, even if he will leave behind a large amount of property and technical information so that she can squander it for decades or hundreds of years in the future, there is no guarantee. In fact, it will still be nothing. And it can only be guaranteed for a while. Cannot be guaranteed to be permanent. This is absolutely not possible. A dark thought suddenly appeared in her mind. She thought that those who didn't listen to her would end up in a tragic end. Now this man is no longer obedient. Then there will always be a way to make you obedient. So far, a plan gradually took shape in her mind. But on the surface, she still smiled and said, Okay, since you have your own arrangements, I won't force you. But you should help more with the child's affairs, and come to the palace to accompany you more during this time. As for me, as long as we have heirs and stabilize the country, everything else will be easy. Even if you leave in the future, it won't matter. This? Okay. Li Lefan hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed to help. In the following period, he entered the palace at intervals, brought a lot of medical equipment, performed some genetic analysis and transformation operations, extracted the genes of himself and Wu Qingqiu, and then optimized, remove the defective and imperfect genes, and leave the genes related to strength, handsomeness, intelligence, etc., and then put them into the population breeding cabin to start the cultivation of the population. And it is 1 male and 1 female. At the same time, after nurturing 2 of them, after waiting for 10 months, they will come to this world and become the sons of the emperor and the people with the best bloodline. After this work is completed, the frequency of Li Lefan's visits to the palace has been greatly reduced. He can't go twice a week. After all, he has a lot of women now. Each of them must be accompanied and coaxed. Otherwise he will get angry easily. Sometimes he also has a kind of doppelganger. Feeling lacking in skills, I think it would be better to provoke less women in the future. Even if they are extremely beautiful fairies, it will take time and effort, and some freedom will be lost. In fact, it is not particularly cost-effective, because no matter how beautiful the beauty is, look, after a long time, I felt it was quite ordinary, nothing amazing anymore, and gradually I lost interest. This made Wu Qingqiu very angry and speechless. He also sent Li Lefan a large number of supplements and health products in the form of gifts, so that he could replenish his body and strive for better performance and increase the number of visits to the palace. But the number of times this bastard entered the palace continued to decrease, and his performance became increasingly unsatisfactory. She even couldn't find a suitable opportunity to implement her plan, which made her sulky countless times. Countless phone calls were made, after issuing a stern warning. This day, Li Lefan finally took a day to enter the palace. The moment he entered the palace, he noticed that the palace door was closed. The number of guards in the palace seemed to have increased a lot, and there was a rather depressing atmosphere, which made him feel very bad. Chapter 299 Compromise and Leaving. Enter the interior of the palace. He saw the Empress Wu Qingqiu with a straight face and a cold expression. When she waved her hand casually, hundreds of masters gathered around him, surrounding him. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Li Lefan glanced at the surroundings. His heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and he had to say, Your Majesty, it is completely in vain for you to do this. It can only trap me for a while, and you cannot keep me forever. It is better to calm down and don't be so impulsive. It's not going to have a good effect. When you enter the palace this time, don't go out. Do your best to play the role of prince husband, contribute to the empire, and make your contribution. As for leaving, don't think about it. I will find a way. What makes you give up the idea of leaving is beauty, power, food, anything in this world you can get if you want it. Isn't it good to enjoy it all? You just want to go out for adventure when you are full and strong. I still don't know if it's possible to come back. This is all nonsense. As your wife, I have the right to stop you from making wrong decisions. Let me arrange your affairs in the future. Wu Qingqiu waved his hand, showing a non-negotiable attitude. Li Lefan didn't know what to say. He was thinking about whether he should use some backup tactics and call for rescue. As long as he sent out a signal, a super god mecha would come to the rescue in 3 to 5 minutes at the fastest. But he was in a situation now, under a tight siege. His wealth and life were already in the hands of these masters. Although he could call for rescue very quickly, there was still a certain degree of danger. Of course, he could also use his space power to teleport away from this dangerous place. But for some reason, he felt a strange suppression at this moment, because he was at the feet of the emperor, under Wu Qingqiu, in front of him, and she could call upon the power of the national destiny of the epic empire to freeze a small area of time and space, which exerted restraint and gave Li Lefan the idea of escape. But the success rate might not be high. Never mind. Compromise. They could only show a smile and make a compromise statement, expressing their willingness to stay for a while. It doesn't matter if the time is longer. They will continue to provide support and help to develop the Daji Empire well enough. And their children will also now that I have grown up. Everything is very prosperous and stable. Now I have to think about whether to leave or not. Anyway, I can't leave at this stage. So Li Lefan moved into the palace. A year has passed. 3 years have passed. A full 5 years have passed. Li Lefan never thought that he would stay in such a depressing place like the palace for such a long time. He is looking for opportunities every day, making arrangements, secretly contacting the outside world, and adopting a variety of methods, just to get out as soon as possible and do what he wants to do and arrange. But every time he tried to leave, he failed and ended up in high school several times. He couldn't escape Wu Qingqiu's close surveillance of him. Every move seemed to be under her control, and she still discovered his escape move. There would be a crackdown, and the operation had to be cancelled quickly. After using all kinds of swearing and tricks to make women happy, Wu Qingqiu could barely dispel Wu Qingqiu's doubts. And the past 5 years, the Epic Empire has achieved great development again. The main transportation network is already extending in all directions, and is very convenient. Except for a few backward rural areas, the infrastructure is not very good. However, most of the core areas of the empire are in a complete and convenient economic circle. The income of the people is at least it has doubled. But the price has not changed much, which means that the quality of life has more than doubled. Secondly, there are many modern products that have been promoted on a large scale and have entered thousands of households. For example, radios and televisions. Through these two electrical products, ordinary people can receive all kinds of external information, broaden their horizons, and be able to know the world's major events without leaving home, which has brought about an information revolution. For example, bicycles and electric vehicles have also brought about changes in transportation. If you ride a pedal bicycle, coupled with those cement roads and relatively flat land, you can travel smoothly to most places, including any village. Yes, if it is an electric vehicle, there are 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled. The speed can reach 30 or 40 yards, and it can also carry some people and goods, thus promoting the development of business on a larger scale. Many small businesses a hawker achieves a relatively prosperous and well-off life through an electric car. There are also a large number of energy-related products such as photovoltaic power generation panels and lights, which have also entered a lot of households, especially middle-class households. Most of them will buy a photovoltaic power generation device and cover it on the roof of their home. Through the absorption of sunlight, a considerable amount of electricity is obtained, which brings great convenience to daily production and life. Although the power generation capacity will be insufficient in winter or rainy weather, households with electricity and households without electricity there is still a very big difference, which even leads to the fact that many young women are generally eager to marry into a family that can install photovoltaic panels. Even if it is to become a concubine, they are very willing to do so. They just do not consider going to a family without electricity as the so-called first wife gap. This creates a very significant gap. It has also made photovoltaic panel products a certain necessity. The vast number of ordinary people, even if they are trying to make money by selling iron, they still want to buy a set of photovoltaic panel equipment, and they are even willing to run away to buy the cheapest one. I went to the capital thousands of miles away to purchase goods at Wanbao Building, just to get a cheap wholesale price that I could afford. Finally, I took it home and quickly installed it. Once I became a household with electricity, I didn't have to worry about it. The issue of finding a partner for your son is about choosing a daughter-in-law. Fiery. In short, the empire has been developing very vigorously in the past few years. It can be said that it is booming. Food production is increasing year by year. Production efficiency is getting faster and faster. And drastic changes are happening in various places every day. Even many savage tribes in the mountains are attracted by the colorful world outside. With temptation and envy, they no longer want to live in the barren mountains, but are eager to stay and take root in prosperous big cities, even if they can only engage in some lower-end jobs. With their hands and diligence, they can always make a living. There are many inspiring stories about being able to change yourself and realize your dreams. As for Li Leffen himself, although he is very happy to see the great development situation of the Daji Empire in all aspects, it is estimated that in less than 20 years, it will be able to create an unprecedented prosperous age, and even completely enter a modern society, allowing more people to achieve prosperity and get rid of poverty and hunger. But Li Leffen, who had made so many contributions and spent a huge amount of resources and funds, just wanted to escape from the palace as soon as possible and never come near this land of right and wrong again. It's just that his personal freedom is restricted. Could it be that he can leave smoothly if he wants to? Actually, Li Leffen had long been confident of leaving this place. But in the past 5 years, he has lived a pretty good life in the palace. His number of sons and daughters has also increased to 10. Half male and half. All of them were cultivated through the breeding cabin, and they have extremely perfect genes. And as they grew up, Li Leffen played the role of a dad, taking care of these children every day and interacting with them. Gradually, he felt that these children were quite cute, and being their father was a great experience. It's a pretty good thing, and I'm quite happy every day. Now these children have grown up one by one. He is also more obedient and sensible. The brains are also very smart, and all of them have the talent of being a top student. They have very strong learning abilities, and basically don't have much to worry about. Li Leffen felt it was time to leave. So it was this afternoon. After making all arrangements, Li Leffen teleported out of the palace and came to a place outside the palace. Then he got into a vehicle that had been prepared long ago and rushed towards Wanbao Tower. Arrive at the Wanbao Building. Enter it. Take the elevator to the top. And finally get on a small spaceship. Go straight up into the sky. And finally return to the Starry Sky Fearless exploration spacecraft. The next step is to issue a summons and call on all team members to return. In 3 days at most, the Starry Sky Fearless will leave. Quickly pack up and leave this place. You can't waste any more time or consume too much. After receiving this summoning message, most of the team members, after thinking for a while, gave a reply guaranteeing their return. After all, the space energy facility has been built a long time ago, and the Stargate was built last year and has been recharging for more than a year. Now it is time to start teleportation. The time that can be delayed until now is almost the limit. What's more, in the past 5 years, although many team members have lived an extremely decadent life every day, married wives and concubines one after another, and tasted all kinds of beauties, but after 5 years, even their ironclad bodies are probably I can't bear it anymore. And no matter how beautiful a person or thing is, if you look at it for a long time, you will easily become fatigued, and you will no longer be able to feel amazing. The threshold will also be significantly increased. Unless you meet a more beautiful fairy, you will no longer feel excited. Even if you get the body of a top beauty, after a while, you no longer have that heart-beating feeling. This goes on for 5 consecutive years. And you have countless beauties, but there is no resonance in the soul or body. It's a bit too much for them. Even if they take a lot of supplements every day, it's hard to satisfy them. If they continue like this, they may collapse. Not, okay. I can no longer sink into this corrupt and unhealthy life. Otherwise my life will really not last long. Therefore, when they saw the call for return sent by Li Leffen to them, most of them gave very positive replies. When I go back, I will return to the spaceship immediately. My body has been exhausted in the past few years. I can't go on like this anymore. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. I want to escape from this endless suffering every day. I can only return to a place of freedom. The state of being in good health. I admit, I wanted to stay on this very planet forever before. It's so-called dying under peonies. Being a ghost is also romantic. And being able to die from exhaustion in the arms of a beautiful woman is always a very good thing. But now I really can't bear it. I have no desire for anything anymore. I just want to take a good rest for a while. No, it is best not to touch beauty anymore. I am tired of it. Completely tired of it. From today on, I will be a pure-hearted person. Those red-pink skulls of those ascetic monks can no longer enchant me. I think the same way. Now I also want to become a monk. At first, I thought this place was paradise. I was willing to live here for 50 years, 100 years, or my whole life. But I found that I still overestimated myself. Now, there are only exhausted cows and no plowed land in this world. I was quickly defeated. The further back I went, the more powerless I felt. I didn't dare to provoke too many beauties anymore. Alas, forget it. Let's leave. I've almost had enough fun anyway. Although I will definitely miss this place in the future. But now I just want to escape as soon as possible. Hey, this is indeed not a paradise, but a very scary HL. I originally weighed more than 160 kilograms, but now I have lost weight to 120 kilograms. But they still won't let me go. They have to pay me public food every day and don't let me go outside. Even if I promise countless times that I won't add new girls. They still don't believe it and will continue to squeeze me. If this continues, I'm afraid my body will collapse and I won't be able to survive for long. In order to survive, it's better to leave this place. I am really reluctant to leave. I don't want to leave my 3 wives. But there are still new adventure missions waiting for me. I am also more eager to see more worlds. Increase my understanding of this universe. And get along with it. Bye. The bond of love between children must be broken as soon as possible. And we must not be bound by these constraints. But if there is a chance in the future, we will definitely come back to see them. And we must leave an asset that is enough for their expenses. So the next 2 days, Lee Leffen and more than 30 team members made a lot of arrangements before leaving. For example, thousands of factories were packaged into a giant industrial complex, then converted into 10 million shares, and then distributed to their respective women and children. About 1,000 people, with an average of 10,000 shares per person. And each share can generate an income of $100 silver a year. That is, you can receive share dividends of as much as $1 million silver a year. The energy facilities in space were handed over to the Dodgy Empire royal family, and into the hands of Wu Qingqiu. But she was not satisfied. She still looked at Lee Leffen with extremely resentful eyes, and waited for Lee Leffen behind the screen to ask him why he started to rebel and finally gave up. If he abandons his wife and son and speaks cruel words. A few years later, people will definitely be dispatched to hunt him down and imprison him, where he will live in regret and repentance forever. But these words were ignored by Lee Leffen, and did not take them to heart. The third day. In space. The starry sky dreadnought turned on its power unit for the first time in a long time, sprayed out blue tail flames, and embarked on a new journey. Chapter 300 The Huge Fairy World. Let's go! The starry sky dauntless entered the Stargate, and set the transmission coordinates near a red giant star 100 light-years away. Only 3 team members were left behind to stay in this star system, and take over all the industries. System. Control the highest authority. From now on, they will be the person in charge here, controlling everything in this star system behind the scenes. Lee Leffen and the others also left some farewell messages. Meaning, I'm leaving, and I hope to take good care of myself. And so on. When the Empress Wu Qingqiu saw it, she was naturally extremely angry, yelled at her, and wanted to chop her with a knife. He is such a heartless man. And he also vowed to find him in the future, to inflict the most cruel punishment on him, to torture him severely, to make his life worse than death. Anyway, he will never let him have an easy life, and he must make him feel endless regret. It's just that Lee Leffen definitely couldn't hear such harsh words. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of light-years away. It was impossible to catch up. However, when the starry sky dauntless exits the state of super-light flight, however, I found that the surrounding space environment was not near a red giant star. I did not see the scenes I wanted to see. Instead, I was in a thick interstellar cloud. The visibility was very low, and the brightness was very dim. There are no massive objects around. It is a completely unknown and strange star field. It's over. There must be an error in the transmission. It's not the place we said at all. We're in trouble. We don't know how to get out of this nebula. Or, if we leave like this, we look like scumbags. So God will punish us. Are we here? Navigation Officer Wang Ziheng said, a little dumbfounded, looking at the endless fog on the screen. It seems that Stargate transmission is not particularly reliable. The probability of error is very high. It may also be that something like a time-space fold or a time-space trap is encountered in the middle of the transmission, causing the transmission to go wrong. This kind of unlucky thing is again we collided. And now we can hardly see anything. We are like a headless fly, not knowing which direction to go. Flight Officer Zhang Sikong shook his head. Captain, what do you think we should do? How can we get out of this nebula area? Logistics Officer Tang Baifu couldn't help but ask. Science Officer, I wonder what your suggestion is. Li Leffen turned to look at Science Officer Shin Shinren, hoping to get some useful advice from him. I don't have a particularly good way. In the depths of a nebula like this, I can only go forward to one place, using the black hole in the center of the galaxy as a guide. Anyway, if you go in the direction with the strongest gravity, you won't get out. It's too big a problem. Science Officer Shinshiren said. Then do as you say. No matter which direction we go, we have to leave this nebula area first. Li Leffen nodded. Subsequently, according to the direction of the black hole in the center of the galaxy indicated by the interstellar navigation equipment, the starry sky dauntless continued to accelerate forward, and the engine turned on the maximum thrust working state, quickly accelerating to a level close to the speed of light. And because it was inside the nebula, it could collect with a large amount of working fluid. You don't have to worry about running out of working fluid. In order to speed up, Li Leffen also used his space system ability, constantly distorting the time and space in front of him, allowing the spacecraft to enter a state of super-light navigation, accelerating the speed of the spacecraft, and avoiding staying in this nebula area for too long. Bring some bad results. A year has passed, and the nebula area has not passed yet. 2 years have passed, and the spacecraft has traveled a total distance of more than 10 light-years. It should be able to break out of this nebula area. After all, there are indeed things in this universe that cover more than 10 light-years. But inside the star system, the range exceeds the 10 light-year nebula area was indeed a bit unexpected, casting a shadow over Li Leffen and the others. They began to wonder if they had taken the wrong path, or if they had encountered an interstellar ghost who was hitting the wall and kept going in circles. Going around in circles. In short, serious fear and doubt arose, and it was not impossible for him to suffer a mental breakdown. At this time, Li Leffen had to say, we have to believe in ourselves and hope. If we go forward for a while, we will definitely be able to get out of this mysterious and weird place. As long as we have enough patience. This test will not be difficult for us. Well, we have already walked 10 light years, so we can only bite the bullet and keep going forward. At worst, we can try walking 10 light years again. We can get out after all, but it will take some time. If you can't wait, you can choose to enter the hibernation cabin and have a good sleep for a while. Anyway, out of sight and out of mind. Maybe when you wake up, we will arrive at a very beautiful and very fun place. Yes, if you want to hibernate, go to hibernation. Now is a crisis period. There is no need to spend a lot of time waiting and consuming. This is not cost-effective. It is better to sleep more and play virtual games for a while. Online games to kill that boring time. All the team members expressed their thoughts one after another. Then 10 people chose to hibernate in the hibernation cabin for a period of time. 15 people entered a virtual world with a high degree of simulation, enabled tenfold time acceleration, and experienced a colorful life in another world in the game. The remaining 9 people are the team that stayed behind and have to continue to stick to their posts and move forward. Although there will be some suffering and hardship, they are confident that they can survive this dense fog area of the nebula. Soon, 3 years, the starry sky fearless continued to run towards the center of the black hole. As the captain, Li Leffen also used his space system powers with all his strength. He used it at least twice a day to accelerate the speed of the spacecraft. In just 3 days, in 2008, the starry sky dauntless traveled more than 20 light-years, with an average sailing speed of 7 times the speed of light, far beyond the imagination of the navigation officer and flight officer. But even if it ran so fast, the thick fog in the nebula has not dissipated and still blocks the forward view of the spacecraft. However, it seems to be slightly lighter than before, and the concentration of some particles has dropped by 1%. There is drama. Lee Lethan felt he saw an opportunity. A chance to get out of this starry fog. Accelerate. Continue to accelerate. Crazy acceleration. Anyway, as long as he walks for a while, he will definitely be able to get out of this fog and see the starry sky appearing in front of him. Lee Lethan's idea was not wrong. Another 3 months of crazy progress. On this day, the density of the fog suddenly accelerated, and the visibility in front became increasingly clear, and some starlight could be vaguely transmitted through. Then it suddenly dawned on me. All the surrounding fog disappeared. Countless bright lights appeared in front of him, like countless light bulbs, bringing a very bright and beautiful starry sky scene. The intensity and density of the light were beyond imagination. Lee Lethan's eyelids couldn't help but narrowed. After getting used to the bright lights, he suddenly noticed that among the lights, there were countless rocky planets, meteorite fragments, and some flat giant objects floating densely. Make him feel overwhelmed. Out. Finally rushed out. A huge new world appeared in front of Lee Lethan. The first thing that surprised him was that this new world was very crowded. There were a lot of materials in space, but they violated the laws of gravity and did not come together to form a massive black hole. Instead, they were affected by something. Due to the influence of these repulsive forces, they did not attract and collide together. Secondly, in the center of the world ahead, there is a giant star with a mass tens of millions of times that of the sun and millions of times the brightness. It provides extremely huge light energy and illuminates an area with a radius of tens of thousands of light years. Because this giant star is still attracting surrounding matter, its lifespan seems to be endless. It has been burning for an unknown number of years, and the light it emits is mainly yellow light, indicating that the internal diffusion reaction is not particularly violent, and may have been affected by some inhibitory elements. Otherwise, such a large mass would have exploded into a supernova instantly and exploded into countless fragments. In addition, inside the world, among the materials of countless planets and continents, there are also some self-luminous stars, like moons. Although the intensity of their luminescence is not high, it cannot be ignored. They are close to the edge. The object provides a certain amount of moonlight energy and also illuminates the originally dark night. Finally, there are countless active traces of life and civilization. Almost every planet and every continent has traces of a large number of active life activities. There are also some giant spaceships and man-made payloads that come and go in space. Lee Lethan even noticed that there are 2 continents with an area of more than 100 billion square kilometers, less than 1 million kilometers apart, very close to each other. And then a large number of warships and spaceships were attacking each other crazily. And a fierce space battle broke out. The number of people participating in the battle was about 1 billion. The battlefield was densely packed with people and equipment. It was so tragic. Of course, most of the planets and continents are in a very peaceful state of development, and there are no traces of the outbreak of war. This shows that peace is considered a mainstream. War certainly exists, but it only occurs in a small area and has not swept across the world. Every place. Otherwise, he would only see devastation instead of vitality. Next, Lee Lethan and the others discussed what to do next. Let's first find a planet or continent that is relatively close to us. Land on it. Replenish some supplies. See if there are any precious resources we need. And then conduct in-depth exploration to collect more resources. This place is too huge and lively, with a diameter of at least more than 20,000 light years. But the planets and continents inside are endless, and the distances between them are also very short. It is very similar to the concept of endless plains depicted in some novels. A continent represents a plain. A planet represents a small world. And there are so many plains and small worlds here that they are almost impossible to count. I think the various magical resources must be unimaginable. We have found a great treasure land. The science officer meditates on benevolence. Then let's land on the flat continent ahead, with an area of about 10 billion square kilometers. There is air and snowfall on it. The average temperature is about -20 degrees. It is very cold. There are only a few areas with some forest greening. Except the light we received was very weak. Not suitable for life to survive. But there seemed to be a few cities. We would find a place where there were no people to land, and then start the next step of the work. Perhaps we could be in this ice and snow continent. Got some gains. Flight Officer Zhang Sikong said. Okay. Slow down. Start to lower the altitude. Go to this ice and snow continent first. Explore. Explore. Collect some supplies and information. Stay for 10 days and a half. Captain Leviathan nodded. Then, the starry sky Fearless adjusted its course and headed straight for the continent that was covered in snow in many places. However, a distance of tens of millions of kilometers can be reached in a few hours, then reduce altitude and speed. Finally, we landed in a valley with relatively flat terrain. There were many cold-resistant trees around, and there were no traces of indigenous people. It was considered a relatively safe place. Buzz buzz. It fell steadily in the middle of the valley, stirring up large snowflakes. Let's take a look at some data displayed on the spacecraft instruments. The gravity coefficient is 0.53, which is only half the plunder of a normal planet. Human activities will not be greatly affected, but it feels a lot more relaxed. The air pressure is 0.8 standard air pressure, and the oxygen content is 15%, which is relatively scarce. It is necessary to increase the breathing frequency and increase the amount of oxygen inhalation to adapt to the air environment here. The temperature is minus 28 degrees, which is much colder than imagined. Under such coldness, it is obvious that few people can survive with quality and flavor. Even crops such as grain in the fields cannot grow. So even if this continent has a vast area of tens of billions of square kilometers, millions of people can be guaranteed to have a better life by exporting various resources in exchange for the most scarce food, tools, clothing, and other materials. Quality is not a big problem. After the starry sky Fearless successfully landed on this ice and snow continent, Leviathan asked Resource Officer Wei Jun to release a lot of aircraft and crawler robots. They flew out with a buzzing sound. He then scanned and analyzed the surroundings of the spacecraft, and extracted some air to analyze various types of pollutants in the air. Element. Soon, the highly sensitive detector gave various analysis reports. The soil beneath this continent contains 30 main elements needed for plant growth, allowing plant crops to grow normally without the need to supplement excessive fertilizers and scarce elements. Deep inside the continent, the rock layer is more than 1,000 kilometers thick and contains a large amount of iron, copper, gold, silver, titanium, and other metal and non-metal mineral deposits. The reserves are extremely rich, and the taste is very high. As long as they can be mined, you can get endless mineral resources. The air of this continent contains relatively abundant spiritual energy particles. The concentration is more than 80 times that of the previous fairy planet. It is comparable to some fairy mountain blessed places. This spiritual energy particle has the effect of counteracting the impression of gravity. The higher the concentration, the lower the gravity coefficient, the easier it is to cultivate immortal cultivators. So there will definitely be a large number of immortals on this road with quite good strength.